Welcome to Andy D. Cole's podcast. Please like, share and subscribe.
Welcome to Andy D. Cole's podcast. Press like and subscribe.
Welcome to Andy D. Cole's. Sit back and enjoy. As we dive deeper down into the rabbit hole and into the unknown.
Hello and welcome to this mad thing that I've decided I'm going to be doing. So it's 25 hours. Do you know what? Somebody actually asked, am I going to be doing my normal show tomorrow night?
Oh my God.
And the answer, yeah, you can guess what the answer is going to be, don't you?
You never know, you might get a little bit delirium and power
No,
through.
definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, I think you might.
Yeah. So anyway, welcome back, ladies.
Thank
you.
you.
For coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Right, should we start with East Drive? Because I know you was there a couple of weeks ago. Was it a week, 2 weeks?
Oh
weeks,
yeah, it was a
was
week.
it?
It was 1 week. Was it 1 week ago?
Was it 1 week?
No,
Just over a week. It was last Monday.
2 weeks
Yeah.
on Monday.
All right, say 2 weeks. We'll go
So
with 2
10
weeks.
days. 10 days.
It's going to be a
10
long
days,
25
yeah.
hours.
How many hours?
Oh my God, it was amazing.
Because to be honest with, just before you go into it, I was a bit skeptical because I know people that have been and got absolutely nothing, and they're like wasting money, this, that, and the other, and it's like everyone thinks they're getting conned. And then I did watch a bit of you guys because you did TikTok live, didn't you?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Oh, that
'cause
was amazing.
yeah, because Simon sent me the link to that, so I was watching it as I was getting stuff ready, and it's like it's just the stuff that you was getting.
Yeah.
I was like, are you sure you are there and you're not somewhere else?
We
Because
went.
no one seems to be
Yeah.
getting anything.
No, well,
Then
we
you
were
went
very.
and it's just
I
boom.
know. We were convinced that it was going to be a quiet, because everybody that we've spoken to has said it's overrated. It was really quiet.
Yeah.
And we were fully expecting like nothing at
Yeah.
all.
Absolutely.
I don't know what it is. I think it's Ada, because Ada, you seem to bring things with you. I don't know what it is. You have a thing. But it just seemed to kick off, didn't it? Now, when I say kick off, it wasn't like huge things going on, but the biggest thing of the night was we heard movement in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And we caught that on the live, and everyone else was upstairs, and that was the biggest thing. But it did. There was so much going on.
Yeah, I mean, we thought with the kitchen though that it was the oven door, but when we had CCTV in the kitchen, but
Yeah.
it wasn't on the oven when we went back to look. So if the oven did move, it's motion activated, so we wouldn't have got. So we're now investing in
right,
cameras that
okay.
just constantly stream rather than motion activated.
Yeah, because the cameras that we have they just go off with motion, don't they? Which obviously didn't really do us any favours when we heard movement in the kitchen. So it might have been, because if you've been to 30th Drive, obviously there's like a little hallway area as well. So
Right.
it could have been that the movement was in that hallway area, but we didn't have a camera there. So if there was nothing in the kitchen that was going off, it could have been the hallway, but we didn't have a camera there at all. So, but something was moving down there.
Yeah.
It was I loved it. It was great.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So didn't you have a lot of like footsteps going off upstairs as well?
Yeah.
Yes, and bangs as
'Cause
well.
that was a bit that I
Bangs.
caught.
That was a huge bang, and we were. Now there were 9 of us, and we were all downstairs. A couple of people were upstairs, but we at the same time were like, Ada was upstairs, and we were was that you who'd done that bang? And they'd asked us as well, like if it was us. And it just, we although there was 9 of us, we were a very close, trustworthy group, and we know that we know we can count on each other to be honest. And if they'd made a noise, like they would,
we
they would
don't
tell
go
us.
into it expecting anything to actually happen. We do expect a quiet night, and it is what it is. I mean, like, even if we get scared by someone accidentally popping their head over the banister, it's not necessarily that paranormal that scares. I think it's just in general being on edge, and then kind of reactions that people like to see, and that just, we're out for paranormal. But if we don't get paranormal, we don't get it. It's not a given.
An experience
No.
that we're having.
Well, I always see it as, if you get something, it's a bonus. It's just good to get out and investigate, regardless of whether you're going to get anything or not. Obviously, it's always good if you do get something, because it does feel like you've wasted your time sometimes.
It's the experience of it.
I absolutely love that feeling on edge and being tense. I love it for the whole vibe of it. Just if nothing happens, that feeling of feeling uneasy and like wanting something to happen outweighs ever actually getting anything. You know what I mean? Because you're guaranteed to feel that all the time. No, I just really enjoy it. So we're going back anyway for 2 nights next time.
Yes. We're going to do 2 in a row.
Ooh.
One night is not enough.
Well, especially if you're getting activity.
I know.
Why not go back?
We might not next time. We might get nothing at all, but it's worth trying. But thing is, the first time we ever went to like my haunted hotel, the first time we went there, we got loads of activity, and then nothing for ages. So it's the same thing. Like, we could have had a really great one-off night at 30 East Drive, and then we might not get anything for ages after that. But I don't know. But then somebody else went the night after us, and also got quite a bit of activity as well. So they think that something has been sparked off, which is quite good.
Could be, if somebody's gone in and then the energy's picked up, and then you've gone in after, you're going to get the best of it, aren't you? I suppose.
Yeah. Have you been to 30 East Drive?
No, I did get offered to go a bit ago, but I couldn't make it, and because I live down there, it's a bit of a trek for me now.
No.
See, when I was up in Manchester, it was all right. It's only like 40 minutes away, but now it's like
not far at all.
No, it's like, because I'm from North Victoria. I'm from Swinton.
Yeah, I think you said last
down near
time,
the traffic centre. So from there.
Man's voice,
Say that again.
Sorry, it's a personal joke. There's a video on our TikTok of one of, it's me with such a mank accent going nasty.
Yeah, she's doing
on the SS. So
she's doing the SS method.
Not even much to bouncing. The floor is bouncing.
Yeah, man's voice, nasty.
Well, it's like, I moved down here, and then there's loads of activity when I first moved. I was living in Milton Keynes, and then when I moved to Northampton, it kind of like, there's still little bits and pieces, but then everyone knows back up north, and they're getting activity left, right, and centre. So I think I need to move back.
Do you know this?
So jealous.
The north, though, is so central to everything. We've said this before, but like, there seems to be where we are. Everything is just an hour away.
But there seems to be more activity in the places up north.
I know it does.
But then, do you know what? I have a theory, right? I don't know if it's right. It's a bit social. I think. Is it that the people from the north are more into the paranormal than people from down south? And we kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but like a bit sociology, isn't it? Like do we put out more in our investigations than people from down south? Is it because there are more venues up north to investigate in, therefore people up north generally put more into it and get more out of it? I don't know. Could that be why?
Could be.
And I'm more believers north than down south.
I know what you mean, because
you know what I mean?
I'm more east. It comes under East Midlands, but it's more southeast. I'm like, half an hour on a train from London, so it's not that far. But I'm then, like you said, Manchester, it's an hour away from everywhere. But I'm like an hour away from Cambridge, Oxford, well, the other side of London. I'm trying to think. I'm only an hour and a half away, now just over an hour and a half away from South Wales as well, like Gloucester, the Cotswolds. So you've got all them areas, but it's just there's not many castles down here, and if there is, I've not seen any.
No, there's not really.
Well, it's like up north, you've got loads.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go on. No, go on.
No,
you
it's
go
all
on.
right.
I was just going to say, how far are you from Enfield?
That's not even an hour.
Oh, see, I'd love to do that one.
But it's like, it's literally,
No,
I can get a train from here to London. I can be in Euston in like 30, 35 minutes.
Oh, right.
But for me to drive, it'd probably take, if it was to drive to Enfield, 45 minutes, 50 minutes on a good day. So it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But it's funny you should say that. Yeah, I've actually got a practicing GP coming on who is a doctor actually from London in Enfield, and he has contact with the family from the Enfield poltergeist.
Oh, really?
He has connections with generations down from what happened in the 70s. He's coming on in a couple of months.
That'll be a good conversation.
Visits, so
That's interesting. I'll have to watch that one.
Visit.
Well, I was chatting to him today, and he said it was very active for about 18 months in the 70s. He goes, but there's not a lot. He goes, there's a few little bits and pieces, like whatever village or town or whatever where he lives now, but not a lot that keeps going. But he does mediumship as well, which I think is quite strange for a practicing GP. That's a bit out for me. Just a bit of a show. It's a bit out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it is.
Imagine going to your doctor. He goes, let's do a seance.
Yes, actually.
But that's the thing, though, is like kind of. But then I'm a midwife, and I think I'm a little bit like that. I'm a little bit that way, sort of picking up on vibes and things. And you work in healthcare as well, don't you, Amy?
It's the same in because I'm a healthcare assistant as well. So it's like the nurses that I work with, they're very much into it as well. I mean, we're all very open. I think though working in healthcare, because you work so close to death and the dying, your spiritual side's a little bit more uplifted. I have noticed that in healthcare, even doctors.
And I work in healthcare as well.
Do you know? I wonder how many people.
How many people are in there?
Yeah,
who are into the
paranormal. That'll be a good little study, won't it? How many people into the paranormal are in healthcare? And I mean,
I'm obviously part of that statistic because I'm in cakes. Healthcare.
There you go.
Yeah.
How many bakers?
I know with cameras and CCTV.
Yeah.
I'm always looking at cameras.
Yeah, you're security, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Emma's keeping the healthcare busy.
Yeah, exactly.
Giving them diabetes with a cake.
Exactly. Silver lining and all that.
Yeah, see.
I won't ask you if keeping the midwives busy then.
Saying nothing. Oh, right. So moving on quickly. What have you got next? Have you got anywhere you going? Got any plans?
Oh, we do.
We do have a lot, don't we? We're going to push ourselves out there this year because did you know when we did that live at 30 East Drive? In one live, we got like just under 600 new followers on TikTok, and we were like,
wow.
we've got to do this more. We've got to do it more.
Yeah, it was only an hour's long as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And with the live,
do you not find it difficult doing it on TikTok though?
No,
I quite prefer TikTok.
I like it because it's quick, so you get a lot of new people very quickly because it's a scroll. Because you're scrolling, people just come all the time.
Coming in and out all the time.
Yeah. So it's a lot of new. If
anything, I find Facebook a little bit more difficult than TikTok.
Yeah,
totally agree.
And people can't just stumble upon you as easily, can they? Whereas TikTok, they can.
No, because like Yeah, I don't know if you've got your Facebook profiles public or private. If you've got them private, then it's only going to be your friend. Is it friends or friends of friends that can see it?
Yeah.
Unless you do it as a reel, there's pretty much no point doing it.
Yeah.
Unless
No.
you only want them as the audience.
Yeah. But the thing is, when we were at East Drive, we had someone in the comments, a couple of people in the comments that said, I mean, we had to go and lock all the doors and make sure they were locked because we had people saying, I live up the street from here, I'm coming round, or I'm going to order you a pizza, and we were like,
we never had pizza turn up. That's
no, they never sent that pizza, did they?
No, they didn't.
That would have been straight.
I know.
I'm the bouncer of the group, aren't I?
But we had a lot of alpha males there with us.
A lot of alpha males.
Yeah. But no, we have got other places planned. Is it what's the next thing we've got lined up? It's Antwerp Mansion. We go in there on the 6th. It's
Antwerp.
Yeah. So
where's that?
Manchester.
Yeah, Manchester.
Manchester.
Whereabouts? I've heard of that.
I'm not exactly
quite
sure.
popular.
It's a popular one that's hired out quite a lot with groups of people that go, but we're on a private hire, so it will just be exclusive with the 4 of us this time, and only the 4 of us with nobody else. So we've not done that in a while, where it has just been the 4 of us.
Rush home.
Rush home.
Rush home.
It's quite
it's
close,
not
isn't it?
Yeah, you can get a curry on the way home.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Do you know we generally get a kebab on the way home now. We do it all the time. Yeah, it's become part of our routine, hasn't it?
Yeah,
getting a kebab on the way home.
You never ate
I don't think we used to eat kebabs, and then he started getting them, and I've turned into a right dirty dog.
For me, it was the best.
There you go. Exclusive.
Oh yeah.
So I was I think when you were in, I think was it AD when he had Ash Alice on. Did you come in the chat? Is it a couple of months ago now?
Yeah.
He was saying that you'd been in his basement.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Didn't you have activity there again? Because you've been twice now.
Yeah. Well, the first time was it was a bit quieter the first time. The first time was more just to kind of scope it up, like scope it out and things.
Yeah.
And to be fair, we did get we got a DVP of a breath, and that was completely caught us off guard. And me and Ash heard it together at the same time, and we were just in different rooms. Me and Ash heard it together, and you can hear us on the video going, "Did you just hear that?" But I tried to enhance it. We seem to get that a lot, DVP breaths. And then the second time we went, we didn't get as much activity, but we did get like a light went on and off, and there was a couple of noises, and then a lot of it was through equipment. So we were using a spirit box, and we got what sounded like "I'm done" through the spirit box. Like really, you can hear the radio in the background.
Yeah.
Like a bit of radio interference. And I was listening to see if it was. I think it was a foreign station. It's a bit of bleed. And I was listening to see what language it was, and this thing just came like, "I'm done," like into my ear, and that's on the TikTok as well. But yeah, his basement's very creepy.
Yeah. So do you just use digital recorders, or have you tried the old analog? Do you all like the old cassette players where you've got to press play and record at the same time?
No, but I've never even thought about using an old analog one. That would be a great idea.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah. But you know what? They probably cost more now than they did back in the day.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. They are not cheap.
I used to have one, and I used to love sitting there and just playing, recording, rewinding, recording.
Yeah.
But
I was told.
I do.
I was told as well with the digital recordings, if you can slow it down and listen to it back, apparently you get a better listen of what's actually being said if you do pick up an EVP.
Oh wow. Do you know, we always leave it to Chris, don't we, to try and slow down things, or not slow down. He listens to them again and again and again. I never really do it myself.
He does all the tech, doesn't he?
He does. I try and enhance it, but it's quite tricky to enhance. It's really tricky to enhance these EVPs and things.
Yeah.
No, it's not the EVPs. It's the DVP. that I find really tricky to enhance. The EVPs are quite easy because they're already they're on the recording, really, aren't they? But,
Yeah, and the
no,
thing
I've
is,
never-
with visual as well, you can only do it whatever frame rate it's recorded at. So
yeah,
obviously, the higher the frame rate, the better it is for watching it back. But if I always find that it's that missing frame or mid frame is the one that you want, but you end up with one either side, and it, unless that is part of whatever the phenomena is, that's doing it on purpose. So you're not getting the bit that you want.
Oh yeah. Yes.
So I don't
Yeah.
know.
I do love organic. Like you two just had a cup of tea, sip of your cup of tea and sync then.
I know, synchronicity.
Hey, I've just watched it. We've actually got the telly.
We got the
We've
telly.
got the telly streaming us so we can see it because we're only on a little diddy phone. And I've just caught us as I turn to the left to see us both in sync.
I know you are both in sync.
That's what we needed.
What's that?
Good cup of tea.
Good cup
Oh,
of tea.
thank you.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just on Pepsi.
Oh, I've had 3 coffees today so far.
We'll be on many more.
You are going to be more than
I
happy.
normally have one. I can have one around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. If I have any more after that, I'm awake for hours and hours. So fingers crossed it's going to work.
Fingers crossed for you.
Yeah.
So
You'll be all right.
yeah. So
Yeah,
are you? Sorry, go on.
Go on. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just irrelevant. I was just going to say I find it weird that we'll get up in the morning and you'll still be here.
I know. Well, you say that.
Yeah.
Be on the floor down here asleep.
If it helps, I didn't sleep last night, so I've not been asleep yet either.
No, she's a trooper.
No, it'll be all right. I worked out I only have to stay awake 6 or 7 hours longer than what I normally would. Because I'm awake at 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't go to bed till midnight. Obviously, I'm working in between that. So then I'll go to bed at midnight. I don't go to sleep till about 1. Then I'm back up again like 6, 7 o'clock. So it's only that gap. So if I think of it like that, psychologically, it doesn't hurt my brain.
You're only filling in that little gap, aren't you?
Yeah. So
You manage.
we'll see.
Tomorrow anyway. What kind of state you be in?
Well,
And tomorrow night as well when we're back on.
yeah, because you're doing the last hour, aren't you?
Yeah.
I put this on Facebook before, and I thought it's quite appropriate. So I'll put it on air again now, because this will be me
I saw that.
most of tomorrow.
Will be.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one before.
Do you know, girls?
Yeah.
We're gonna be buzzed, and we're just gonna be able to see your cap in the chair because you'll be like.
It's all right. We'll take over the show. It'll be
That's
live
fine.
to investigate.
Yeah. Oh, and I'll need to send you the link for the last one, because I'm doing 2 12-hour stints and then 1 hour. Because with YouTube, it archives it once you hit the 12-hour mark. So I'm going to stop it at like 11 hours 50, then start a new one, then same again, and yeah. So that's the plan anyway. So,
we should switch it round. We should interview you tomorrow night and ask how you're.
well, good luck with that. I could anything could come out.
Do you know what? Let's do it, girls.
Yeah.
Do you want it?
We'll think of some questions.
Just don't ask me about anything that's happened in the last 26 hours. We'll be all right.
I'll say, so Andy, tell me what happened in the last 26 hours.
No idea. Not got a clue. Right. So, are you going to be going like Rendlesham or Cannock Chase, Delamere Forest? Any places like that?
We do Delamere,
we went to Delamere, didn't we?
Yeah.
No, well, I went to Delamere. I went to Delamere with Chris, and Chris is like he works at Phantom Physics. He does a lot with us, and well, he owns Phantom Physics, and we went to Delamere to kind of do a little bit of I don't know. Do you know the tales of like the cryptids and things, and like Dogman, and there's been sightings there've been voices heard of children, and we thought we'd go. And to be honest, I'm not really sure where I stand on like cryptids and things. However, something growled at us.
Oh.
Honestly, and we've got it on a video. Something growled, but we asked it to do it. What are you laughing at?
No, nothing. I said it was probably Chris.
It probably was. No, something growled at us, and we asked it to do it again, and it did. And then we said, "Can you just do that one more time?"
Yeah.
And it did, and we got it all on video. So that's also on our TikTok and on our
Oh.
Facebook as well. But you can hear these growls. And
Was this at night or during the day?
Yeah. Oh, we went at 10 o'clock at night, and it was just
Right.
it was quite foggy and misty, and it was
Like
was
the
it
coldest day of the
December?
year, wasn't it?
It was.
That's why
But
I
I
didn't
just-
go.
I don't understand what on earth is in Cheshire that could growl at you like that.
Well, Deborah Hatswell, who is a paranormal investigator, and she does a lot of cryptids and that. She's saying that Delamere has several dogman reports. Now she does a lot. Deborah does a lot of the reports around, well, all over the UK, which does a lot around the northwest because she's based in Manchester as well. And it's through Deborah that I started doing this because one of my encounters, what I called invisible monkeys, I was listening to podcasts and I come across BBR, which is Deborah's. So I emailed into her and then did my first interview on her show.
Oh, wow.
About 3.5, 4 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So
there have been that's why one of the reasons why we went, because of the sightings of Dogman.
Yeah.
And I actually don't know, because I went in there thinking I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure about it. I don't know if it's like, I don't know. It's not something I've really been into, but then it really threw me when we heard these growls.
Yeah.
It really threw me. I could not work it out at all.
We want to go.
Was it loud? Did it sound big or little, or I don't know, it sounds
really
stupid?
Deep.
But
No, I know what you mean. Really deep. It sounded like
a guttural growl.
Guttural growl, and it was like, I don't know how to describe it. It was almost a bit lion-like. But you can hear it quite.
That would intrigue me though. Like the comment that was just put
up
there.
Now.
About David.
It means the growls.
Trapped in a tent.
Yeah.
Oh,
see,
gosh,
I've had that growl outside my bedroom window.
Have you?
And I'm talking first floor. I didn't live in a flat. It was like first floor.
Really?
And below it, that was the same house where I seen the pterodactyl. And I've gone to bed, gone sorting stuff out. Are they back? Oh, they're back. Gone getting ready for work. It was a Sunday night, and it's a window that tilts horizontally. You know, it has a safety catches on it, and it's open a little bit, and I could hear this growl. It's like a breathing growl, and it was right under the window.
Oh my God.
Long story short, I was not sticking my hand or head through that, because if I did, I'd have been dragged through that window. That's what it felt like.
No.
I proper pooed my pants with that one.
I bet you did. I would have done.
In that area, it's a croft. So you've got 4 like rows of houses with a green in the middle, and then there's a path that goes all the way around, and parking's on the outside. So there's no cars that can come in. The path isn't wide enough to get a car down. So it couldn't even be mistaken for a car. It was under the window. And it was a proper deep,
quite creepy, to be honest,
growling, and it lasted for at least 30 seconds.
What, the full growl?
You couldn't even like grab your hand to shut the window because you'd be scared.
Yeah, well, that was it. It's like,
no,
because they had to go, because the handle's at the bottom and not up at the side. I'd have had to pass the open bit of the window. It's like, not happening. I was waiting till it had gone. And the only dogs that were around there was a guy over the road opposite of flats, and he had a Jack Russell. No way, Jack Russell.
Yeah, that's not gonna. No, that's not gonna make that.
Whatever
noise,
was growling would have swallowed that Jack Russell in one, or even have chewed it. It sounded that big.
It was. It's like it. I do think it was like this deep, like you're describing. It was like the closest thing I can think of is like a lion.
Yeah.
It was like a lion.
Yeah, but I for mine, it wasn't giving its full pelt. It was more like letting me know that it's there. If it had done its full pelt, I'd have ran out the house crying like a baby. I really would.
I wouldn't have left the house. I wouldn't have left the house.
I wasn't going to hang about. But
I think you'd be safer in there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, probably.
No.
But it's just, Yeah, no, I know what you mean with that, and you could feel it in your bones when it was growling.
Yeah, it was. But it almost felt close but distant. It was like
same.
so powerful that it could have been from so far away, but then also it felt like it was not giving its full pelt, but was like there.
Yeah, well, like I said, I thought it was right under the window, but that might be because that's the only bit of the window that was open, so the sound was coming up and through that. It could have been 200 yards down the road. I don't know. I didn't look.
Either way, you don't want
I
to
wasn't
take
planning on
that.
having a look either.
No, I wouldn't. Emma, tell them about your thing that you the pterodactyl thing, the big bird thing that you saw.
Yeah, the one in was it Fleetwood?
Yeah, I think you've
caravan.
said it. You have said it before, haven't you? But could you say it there again?
See, I don't really talk about it that often. This because to me, it's I don't know. I just don't get brought up. But I was in Fleetwood in a caravan on holiday with my girls, my husband, and I was sharing one of the 2 single bedrooms with my daughter, and I was in one bed, she was in another. And I just woke up at about 1 o'clock in the morning and looked out the window. I don't know what compelled me to do it. I just looked out the window. And up in the sky, I thought it was a seagull because it was white. But then my brain took a minute to realise it's not a seagull. It's bigger than that. And it was all that I can describe as like a dragon. But it was flapping its wings like this, like proper. And you could tell it was big.
Yeah.
Flapping its wings, like this. But no, you could tell it was big because of the air. Oh, I'm not scared of being weird, Sarah.
Neither am I. Don't worry, love. It was just, I didn't expect it, Emma.
But from the pure like the span of the wings and the way it was going woof, I was like, oh, and it did a big circle. And it just, and I paused for a minute. I was like, get your phone. But you can't in that situation because you don't know what you're looking at. And before you realise it was gone. And I still don't know what it was, but it was definitely not a bird of anything that it was dinosaur-like, and it just flew away. And I was like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
So
maybe we should do that.
Yeah. Did you find that it was like moving in slow motion?
Yeah.
With the wing maneuver.
As it was sorry, I'm going to flap again. As it was lifting its wings up for the Oscar, as it was lifting its wings up and it was going bam, it covered so much ground. So it was almost like it wasn't like a seagull, like.
I know what you mean.
It was a dragon type movement.
Did it look animated?
Animated? I don't know. I can't really remember because I went into the paranormal like I am now. Back then, I just thought it was weird, so I don't have the same. If I'd have seen it now, I'd have been like, "My God, girls, that's weird. Let's do this. Let's go there. Let's investigate Fleetwood." But at the time, no,
we should still do that.
It was illuminated almost because it was so white. I thought the sun was shining on it or a light, and then I realised it was pitch black.
Could have been,
Yeah, it was a strange experience. But I remember telling Sarah the morning after, ringing her and going, "You will not believe what I saw last night."
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it's like I said, the one because I told you guys about it before. That's how we ended up getting in contact, wasn't it? Because it was Simon that put us in contact because he'd mentioned to me about Emma's pterodactyl encounter.
Yeah.
Since then, there's another guy because mine was in Milton Keynes. There's another guy. Did I tell you this? I can't remember if I did.
Don't know if you did.
He contacted me from one of the YouTube videos that I'd done, and he's from Milton Keynes as well. And he had an encounter with one. Him and his girlfriend were parked up in a dodgy car park. Watching the sunset, and they're just looking out. So where I see mine, so say I'm at north, he's south. So he's watching the sunset. So we're like 180 degrees from each other. Obviously not at the same time, but it was around about the same year. I'm sure it was around about the same year, but mine was summer, but late at night. He said about 8:30, 9 o'clock. So as the sun's coming down, so I reckon about July, August time. And he said he just seen this big thing in the sky. He thought it was a plane at first. And same with you, Emma. It started flapping its wings and then turned round and then went onto the straight line. And we worked out that the line that it flew down was the same, or pretty much the same one that I'd seen. It was going in the same direction. So the one I'd seen was about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Didn't flap its wings, didn't move, just flew in a straight line from when I seen it till it had vanished. Didn't vanish, but till I couldn't see it anymore.
What
It just
was
went
it doing
straight.
then? Was it just gliding?
Just
or was
like
it...
in a thermal drift or something. But it was at least, I reckon, about 22, 24 foot long from beak to tail, and at least a 16-foot wingspan, easily.
Yeah.
I had my phone in my hand, didn't even contemplate taking a photograph or a video.
No.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, you freeze though. You freeze. You don't realise.
I'm just like,
yeah.
And if I saw an apparition, if I saw an apparition in front of me, I wouldn't think to be like, oh my God, get it filmed. And as much as that's what we go out to do, if I was in a situation where I had my phone in my pocket and I saw something that was like, oh my God, I wouldn't think to get my phone out. This is why when you see a lot of fake YouTube videos and they're filming things, and I'm like, the reaction, if that was real, what they'd just seen, their instinctive reaction would not be to film as good as quality as they filmed. I would be flying out of the building, or my reaction would.
You wouldn't think, would you?
I'd freeze. Yeah, I'd freeze. So
and it's almost like when you see a shooting star. By the time you've got your phone out, camera out, it's gone.
Yeah, it's.
But then saying that, the stuff that we've captured on our, but we were already recording, weren't we?
Yeah, we're already recording. I mean, if I was in, like, I've seen videos because I watch quite a lot of that sort of, top 10s and top 5s, and I watch a lot of that at night just for easy watching, and me and my husband sort of watch it together. And what I don't get is some of them videos are actively, I've just seen this in my house, and then showing it, and I'm like, but that wouldn't be your normal reaction. If there's a black figure stood in your bedroom, my reaction wouldn't be to get my phone out and stand and record it. It would be, oh my God, I'm getting out of here and I'm ringing the police. That's not normal. So a lot of these things you can question, because I just don't believe that that's what you would do. Like, you freeze.
I agree. I'd be under the covers. I don't care how old or whatever. I'd be like a 6, 7-year-old kid scared under the covers. I'd want to look, but I'd know not to. I'd go with me gut feeling.
Yeah, and that's not to grab your phone, is it?
Do you know the apparition, Andy?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one?
A full-bodied
apparition?
Yes.
Just curious.
Yeah.
So I have. I think you have, haven't you, Tony?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether you and Sarah have.
No, I've not. I've never seen anything.
I have. When I was younger, when that little girl who looked like us. Which was a really weird one. I think I've said this before. When I was probably about 7, I was in a bunk bed, on the bottom bunk bed, and Emma was on the top. And I woke up and there was a little girl who looked like me and Emma, but wasn't me or Emma.
Right.
I knew they were just like, looked a bit like us, stood at the bottom of the bunk bed next to the bottom bunk, looking up, hands by the side, looking up like that. And I was like, oh my God. So I looked down the crack of the bunk bed to see Emma there asleep, and I knew it wasn't her. Anyway, I like wafted my hand through it, and it just faded really slowly. Didn't even react to me nudging it or like trying to touch it or anything.
Yeah.
But,
I find it interesting though, because of the reactions that we've had personally, because when I've seen a full-bodied apparition, I froze.
Yeah.
But when you look on YouTube, everyone's like, oh my God, and really overplaying it. And to me, that's more fake now, because I've personally experienced it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not natural. It's not a natural reaction.
Yeah.
No, well, I've had.
No.
I was full-bodied. I've spoke to. So remember me telling you about Bench Guy? I did an investigation in a local cemetery. Well, I've had someone look into that Dominic Zenden who does the auras, and he said it, what they call an impression. So he said it was the spirit of someone. He pretty much confirmed it. I had a conversation with that person for about a minute. Or that person, it wasn't even a person. And they was a hoodie on, cap, tracksuit bottoms, trainers, jacket. He had a phone in his hand and talking to him. He's got a Dutch accent, explaining what I'm doing. Sorry for blinding him with my torch. I thought it was my mate like Mark, the other guy that's investigating with me. He goes, "Oh yeah, he's just gone down there." I went, "All right, see you later." Left him to it. Went and found Mark, and he's like, told him what had gone on. He was filming on his phone. He went, "There's no one sat on that bench." He goes, "Well, he just told me you walked past him." He stopped his video, rewound it back as he's going past the bench. The bench is empty.
Wow.
No.
And then he's gone, and he would have had to pass us where we were stood. There's like the driveway into the cemetery, and there's like a footpath which is right down in the bottom corner. And there's another bit which is right over the other side of the new bit of the cemetery. But you've literally got to climb over a fence and go around a dodgy footpath that's all overgrown. So they're the only three ways in and out. He would have had to pass us to get to any of them points, and there's no one there.
Oh my gosh.
Weird.
I had another one where I was sat in the living room, and you could see into the hallway where the front door was.
In your house?
Yeah, this is in Milton Keynes' house again, and I seen what looked like a kid with a white t-shirt and blue jeans on, and I thought it was my ex's son because she only had one boy, the rest were daughters. And I thought, he don't normally wear jeans, he wears tracky bottoms. But he'd ran round. I thought he's gone in the kitchen to scare me because you can go under the stairs and hide behind the fridge. So I crept into the kitchen to scare him before he scared me. No one there. Like straight out the front door, went for a walk.
No, that's
It was
horrible.
awful.
The thing is, why is it creepy when it's a child?
I know.
This looked like
don't
her
know
son.
Yeah,
But I
that's
could only didn't see the face. I only seen the back and the side as he went round like that.
I've heard they can mimic. They can mimic, like, especially poltergeists can mimic, like, people you know and things.
I mean, I've seen things in the corner of my eye. Like I've been walking through my house or anywhere, and I've seen something and thought that's definitely a person. Gone back and it wasn't, or there's nothing there. I mean, I know
I've seen someone sat in the bath and there's no one there. My house is
that peripheral.
Yeah, like and it's actually sometimes it's obviously just things that, like, we were out. When was it? We were out Tuesday night in Chester on our way out, and on our way back we saw something in the corner of our eye down an alley, and it looked like a person, and we all saw it. But then on our way back, we looked and it wasn't. It was just some boxes and like a plan.
Yeah.
But so I get it, situations like that. But there's times where I've walked into an empty room and thought I've seen someone stood there, gone back and thought nothing there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you can see Regan here, but well, you obviously can see Regan. This big, you can miss it. She's in the corner.
Can we see Regan?
Yeah.
And she's in the corner of my room normally, and she's a bit of a feature in my front room. And there's times where I've walked in and forgot that she's there, and obviously she's a life-size, full-size thing in the corner normally.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely terrified me, and I've jumped and forgot because she's just a dark figure, and she's got a little light there, and it's just that's horrific. But
Emma, I was sleeping at yours the other day on the couch. And
I'm sure she moves slightly, Sarah.
Yeah, and she looks at you like deep into your soul. And
I used to sleep like a baby.
It was over me.
She was there, didn't sleep at all.
But I'm sure she moves ever so slight.
You're not worried about it because of what it's from and what you guys do.
No, I love her.
My scared me more than her now.
I love her to bits. She's packed. She's one of my girls. I've got 5 daughters.
I think you're mad, but anyway.
Do you know, we don't get scared that easily. We are very jumpy, aren't we? But generally, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not
but
scared,
overall, the little things make you jump, but it makes you want to investigate it more. Doesn't make you I'm going home.
Yeah, I love the buzz of getting scared.
Yeah.
Like gets addicted.
Like you running down the stairs.
But you're not worried about getting an attachment and something going into the, I was going to say doll, but human-like figure behind you.
See, I mean,
if any spirits are here with me now, feel free. I mean, you know what I mean? I've got my own haunted item. Please,
we welcome you.
As you wish.
Things have started happening in my house.
To be fair, we do have our own ways of cleansing before investigations, and then we do like, I mean, I don't know if you girls do, I've said this to you before, is I always, in my, whether it's out loud or in my head, or I always say before I leave somewhere, you're not welcome to follow me, or something along those lines. Usually it's just kind of to myself.
Yeah. I did see one of the comments earlier ask about if we take any protection with us. We don't take any protection with us like that. We're all very, very big believers in like crystals and things like that. So we do take we do rituals and we
Yeah.
take crystals with us and things
Yeah.
like that. It's a full, for example, it's a full moon
Full moon
tonight.
tonight.
So
Is it?
it's full moon night after this. So we'll be doing a little bit of our monthly full moon ritual, and
Get
it
some moon
sounds
water.
really weird. It's actually called I don't want to say the term witches because it's seen as a different thing than it is, but it's actually called in that kind of world. It is actually called the Green Witch. We believe, like apothecary. I can't say it. Apothecary. Crystals, the universe, manifestation. So we're all into all that. So we do believe in manifesting our own protection when we do go out. And so far, it's worked. But
do you know it really has. Like the stuff that we've. I don't know if you believe in like crystal work and things like that.
I've got hundreds of crystals.
Oh yeah,
good.
See that one there?
Oh god, yeah.
That's so it's one that cleanses all the other crystals.
The selenite.
Selenite, that's it. And then if you can see inside the computer there, I've got a ball of it as well.
Yes, snap. I got mine as well.
Yeah. So that one is sat on another crystal candle holder. And then just there, you can't quite see it. I've got an alien like sat with an ashtray, and there's loads of crystals in that as well.
Oh, fab.
And there's some on the shelf above me. I'm surrounded by crystals.
I love it. I don't know
if you can see. I'm trying to point to him. Where is that? I've got a little alien sat up there too.
I already brought my alien.
Oh, just at the side of the picture.
Yeah, and then a bit further along, I've got a little tiny replica of Freddy Krueger's glove. You can't see that.
How is this relevant to crystals?
I don't know, because you mentioned you had an alien. You mentioned you have an alien man.
I was going to bring my alien man.
But that one there as well, that's my Himalayan salt lamp.
Yeah.
Thing.
That's a proper mank word. That's mint, that mate.
Mint, sorted.
Is that E.T. in the background? Can I see E.T.?
Yeah,
I'm not seeing E.T. I'm
so
scared.
that's the Furby version of E.T. You pick it up and touch it. It's so annoying.
Wow.
It's like I'm not doing the voice, but it'll say, "I want to play. I want to be loud." I'm like, "Drop the F up." You don't want to be loud. If I move it by accident, if I'm cleaning or something, or sorting some wires out, I just throw it over him, put a pillar over it, push my head in.
Why did you get it then?
Because it was on offer on eBay. They're like 100 quid, and I got it for 27 quid, I think it was.
Do you know, going back to like the crystal work and things, is I'm a massive believer in manifestation. We all are.
Yeah.
And we were asking for guidance about something in particular, and we asked if the universe wanted us to do a certain thing to show us a symbol or an image of a fish. We thought it'd be a bit of a random thing on a December day up at Beeston Castle, and we asked it to show us the symbol of a fish. And when we went to the top of the castle a little bit later on top of the hill, a flock of birds flew over in the shape of a fish, and it is. We've got the video as well.
I was going to say, I bet you've not even got a photo of it, have you?
Do you know what? Let me find you a photo.
It's a fish.
Yeah, we've got it on camera.
So if you take a screenshot and send it me on Messenger, I can put it up on here if you want.
Yeah, I will, because it's let me take a screenshot. Hang on. Wait there then.
Right, let me get Messenger open ready. There we go.
Right, hang on then, ladies. And Andy.
One of the girls.
It's all right. I'll be a lady at the right price.
Well, a wig on tomorrow night now.
I know. Just you wait. Right, hang on then. I'll send you all three. Let me just.
Right, okay.
Hang on,
yeah, that's fine.
Actually, let me crop it to. I'll just crop out that. Right, they were moving, but it flew across the sky. I've just sent it, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's so weird.
Right, let me download it.
Notice it.
We didn't notice it, but they were moving, weren't they?
I shouted, "It's a fish!"
Yeah, you went, "It's a fish!" I was like,
right, I'm just adding it on here now. Right, you ready?
As you can see it moving, look how amazing! But it was moving. These birds were moving, and it's got like a fin, and it had a tail, and it was just
so
moving across the sky.
Oh yeah.
It was it had a better formation at the beginning, didn't it? But it was just amazing, and we were like, "Gosh, there's the fish that we asked for." Like, I believe in manifestation, and that's what it showed us.
Well, yeah, well, that's pretty
weird,
cool.
isn't it?
Straight away, I seen a shark. I just seen the shape of a shark.
Yeah, it's a little fin.
Dolphin. I said dolphin.
It was, and it was.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the actual full video is on our TikTok, so you can see the formation moving across the sky. I'll put it on our Facebook as well. But it was just, what are the chances? Like, it was a clear
it's better
fish.
than when I've tried getting stuff. So, as you know, I drive for a living, and I'd just be driving around middle of nowhere, and it's like, just show me a sign that the phenomena is real. Just give me something. Anyway, I come up to a level crossing. I think I've told this before. I got to a level crossing and the barriers were down. So I thought, right, I've got to wait for a train. Don't know why. I don't think it was my fault. It's like, I'm going to be waiting for 7 trains. Right? Never in the most I've ever waited for is 3. And I'm sat there, 7 trains. I'm like, why? Why did he even think that?
Wow.
And there's no way I would have known. I was there like 20 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
As soon as you had that thought in my head, I know it's a bit like a laugh sort of thing, but as soon as I had that thought in my head, I was like, I knew straight away, there's going to be 7 trains. So why couldn't you said 1 or 2? I'd have been happy with that.
What's 7?
I do think sometimes we're in tune with that. We're in tune. We can tell. We have them moments of believing that.
If you're open to it, especially, if you're open to it, then I think.
Well, as I say, the radios all over the country are on now. There's radio stations playing, but you can only hear it if you tune in.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Yeah. Do you know what that? Sorry, Simon just sent me a picture. I'll put it up in a minute. He's just done his So I'll put it on now because it's quite good. Right, 1 second. You ready?
Go on.
Oh gosh. Come on now.
Look at your face.
Because he's got nothing better to do than do stuff like that.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, I will have nightmares for pretty much ever. But I was just saying, I had Neil Ward on last night, and he was explaining about being in tune, and he mentioned about router, Wi-Fi router, internet router, how it worked. I can't remember exactly what he said, but one of the other analogies that he used was like the old vinyl record. If you hold it up, you can see the groove and you can see each line. And if you imagine each line of that being a different time, when you put the needle on it, it's going around. You can only be in that one groove any one point, but you can move it, whether it's forwards or backwards, to any other of what he said within that timeline. Yeah, and I thought that was a really good way of explaining it.
Yeah,
it is a really good way. It is.
So I
think we all have a little bit of. We're all a bit in tune, but some people just don't realize it because it's like that feeling of familiarity, or like, I don't know, it's your intuition, isn't it, really? But some people really own in on it and like can pick it up. What's the word? Can like, I don't know, pick it up when they demand it. What's the word? Can't think of the word.
I had it then. It went like on demand.
Yeah, like on demand. What's the word? You can, like if you're aware of what you're doing, if you're aware of it,
you have control.
Yeah,
you can pick and choose.
You've got to recognise. But I like that record analogy. That's a good one.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best ones I've heard. But I had a question for you then as well. Gone? Nothing?
Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst.
I know.
See, I couldn't do things like this because it would just play on my. The way my brain works is I'd be constantly just thinking now about that question.
It's all right, because when you come on tomorrow, I still won't remember it, so it won't matter.
Well, that'll bother me now because now I'll be thinking, what was he going to ask? And I'll be thinking for you. And then
someone else will get it.
I know they will. They will.
Cycle.
Yeah. Right. I've got. While I do try and remember, we have got a couple of questions for you. So this is from Ryan, also known as Dragon Rebirth. He's asking, I don't know if this has already been covered to investigate. Where was their most recent investigation? Any activity? Yes, Ryan, you missed the beginning. Off you go.
30 East Drive. 30 East Drive.
And it was quite active.
Yeah, quite active in the sense of what you would expect at an active night. So like we didn't see shadow figures or anything like that.
I did.
But we
We did upstairs.
Yeah, you did upstairs actually. I'll take that back. But we got a few knocks and bangs responses. The SS method.
We got some huge knocks and bangs.
Touched. It felt like my leg was touched.
Yeah.
When you all went to Tesco, there was just two of us left.
Yeah, we nipped out to Tesco for some snacks, like just as we were starting, and we got
I waited back because I put my big brave girl pants on.
And we got a phone call from Tony. How long are you going to be? I'm scared. I can't get off the bed.
We did.
It was.
But then it was,
and
but everybody.
You're all right, you'll be fine. We won't be long.
Then I thought you'd come in and we're coming up the stairs. We heard them coming up the stairs, and there was no one there. They did not even come back yet.
You just start spiraling.
We didn't.
As soon as we got there,
we've not told them about what Adrian experienced. So when we were going the morning after, in the morning we took all of our cameras down because we set up Wi-Fi cameras. I mean, it's now a thing that we naturally, like, I don't know why we never did it before. We set up Wi-Fi cameras around the venue.
Yeah.
Motion activated, so a lot of it is just catches us doing silly things, which makes it a bit of a funny video anyway. But we took all the cameras down and we did a sweep of the building before we left, or Adrian did a sweep. And at 30 East Drive, you come out your bathroom and immediately opposite is a bedroom that they call Emma's bedroom. And it's a little girl's room. And if you knock on the door and leave it slightly ajar, but if you knock on the door and ask her if can we come in, she can open the door. If she opens the door for you immediately, then welcomes you in. You're allowed to go in. Yeah. Otherwise, you're not. So Adrian was coming out of the bathroom and Emma's door slammed shut in front of him, like really with force. Slammed. We all
heard the slam from downstairs.
Yeah.
Well, just heard it go, guys.
But we took our cameras down.
I mean, again, this wasn't caught on camera, and we only have to take Adrian's word for it. But we do trust Adrian, and it's like I trust any one of them. I don't think anything like that would be just to fake for our attention. Or
there was no camera there.
No camera there.
Even like what's Adrian going to achieve by
Exactly.
Wanting an experience.
Yeah, exactly. So
but do you find though you get more when nothing's running, when you've not got the digital recorders on, you've not got the cameras?
See, I said this about when we go for the 2 nights. I said the first night we don't investigate. Yeah. Just have it as if we're just there having a sleepover.
Get a feel for the place.
It's a normal night. Have a brew, play some games, whatever.
Yeah.
And things are more likely to happen when you're not expecting them.
Yeah. And then the second night, investigate.
Yeah. Or other way around.
Yeah. And I also think there's something about, I don't know, because so many people come in these places. A lot of people come in and they've got equipment and they've got technology. And sometimes I think, well, maybe they don't play up to that. Maybe have they grown intelligent to it? And they're like, oh, I'm not. Like, I'm not going to give them any evidence today. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just think, could it scare them away a little bit? Does it interact with them or interfere with them and how they are, what frequency they're on?
Yeah, could it affect the energy that they use?
Exactly.
And then, also, when we capture something, we carry on rather than go, oh no, so we caught something and then get scared. We carry on and push.
Yeah, we do. And I also think there's a good, now this, for me, if we give off energy, the strongest sort of energy that we could give off, I think, is fear. And we have noticed a pattern that if we scare ourselves on purpose. So like we had the Wi-Fi cameras and we did scare Tony while she was on her own. We did like shout down the camera and scare her. And it was at that point while she was scared that things happened.
Yeah.
So I think it feeds off. Does it feed off fear? Does it?
Yeah,
Because it's quite a strong source, like that rush that you get. Fear is one of the strongest feelings that we give off.
Yeah.
So
I find when we're laughing at something.
Yes, when we're laughing as well, but also you think you've got fear and then you've got like this really heightened happiness.
Yeah,
it's two really big energy sources.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Somebody laughed with us. We was all in a room laughing together.
Oh, we heard that laugh.
And we heard a laugh that was laughing along with us.
Recently.
I thought you were going to say Paranormal.
Oh, I don't know.
I remember. But someone laughed at 30 Strive on the SS method.
Yeah, I got a laugh down there.
You got a laugh. Your husband got a laugh. He's a skeptic, and that creeped him out anyway.
Yeah, so my husband Sean was doing the SS, and it was dead loud. You can hear on the recordings that you can't hear because you can hear the SS through the earphones.
Yeah.
So you know that the person can't hear you, but there was something that went like ha 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 down the earphones, and he threw them off and was like, "Yeah, no, sack that." And then I did it a bit later on, and I got the same, like it was like a ha 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 through the radio, and I was like, "Oh my god!" It laughed at me. Something laughed. And
there was like mimicking of voices.
Mimicking of voices.
My voice through it.
Yeah, we heard Tony's voice through it, and it's really weirded. Was it Adrian?
Yeah.
It really weirded.
I heard Chris.
I heard Chris's voice.
I heard Chris's voice, and I actually threw the headphones off because I felt like it was right in my. Well, it was through the headphones, but it felt like.
Yeah, I know what you mean, though. Yeah.
And the fact that
when me and Sarah were in another room, and I said, we heard like a breath. That's on our TikTok as well. We heard something behind us, and I said, "Are you near the bed?" And then through the other room in the Estes, down the earphones, it said Tony Knows. Now my name's not exactly a common name, is it? Like Tony Knows. After I'd asked the question, just quite strange.
No,
that's a different room as well.
Very creepy. There was so much that like, so much, and it's what else did it say? It said my name at one point as well, didn't it? When I was in the other room.
I had both your name and yours, Sarah, come through on the Estes method.
I think it was you.
Recorded. I know that we are doing. When I had the earphones on, and Adrian said, "If you want us to leave, tell Emma." And immediately I say, "Leave."
Yeah.
And again, watching it back is surreal because at the time you're just saying what you can hear in the earphones, and
you are
came through as leave, and we've got that on footage, and that's on our TikTok, and that was just the timing of it. How can you say that that's coincidence? Like out of all the silences, and then tell Emma to leave if you want us to leave, and then leave. How can that be not evidence on its own? It's just it's too coincidental for that to be. And even if people are going to say, "Oh, it's fake," because we got a lot of that on TikTok. It's fake. It's a load of rubbish. Even if it's fake, I couldn't hear him. How would I have known that he was going to say that for me to say it when I did? It's just strange.
It's too much of a coincidence for the timing to be that accurate.
Yeah, exactly. It is. And you can hear it going. You can hear it through the headphones externally. Like, I mean, obviously, there's elements of. One thing that we do need to be like, we heard a lot of our names, and we need to be aware that like pareidolia, we know our names. We all know our names. So if we're going to try and make our names out, like without knowing it, we're going to try and make our names, aren't we? Yeah. Like without knowing it, our brains are going to hear something and process the names of the people that are there.
Yeah.
We've got to be aware of that as well.
Give us a word.
Yeah. I've remembered the question. Yeah,
you remembered it?
It's not even that good. You're gonna be disappointed. But anyway,
say it before you forget it.
So when you go out on location, whether it's to East Drive or the Haunted Hotel or anything, do you ever, when you get there, you walk into a room, even if it's a room that you've been in 100 times before, you walk in and you've got that dark feeling.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
And you think, I just don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
You're literally within seconds.
I had that attack.
We have that. Haunted hotel is one of them that we get that quite a lot, because we've been in all the rooms there, and sometimes, especially room 2, I feel really cozy and at home, and I don't feel scared at all. And then other times I go and I just feel unsettled. And there was one particular time we spoke about again with Sarah where I was so frightened I couldn't move off the bed, and it was just me and Sarah there. And at that time, we caught a man's voice shouting Peter, but I was just absolutely terrified, and I couldn't. I've not felt a fear like it. And then other times I can go on in my own and I'd be fine. But yeah, definitely the vibe changes all the time. It's like I think that's just normal, isn't it, in the paranormal? It depends what day of the week it is.
It is. I mean, when I first walked into 30 East Drive, and we all did, like the 3 of us went in. There was me, Chris, and Tom who went in first. Yeah. And we all got the same dark vibe, and it just kind of sets the tone for the night. We can tell straight away when we walk into somewhere what the tone's going to be for the night. And I don't know if it's because it was a new venue and we've not been there before or anything, but as soon as we walked in, it was you just got this. There was something watching, something there, something, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
you felt that energy, didn't you?
Yeah, it could be that it's just that seed has been planted. It'd be interesting to see if you've just bought a random house somewhere. I know there is a history, but it'd be interesting if someone bought a random house somewhere and said it was haunted, and just kind of see if people got anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be, but obviously we know that things have happened in that building. But same with the hotel. We got vibes when you walk into there as well. Like you get names. I got first couple of times I went there. I got a name in room 6 in my head. I'm not a medium or anything, but I get vibes and things. And
you pick up on stuff.
Yeah, pick up on things. And I got the name Richardson, didn't I? AD, you were there on that day. And I was like, oh, we've got Richard. And it turns out, I had no idea about the history. It turns out there was a Richardson that was picked up on the many times at this in room 6. So, and then we went to Halton Castle as well, which is a castle, but it's also it's like it's a pub as well, isn't it? On the ruins.
Right, okay.
I didn't get anything there. I felt like that was. I didn't feel any vibe. I didn't feel anything.
No, but in the one room there was this vibe of a little boy under a table. It felt like there was a little boy cowering under a table.
Yeah, I do admit that in the very beginning I did get that vibe there.
And I was saying to everybody in the room at the time, I was thinking there's a little boy in this I felt like he was called like Timmy or Timothy, just a name in my head. And I called it out and said, if it is, can you let us know? And all the devices, the K2, the REM pod, all went off at the same time. And a medium came up to me afterwards in the room and said, I just let you know that was brilliant, and that I got exactly the same thing, but he just didn't voice it. So I was like, it's good. It feels like just nice to know, isn't it?
Yeah, just to shout out Adrian there on the comments.
Oh, sorry, I'll put it back up.
No, it's fine. He's one of our biggest cheerleaders, and we love him. Little bestie.
A little bestie. Love you, Adrian.
He put something in the chat earlier, but I couldn't find it. I meant to pin that up, but it went too quick. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
So, have you ever thought? Because I know you're a midwife, and Adi, you work in healthcare as well, don't you? You said when do you work a lot in hospitals? Are you out and about, or is it a bit of both?
For me, a bit of both.
Hospital and ward based.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you ever, when you're in the hospital, go to like a part that there's not many people about, and you get like you're being watched or stuff going on that shouldn't be happening?
Well, we need a cup of tea for this, because my God, this girl has got some stories.
Hey, that's what we want.
Go on, AJ.
Hey, let me tell.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Tony.
Is it coffee break time?
Oh, well, yeah. Send her off to make a cup of tea now. That's on our tea run.
So
go on.
Where I work is the original COVID ward. I don't know whether can I actually say where I work? Will I get in trouble? I work at a local hospital. There we go.
Right.
And where I am is the original COVID ward.
Right.
We have an ITU bay that's now abandoned. I've got a number of videos that I will share personally to you, Andy. I don't think I can put them out there.
Yeah.
But we've had members of staff, and because they know that I'm into the investigations, I'm the go-to. Honestly, I'll go there in the morning and be like, Adi, come here. And I'm like, go on, what's happened this month, calf? Tell me all about it. We've had objects that have just randomly appeared. We had a scream in the corridor the other week. Nobody was in the corridor.
A scream?
Yeah, it was awful. Blood-curdling scream in the middle of the corridor, unexplainable. Nobody was there.
Nah.
We got a scream at my grandma's. I mean, this is going to sound really sadistic. I'm sorry. My grandma passed away early December, and I know this starts really bad.
I don't know why I laughed at that point. Sorry.
No,
I just laughed. So, Emma just said our grandma passed away, and I laughed.
And now I'm laughing at you laughing.
Now I'm laughing at you laughing at her.
Sorry, Grandma.
Sorry,
Grandma. I love you, Grandma.
My grandma passed away in early December, and it was quite a shock. But as we were clearing the house out, we thought, you know what? We've never been in this situation where we thought, right, my grandma's passed away. We have a piece of her hair, and let's go to where she lives. Let's go to her house, and we'll just call out and see if anything's there. And we did, and we lit some candles, and we took my grandma's picture and her hair, and we sat there, and we brought my brother, and we filmed it. We've actually got it on film. We can send that to you, actually.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
We call out, because a lot of stuff we don't actually share, and even though it's good catches, we don't think it's appropriate. So we're not like one of them who share everything. But we caught this blood-curdling scream in the background, and it's horrendous.
But I heard it though. I heard it at the time. It was DVP. It was in the room that we were in.
Yeah.
But it was a blood-curdling scream. It was like an agony scream. The way I described it at the time was it was like a scream that you'd expect if like you were in the depths of hell or something. I don't know how to describe that.
Yeah. It was the only thing we caught. But talking of screams with Adi, that's what we found. So just before I forget, because I can be interjective like that, we'll go back to Adi.
Her screams.
Yeah.
This was really strange because we've got it's like almost a U for the entire of the ward. So when you enter the ward, you go down, and then it's like a right and then a right again. Yeah. You've got 5 different bays. However, this was the one where the ITU bay sort of steps off to the side, which was the COVID ITU bay. And the scream was heard in the middle of the corridor. We could hear it in bay 5, which is where I was. You could hear it from the nurses' station, bay 4 and bay 3. And then there's obviously 2 other bays at the very back. So it managed to reach 3 different bays. It was that loud. And we all come running out because we're all based in the bays. And we're all like, is everybody okay? What's going on? Check bay 2, check bay 1, make sure no one's fallen. Nobody had fallen. Nobody had screamed. Nobody was in the corridors. It was just unexplainable. Completely unexplainable. There's just no reasoning behind it. But obviously, we was working in a hospital. It's like, right, get over it, back to work. People need our help.
You haven't got time to hang about.
That's it. But then we find as well that where the ITU bay is, it's abandoned. It's literally just a dumping ground for beds, wheelchairs, things like that.
Yeah.
The buses are going off on their own. And we've had electricians out, we've got them out every month trying to figure out where the fault is. There's no fault. They're literally stumped. And I've got videos where I can show you. And we're turning them off for them to then be turned back on. We pump up a lot of, we call them Nimbus mattresses, which is a special mattress for patients. Because if it's an abandoned ITU bay, we've got the space to pump them up. Now, me and my friend was pumping up this mattress in the ITU bay, folding it out, and then the bathroom door opens by itself. It was shut. There's no explanation why it's opening. The pair of us absolutely crapped our pants and literally ran. We just abandoned everything, abandoned ship and ran. Obviously, me being a paranormal investigator, I've stood in there and I'm like, come on, let's provoke the spirit like that. Just having a laugh. And we're like, move the chair. Next thing, this chair just goes flying. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. But you can't run in work. You can't run in work.
Yeah, you can't. The footage that you have caught, you can't even put out there.
I'd be sprinting.
No.
I'd be gone.
So honestly, I'll send it you over because these girls have seen so many of me going, the buzzers are going off, girls. Yeah. And I'll whisper it and I'm like, I'm going to sneakily video it for you.
I mean, I'd absolutely love to investigate.
It's great.
We just know that we can't.
It's so surreal.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's awful. Absolutely, it's just weird. And I say to people, must be like, you must absolutely love it. I love being frightened and scared and that whole adrenaline rush. When you're in work for a 12-hour shift and it's messing around with you at 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't like it.
Yeah.
we turn the lights
You're not
off.
in the mood either, are you? Really?
No.
Just want to get done and get home.
It's just
whilst I was training to be a midwife, I worked at the hospice as well, on bank, and I heard a lot of shuffling down the corridors, and sort of just like as if there was sort of like a little old man or something just shuffling, little shuffling noises down the back end up near like where the morgue was, where you wouldn't, the mortuary, where you don't actually go up. And we were doing last offices on somebody who'd passed away, and we were debating whether or not to wipe this lipstick mark off them. The wife had given them a kiss, and we were like, should we wipe it off or keep it on? And at the same time we were asking that question, the recliner chair in the hospice room just like went all the way back down and then back up again on its own. And it was weird because it doesn't, like, it shouldn't go off. It hasn't gone off. And it was as if this guy was like thinking, whoever, if he'd passed on, he'd be like, nope, keep it on. Keep the lipstick on.
That's the message you got from it.
It's weird, yeah, we did. I mean, we did have. I mean, in my own head, I was thinking, oh, he's testing out his new skills.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do.
But the thing with a recliner, because this chair I've got is a gaming chair. It's a recliner. You've got to pull the handle up and proper push back on it.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing to do.
It just kind of went backwards really slowly. Yeah. And then back up.
And then even to bring it back up, you've got to put your weight on it to like.
I know, it was just really weird. It was just a really weird thing, and it was just because it coincided with when we were asking about the lipstick mark.
Yeah.
But it's just really strange. But again, these places are things that like you'd love to investigate, but it's just it feels so disrespectful, doesn't it? It's like cemeteries. We always want to do something in a cemetery, but we just feel so. We feel disrespectful, don't we?
A lot of Americans, Mexicans, you do actually see them. There's a very famous guy in Brazil, I can't remember his name. He does a lot of famous cemeteries. And again, it's not about doing it in there. It's being respectful whilst you're doing it. It's not being in there. It's doing it the right way.
Well, I got a really good one. I filmed these in the group, didn't I? I got a really good sort of apparition picture in Aberystwyth. I'll send it you. Right. I can send you that one, Andy. I just can't send you the other ones to show from work.
That's fine.
I was just taking pictures because I did art and design in university. So I thought I did a project on like sort of the spiritual side. I've always been into it, so I thought it's a really old cemetery and it's beautiful, so I went to take pictures. And then when I'm going back to look at the pictures, it looks like lens flare. However, there's no reason for the lens flare to be behind the grave and then at the top. Lens flare would be in the camera itself.
You see it. You see it like because I did I did art and design at Worsley College, and I did photography as well, so I know how all that works. It's quite a while back. It's in the late 80s, early 90s, but photography hasn't changed that much since, only with like the digital. So when you get lens flare, you can see what lens flare is.
You can tell what lens flare
usually, you only really get it when you're getting a picture of any light source on there.
Yeah, definitely. I'll send you this picture.
And you always look like UFOs as well.
Yeah.
For some reason, just like little blue UFOs.
Yeah.
Or mine do anyway.
Little blue UFOs.
Yeah.
Talking of like UFOs, UAPs and things, we need to do some sky watching, girlies.
Well,
want to go somewhere and do a bit of sky watching.
Funny you should say that.
Yeah.
Because once it starts getting clear, well, whenever it gets a clearer night, I'm going to do a multi-sky watch. So I want to get 8 different people on from 8 different locations, including myself, 8 different locations, whether it's around the world or in the UK.
Yeah.
Just like this now, like a stream, just get your camera, iPad, whatever, just point it up at the sky and see if you pick anything up. Whether it's day, night, it doesn't really matter. But
that's a great idea.
I know, isn't it just?
Well, I've got few people up for it.
I'd love to do
you
it.
guys are interested.
Yeah, because you're always looking at the same sky, aren't you? So
yeah, but you're going to be looking in different
you will
directions, aren't you? So because I do want to get. So that's the first one.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Is that one you've just sent, Edie?
Yeah. So this is the one that I said. How can it be lens flare if it's behind a grave?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Are we looking
at
the
next one. You're
on
going
the
to
left?
put the ring around it.
So I'll put the ring around the next one so that you can see it. So it's a little bit closer.
On the first one, it does look like it's just an orb, like under the wing and at the top corner of that headstone. But when you go into that one, it's looks more misty. So you can see it just below center of the circle going vertically. You can see it's behind that smaller headstone, and then it comes up and you can see the orb in front of the one behind it. If that makes any sense to anyone.
I've always said this to me looks like somebody's praying at a grave.
Yeah, it does.
It looks like somebody's praying. Like the bottom part underneath to me looks like a hand or flowers.
Yeah, it does. Someone's kneeling down.
Moving forward.
Yeah, I can see it now.
It's
very translucent.
Yeah, it's a really strange one.
Can you see that?
Oh yeah.
It's strange.
Oh, would you know, that's a great idea, having that on the telly. I wish I'd done that.
Yeah, that's why we keep looking to the left, because we've just got a big TV set up so we can see it bigger, because we're on a phone with a tiny screen.
Yeah, that's why I've got the monitor there, but I've got the TV there for people, because obviously people are going to be coming in and out throughout the next 10 years, whatever it is. How long I'm doing it, I don't know now. So that's why I've got Messenger open there. So rather than keep checking on my phone, I can just look to my left and see it from there.
That's how we keep
that's a cool picture, that.
It's good in that one.
And in daylight as well.
Do you know, it's funny you say daylight too, because we've been thinking about doing some daylight investigations, because if there's anything in the sort of any spirits and sort of entities or anything that's there, they're not just going to be confined to the night time, and no one really kind of investigates in the day.
No.
And I think there aren't really anyone. I think obviously they're having it dark and scary and
that's just
vibe, but it'd be interesting. It is, and so I don't know. Sometimes I think maybe it'd be interesting to do the daytime investigations. The only issue is the noise pollution and the people around you that might be, if it's a public place, and it can be tricky, can't it? But
well, that's why I like doing spring, summer, just probably about an hour before it starts getting dark. There's still people about, but there's not much people. Well, most people are home from work or shopping and that. So it's just working out pretty much where everyone is and where they should all be at home. But
I would, I'd love to go and do an investigation at Beeston Castle, because it's our go-to, isn't it, ladies? But I don't know what kind of. There's something very, very spiritual.
I'll tell you what, though, when we have them, we going to closes. It closes at 5, so we like going at about 4, and it's great in the winter times because it gets dark about 4, 4:15. So we have a little bit of time where it's sort of really eerie and not quite light, but not quite dark in that middle of the sunset. But I think I would love to see if I could go after hours for an hour.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Have you been to Odd Salon yet?
Yeah, but I've actually messaged them. I've been as a general visit, but they actually don't allow you to do any private hire, or it's strictly their own. It's not often.
They've got a 24-hour camera on there,
Oh, do they? I tried to find that.
So in the main room. So in the main room where they got the suits of armor, they've got what look like giant wooden Welsh dressers. That room, I was talking to, I think, the narrator or whatever it is that's there, and he was saying it's on a 24-hour camera, but you don't see it until the next day. So say you went 8 o'clock today, you won't see it until 8 o'clock tomorrow. What it used to be exactly 24-hour time difference, but you don't stop it. It's continuous. Sorry.
Why is that? Why the delay? I wonder.
I don't. They said they don't mess with it. They keep it running, so you can go on there, and if you say anything,
yeah.
Well, he didn't really go into any more
No.
detail other than that.
See, we could do that, and then one other place I really want to go to again is Tatton Hall. We still haven't managed to.
No.
Still haven't managed to get there, have we? But Tatton Hall was definitely one of the best venues I've been to. It's a shame that you can't private hire. We have actually asked the company that do the events there now. We have asked them if we can buy every single ticket on one of their nights, so that it's just us. And they're yet to get back to us. But I would buy every single ticket for the prices that we are paying at the minute, like for these venues.
Yeah, it's not cheap, is it?
Between all of us, though, I'd buy every single ticket if there were 30 tickets at £50 each. Like, I would do it. We're looking at doing Shrewsbury Prison between us all. So, and that's £1,500 to private hire. It is. But when you think, if there's 4 of us, and then if you think about if we've got some other teams that we want to do stuff with, like Into the Unknown, there's 4 guys on that, and
when you break it down like that, it's not too bad then, is it?
Exactly. So if you know of the teams.
We have got access as well to some locations down south with some airfields and where there's sort of military wreckages and things like that. And
not Grafton Underwood, is it?
I think it's something that's not known for. It's something privately that's been mentioned to us.
Right.
Not known for activity, but has activity. I can't remember the name. It's one of our friends that are sorting it for us. What else is there?
There's the flower shop.
Military hospitals.
Yeah.
There's the flower shop as well. There's a flower shop. Where is it? I can't remember what it is. There's a flower shop that's got some activity that we're going to go to, and then we do a bit with Chirk Mill. So Chirk Mill we're going back to. But yeah, I know. Well, I did a promo video. I got free investigation, so we're going to go.
All right, cool. I didn't go investigating. I went out with my mate and the kids. It was in Liverpool. I've got Kirby House in my head, but I don't think it is. I just think it was in Kirby, just down the East Lancs. And it's a museum now. This family used to live there. I cannot remember the name of it. If somebody knows, please put it in the chat. And when you're walking around, you're looking outside, and when they've built the chimney, you can see little kids, like 4 or 5-year-old kids' handprints in the brick. Wow. And everyone thinks it's paranormal. They used to get the kids making the bricks and taking them out the kiln because they were small, they could get more in and out. But you can see these.
That's well weird.
Like 30 foot up the wall, but you can see it from one of the windows, like when you look outside.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That is very strange.
It is. It's very odd.
I like that. That's big weird, isn't
it? I'm sure.
I wouldn't like that.
It's not Kirby. It's something Hall, and it's in Kirby. It's just down in Slank. I can't remember. It might be Kirby Hall.
Nothing's jumping out at me when
Croxteth Hall. Croxteth Hall in Kirby. Don't make sense, but
no, I've not. We'll have to have a look at that.
Would you mind if I brought one of the next guests on because he's sat here waiting and he's a really top guy? So this is Earl Grey. He is part of MUFON. I think he's the state director of Southern California. So I will bring him on now. Hello, Earl.
Hi, how are you doing, Andy?
Hello.
I'm good. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing quite well. I just wrote in chat. I'm early.
Yeah, I just seen it there. I've seen you pop up. So
I was gonna wait but that's fine. You can bring me on now if you want.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
How's it going? How long have you been on now?
1 hour 29 minutes. I've only got 23 and a half hours to go.
Oh my god!
It's gone quick though, hasn't it? Really?
No.
Are we boring you?
You know what?
Now I will.
I had this conversation We always say when I do the 2-hour streams, it goes like that. It's done. I'm like, could have sat there chatting all night, and now I am going to be sat here chatting all night. It's like, no offense to anyone, but it's proper dragging.
Yeah. It's because you know that you can't get off.
Yeah.
I thought Andy was trying to talk me into doing the whole 25 hours with him, and I was trying to figure out how to let him down kindly and politely. It's like, no.
Because I asked him to come on last week as was it last Wednesday? It was to co-host, wasn't it?
Maybe, yeah.
And he, because I'd already asked Earl about coming on because he's coming on after you guys, he thought I was asking him to come and co-host like the full shift.
Goodness. Oh God.
And he's like, sorry, Andy, but not a chance.
Do you know what would be a great idea though? To have like literally like 10 people, 10 different people doing the whole 24 hours all together. Can you imagine how fun that would be? Watching everybody slowly lose their minds.
Sarah, do not give him ideas.
You know what? I think you four have just volunteered.
You see, now if Andy gets tired, he can just put this guy in here to do the show for him, and
I'll just put
he speaks telepathically. So
that'll work. That'll work. Can you imagine 10 people though? But
what do you reckon for next year?
Imagine having a big group of people. That'd be a cracking idea.
Because I would actually get.
A couple of bottles of wine.
You know how you said you'd pay 1,500 quid to go and do that?
Yeah.
I would pay someone to make me a cardboard cutout, 3D, and sit it in this chair, and I'll just sit beside moving the arms and a pulley.
Like Home Alone.
You have to pre-record your speech, you know. I mean, but you could use AI or something. It's just, I guess, you could find out what the upper limits of AI technology is. If it could fool
we
everybody.
might be AI right now. We might be AI right now.
Very well could be.
You've no idea.
So I love your earrings, Sarah.
Yes.
Very, very cool.
Aren't they? You've got a key ring, haven't you, Andy?
Yeah, they're on my bag, and my bag's over there, and I'm sat up with my feet up on the bed, very comfy, and I really don't want to move until I have to. But because I've got, when people start moving around the house and start going to bed, I've got to go downstairs, do it from the living room, but I'm doing it from the iPad. So I'm doing that from about 11:30. Oh gosh.
Wow.
Till about 7:30, 8 o'clock when everyone goes to school and work. Then I'll be back upstairs on the computer.
Oh God.
So I'm going to bring Chris Evers in now. So Chris Evers is the CEO of Outer Limits magazine, which is an online digital magazine that Earl does columns for, don't you? Mm-hmm. You do a lot of input for the magazine. Now Chris is based up in Hull. And Chris does OLM conference. So he's got one in September this year. I went to the one, not last year, the year before. Last year's got cancelled. So I shall bring Chris on.
Great.
Hello, Christopher.
Hi, guys. How are you all doing? I hope you're all not too tired yet.
Hello. Yeah, we've been going for an hour and 33 and I'm ready for bed.
I was ready for bed on Monday thinking about this.
Do you regret your idea now?
Turn the eating down, that'll keep you awake.
Do you know what? Look, I've had the fan on, so if I keep cool, less chance of going to sleep. When I was thinking about doing this, I thought in me, that's a really good idea, but I didn't actually calculate how long 24 hours, because don't forget, it's 24 hours on here. I'm awake. I'm not just going to wake up, come in here, come off, go straight to sleep. Obviously, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm touching 40 hours that I'm going to be awake for.
Oh, you'll be all right.
My goodness.
That's making me cry really bad inside.
You're a young man.
Again.
When I was your age, I used to go partying all night, literally.
You know how old I am, Chris?
And work the next day.
Do you know how old I am?
Yeah, you must be 70.
I'm the rest. I'm older than Earl.
17, maybe.
I am 51 on Saturday.
Really?
You are not.
Do not look 51 at all.
Stop
I trust me.
You wear it
No matter what,
well,
you're
sir.
still younger than me and Elle.
No,
Yeah, but you can only see me from there up.
We are 33.
No?
Well, you're not. You're younger. What are you?
32.
32. I'm 33. Me and Sarah are the twins. Me and Sarah.
Yeah.
We're 33. And I would have definitely easily said you're 38. I'm not even lying.
Very specific.
I would have said
I'm
that.
not lying.
Yeah.
I am not
Do you
lying.
know, I'd have put you at about
the baby.
27.
about 40, 41.
I can fall out with people, you know.
That's just maybe his decade.
No, 10 years is good. 10 years is good. My eldest son's 30 this year.
Stop it.
No.
Still older than me.
Yeah, that makes me want to cry as well.
My
There's
oldest
a lot
is
that makes me want to
40.
cry at the moment.
Tony's the baby of the group. Tony's not even hit 30 yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's turning 41
No,
this
she
year.
hasn't.
I think my eldest son is turning 41, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Which is scary.
Gosh.
I have to do some math. Maybe older than that now that I think about it. 81 he was born. So no, he's older than that. Oh my God. 42.
Oh.
I'm 65. I'm not gonna, beat around the bush about it.
And Chris doesn't look 104 either.
Just call me Gandalf.
I feel it though.
I decided when I got to about 25, 26, I'm don't want to get older anymore. I want to stay at this.
21. Once you're 21, it's just plus another couple of years on top. You'd be
Yeah. But yeah, I just don't think about it.
I kind of figure you're sort of who you're going to be at about age 30, 33 in that area. I mean, people kind of find their personalities at that point. Yeah.
I think I'm 33 and I'm only just figuring out who I am. Definitely.
I turned 40 before I had any idea.
Think of it this way: Jesus Christ only lived to be 33. I mean, I'll read the New Testament now as an old coot, and it's just like this young whippersnapper. What does he know? I guess that was old age back in those days. I don't know.
He did have a bit of an advantage, though, didn't he? With being the son of God, he's like he had a bit extra than what anyone else did.
Yeah.
So what you're saying then, Andy? We're starting this off with a religious debate. Is that what you're saying?
No, please
no. Definitely
it's
not.
only the Bible that says he was the son of God, mate. So
Yeah, I've never read it. I know of the Good Samaritan. The Good Samaritan. That's it.
I like the Good
and the
Samaritan.
ark, something about the ark. And that's my religion knowledge.
I will say,
just seen in the comments, so old. You almost a survivor.
We don't tend to read the Bible as much, do we, the British?
No.
We have a very stiff upper lip, don't we? I'm just saying, because as Brits don't seem to be very, religious, we don't like to share our religious views in case of, I don't know, maybe it's just a typical British stiff upper lip.
John Lennon got in trouble in America because back in 1966, he did an interview that was published in a British periodical where he was being matter of fact. He wasn't being anti-religious, or he was just stating a fact. He said the Beatles are more popular than Jesus now. And that got over the pond, and the guys in the Bible Belt went ballistic. And I mean, there were like Beatle bonfires where people were burning Beatle records and ban the Beatles signs. And it was just quite the kerfuffle. But yeah, it's different here. People, kerfuffle. I hang out with a lot of Brits. Anyway,
think of this, mate. All those extra sales the Beatles would have made in the religious belt of the southern states of the USA, selling records to burn.
They had to buy them to burn.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh,
right.
My goodness.
So, quickly. While we've got Earl and Chris on, I know Have any of you had any UFO encounters? Or what you believe, UFO, UAP, USO, whatever you want to call them?
Chris, you first.
I have not.
No?
I've had what I believe are 2 ghostly encounters.
Oh.
So my first one was living in our old property, round about 5 miles away from where I am now. And there's myself, my wife, Jan, and my 2 stepchildren, their children to a previous relationship, Ben and Zana.
Yeah.
And we're walking along a road, and the road was on my left-hand side. There was a fence to an old school on the right-hand side, round about shoulder height on me, and I'm about 5'9.5", 5'10", somewhere round about there. I used to be 5'11", but as you get older, you shrink, apparently. Anyway, walking along, going past this fence, again, as I say, about shoulder height. Behind that fence was an old school, a Victorian school, which had a hedge between the fence and the actual playground where all the kids used to play. And we're walking along, and I feel something or somebody, because I turned around ready to smack the person who was doing this, actually pulled my right shoulder back.
Oh.
So it actually pulled me back with such force that my body went backwards. So that was my first one. And in 2004, my mum passed away. My mum passed away with cancer, and we cleared her house, etc. She passed away in early December 2004. We cleared the house, and we're getting ready to go out for New Year, trying to jollify things up a little bit as best we could. Anyway, I happened to bring from the old property a shaving mirror, which had been in my mum's bathroom. I'm sat hot water's in, getting ready, face lathered up, Anyway, starting to shave, and I looked down into the mirror, and my mum was looking back at me.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, but no.
Wow.
Through the mirror. Through the mirror.
From the mirror, yeah.
I would love that, actually. I miss my mom so much. She never really
Sorry,
came
there's
back.
too many people talking at once. Sorry. No, nobody's speaking now.
No one spoke, Chris. You're hearing things.
Yeah, I've always said this. I would love this, but at the same time, I'd love to see like my grandma, or because I've not lost a parent yet or anything. But at the same time, I wouldn't know if it would scare me initially. But I'd want to see it, but it would scare me because it's not. You don't expect it, really, do you? Even though you actively go looking for it. Well, we go looking for it.
Yeah.
I think it would take me back a bit. I'd be like, oh gosh, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I'd be a bit frightened, but I'd want it. But
I think because you know that person in life, it probably would kind of hit a bit harder than if you saw like an apparition, something you didn't recognise or know. I think that knowing where they are and what's happened to them, if you saw them, it probably would impact you a little bit more, Emma.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I'm really, really glad that Emma, Adi, and Tony are actually sat there now. Because when I first put this on, forgive me, I don't know the lady's name in black who sat with Emma and Adi and Tony there. But I thought Tony, or the missing person,
was the one that was
in the background.
It's Regan.
Yes, I looked and I thought, what the hell is that?
Earl, I think he needs to borrow your glasses.
I've got mine on, mate. That's
Oh my
Little
god.
Regan.
So I've
Do you know
got.
what? There she is. That's our fifth member, Emma.
Yeah, my
So I have one weird that I thought was a ghost encounter, but now I'm wondering if it might have been an effect from ETs. It happened back in the 90s, and I wasn't real up on.
Is that your 90s, El? Is that in your 90s, or it happened in the 1990s?
Ooh.
Sorry, mate. Go on. I'm interrupting.
That's okay. Well, I had my old girlfriend back in the 1990s, not 1890s or 1790s, but we had like a poltergeist thing going on where boxes would fly across the room. She had like her cat's ashes in a box, for instance, and it just flew across the room and landed, and no earthquake, nothing like that. And weird things like that, like the TV would turn on by itself. And the scariest one of all, we were talking about what was going on, and I was saying, well, maybe we need to burn sage in here and do a little, cleansing of your house, because this is getting kind of, current and repetitive and bothersome and scary. We're talking like this, and I had painted a painting of her holding her guitar. And it was a large painting. It was hung on the wall with museum wire. And as we're having this conversation, the painting flies off the wall and lands like 6 feet, 7 feet into the middle of the room, face down. And at this point, I went and I got sage to burn. I, salt around the, I did a little, you can't stay here. And invoking my higher power and stuff like that. But now the other thing, though, is that I wasn't very savvy about the experiencer phenomenon back then, because she would have beings that would show up into the room sometimes, and she would tell me about it. And they didn't really look like your proverbial alien. Sometimes it would just be a cloaked being, and sometimes it would be a being that looked a little bit like Jesus. To where we're talking about the Naz again, Jesus Christ. Yeah. But it wasn't him. It was just like this visitor. When she was a young girl, she was maybe 6, 7 years old. She was sitting on the porch, and she saw a UFO hovering over her house. It was a cigar-shaped silver UFO. It was just hanging there, and she's looking up at it. And the next thing she knows, it's 2 hours later. The family had been looking for her frantically. They couldn't find her. And so now that I work with people that have had ET contact, and I've had my own experience some years back, one of the residual effects of having had ET contact is poltergeist-like activity. It may be an electromagnetic thing that happens. I have various hypotheses about it, but I'm not sure. I'm not going to say it is this. But I kind of question now whether that was a ghost, like we thought it was back then, or perhaps it was because she was having contact. And for instance, my friend who works with Philip Mantle has written the Pascagoula books with Philip for Flying Disc Press. Irina had a close encounter with a craft and missing time when she was young. Now, this is a scientist. She worked for the NSA for a period of time, worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for time. And a very, very knowledgeable woman who, I go to if I have questions about astronomy or ufology or physics or what have you. When she had her encounter, she came home and poltergeist-like activity happened. Her electric toothbrush flew across the room and hit the wall, which was quite surprising to her. So apparently this is a thing. So I don't know if I've experienced a poltergeist, like a ghost, or if it was a residual effect from my old girlfriend's experiencer activity, because she was getting visits for like, I don't know, I was going out with her for maybe 6 years or something. And we're still friends. We talked about it recently. I said, I've been thinking about, the weird activity that used to happen, and maybe blah, I told her about that, and she thought that was a very good possibility. It didn't seem like anything malevolent, it didn't seem like your usual haunt, but it was just this weird thing where things would fly around and hit the wall and stuff. So.
Do you,
my goodness,
girls, ladies, do you get anything like that when you're out investigating?
No, we've not really experienced anything like that can't that I can recall as of yet. The only thing that I can think of was at East Drive. When we heard the oven door, we replicated the sound, and I think it was the oven door. Me and Sarah were in the kitchen, in the living room, and we heard a noise. Again, it's on our TikTok. We managed to capture it on camera, and it sounds like the oven door was moving and banging. Everyone was upstairs. That's the only thing, but I've never actually seen it. I've never experienced anything like that.
No, we haven't had anything thrown or anything as such.
It's the only time I've ever seen
I have actually. Yeah, I have. No, you've just literally, we've thought the same thing. So, right, this sounds a little bit silly now, but it's not.
Can I just before you start? Can I bring the next guest on because she's on with Chris and Earl? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So this is Lila Bright. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Right. Sorry. Sarah was just going to tell us about one of the investigations that was on, an encounter that they had.
It's a little bit of a strange one, and it might make you laugh, but it was thrown at me nonetheless. So, went to my haunted hotel in Chester, as we always do, and it was I was in the toilet, and behind me was a stack of toilet rolls, and one by one, the toilet rolls from behind me were just sort of launched across the room. One, I know.
That'll get your attention.
I know, exactly. So it really freaked me out anyway. Obviously not what you want when you're on the toilet. And I'm not joking when I say I ran out of that room. I barged the door open.
No.
And I barged the door open trousers down. I ran. But the toilet rolls, if one had fallen, I could have thought, maybe it had just fallen. But a few of them behind me just kind of pinged across the room from behind me. And it's toilet roll, but it happened, and it was, I couldn't explain why all of them were just kind of being launched behind me.
Yeah. I mean, at the time we found it more funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
It was hilarious.
It was very funny.
We never immediately thought, paranormal activity. We were more laughing at these Sarah throwing the door open, belt between her ankles, going, "Girls, the toilet roll." But
no, nothing else really. We've not, other than the door slamming, nothing kind
we
of.
We did have something thrown at us in Saturn.
Oh yeah, no, now you're thinking now.
No, we don't. It's got me
too much has happened. Now you remember it.
Yeah.
Well, was that just a flick though, or was that something thrown? Are we thinking of the tapping on the shield? So we heard a little clink on a shield behind us. We're not sure if that was a tap, like it sounded like someone had flicked the shield, or if it was something that was thrown. So nothing that we've seen with our own eyes, but it potentially could have been something thrown at us. By the sound of it, nothing definite, no. But so to me, it sounded like a flick.
Something happened, but you can't pinpoint exactly what it was. Yeah,
exactly.
Hello, Lala.
Hi.
I was just going to ask the ladies, Andy. One of the things, Elle will probably be aware of this, and you will probably be aware of this as well. One of the things, I was listening to another podcast earlier on this evening, and one of the questions that came up regarded the Oz factor, or Z factor, which was originally coined, I believe, by Jenny Randalls back in the day.
Jenny Randalls.
Are you ladies, the ghost hunters there, are you aware of the Oz factor and what it is?
No.
Well, it's a period of time before people experience a paranormal experience or a UFO sighting, where it's described as like Dorothy going to the land of Oz through this whoosh effect, or this effect that happens where all the sound seems to go. Birds are singing, it disappears. I just wondered if you'd ever experienced anything like that yourselves.
Yes, bringing that back actually. Sorry, just knocked the phone onto the floor.
Happened at Pendle.
I've had that before. I've had it a number of times, and I think I've mentioned it on this before, and I've never understood what it was. My first experience with somebody else was I was skiing in Italy, and I was in a big crowded room, and as if everything and everyone had stopped for a moment in time or taken a breath at the same time, everything just went deathly silent for a second. And it might have even been a bit more than that. And it was me and my friend looked at one another and was like, "What was that? Did you hear that?" And it was just completely, everything fell totally silent for a few seconds. And I don't know if it was my hearing or what, but I do find I have experienced something like that before. And I just can't explain. I don't understand what it was. It's like it's a glitch in the universe for a moment.
Right.
Yeah.
I ask because it's amazing how, I mean, I describe myself, I'm not a ufologist anymore, I'm more of a publisher of an online magazine, but I've done my fair share of investigations, just like hell, you know, over the years. But it's amazing how many of these events, these occurrences, all seem to have similar things occurring within them. As I say, the os factor and so on, you know.
I'll have to have a look at that.
Yeah, I will now. And
I'm going to look
this way. I kind of lean towards the interdimensional view of where UFOs and entities come from. And a lot of ufologists do. I mean, Dr. Hynek from Project Blue Book, Jacques Vallée, Hynek's son, Paul Hynek, who's one of my closest real world friends. He believes that it's more an interdimensional phenomenon than from deep space. I think it could be both. I'm not writing off that they're coming from, I'm not saying that they're not coming from Zeta Reticuli. Perhaps some of it is interstellar and some of it is interdimensional. But I do know there's an interdimensional origin for at least some of our visitors and the UFOs people see. I mean, we see them pop into existence, pop out of existence. Sometimes you'll see like a hole open up in the sky and it'll disappear. A friend of mine in the UK, he got a video that I'm, probably going to, get some television opportunities, and we'll probably be premiering that hopefully soon. But he saw a UFO that shapeshifts into a perfect disc with a little cupola bubble on top, your proverbial flying saucer. It goes from spindle-shaped to disc-shaped, like in a blink of an eye. And you see what looks like this black cloud behind it, but it's a perfectly blue sky. It wasn't there before. Well, this goes into the black hole in the sky, and then it closes back up and it's gone. That sure as heck sounds interdimensional to me. I mean, that, wormhole technology. I put up on my social media stuff, Arthur Clarke's 3 laws. And the last one is that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And to me, I feel like, they very least use interdimensional means to get here and to leave here. Otherwise, they're traveling across the light years to get here to go and get somebody's DNA or it makes more sense to me that they're not coming from that far away.
No,
and maybe
I
that's where
actually seen
ghosts
one
come from too. And
I was I've got a question for you all before we start switching over.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to work in Bolton. I used to drive back to Swinton. You go down the A666, which is known as the Devil's Highway, and then you get on a road called the East Lancs Road, the A580. As I'm getting on the spur of that, it's a Friday afternoon. I know I spoke about this before. Clear blue sky. As I'm coming round, I see a silver object in the sky. It's a couple of miles away, probably the size of, as you're looking at it, like the tip of a pen. It did solid horizontal, like 0 degrees, blue light, like electric blue line across the sky. It stopped. The sky then opened up, bright red. It went in and all closed around it. I had to pull up on I nearly threw up. I had to pull up.
It's mad.
And
we've seen blue light.
I'd love to see that.
Yourself. It's like, did I really just see that, or did I imagine it? Am I hallucinating?
What, the blue lights? The blue lights, the sky opened up, and what was the red light within it?
So it looked like, I'll load that up. So it was about the size of the tip of that pen, as you can see it now. I reckon, because I was heading towards Manchester city centre, because that was like the main road into it from where I lived. It was only like 2-3 miles. And from where it was, guesstimate, and it's about 2 miles away. It just went across the sky, not fast, like at medium speed. It just went, stopped, where it looked like a blue trail. Then it went bright red, and the sky opened up in this bright red colour. The object went inside, and then it just closed.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, that's so weird. See, I'd love to experience something like that.
And that was just, that blew my mind.
That's how they get here, and how, you know. And the Oz effect. I mean, I'm sort of obsessed with the Oz effect because they change your environment. Time gets weird. I've experienced it before. I mean, I've been close to a UFO. Like I was maybe 30, 35 feet away from this boxy looking V-shaped UFO that was inexplicably hanging over this schoolyard. And the closer I got to it, time seemed elongated and strange. Like it was weird because it's a busy highway. It was 6:30 in the morning. I was on my way to work. Okay. So I hadn't been drinking. I wasn't on anything funny, obviously. I was, you know, working as a nurse back then. I retired a couple years ago. But when I first saw it, you know, I'm thinking, how did these students manage to pull this hoax? You know, that's just my ufologist mind working, you know. I mean, it wasn't a pretty UFO. It was kind of boxy looking, and it wasn't it wasn't a flying saucer. It wasn't, if I were to pick a UFO, this was the last one I would have wanted to have seen. The closer I got to it, sounds became muffled. You couldn't hear anything out external from my car. I mean, I had the window cracked in my car, and you still, there was no external sounds. Time became strange. And the closer that I got to this thing, the more open to suggestion. I was highly suggestible. For myself, I'm a trained observer. I know what to do. If you see a UFO, you're driving, you pull over, you take photos, you take video, you call MUFON, you call the press so that you have eyes on it. I didn't do any of the stuff that I was trained to do. Suddenly, the most important thing in the world was, oh my God, you're going to be late to work. So I like drive right past this thing that I've wanted to see all of my life, more than any. It's the only real vehicle UFO that I've ever seen. I drove right past that miracle. 3 miles out from it, I started coming to. Time was normal again. Sounds, you could, you know, there were other cars. And I pull over then, and I'm like kicking myself. I'm like, I must be the worst ufologist in the world. What just happened? And of course, there's nothing there now. You know, it's just an empty sky. But I think that it was a teachable moment. I've had a few of those. They seem almost Jungian in a way, where it seems like it's almost like a living parable that I'm being taught something about the nature of this phenomenon. I feel, you know, very moved actually that whoever this is cares enough to try to teach stuff to me sometimes. But that's the Oz effect, and I've experienced it a couple of times in my life. You know, my wife and I had a weird experience here at our old house, which I don't want to talk about because it'll take, you know, the whole episode.
23 hours.
Heard it anyway.
You see, you could have been co-host,
but it's a very strange thing.
Get out of it. Right. I've got a question for everyone. Right. So at the moment, pretty much everyone. The main question is everything connected? Paranormal, UFO, Dogman, Bigfoot, fairies, everything. What if it's not connected? What if it is all separate and they're all doing their own individual things, and they're coming in and out just like the next one, but they're just as puzzled as we are with everything else that's running alongside?
I think that we are all. I think it is all separate. I do, and actually, in a way, I feel like we may not know it, but we're just as strange to them as they are to us. Say it's just as sort of, what's the word, unfamiliar, just as unexplored, unexplained. We are in ourselves. Well, I mean, I don't even understand why we're here, but like nobody really understands. I feel like we are to them, whatever they are, and everything else going on around us that we think is abnormal or paranormal. We are their paranormal, aren't we? That's what I think. Anyway.
I mean, it just brings it to the they call it the others effect, don't they? Where we're here now investigating paranormal and like, what do they call it? Like a bit of a timeline. So when we're in our investigations and we're calling out for anything and we hear a knock back, these energies that could be like, I can't explain it. They could be hearing us if they're intelligent and not just residual. They could be hearing us say, "Can you knock?" or hearing us knock, and they're knocking back, going, "What's the knocking?" You know, like. But we're thinking, "Oh, we've got a knock response," and they could be thinking, "Oh, we've got knocking." Can you, like, it's just
they're just as confused as we are.
I love that.
Like the others, like the film. It's like the others
effect. The one with
I love that. That film is perfect for explaining the theory about, well, obviously the others effect, but 100%. I agree with that.
But then when you look at us as people and humans and how complex and strange we must look to other creatures that might exist, like look at animals. What's to say that spirits or like anything along those lines, what's to say that they are abnormal? Maybe they're just not as common as us humans because we're overpopulated, but they could just be a very normal part of what the universe is, but we find it strange because you don't really come across them.
Okay.
And we just can't comprehend it necessarily.
Part 2 to that question then, what if we're normal to all of them and we're still seeing everything as paranormal? What if they see us and it's like, oh, it's just the humans, or it's just whatever they call us?
Then I think if that's
you think that could be a possibility?
If that's the case, then why are we? If that's the case, we're isolated for a reason, then, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I always say that.
Some people think that we are.
I agree.
Like
I think
zoo theorists think we're isolated somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm open to all the above and else what.
Yeah.
I haven't made mind up about it. In fact, I probably can't. If I'm going to be a good investigator, I have to be open-minded about everything.
Yeah, I think it kind of links a little bit into Uncanny Valley as well. Like I kind of link it a little bit with why are we programmed as humans to be wary of something that looks like us but isn't us? I find it really strange. Why do we look at things that are not quite what we are and freak out? Why does it make us uncomfortable? Is it linked to the idea that we have been isolated by I don't know, other species or other beings, manifestations, however, other planes? Have we been isolated, and to them they're aware of us, but obviously we're not aware of them for a reason. It's just
One last thing I'll say before we have to head off for the next part of the show. Whatever these other creatures are, if we are just humans, we're probably the most basic of everything, because anything else that can do what they do must be far more advanced than we are. And maybe even have been around for a lot longer than us and have progressed that way. But whatever we are, we could just be it's the humans again. We're probably a bit behind, to be honest, with whatever.
We're trained monkeys, basically.
Speak for yourself, Chris.
Semi-intelligent, almost intelligent creatures that humans are.
What was that, Al? Almost intelligent was that? Yeah.
So Andy brought me on by surprise. I was waiting in the little studio, and you guys keep talking for a second, because I got to go, so to speak, skip to the loo here. Because I
keep him talking.
Plus, I want to refill
watch out
the
for
water.
the toilet rolls.
Yeah. Once one hits you guarantee you're getting a full bag of them.
I must visit the WC. So, but I will be right back.
No, if you're not back in a week, we'll send a search party.
I'll take you off the screen until I see you come back, and then I'll bring you back on.
Okay, that's a good idea.
There he is.
That
There
works.
he is.
Or you can
Mr.
just put
Gray.
my friend on, you know. Not false advertising. You brought on the Gray, right? You know, there he is. All right.
That's it. That's what we want.
You can sit there. All right. See you guys in a second.
Right. See you in a moment. Oh. Right.
And on
so,
that note,
yeah. You've got any more that you want to add before you get off?
No, I don't think so.
No, not really. No,
we're back tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, but
we've got some
you're
things
interviewing me though, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I've got plenty.
Yeah.
I'll question your sanity tomorrow.
We've got some things that we want to talk about tomorrow as well, haven't we? That we're going to be quite important to us in this year.
Yeah.
So we'll be quite interesting. Should we plant the seed, ladies?
Yes.
Basically, we feel very passionate, and there's a few things that have really struck with us this last year, and I don't know how it relates to anyone else, but we have noticed a sort of not divide as such. We want to talk about women in the paranormal.
We're not represented, or we're misrepresented, and there's not enough representation for women. And we find that we are, I wouldn't say treated differently, but I would say
there's a difference. There's a little, there's subtle
It's always
things,
been
isn't
very
there?
male dominant, and
so
so we'll we're
I
gonna
know
have a
exactly
little
what
chat
you
about
mean.
that.
Yeah,
We'll
I know what you
we'll
mean.
message you about it, Andy.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I ain't going anywhere. I'm going to be here for next week.
you'll have sunglasses on
gonna...
tomorrow.
So yeah. But do me a favour, one of you, can you message me around about midday tomorrow, and I'll send you the link for the last hour. Because
that's fine.
I will forget. As soon as you've gone off screen, I'll completely forget.
I thought you were going to say, can you message me and make sure I'm okay?
Is that as well? I should be all right.
Yeah.
You'll be all right. You'll be fine.
Yeah. So thank you, ladies, for coming on. Enjoyable as always. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. If you want to drop me a message and give me a bit of insight as to exactly how you mean what you're saying, and then we'll just go from there.
Perfect.
Right.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very
much.
No worries.
For having us.
See you in 20 hours.
And good luck, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
See you then. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hello. Right, let's swap this about. Welcome, Layla. Lala. You know, I can still
Everybody
not
does
your
it.
name right.
I just say think of the Smurf song, la 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 la.
Yes. Can I just call you Layla or Lola? Or, I don't know.
Say L. Hey L.
L. There we go. L and C.
Yeah.
L, C, and E. There we go. He's back. Oh, thank you for coming on.
Absolutely.
So when I asked you to come on, I was having a bit of a chat over Messenger, and you'd mentioned that you was having activity where you live.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk about that? Because we've just been talking about portals, and you'd mentioned that you'd seen a portal open in the backyard.
Yeah. So
that's wow.
That's the second time I saw a portal in my whole life.
Yeah.
And everything I talk about that happened at the house, we actually have gotten video or pictures of, and we put it on Facebook for everybody to see. This was late at night a few months ago, and the little sensor went off on the video. I checked it, and this dark circle appeared. It must have been huge in the sky. This dark circle, all of a sudden a light flung around the circle, and then a light shot out of it, and then it just went away.
Oh.
Right. So
Wow.
I know that, I mean, I am psychic. I've always had ghosts and aliens, and I have an implant my whole life. But whatever is at this house is amplified. It really is. We get a little bit of everything. And they even come inside. We got cameras inside. So,
yeah. So, you mentioned an implant. Do you know where the implant is? Sorry, El.
it's in my left leg, up higher, like you know where your pocket is. It's that area.
Yeah.
It's the size of a piece of rice. I found out accidentally that I had it when I would fly to see a boyfriend. He lived in Florida 20-some years ago, and I'd always set it off. And I'm like, "Can I see what you're looking at? Because I really don't have anything in my pocket." And at that time, you could actually see what was in you or on you. And I saw it. It was very tiny, very thin. And I flew a few months ago. Bob and I went to Vegas, and I was like, Bob, check this out. It's still there. And there's no stores. It doesn't look like anything happened to that area. So I'm not really sure how that happened. I think I had it since I was a little girl, personally.
Yeah. Have you ever tried removing it?
No. I wouldn't mind going to a professional or a doctor to get it checked out.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous. I've heard that people tried to get it removed and it would come right back to them, or it would move and they couldn't get it out. So I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I found one in my nose in a house where there's a lot of activity. And that, I never thought of it. It was like a grain of rice. Same size. But I pulled it out. I won't go into it. I've told this story tons of times. And your nose is bleeding, and when you're picking at something, and you can smell the blood on your hands. But I was that tired. I was just exhausted from trying. It was middle of the night. I just felt it. I thought I need to get it out. Took it out, put it on the side. When I woke up in the morning, I thought I'll have a look at it. Not there. So whether it's gone, I'm just thinking about it now. With you saying that when they remove him, they go back. Has it gone back into another part of my body? And I don't know.
Right.
Because it wasn't there the next day. And there's no blood. There's no blood on the pillows, none on my face, none on my hands, nothing.
Yeah, there's one story that I know about where someone, a man's wife saw a little incision in the back of his neck, went to the doctor, got x-ray, they removed the object. Later on, he got another one, similar spot, but this time it had hooks. You know, a fishing hook where it has hooks going the other way, so if they can't.
Yeah, to stop it coming out.
That's what this thing had. So it was almost like they were saying, okay, try to take this out, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to
shape implants.
Yeah.
Terry Terry Lovelace had an implant that looked like a little central flower with petals around it. That was after he had an abduction experience with a triangular craft, and he had X-ray. He had photos of it, X-ray imagery, and I think that he might have had. Did he have tomography of it? I forget. I know he had the X-ray of it. I know that I had like a weird thing behind my leg that was hard, and there hadn't been an injury there, and it was there for years with a little scoop mark thing. It's not there anymore. It's gone. Maybe they're done with me, or maybe I'm such a part of it that they don't need that anymore. I don't know. Do you feel like it's like a malevolent thing, or do you feel like it's?
I just think it's so they keep track of me. Honestly,
we tag our cats and dogs and stuff.
Yeah, I'm somebody's pet they love.
Yeah, I gotta say, somebody's pet.
That's that Porno for Pyros song. We make good pets, right? It's about aliens,
I know they're always watching, so I'm assuming they're keeping track of me,
But I just felt that I just woke up in the middle of the night and never thought about it before. There's no inkling that it was there. I just knew how to get out, but it was like it was behind like the membrane inside the nose, so I had to literally rip that away to take it out.
Have you seen a craft before? Do you think you were? Do you remember being abducted?
Yes.
I've seen crafts. I've seen the first one that I recall. I was about 7 or 8. It was the next street down from where I lived. I was out on my bike, and it was directly above my head. I'd say no more than 150 foot. It was your typical flying saucer, nuts and bolts, 2-tone metal, like a circle in a circle. So the bottom it was like a dome, but then round it was smaller circles. But I don't recall it making any noise. It didn't have any lights on it. It's just like 2-tone metal.
Right.
And I'm just sat on my bike looking straight up at it. And then I remember my neck was aching. So I looked down, like stretch your neck like you do. Look back up and it gone. I'd no idea how long I was there because I was there on my own. Could have been, let's say 2 minutes, could have been 2 hours. I really couldn't tell you.
Right.
I would
love to see a flying
saucer. I've never seen a flying saucer, and I would love to see a flying saucer. I would love to.
I saw one very close up, and it didn't have lights, but it was like a blackish metal, and it had. And I drove under it, and it was so close that when I drove under it, I didn't see sky anymore. I just saw the ship.
Oh.
And it looked like it had these huge pipes intertwining with each other, and the pipes were as wide as the helicopter that had the spotlight on it. It was hiding in a cloud. So it was really big pipes. The only thing I can think of is if you look up the music video Bjork, and it's Army of Me. She's driving a truck, and on the side is pipes intertwined. That's what it looked like underneath. But yeah, everything did get quiet. The helicopter, I couldn't hear. The cars, I couldn't hear. And then I don't remember anything after that. So I remember the detail, but I don't remember going home.
Chris, you've seen a UFO too, right? You've seen. Not a flying saucer, I don't think, but you've seen.
I've seen a pinprick of light, to want of a better description, which leapfrogged across the sky. That was what brought me into the subject 50 years ago next month, February 1974.
I'm reading your book, so I know.
So yeah, there's that, and I also had when I set up the whole UFO Society back in the 1990s. Which I ran for a number of years. 2 or 3 of us went down to the back of the British Aerospace Factory on the northern banks of the River Humber, which for Lala and your description, Ale, it's actually an estuary. It's not a river. It's about 1.5 miles wide at this point. To the south, there's a hill which comes down and meets the river. And coming down that hill on the opposite bank, after we'd put all our video cameras away, as you can imagine,
always away,
like a fireball of light, an orb, for want of a better description, which came down the hillside so far onto the River Humber, and then I'm watching it go to my right up the river towards a town which is called Goole, Goole. That's well, we pronounce it over here in Yorkshire. And my 2 friends who were with me, one male, one female, were watching the same light. I remember I'd seen it go to the right. They're watching it go to the left under the River Humber, the Humber Bridge. It went directly under the Humber Bridge. And I turned to them and said, "Oh, it's gone," because it kind of just phased out, blinked out, and disappeared. They said, "No, it's going under the Humber Bridge." So I actually saw it split into 2 and go in 2 different directions. So that was my second experience.
Cool. I love that stuff. I've
never seen
where they split in half. I mean, I got a case like that here by Catalina Island that a pilot saw this gold 300 foot across gold sphere, come out of the ocean. All right. And he's yelling for his wife and his brother-in-law. Okay, they were camping on East Catalina Island, and that's where the Tic Tac was seen, and the same coordinates. Actually, I checked his coordinates with Kevin Day's coordinates for the Tic Tac. Kevin is a friend, and they were the same. So this thing came out of the water. It's hanging there in the air, doing like this crosswise dance up and down, like a cross shape.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife comes out and his brother-in-law, they get out of the tent, they come running out. And of course, this thing is shot back down into the water. And he said, you guys, you missed it. He's explaining to them what he saw, and it comes back out again. 300 feet across. Okay. It was just gold, no markings. It did the same thing again and then split into 2 spheres of gold, and both shot off in different directions, like instantaneously. And this was a commercial pilot. He used to fly along the coast, with like a major airlines. So it's one of my favorite, local, just straight ahead UFO sighting cases. But I've never seen anything split into 2. That's very cool. They do that though.
Yeah, I've seen a plasma UFO drop plasma. I'd say balls, but more like teardrops. But the main one at the top didn't change in size. It didn't get any smaller as it was releasing these. But it was like it was continuous. So it's like 1, 2. It was like timed. Do you like a pendulum? It wasn't like a couple, then a few more, then it'd stop. It was just one after the other after the other. And that was very strange.
People. That's like something dripping down from, and that's something that you wouldn't make up. I mean, it's such a weird, I wouldn't think of that as associated with UFO.
It's like, trying to see, like, you see the light behind me, the reflection of the ring light?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was like that, but a bit more like pearlescence type colour.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm on the motorway and I'm coming off at the next exit because I was in work and I was going back to work, so I was taking the van back in. And I'm like, there's roadworks on the motorway, so we're only doing like 40 miles an hour. And I'm hanging out the window, literally, and I'm looking around. I was like, can nobody else see this? There's hundreds of cars. I was going northbound on the M1. Same again, it's just that place called Newport Pagnell, which is pretty much between London and Northampton, but nearer to Northampton. And
these guys won't know where Northampton is, Andy.
I know.
I read a lot of books about the Beatles and their travels and stuff, so I might surprise
it's only because I'm coming off the slip road and then you've got the trees and that, so that's blocking the view. But as I got to the top, I couldn't locate where it was.
Mm-hmm.
But since then, and it was roughly around about the same time, that was where I seen where these plasma balls were dripping was roughly within 1/4 mile where I seen these invisible monkeys running up the trees.
Huh.
Wow.
Invisible monkeys. Okay.
Oh, I didn't actually see them, obviously, because they're invisible. But
are you
I could see something.
And I know you are with this.
Yes,
creature.
We had a chat about that the other day, didn't we?
Geraldine sent this to me. She described it to me, which was really sweet.
No,
I can't say too much about it, but I'm going to be hosting an event at the MUFON Symposium this year, where it's going to be about the Hopkinsville Kelly incident and a couple other very early incidents. And I've got like the second generation.
2 of my favorite
coming out. Oh my! Well, have you heard of the Aurora, Texas UFO crash from 1897?
Yep.
Okay.
No.
Oh,
into the windmill.
It hit a windmill.
The body still there, Al?
There's a body, and they try to get rid of parts in the well, and later on the military came out once it became known to the public. They filled the well and apparently with cement. Is what I heard.
They poured concrete down it, didn't they? Because they tried drilling through it and digging up, but it was just. Did they get through? And it was just like stale water down the bottom. It was all like really.
But they were
bad
sort of like little monkey guys. They were like 3 foot tall. They weren't green. They were gray. But people.
Yeah. See, I didn't actually see them.
Men.
But I could see the shimmering as they're going up the trees. And I thought the trees were a lot bigger. But I go past this place quite a lot. It's not too far from where I live now. And the trees are probably only about 30, 40 foot. And they get really thin as you get to, I don't know what trees they were. They weren't. They're not sycamore. It wasn't an oak, and it's not a conker tree. I know that's not very specific, but that's all I've got. It stops pretty much there. So they could have only gone probably about 10, 15 foot up, but because I'm driving, obviously I can't see past the top of the windscreen. But you could see the movement of what looked like 4 or 5, 2, 3 foot things climbing up a tree. But then I thought afterwards, could it have been 2 larger things? And I'm looking at the arms and legs. It was that shimmery, glimmery effect that it was giving. So this happened 4 days. Either 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5. Where I used to work, I used to start at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I used to go in and open up. And the first day, it's absolutely throwing it down. But it was like the rain was that heavy. It's like driving through a waterfall. So you got all the light bouncing back through the raindrops. And there's a couple of bends in the road, so you do have to slow right down. And as I'm going around the bend to the right, just before it comes to the left, the headlights are pointing at the tree. I could see these things going up. And it's like nothing else was moving around it, just like the base of these trees and it working upwards. I thought, so it's not the wind. The next day, clear sky, no wind. It's like it hadn't even rained the day before. Exactly the same thing at the exact same point. The day after, nothing. The day after that, I was off because we used to work 5 out of 7. So you get a couple of days off, whether it was in the week or at weekend. So the next day, nothing. Then on the last shift of that week, same thing again. It was a bit cloudy. It wasn't raining. It had rained. So there's 3 different weather conditions, but the same thing happened in the same spot. And I've been past that place 100 times since and nothing.
I've seen something kind of similar. It was on the back porch, and when it moved, it was tall as a human, but when it moved the camera with it. I don't know how. But it looked almost kind of like, the movie The Predator, where you can see the outline, shimmery outline.
Yeah,
that's what it looked like, and it's kind of scared me because I'd never seen anything like that of a ghost or anything. So I don't really know what it was, and it never came back, or we never got video of it. But that was a few months ago too, and
wow,
it kind of scared the crap out of me a little.
Now
bit.
you and Bob is like a physicist or something, isn't he? I mean, we're not talking, about your run-of-the-mill, intellects here. Right. Lala and Bob are both very, very bright, not really subject to the type that would make up crazy stories. I think, do you guys think that maybe certain people are just targeted for this kind of stuff? What do you think?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we hear reports over the years. I mean, we have several people in the UK I can think of whose names I'm not going to mention, who claim, they've had this sighting, they've had that sighting, they've had another sighting. Of course, I'm talking about UFOs here and nothing else.
Yeah.
But I believe that a certain group of people are more prone to seeing things and experiencing things, most definitely. Why they are chosen for that, I have not got a clue. I've had my 2 ghost sightings I described earlier on with when the ladies were on, 2 separate occasions. And I call them ghosts because I can't think of anything else to call them. And of course, I've had my 2 UFO sightings, the River Humber and the pinprick of light moving across the sky. Why I was chosen, I've not got a clue. But it's quite amazing how many of us, and I mean many of us, globally, have a sighting or an experience which brings us into the subject. Like we've been picked for that experience and we have a job to do. For example, Earl is MUFON. Lala, sorry, Lala, I don't know what you do, but you've been picked for that experience,
like a self-disclosure kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So great, but I mean, again, and Andy as well. He obviously had experiences, which is why he's doing probably what he's doing now. So we've all been picked, I think, for a reason. And one day when we get that reason, and we find out why we were picked, I want my wages. It's as simple as that.
Want it backdating as well, Chris?
Yeah, I want it backdated 50 years, please.
MUFON is a all-volunteer organization, so there's no such thing as wages. Yeah. It's the love phenomenon. It's just unusual to have 4 people that have been subject to having seen just extraordinary things. I mean, if we were in a dinner party and you had, it's just very interesting how some people just do seem to be like attract this phenomenon.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's bloodlines. It might be, I tend to ask witnesses if they've, if their family was in the aerospace industry, or if had secret clearances, or had been experienced themselves. I mean, my mother had an experience with an intelligent fireball when she was 16 years old. It's much like the case I wrote about in Outer Limits this month. And I found that kind of extraordinary. My father, when he was over the European theater, he was a B-17 tail gunner. He saw the Foo Fighters, and he thought that they were some kind of an atmospheric phenomena. He didn't feel comfortable talking about it because he's a very religious man. He didn't want to hear about aliens and stuff. But it's weird to think that both my mom and my dad had contact with intelligent fireballs of some sort. And maybe that's kind of why, it's like this familial thing. I find more times than not that an experiencer or somebody that's had a fabulous close encounter with a craft, that there's some familial, that they're not the first person in their family to have had involvement.
No. So I just wanted to say, some of my family are into this, some aren't, some talk about it, some don't. Got quite a large family. My mum, there's 10 brothers and sisters in total. So I've got first cousins about 30, I think, 32. And then they're married and then they've got kids. But going back about you saying about bloodline, see, my blood type, I think it's AB positive, which is easy to remember because it's my actual initials, but my mum was RH negative. And that's supposed to be the alien bloodline, isn't it? Whether it's connected to my mum, I don't know what my dad is or my brother, but I know my mum was RH negative because when she was younger, she had a condition with her heart, and she had to go. I don't know if she still do it now, but she went to a convalescent home because she had to learn to re-walk and that. So I think, is it scarlet fever and it leaves a scar on your heart?
Yes.
Yes,
that's scarlet fever.
It was something like that. So it was to do with her blood type as well. So
my mom was O negative, I believe. That's the other weird one. The O types. Universal donor, and we find a lot of experiencers seem to be RH, have the RH factor or the O type, either O negative or O positive. And they can't really figure out where those blood types came from either. It's a mystery still.
Hybrids.
Maybe.
You never know.
If I am one, it would explain a lot, but I don't know. I don't know.
But I've found as well, that a lot of people that have a lot of paranormal encounters are like musicians or read music, play music, like yourself, Earl. I don't. I can't even play the triangle. But I love music. I love listening. It's a true story, that, Chris. But I love listening to music. I can listen to hard drum and bass, and it helps me relax. I can actually meditate to it, and that's pretty much what I've been doing today. So I can get into that zone and focus. But I have different types of music that I listen to. So is that something to do with it? Because there are a lot of musicians that have either had encounters or have a really strong connection with the phenomena.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we
A
talked
lot
about
of
Chris
direct-
Squire, my
direct
old
connection,
friend.
should I say.
The connection?
Sorry?
What connection was that?
Oh, they have a direct connection with the phenomena where they've had actual physical contact with whatever it is that
if you're
they've encountered.
creative, you have to draw from the what do they call it? The Akashic library. They sometimes refer to it like there's this wellspring of all knowledge out there somewhere. And as a musician, it's like Paul McCartney when he wrote Yesterday. He felt like it had already been written. He just reached up and it came to him in a dream and he wrote it. And same thing with Let It Be. And I hear that from a lot of people. And I think it's that somehow this intuitiveness maybe opens musicians and artists up more to this sort of phenomena that's out there, this otherness,
Yeah.
On the other podcast that I was listening to this evening, the guest was actually Joe Wood.
Paul Sinclair's Truth Proof.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. And of course, I don't know if she still or was married to Ronnie Wood, and of course part of the Rolling Stones. Now the Rolling Stones are well known for Mick Jagger's alleged Glastonbury, was it 68 sighting that he had, and then a lot of the Rolling Stones appear to have had some kind of flying saucer UFO type of experience, or at least a belief in that. Now, if you look back, if you look back, you can find at one point, I don't know if it was Ronnie or I forgot his name. Is it Brian?
Brian Jones.
Brian Jones.
Brian
sorry,
Jones.
Yeah. I think in their mansions that they had down south in the United Kingdom, they actually built landing strips, landing areas for UFOs to come in. Flying saucers to come in and land. That's claimed, but what evidence there is there, I haven't actually seen it. But of course, these things were said or suggested back in the 1960s. Now, it is known that I think it was Mick Jagger and Paul McCartney actually went and visited an author who was one of the first authors of the subject. A gentleman, I believe he was a lord at some point in Ireland, anyways, Desmond Leslie. They went to visit him, it is said, because Desmond Leslie had developed some kind of organ cum synthesizer musical instrument, which they were both interested in using on some of the songs for at the time. It should have been the Stones and with the Beatles. Now, you can guarantee this was in the mid-1960s, about 66, 67-ish, when the more psychedelic type of music was coming out. You can guarantee that they will have spoken with Desmond Leslie about a particular book that he wrote with another author, a co-author, who didn't actually write the book, but his name was added to it by the name of... You forgot? You forgot? Desmond Leslie, you wrote the book with George Adamski.
Oh, he wrote a book with Adamski. Oh,
yeah. Well, he added his name to it, Al, because the book was practically written, but Desmond Leslie became aware of the photographs allegedly taken by George Adamski in the desert area of California. So,
and there was a Howard Hughes connection with Adamski and that whole deal.
There you go.
Yeah,
musicians with an interest in the subject.
Yes. It's all connected somehow, because my mom, she had that connection with Howard Hughes as her employer.
Yeah.
She had weird stories about the man.
Can I ask, please, Lala, is that the picture you've got in the background there? Is that what it looks like now?
Yeah.
Where you live? Oh, I'd love all that snow.
That's
I really
our house.
would. I would love all that snow.
It snowed probably 6 inches. So.
Wow.
Oh, we've had it in Britain. Is lots of wind and rain, basically.
Rain, tons of rain.
All week. It's bright and sunny today. Finally, it's California again, but I felt like I was living in Washington State or London or something the last week.
I'm moving to California, by the way. So when I go missing, you'll see me and Earl going for a pint.
Come on out. You're welcome, Andy.
I am definitely
to the UK.
I promise. Another quick question then with music. So do you think that there could be a connection? Because when you're making music and you're doing the different chords and tones and keys and all that, that could be some sort of frequency that's contacting these extra ultra interdimensional terrestrials. Do you think that could be a possibility?
I do. I heard that there's certain music that can bring about negative energies too. So everything's very connected musically. I feel the vibration of everything, the frequency of everything.
Yeah. So if they're that, I suppose the more famous, the more chance of getting a connection with these beings, because your music's getting played more than anyone else. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I know people that are musicians. I mean, my chief investigator in California, and he's seen UFOs. He saw 4 of them in San Diego just last year. Is in the MUFON Journal. And he's a very down-to-earth guy, but in many ways. He leaves the experiencer cases to me. But Gino is a monster guitar player. Now he's got like kind of a cult following, but he's not on the radio and stuff. But then John Lennon had a UFO sighting with May Pang in New York. It was dramatic. It flew right up to their balcony. We talked about my old friend, the late great Chris Squire from Yes. He this is one of the reasons why I joined MUFON, because we had this long conversation, and Chris didn't make weird stories up. If he said something, I would believe it. And he was on tour in the UK and had his caravan driver pull over. He's using nature's restroom, and the next thing he knows, he's looking up and he's seen a flying saucer that was hovering like 30 feet over him. He said it had garish purple light. And I'll never forget that conversation. And who do you imagine could have been flying that thing? And that, we talked about a lot of different ideas, but I did mention that maybe it's a music historian from the future. I mean, John Lennon had a sighting. Jimi Hendrix had contact experiences, I know. The Moody Blues. There's so many people. John Anderson, the singer from Yes, had ETs come through the wall like I did. But this drove me to really start looking into it more when Chris told me his story, because it was quite dramatic, and it made me wonder who was hovering over him. But they're all musicians. Artists seem to have that propensity for contact. Can I, Lala, you're an artist.
Can I go back on that question then? I'll just retract a little bit. Maybe it is because of playing certain tones in the music that's what's attracting them. Forget about the famous and all that. It's just the right tone at the right place in the right time at the right time.
Well, isn't light music, or no, what is it called? Light language. That just sounds like music, kind of, doesn't it? It's not words, it's sounds. So maybe they're intermingled. I don't know.
Of course, one of the greatest proponents of this as an idea happened in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where we have the do 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 do. And that's free singing there, folks. That
I'll have more of this as the night continues.
That'll get rid of your viewers, Andy.
The dropping.
That's where that, to me, is that kind of idea comes from, something like that. And we've got to be careful, because a lot of ideas that tend to come to ufology, or to the phenomena, as I'll call it for all of us, they tend to come after they've been seen on TV or they've been in a movie. So, you know, we've just got to be careful about accepting evidence from people who claim this, that, or the other when it's only been on TV a couple of weeks ago or a year or so ago. You know, it's again, be informed.
Well, I wonder sometimes if media or popular ideas actually affects the way that they present themselves. You know, Kenneth Arnold, he didn't see saucers when he was flying past Mount Rainier. They were crescent-shaped craft. He mentioned that they skipped like you would if you skipped a saucer across a lake, that was the way that they moved, and people took that and came up with the word flying saucer. But hey, you know, we see saucer-shaped craft. It's quite amenable, apparently, to you know, gravity nullification, that shape. But I don't know. I think that it's kind of interconnected. That there's my friend Greg Bishop. He thinks that there's a co-creation thing that's going on. That's something that he talks about a lot, where we're sort of almost like we're creating this phenomenon with this other intelligence. And that the sightings that people have and the experiences that they have is almost like a co-write with this other intelligence, whether it be interstellar or interdimensional or both. Spooky action at a distance, you know, it's the way physics works too, you know. What's happening in that galaxy over there is affecting, you know, this galaxy here. So I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. It's the
well, both. They were both here at the same time. Right, I've got another question then regarding UFOs. I know a lot of people have the same or very similar experiences, but look at how many people have a sighting and it's completely different to the next person. Do you get many, with the reports that you get, both Chris and Earl, do you get a lot of different accounts, like completely different, or do you get a lot of the same? Because I feel it's like the difference. So there's a lot more individuality in these accounts than something repeating itself. It's like both me and Chris have talked about our accounts, and Lala, got your name right then.
Thank you.
I had to think. And it's completely different account, but we've all seen something that we believe is UFO related.
Well, UFOs come in all shapes.
Yeah.
But I see recurring patterns. I mean, I'm very interested in recurring patterns. My friend
do you
Bob
see a lot of
Spearing,
that, then?
who you've had on before, you know, my you know, our director of investigations at MUFON, he looks for patterns from case to case, and I do too. And some, you know, there's usually certain patterns that you see, but all cases have their own distinct flavor or style to them, I think. And I think sometimes people will see something for a reason that's more of a teachable moment than just happenstance, or you just happen to see a UFO. I mean, I really, really, really want to see a flying saucer. And it's kind of hilarious and frustrating that it's like, okay, we're going to show you a UFO, but we're going to show you like a garbage scout. It looks like crap, but it's going to be, you're not going to be able to explain it. It's going to be massive tonnage hanging over a schoolyard, just like if it were the mothership from Close Encounters. But it's going to look like a bunch of, you know, like a very boxy looking triangle with no windows, and you're not going to do anything right that you've been trained to do with it, you know. And I think that was aimed at me, you know. It was almost like, you know, it's almost like a teachable moment. I feel like slowly they want to reveal themselves to us, that they want to teach us, but they have to break a lot of our preconceptions to do that. So that would be my answer.
Each time I've seen a craft 5 different times in my life. And each time they were completely different, completely. From orbs, I didn't know that they could be orbs, you know. To the flying saucer with the little clear thing and a person in it, to the pipes, you know, to all kinds of stuff. And it just, and orange orbs that went into a V. That was, and then on camera, I didn't physically see it, but we got on camera, there was one that was shaped like the cross, the religious, you know, that blew my mind. So there's so many out there. And I do agree. I think what you see is for you to learn something from. It's never an accident.
Without going too deeply into my book, Andy, you know, it's I don't know if you can make it out on there. I think it might be disappearing, whatever. But
so we can see it. You can see the giant one you've got behind you.
Okay, then all right. The
I grabbed my copy, but yeah, we can see the giant one. Or he's gotten really small.
Yeah, he's gone to Lilliput.
You know, looking through my book, you know, I quote Newfork National UFO Reporting Center.
There we go.
They existed or have existed for longer than this now. They existed up to November 2022. They've been around 47 years. And out of that 47 years, in total, they've had 142,333 reports of UFO sightings. Wow. Now, just checking individual star-shaped 95 of reports over that 47 years. Oval-shaped 6,156. You know, this isn't even, you know, the shapes like FTs, flying triangles, which they had 12,709. So the more popular the kind of craft, the shape of the craft, the more they're getting. You know, for example, Delta shapes don't sound a lot, but they've had 36 of them. Chevron shaped 1,631. So, you know, they've had different shapes for millennia, cross shapes. You know, as Lala mentioned a moment ago, one of the first ones described is in my book, as Elle will know, because he's read it, Andy. You know, was the Emperor Constantine sighting on the Battle of Malvern Bridge. You know, when this was the year 312. He had a vision the previous night, allegedly a vision the previous night, which was said to have come from Jesus, saying, if you fight under this sign, I'll bring victory to you, to your cause. So he did that. He converted, became a Christian, and fought under that sign. And during the battle, I believe it was, I could be wrong if I mix that up slightly, he saw a flying cross. We'll come to the 1960s. In October 67, in the UK, several flying crosses seen across the south of the country in the month of October over a 3-day period. So they are there, they still do occur, you know, and they still get reported.
Next question then. Are we actually seeing them, like these cryptids, in their true form? Are we seeing a projection of what they want us to see? Even with the UFOs, whether it's nuts and bolts, light orbs, this crescents, triangles, boxes, you name it. Is it projected into our vision that they want us to see that, and we're not seeing the real deal?
I don't think they're ghosts. I don't think they're holograms. I think but I do think that they can. I think that they have some way of shape-shifting physically that we just don't understand. Our science is just not advanced enough, and so it seems absurd to us, or it seems like magic or a miracle. But again, you know, I'll quote Clark again, you know, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic or miracle, or you know, and I think that but the craft that I saw was real. I mean, and you could see it was heavy. I mean, you could just feel the weight of it just looking at it. So I don't think that it's like people are seeing something that's like a hologram. But I just don't think that we understand.
Yeah, not necessarily a hologram, but the object is there. But are you seeing it in its true form? Are these crafts able to shapeshift?
I don't know.
Are we projecting?
Are we projecting?
Are we seeing it? Yeah, are we projecting the image that we want to see? Is that what you're asking?
Well, are we
actually seeing the real thing?
Are we projecting it to see what we can make out to something we recognize? Are they projecting something into our mind to see what they want us to see? Kind of the same thing, but
could be both.
Either we're doing it, they're doing
can't
it, or like
answer.
Il just said, combination of the two.
They can definitely shift, that's for sure.
Mhm.
I think it's different things, but this whole year I've been out with what I've experienced and talking about it. The one thing I do wonder is, you know how we have car lots where we buy our cars? Do they have spaceship lots where? Because I mean, who makes it? You know, who designed it?
Have any of you guys spoke with Tony Rodriguez?
No.
So he's a guy that he was taken from his bed.
A lot of people.
He was taken and he was on one of these space missions. He'd been gone for 20 years, but when he came back, it was the next day. So what was one night for him was a 20-year experience. And he said he kind of did like the logistics. So they'd go traveling around space and they'd meet up with different races and different humanoids or whatever, and they'd do trading. So, and he said they used to trade vehicles as well.
Wow.
As well as tech.
Yeah, the reason I laugh at Lala was because in the book I actually suggest that all these different shapes from elsewhere cannot all come from the same manufacturing planet, Detroit-like, around the Zeta Reticuli. So that's why I laughed.
You never know. Could be.
I love the
do they have a
I want to go there.
Yeah.
Do they have a trade-in every so often? If they're using a different type of fuel, if you take that in, you get X amount off a new plasma-powered flying saucer.
Would you buy a used spaceship from this guy?
No.
That's it's quite funny though, really, when you think about it. When we look at the vehicles we have, I mean, the best thing we can describe or relate them to, would be maybe ships, sailing ships or steamliners, or to the modern cars that we have. All those have changed over the last 100 years. And even from Kenneth Arnold's sighting in 1947, things have changed and things have moved on. And of course, you wouldn't send a mini car to pick up a load of travelers like bus passengers. You'd send a coach, or you'd send a double decker. What we have over in the UK, double decker, 2 layers, of a vehicle which can transport up to 50, 60 passengers. So the vehicles that they would make or they would create would be different for different jobs.
Yeah, relevant to what its main purpose is. We had this conversation, didn't we, Chris?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I have a question real quick.
I sometimes wonder if go for it.
No, go ahead, because it's not about aliens at all.
Okay, well, I sometimes wonder if they perhaps we were talking about if they change kind of. Well, I've never seen something that I wanted to see. I hope to make contact with tall Nordics or something, and I got the little gray guys that were non-communicative. I wanted to see a beautiful spaceship that looked like something out of a science fiction film, and I was shown this ugly thing that was still clearly a UFO. There's no other way to describe it. So I mean, maybe they're I don't think that they're projecting what I have in my mind. Even the case that I recently wrote about for your magazine, Chris. I mean, the guy said that if I were to make up a UFO in my mind, it would have been a classic flying saucer. I had no idea that some kind of intelligent fireball that would, follow this guy around could have been, who they were. But that's how they presented themselves.
Don't forget though, El, that at the time of this young man's sighting, he was only aged 11 years old. What knowledge would he have
11 years old
then of classic i.e. Venusian, Adamski, Kenneth Arnold type
well, he he was aware of the concept of a flying saucer, and that's when this happened to him. He didn't think of a UFO or of aliens. He simply didn't know what it was. It was just outside of his experience. He really didn't know. It wasn't until recently that he realized what it was and put in his report, which was a very thorough report, very, very detailed. And the guy had so much emotion talking about it.
Right.
Anyway.
Right, quickly, are you guys okay while I go on a quick break? Because I can't hold any longer.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that was me about an hour ago. Yeah.
Right, I'll leave you guys to it. So, Al, if you want to ask your question, and then
I was just going to ask Lala what she was going to ask us a moment ago. She was going to raise a point. I believe.
Yeah, Lala, you were saying something.
Yeah, if you do that, I'm going to go.
Okay.
2 minutes.
So it kind of went to, how I asked about how they made the different ship crafts. I also wonder, Bob and I watched a Shadow People movie last night, and some of them have hats, top hats. And that's relatively new, right? It's not been around super long, the top hats. And I wonder, well, first of all, some people think Shadow People are aliens or interdimensional, but how do they know to put a hat on? And it's all the time, these certain ones. I wonder how they get that type of human material. I don't know. I know it's not material, but you know what I mean?
Why would they need to wear a hat?
Right.
That's quite an
It
interesting
distinguishes
question as well.
the entity, though. I mean, that's the concept of Hat Man. I know Heidi Hollis, my good friend Heidi, she's written a book about the Hat Man and talks about him on her show quite a bit. Heidi's got an amazing story, and her father was, of course, a mucky muck in the Air Force, and she has a history in her family, but she's seen full-on flying saucers, and she's seen this Hat Man entity. She thinks that it's like a caustic entity, that it's a parasite of some sort.
Okay.
She warns people against him. One of my field investigators lived in kind of a remote area when she was growing up, and she saw this shadow figure that had a hat on. And she talked about this when she first presented her case to my chief investigator. She was not very aware of anything that had to do with the UFO phenomenon. She was kind of a newbie to the whole thing. And she brought up this shadowy looking thing with a hat that they would see on the property, rolling a barrel with a stick.
Wow.
And that it used to terrorize her as a child, that she was, just instinctively kept away from it, would run indoors and, lock the doors and close the shades. So.
Yeah, I can honestly say that I don't really know a lot about the shadow beings, the shadow people, Hat Man. So it isn't something that I feel I could give a definitive answer for. But, to me, it's the question again is, why would they feel that they do need to wear a hat? What is it in the hat that makes them stand out?
Right.
What is it in the hat that they're using to show us? Is it something in the hat that they think scares us? Something in the hat that makes them think they've got some kind of power of us, that we're scared because we can't see a face?
Mm-hmm.
If there's something, it's all along those lines. I'd ask her that kind of question more than, I would anything else.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen Shadow People twice, but they never had a top hat on. They looked like a human man. One came out of a portal, a light portal on the wall, and slid across the wall. And the other one was daylight, and it flew up over me on the ceiling and landed behind me. And one time living here, it was a few months ago, I got video of one. I don't talk about it. It scares me. But it was nighttime, and it was even darker than the nighttime. And you could see the shadow literally going like this in the backyard.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I've never seen any of those guys, and I hope never to.
Yeah.
pray for protection from them, and I sometimes will even create like, you know, I'm a weird person, I guess, but I will pray and then I kind of do the pagan thing that they do, where I'll create like a bubble of protection around myself telepathically, and it seems to work. I mean, we don't really. I've never seen a shadow person. I mean, we had I would call haunting at our old house, but every now and then. But they were nothing evil. It wasn't an evil entity or anything.
Right.
I've seen them where I used to live. I'd be watching TV, and you'd see them in your peripheral. So they'd go past, get there, stop, then you'd see them again on the other side. And it used to like proper freak me out, but it got that regular. It was like I'd just tell them where to go in not very polite terms. Just leave me alone. I'm not in the mood. Just want to watch TV. And they'd stop. They'd stop for like 2-3 days, and then they'd start again. Like, seriously.
I mean, Kathleen Martin will always say this, that if you feel like you're being tagged by something evil, you project love, and you know, you dig into yourself, and they can't take that. And that's what I'll do. You know, I come from like a real, I mean, I'm a Christian, but I'm not like, I'm not evangelical and all that stuff. I'm kind of a loner about it, because I don't really, you know, get along with the modern version of what Christianity seems to have turned into. But I will, in Jesus' name, I'll tell it to leave. I'll order it to, and if it's something evil, it always worked. If I felt an evil presence, it's and that's why, you know, when I've had people say, well, maybe they were demons that visited you in your room when they came through the wall and my wife and I had our weird week, that didn't work with them. It didn't do anything. They just kept on doing what they were doing and on their merry way, got finished, and then they left like they came. And Jesus's name didn't work on it. That's my higher power that I would use. Trying to project love at them. That didn't really. I don't know if that helped, but anyway.
Right, I've got a question for Al. And this is from Penny Van. Question: I may have missed it if you have already said, but have you had any Fae experiences?
Any what kind of?
Fae, fairy, little
fairies.
People.
No, I don't think I've had a fairy experience.
Lala?
But I think that I mean I love Jacques Vallée.
Yes,
and he writes about that, and to the consternation of a lot of ufologists, but I love Jacques Vallée's you know, Passage to Magonia is a wonderful book. Passport.
Lala, have you had any Fae encounters?
We got it on video one time living here. I never believed in it. I honestly didn't believe in it before I saw this, and now I believe, but it looked just like they tell you. It goes really fast, so I analyze every second of these videos and I slow it down, but you would miss it. It's so fast. Bob walked out the back at night and it zoomed around his body. And when I slowed it down, it had wings, little legs, a head, a body, arms, just like in the movies and stuff. I couldn't see detail, but I saw the outline, and very small. It was really tiny. But it was aware of him. It really was. So I thought that was interesting.
Can I show you an image?
Way back in British
history,
the fairy.
An image of one that I believe is seen. Now, this isn't a photograph of the one I seen, but it's the nearest thing that I can find. This was actually, it's a still off a video that these kids were out filming. And they was going up to the tree. I think it was an apple blossom tree.
I saw that.
It was on. I think it was Jack Osborne did it on that.
Okay.
He's there with Ozzy and Sharon, and they do scale and I'm sure. Yeah, that was. I couldn't think what it was called. I watched it like 2 nights ago.
You're going to be buggered by the time you get to 6 a.m., Andy.
not even there. But this is what the one kind of looked like.
Mm.
It was like that. It looked like it was made out of twigs. It was roughly that size, but it was flying away from me. It was at night. I'd gone over to a place called Shropshire, which is west of the UK, going out towards Wales, and we're going down an old train line, and it used to be used to go to an old power station to take all the coal and whatever it was you deliver to a power station. I don't know, but they had a train line that went directly there. So we're walking down there, and I seen this. It came out the tree from I think it's from my right, and it came out swoop like that. But as it's flying away like how a dolphin swims when it's near the top of the water. But it it definitely had wings. I'd say it was about 10 inches across. It was bigger than a bird, but not bird size or shape. There's no feathers on it. It wasn't thick and fluffy like a bird is. But I remember the back legs were crossed over like that, and they looked like bamboo twigs.
Huh.
You know where you get the knots in bamboo?
Mm-hmm.
And it just flew away, and then it was gone. Lasted about 2-3 seconds, but it looked like that. The first thing I said to the lad that was with Alan, he didn't see it. Do we get stick insects in the UK, giant ones? I know they're native to, is it Argentina, like South America? I know you do get them in the UK, but I don't know if they can live in British weather.
They're not that big.
Right.
But I was looking at two
insects.
giant stick insects fly, and apparently they can.
I don't think so.
Well, apparently they can, but they've only got little tiny wings, and they can only It's more
not
of a
that
lead.
big. It'll fit in your hand. I mean, I held one when I was at the Sydney Zoo. The lovely woman standing there that worked there, she hold out your hand and she puts this stick insect into my hand. No. I mean, she's going to have somebody do this eventually. Not a good idea. But they're only about the size of your hand, and you're talking about something, like
this
half
was
a meter
a good foot
across or
in
something.
length. But I know when stick insects fly, they're like chickens. You can't fly distance. It's just more of a flappy leap sort of thing. So, but this didn't. This just flew out of sight. It was just really weird.
But there's all kinds of different.
I'm real interested in cryptids. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I should say, well, MUFON is they kind of I have to speak as a private individual and not as a MUFON state director when I talk about fairy or paranormal stuff, and that's fine with me. They investigate UFOs and that phenomenon, but I think that things overlap personally. Oh, yeah. But I should mention that just so that I don't get the ire of somebody. In the board of directors or something.
I have a question about what are the mantis aliens? Do you think the praying mantises that are here with us, are they connected to them? Because they're the same thing, right? I don't know.
Sure looks so, don't they?
They're like little mini aliens that are
maybe,
here.
Yeah, because there's a lot of accounts of like when people have been taken on board these ships of like praying mantis type creatures that seem to be leading the way. Like they're the ones in control. Them and the reptilians.
Yeah.
Highly.
They're the ones. They're the ones. Yeah, but aren't they the ones that are in the white coat? Yeah, the doctor type looking creatures.
My friend Russell had an experience with one. I think we've talked about it before. In Arizona, he was at Skywatch, and there was like he had sort of a screen image that was presented to him, and I've heard the screen image before. A little guy riding a bicycle with a little red light. He thought he was seeing a UFO, and then it's this silly guy that, why would this guy be riding a bicycle in the middle of this middle of nowhere. It's the desert of Arizona, near Tucson, Arizona. But Russell, he had this an experience with a mantis creature that was related to that. Now, some of this came back to him during a hypnotic regression session because he felt like there was something there that was taken from his mind and his memory. But he was taken up to a ship. This mantis he called him the commander. And he was very, very interested in Russell's telepathic abilities. He said, I didn't know that humans were capable of such telepathic communication. And I just wanted to talk with you and find out, what are there many like you? And it was a friendly conversation. He says that he's still in contact with this entity, that he's benevolent, highly telepathic. So if there's some, there is parallel evolution that happens. The dolphin and the shark are completely unrelated. There's not anything related about those two, but they're very, very similar shapes, similar modes of swimming and everything else, different dispositions. So maybe it's a parallel evolution thing, or maybe it's just, some people believe in panspermia, which I love that idea that the universe was intentionally seeded with the DNA. And so certain forms pop up over and over again, sort of like Star Trek,
Always could be.
What we do have to ask, Earl, is, are these projections, these creatures that we're all seeing, which there are, as we know, there are many different ones, everything from the reptilians to the ones we've just described. Sorry, I'm thinking locusts. Yeah. But are they all screen memories that are being put there by something else? Something so totally alien that we cannot even...
I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Interesting.
Oh, God. No. Could you imagine? It was just something.
I mean, screen memories certainly happen.
That's true.
Screen imagery. I mean, I have one case that we'll be presenting at the symposium this year, where these two women took a cross-country trip, and they were stopped because the road was filled with. Lala knows what I'm talking about. The highway was filled with 44-foot tall jackrabbits. Forced to stop their car, they get out, and then they all turn around at the same time, and they're not rabbits anymore. They're friends with the black eyes, and that guy.
You need to speak to Paul Sinclair, Earl. I believe it's in one of his books that when he was at home with his family, I think it was a Christmas event or a New Year's event, and they'd been out to an event locally at the village.
Yeah, and when they're walking back home,
and they saw rabbits, or it was either rabbits or it was deer. I can't remember now what it was.
I think it was rabbits.
Back home, and I think it was rabbits that they witnessed.
I love Paul. He's a mate. Paul and I get along. We've had many well, not many, but we've had a few phone conversations, and they're always interesting. Usually about cryptids, shapeshifters, wolves, werewolves.
Yeah.
They scare me.
Yeah.
Right. Question from Castle Dude, aka Neil, and he's asking: has anyone ever seen a tree being like those magic talking trees? Now, this is strange that you put this up, because the last couple of days on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram, there's been a lot of posts about being kind to the trees, and that we need to start talking to the trees and communicating with them again, because we're losing that connection to nature. And then I was going to ask you about the tree, and then he mentioned it. But I've said before, Chris and Earl have probably heard this when they've been on before, that growing up, I don't know if it was my gran or my mom or someone, they used to tell me about the tree people. And they're like beings that live in the tree, and they come out. They only show themselves to special people, is what I was told. and then when they go back into the tree. Now I don't know whether they're the soul for that tree or it's a gateway. I don't know, but I just remember being told about the tree people, and that was it. That's all I've got from that.
Trees are very
in the
important.
land of the green man, and I mean it doesn't surprise me that kind of imagery wouldn't be seen, from the UK, and I mean that's your psychic background, the whole psyche that comes from the Druids, who were the tree people, the original tree people, So I have never had a tree being case, but
no, I haven't.
Lala?
No.
You guys intelligent tree beings?
No, I've never had anything like that, but there have long been stories about ancient spirits being tree spirits. I know maybe in the west of the USA, maybe the natives over there, maybe they have some kind of experience about tree spirits. I know in Britain we long had stories of the Green Man and other things. So much so that they even, Tolkien took Treebeard and put it in Lord of the Rings, didn't he? That kind of thing. So we've always had those kind of stories, but whether I've never actually witnessed anything like that or had anything sent to me or read anything about that in particular.
Look, can I broaden that question then? So we're saying earlier about things being connected when the girls were on to investigate. Bigfoot, the Fae, goblins, all them types of cryptids. They're mainly seen in foresty areas,
right?
And then so whether they're tracking them or that's it. Whether they're tracking or following them, and then they'll go behind the tree, and then they've gone. Are they going into the tree? Are they turning into an orb and going wherever they're going? Or are they part of that tree and they're part of nature? Because I had it was Kate Hairgirl Ray. She came on. She does a lot of the Fae stuff, and that made me rethink about a lot of my encounters. That they weren't greys, they weren't evil spirits, and that it's the Fae folk being tricksters and like with this poltergeist activity. Could it be the fairies? Because we all know that the myth behind fairies is that they are tricksters. They like messing about and playing games and just doing dirty tricks to people. But if they are all connected and they live in this realm of nature, do they have that ability then to go into that tree and be part of it? And maybe they are that tree's soul. So when you see a Bigfoot or a fairy, that's a soul for that particular tree. If that makes any sense to anybody.
I like it.
I think forests are a whole different thing in itself. I know I lived on, my house was on, the backyard was a forest, a state park. So many trees. And I always got a weird, I love going in the forest, but this place just gave me a strange feeling. So we never really went in there. But one night, the animals stopped making sounds, no footsteps, nothing. And this huge bright light just lit up from the middle of the trees all around, as big as my house. And then it just disappeared. So there's something in there. And my dad always taught me, like he used to hug trees and he would always ask first before he picked an apple. He'd say, thank you, you know? So they're all alive. I think they have their own little world and they take care of they help their Bigfoot friends or fairy friends, you know?
Well, technically they keep us alive because they give us oxygen. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's Gaia and it's her children, you know, so.
Yeah. Chris, your thoughts?
I I can't say, as you know, that I've ever had any of these kind of reports come to me. It isn't something that I've really taken an interest in, even though, you know, plants, trees, they are living organisms. We know that for a fact, and some of them have a rudimentary, I call it a nervous system. You know, there are certain plants that can attack. You know, for example, flycatchers.
Yeah,
you know, they can attack and devour. But other than that, it's not something that I've never ever really looked into, to be completely honest.
Don't plants play music, or they make music? I think I heard that.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Maybe that goes back to the musicians. I don't know. You know.
I just remembered something. So back where I used to live, when I had that first UFO encounter, there's all fields and that at the back, and there was small block, like small flats, like an apartment block. And before they started building that, you could see it. And my brother's friend, he used to live in there. My brother's a few years older than me, and he used to live there with his mum and his brothers and that. And he said they ended up knocking this apartment block down, and that was reported to having dancing plants. So they put music on in one of the rooms, and like 2 or 3, not in the one where he lived, but a couple of the neighbours, the plants would start dancing and swaying to the music.
Wow.
And even if you had the window open, it's not like the way it would move in that sense. It was actually like in rhythm to the music that was being played.
Wow.
And that was I'm sure that was in one of the Unexplained magazines back in the 70s.
I believe it. There's so many
aspen
weird things.
trees. I mean, they will move. You know,
Right.
there are certain trees that do that, which is pretty amazing.
Well, this was
And of
like
course,
a
all
plant.
plants follow the sun.
Yeah,
They
this
follow
is a
the
plant
light.
in a plant pot, like dancing
for joy. I love it.
There are certain plants.
Like there's a
can be
certain
effective.
power and ancientness to, I mean, our redwood forests here. I know Australia has some of the largest trees in the world. Is area, the Daintree, which I was able to visit when we were in Australia. But I did go to the Blue Mountains, which is this, it's like the Grand Canyon, but verdant. Back then I could hike, and my wife and I hiked all the way to it took all day. It was a day trip to, you know, bushwalk to the bottom of this canyon and then walk back up. It was called the Lura Trail, but it was like being in Jurassic Park. You'd see these giant ferns with the, you know, the round, I forget what they're called. But it was just a power to that. So I mean, I love the forest. I love those natural things of our planet. And it is interesting that those are one of the 3 messages that people are given when they are visited by our entity friends, to stop trashing your world, that you're acting like the world is something that you are trying to conquer, and it's not replaceable. You know, it's not replaceable. So, I mean, I know that the American Indians, that they have that tight connection with nature that so many of us seem to have lost. Personally, I love forests and nature. It has its own music to it. It has its own power to it. It doesn't have a whole lot to do with us. It's its own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to add a little bit earlier that, as I mentioned, you know, plants can have a system, a very rudimentary, like, nervous system, but we know things like light waves can actually affect them, because there are plants that seem to open up, you know, as daylight comes and then close again once daylight goes, you know. So we know they can be by light waves. Can sound waves do something similar? Would they make a plant move?
Yeah, because you've got photosynthesis, which obviously the sunlight makes them green, and I know you've got osmosis, but I cannot remember what that's about. I just remember the name, and it's to do with plants. I think that's a night and day thing.
How it's being a semi-permeable surface is how osmosis works. But yeah, there's an osmotic factor to vegetation, and again, I think that we it's something we don't understand, but just a little bit of the power of I do sort of adhere to the idea of Earth, the Gaia idea that it's the Mother Earth, and that this is her sensory system, and it's just like the human body. We are actually collections of other creatures, and that's how we are alive. Whether it be the good bacteria that we use to take in food and make it so that we can turn it into energy and things like that. It's the same way with the planet, that all these things come together and they create a healthy planet. And when we poison the waters, when we cut down the rainforests, when we are caustic, we're acting like a cancer,
Yeah.
Wonder why, why they don't come down and land on the White House lawn. We're not ready for prime time, I don't think.
No.
We're too destructive.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, that they would come to these big like powerhouses like the White House and Downing Street and the Kremlin, or is there something
I hope
greater?
not. I think if that happens, I think I've been told by a couple of interesting people that if that happens, there's no hope for us, that we didn't pass the test, that we need overlord babysitters for the rest of eternity, and that we failed, that humanity's hopeless. So
but do you think, though, if that was to happen, then all they say that our governments are controlled by non-earthly beings, then that'd throw that right out the water, then, wouldn't it? Because
I don't believe that. I don't think that we are. I think that I don't think we need reptilians to be evil. We're pretty good at it on our own. The whole Alex Jones types out there, and David Icke and all that. I don't have anything in common with those.
I have a question. My labs, is that the government and aliens working together when they abduct people and stuff like that? Bob told me, but I didn't really understand.
Some people think that. I don't know. I don't know if it's the government trying to look like aliens, trying to mimic the way that they do things. It would be, like the black helicopters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. I could be wrong. I mean, from what my mentor Kathleen Martin says, there's renegade aliens, there's renegade grays, there's groups that are don't have good motives that you have to kind of beware of. So possibly that there's some renegade, but I think the good guys are probably in charge because we're still here and we're still our own greatest threat. It's our greatest threat of survival is ourselves. But we do the Earth, our nuclear weapons that are pointed at each other. Now apparently North Korea is a threat again, and I've never heard of UFOs coming down and threatening us by with nukes, but we do that to ourselves.
They save us from that, really.
Yeah, it's just find out or not find out. That's it, really.
I think the ones that come to us that are gentle, they come to the school kids or me and Bob or you guys. I think that they're trying to teach us to not give up on ourselves, that we truly are more magical than we're taught. And we're taught we're not magical for a reason, so that we don't know. And I think they're our teachers, kind of.
Yes. I agree with you. I feel highly motivated to spread love and peacefulness with humans. I feel highly motivated to speak out against nuclear armament. I feel highly motivated to speak out against trashing our environment.
Right.
And for bettering ourselves, because those are the three things that experiencers are told telepathically. That nukes are evil and don't even think about it, and war is wrong. Why are you guys acting like such barbarians? Number 2, stop trashing your world. Number 3, better yourselves, raise your vibration. And and people like my dear friend and boss at MUFON, Dr. George Bedich, that was a big question for him. It's like, what is this thing that people keep on reporting? Raise your vibration. What does that mean? Am I supposed to be, it sounds like Parkinson's disease, and
No.
but I think he understands now, that we live on this very basic, the human condition level,
Right.
Yeah,
and that we're being encouraged to better ourselves.
Right.
That
as
we are
opposed
more
to being dumbed down.
apt to create an environment like Star Wars, and they went Star Trek. That we're but left to ourselves. If we don't better ourselves, I don't think the universe is inviting Star Wars or this caustic force that would go out there and take over other planets. And that's what I think we would do, because that's what we do to ourselves on this planet. Why would we do anything different if we got out there? So I think we're a concern, and they want us to. They don't want to wipe us out, because here we are,
Right.
Yeah, I think if he was going to do it, would they have done it? I think they would have done.
Yeah.
Oh,
definitely.
no, I think they're patient. I don't think we're their first rodeo. I think that this has happened on other worlds. But I know that's my main motivation. I always, every time that I'm on, if I'm on a TV thing, or if I'm on a podcast or radio, I try to get those 3 messages out, because I think that I'm supposed to tell people, because that's what they keep telling people telepathically when they have face-to-face visits.
Yes. Yeah. And real quick, I think one of the questions earlier was, why do they put implants in certain people? I think a lot of people are hybrids and don't know, and that maybe they implant those hybrids for many reasons. It could be many reasons, but I do believe in that, absolutely.
Yeah,
I love all the hybrids I know. Now they're all artistic, wonderful, gentle, peace-loving people. I've never met like a evil reptilian hybrid that wanted to take over the world, and run governments. I simply haven't, I've met politicians before. They didn't seem anything like the hybrids met. So there's that.
I've got 2 questions, but I just need to explain something. At midnight my time, so a little under 15 minutes, I need to change rooms. So I need to go downstairs because people are coming upstairs to go to bed, and I've had my orders. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come off here. You guys can either stay on, or I can put a break on and just have it loopy. I'm going to be about 5, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll get up and get a cheese stick or something. Yeah.
So candy store again.
I'll put a break on then and just leave it on loop.
We're just going to make funny faces for 10 minutes.
That's fine. I don't care. So I'm just getting the stuff ready that I need
when the
to take
teacher leaves the
downstairs.
classroom.
Yeah, right. So I've got a question for Earl, and it's from Castle Dude or Neil. And I've got to ask this question because I need to know as well. Does Earl Grey drink Earl Grey tea?
That's a good
served
question.
to me. Sure. I actually, a friend of mine gave me an old advertisement that he had frames. Is an old one. It has Earl Grey Tea Company. It's So, but I like Earl Grey tea. We don't drink tea in America like you guys do. I mean, another friend of mine that's not a UFO guy, but he has a Beatles podcast, and he's in New York right now, and he was saying that you Americans, you simply can't make proper tea. I mean, I get better tea in a British petrol station than in the finest American restaurant. Like, yeah.
I'm drinking tea right now. That
well, when
there you go.
There was a report on BBC Breakfast News this morning. Apparently, it's been suggested by an American that we should put salt in our tea.
What?
Because it takes the bitterness away from the tea.
Oh,
right.
The same article that my British friend, my Beatles British guy. Nothing is real is his podcast, by the way. His name is Steve, and he's Irish. It's a wonderful.
To stop the
podcast.
argument, though, to stop the argument, the American embassy to stop World War III over the argument of tea and salt, right? Because we don't want to go back to Boston again, do we? 1776 and all that.
I was going to say that was the impetus of the last
the argument. The American embassy said
war we had.
The American embassy put this statement out in London to alter the fact that we don't want to start World War III. We advise the British people to make tea in the proper traditional way and do it like we do. We make it properly. We put it in the microwave. So that was like, wow. Put it in the microwave to boil it. Oh dear.
Americans don't know their tea. Okay, we don't have high tea. We don't have tea the way that the Brits do. All my British friends, they do, and they love tea. We're like a coffee country. I don't know why. I mean, tea was important here back like 300 years ago. It was, I guess, but it's because it came over with the original founders of the country, which came from Britain and the United Kingdom. But I don't know why. I know tea drinkers. I have friends that love tea, but I keep hearing from my British friends that we don't understand tea at all.
I would imagine.
I tend to believe them.
I would imagine that during the War of Independence, that perhaps the British Royal Navy blockaded, the American ports and stopped tea from being shipped to the States. For whatever reason. I mean, that's the first thing I would have done anyway.
Probably.
But, so perhaps coffee was easier to get for you guys over there back then. I don't know, and it's kind of took over.
I don't know.
Can I just say though, when I went to Boston, I went to a little proper Boston tea shop, and it is one of the best cups of tea. Sorry, best. What is it? What's it? Teapot. Best pot of tea I've had. Better than pretty much any that I've had in the UK.
Wow!
Wow!
Coffee, rubbish. Tea, spot
on. Were they British that owned the store?
Oh, no, I think there's Italian. Oh, the descendants are Italian. I know, but it was like
because we have proper British pubs. If I want to get bangers and mash, I've got a place down the road, or Pickwick's.
Yeah, that was it. Pickwick's. Yeah. But no, this
Pickwick's,
is like
that's about a mile or two
tea
from
shop. Had all the cakes, a butterfly cakes and fairy cakes and
proper British pub, but with good British victuals. But
no, it was nice.
You can get a Scotch egg
tea
there,
Oh no, I don't like Scotch eggs.
I love bangers and mash anyway.
Yeah, well, we had this conversation, didn't we, last week?
We did. I think we did.
Our favorite foods.
We do have
before we came on air.
They're always owned by Brits. Every single one of them.
There you go.
We have a South African pub that is good too. Yeah, there you go.
Right. So, got one more question before I need to change rings.
California.
So this is for everyone. So it's from Elaine, also known as Ogity. Do you think if the general public knew all about these cryptids, they would be quite shocked or even create hysteria? So that's why the government want to keep quiet.
Can I just say real quick? I've noticed that people are very numb to things lately.
Mm-hmm.
So I think some would be scared, but I think most of them would just go about their day. They'd be all right, well, whatever,
Yeah.
I do. It's weird.
Yeah.
I think before any
Agreed.
major announcements
I think
came out about this, we'd need more proof that these do actually exist and not just theories. Basically, we need some kind of, forgive me for putting it this way, nuts and bolts type thing.
But they are sending and showing proof, and regardless of what video or what photo you put out there, it's fake, it's too blurry.
Right.
It's fake, it's too good. You know. It's CGI. It's this, it's that. It's a bloke in a costume. There's always that. People call it logic. I call it an excuse for not believing
whether the Earth is actually round now.
Wow.
Well,
people in space
is all over the globe there.
China.
Yeah. But it's all these like the messages, and I know like with the stuff in the Bible, like above us, is it? So I can't remember the phrase. Above is it is below, something like
as
that.
above, so below.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So is
I'm
not saying it isn't, but is the Earth not round? I'm not using that four-letter word.
I think we're around. I don't think it's anything. I think we're shown.
We are a semi an oblate spheroid.
It's more like that shape, isn't it? Apparently.
No, you're describing your perfect woman, but
it's
well,
not,
no, it's like a fat, like a flattened, it's like a flattened orb.
It's like the southern hemisphere comes out more than the top, so it's like a bell-shaped kind of. Well, that'll explain a lot of reasons behind a lot of things that people do, but.
What's the, if it were flat, the cats would have knocked everything.
Yeah, exactly.
By now, as they say. So,
yeah. Right. So I'm just looking to see if there's any more questions. I'm just prepping myself for having to move downstairs. So I'm just making sure I've got everything that I need. And I haven't, which isn't good. So,
I'll be right back. Is that okay?
You guys, just bear with me. I just need to take a look downstairs.
It's going to be Chris and myself then.
Oh, no, I'm just getting a few bits ready that I can take down. Right, there we go.
Your Area 51 sign.
Thank you. Yeah, and I've got the Ouija board, and I've got some magnets, but I'm scared of sticking one on because if that starts moving, I'm moving quicker than that.
Yeah, I don't like Ouija boards. I know people that do, but I know
never done one, but I always wanted to own one.
I've never played with one seriously. No. I know I played with one as a kid, maybe, but I always felt kind of an aversion to it. So,
but see, that's the thing. What's the big? I know what the big deal is. So, what's the big deal when it comes to Ouija boards? But when it comes to like dowsing rods, pendulums,
I think the movie The Exorcist, maybe.
Yeah,
I know. I like pendulums. I love. I'm sort of crystals. I love. I had one of our local. MUFON members gave me a beautiful tiger's eye pennant, and I was looking up what sort of energies that these were supposed to have, and it was like everything that I kind of wanted. It was sort of a leadership thing. It was protection and so yeah. But Ouija boards, I think The Exorcist is kind of what scared people off of them, and plus Paul Eno. I don't know if you ever had Paul on the show or if you're familiar with Paul, but
Paul Eno. I know the name.
Yeah, and he, people have had bad experiences with him where they've let something in that they later on regretted letting in. So, but I don't know. It's I'm not really into that stuff,
That is what is
I draw the line at crystals. I like pendulums. I like
But I've just realized There's my pendulum. And there's a Ouija board, and I've just knocked everything over.
You need a bigger room.
I'm not adverse to dowsing rods. I mean, that doesn't, they work for some weird reason.
Dowsing rods as well. But,
cool.
Looks like just me and you, El.
It is. Why does stuff like that work? Like dowsing rods to find water sources, or isn't that strange? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, our world goes deeper than we really know. But scientifically it should work. I mean, it's like, astrology and stuff. I mean, there's a part of me that just hates that because it doesn't make any sense scientifically. I'm adverse to it, from, I guess, growing up reading Asimov and Carl Sagan and, what have you, science books and stuff. But I sure do seem like a double Gemini with Cancer rising. Apparently supposed to kind of calm me down and make me so I'm not like completely nuts.
Yeah,
but
it's
strange, weird.
Really, my wife Elle is she's an astrologist, and she's been studying the subject. God, I mean, we've known each other 26 years now, going on for 27. And she's always had an interest in that subject. Yes, she knows me. She knows me very well. And, so yes, you could argue what she sees by looking at my stars, my horoscope. I could argue the fact, well, no, but you know me. But when she, casts scopes for other people, and she's pretty damn accurate with what she does, it does raise the question: where does this knowledge come from? How have these people found this out? But again, things like a Ouija board. I'm not religious at all. In fact, I would argue against all religion, to be quite honest, and that we don't really need it. But, I do believe in one thing that Christ is said to have said: do unto others as you would have them do to you. If everybody did that, the world would be great. But
you could get rid of everything else in that book and just
absolutely.
Keep that, and that's the heart of it.
My point being, what I'm trying to get across is that a lot of these ideas, demonology, life after death, and Ouija boards and all this kind of stuff, they all stem back to what was ancient Jerusalem's major enemy in the area at the time, which was the Babylonian Empire. Because these things were all practiced there, it was said. So a lot of these ideas and beliefs do go back to Babylonian times and earlier. It's just that people tend to jump on the bandwagon without investigating everything else.
I think we imbue things with power ourselves, maybe, that if we consider that something has a kind of a power to it. That's what I hear from a lot of people that I respect and look up to. And maybe that's more of that,
Well, there is scriptures in the Bible where the ancient Hebrew king Saul actually visited a spirit medium in the Bible, and the Bible does warn against that. So a lot of it will come from Bible as well.
Yeah, we three kings, the three wise men, they were astrologers and magicians.
Yes, absolutely.
They were the first to honor Jesus. So, I mean, there's a lot of the people that take the Bible as their science book, and so that is kind of on the rise as a trend again. Maybe it's not a science book. It's a religious work. It's about spirituality. I think if you take it properly, it's got its parables. It's got poetry in it. It has a love sonnet in it. For God's sake, people will say that the Song of Solomon is about Jesus's love for the church. It's like, no, it's not. He's talking about how beautiful his lover's breasts are in this, you know, and you know, I'm sorry, that's it just, there's all kinds of people. I like what C.S. Lewis said about it, was he said, you shouldn't give adult books to people that think like children. And that I think is kind of what happens. A lot of people, that's the only book they read, and they have no understanding of what apocalyptic literature is, or apocryphal literature. But it's, you know, I mean, Jesus said, "Oh, Israel, how I long to draw you to me like a mother hen would draw her chicks." I mean, he wasn't saying that he wore a chicken suit, you know. I mean, you have to understand metaphor. You know, you have to understand metaphor.
I was just going to say, El, exactly.
Yeah. Right.
People,
I'm going to go off now because I'm going to swap rooms. So if you give me 5 minutes, well, that as well.
I want to see that. Wow.
There's not much to see, I promise you.
I don't believe it.
Right, so I'm gonna stay on here. I'm gonna log back in when I get downstairs, and then log out of this one. So I'm gonna.
Okay.
Do you want to do a break, or do you just want to keep chatting?
I'd like to actually take a break.
I can ask him some questions if you want, Andy, because I'm going to need to get off in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Right.
Okay, I'll come back later. But I can
so
have
what
a quick
do you want to do?
Who's coming on next? Is there somebody coming on next?
Yes.
Okay,
well,
so
he would have been here by
so
now.
It's almost time for us to say goodbye to all of our family. MICKEYMOUSE.
Right. What I'll do then, I'll stick you on a break. Give me a chance to get set up downstairs. It'll only take 5 minutes. I literally got to turn the iPad on and sit on the sofa. That's it.
The teacher's leaving the classroom. We can throw paper airplanes.
Keeping my eye on you. Watching
draw all kinds of nasty stuff on the chalkboard.
Right. I will see you in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
See you shortly.
Fairly well.
So Lala, what have you got planned for the immediate future? Besides sleeping after you've done this.
I am it's 7 p.m. here. Yeah, 7 p.m. I'm in Maryland, East Coast. So I'm going to make breakfast for dinner and French toast and everything like that.
Ooh.
Yeah. Have you investigating anything in particular at the moment, or any books coming out or anything?
People keep telling me to write a book because my life's been kind of crazy. I feel it's been so crazy people just wouldn't believe it. So I'm kind of on the fence with that. But at where we live, every night we get visitations, whether it be spirits or something else. And I'm always going over the video. I know almost a year ago, an orb flew down in our backyard, the back porch, and it appeared as like a foggy human shaped, but it was light. So it was like a light human maybe. And it physically moved the heavy camera to where it wanted it to be, right? And then it went into an orb again and flew off. And from then on, they've been lighting up that neighbor's roof nightly. It looks like a light crawling off of the roof. And Bob has done tests to see if a car can do it. He's driven around. I've watched on the video. It can't, the way our house and the trees are positioned. A car can't make that light happen. And we've also seen craft hover over the roof as the light was doing that. I did notice that it'll get really, really active. Maybe a couple times a night it'll happen. And then I'll wake up with a weird bruise, like a triangle bruise, or 2 circles with a circle in the center of them. Mm-hmm. And then they'll stop for a few weeks to a few months, or it'll slow down a lot. But then it'll start picking back up again. And eventually I'll wake up with a bruise that it's started to pick up again. They're doing it multiple times a night. So I'm waiting for that one.
So is that kind of thing, the bruises, etc., triangle shapes, how long has this been going on? Is it since you were a youth, a young lady, or is it younger, or is it just something recent?
I noticed the bruises since I've been a teen, but I know when I was, even before I was 5, I would have dreams of me in my backyard looking up in the night sky, and crafts, they all looked alike, flying over me slowly. And I had this for many years, quite a bit, until I was maybe, I don't know, a few years later, after 5 years old, my dad was watching a UFO movie, and I go, I know what they are. I dream of them all the time. And he had experiences. He didn't like talking about it. And we were best friends. He would talk about everything, ghosts, everything. He was a Reiki healer, but he did not like talking about that at all. So, but we shared an experience one time, and it turned him into almost like a robot. It was strange,
That's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I think you should write a book, young lady. I really do. I think you should get on with it. Yeah, because I know one person who would definitely read it, and that would be me straight away.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Everybody loves Lala. That's the one thing. That is true. That is true. And we're talking about all this crazy stuff, and I will reiterate the fact that Bob, her life partner, is he's a physicist. He's not some so we're talking highly intelligent people that are scientifically minded, and this weird stuff is happening. So
absolutely,
there you go, folks. Keep an open
So what
mind.
about yourself, El? I know you're planning for the next major MUFON event in a few months now.
Yes.
What kind of speakers have you got? Can you tell us any names?
I can't yet because they haven't.
Oh,
been
you
announced.
spoil sport. Get out the room.
I can tell. Well, I did point out this one book. Okay, that's the one hint that I will give you. Okay, is the Kelly Hopkinsville little green men, but they were actually gray. But I'll give you that one. That one is that I'm going to be doing an event, and it's a long one. It's like a 3.5 hour event on the Friday of the symposium. I guess it's the first event, and I'm going to present 3 people that are the second generation of this phenomenon, and very classic and beloved and very well-known cases, but they usually don't go out and talk. So, all I can say is I'm very excited about it. And the gist of this is going to be, each person is going to give a podium lecture for half an hour with a slideshow. Then people will get a break, and then we'll reconvene and do a roundtable conversation. And the main thing that I want to bring about is to show that this phenomenon is nothing new, that officialdom may want to rebrand it as UAP this and UAP that, but it's the same phenomenon that's been going on. In my feeling is it's been going on forever. I kind of ally with Jacques of LA that way. But I have some wonderful speakers that usually people don't hear.
Brilliant.
So,
I think they move the goalposts. They, whoever they are, the people behind the control, they tend to move the goalposts. As we know, even though he didn't call them that, flying saucers was the term. That became in the 1950s and 60s UFO. Now it's UAP. I just think they're doing that on purpose to move the goalposts to hide information when we do freedom of information requests. Whether I've done them in America, and they've sent me information here in Britain. I've done 1 or 2 in Britain, and they send me information, but it's never the damn question you ask them. It's always something else. We can stop talking about him now.
Well, he asked for UAP reports, and these are UFO reports, so we don't have to send them. Or this is a flying saucer report. This is the White House talking about flying saucers. He asked for UFO material from thus and such. It's just obfuscation. Also, I think that officialdom wants this to seem like oh, we didn't know that this was going on. Oh, what do you know? Why, this is something new, and it's not. I mean, there was a UFO crash in 1897 in Texas, Aurora, Texas. It hit a windmill. Talking about that earlier, and there, and you can read like Wonders in the Sky, Chris Aubeck and Jacques Vallée's wonderful book about this very topic. It goes way back. And I think it's all connected. And I think that, but, they don't want to answer. Now they say they've lost every single thing from Roswell, every single official document. Oh, yeah, well, we had them, but they were destroyed years ago.
Yeah,
and it just,
allegedly.
They want to hold on to this for dear life. They just don't want to let go of the phenomena, and it's the aerospace companies, I believe. It's
I'm sure you guys will agree with me, Lala, Elle, and Andy as well, in that what made me laugh personally is NASA and the fact that they turned around and said, oh, we couldn't give a verdict because we didn't have the information. Well, hang on a minute, guys. You can go back to at least 1947, if not even earlier. There are many organizations across there in the States, as I mentioned earlier, NUFORC, National UFO Reporting Center, MUFON, we've got organizations allegedly in Britain, British UFO Research Association, which in all honesty haven't done anything for years. That's worthwhile talking about, where we could, actually seek out information from them. All these organizations should get together, share the relevant information with the Pentagon.
I agree.
And
now
Randy.
Movement has recently made available.
Quickly. Sorry, El. Have you read the book Skinwalkers of the Pentagon? Because they actually talk about, they call it black money, but it's also known as dark money. It's something like, it used to be $22 million a year that could be spent on something, but they didn't have to disclose where this money went. And that was NASA. But with NASA, you've got all these other agencies that the money goes to as well. I can't remember them all, but a couple are owned by Bigelow. So you've got NIDS, you've got Bass. These tons of them. They're the only two that
That's all Bigelow
remember. So if NASA don't have this information,
$22 million,
they're spending a lot of money to not know anything. It makes zero
Well, they're
sense.
discovering stuff, but it's all being shoved under the carpet. So and that's,
they did it in the Vatican.
I make my reports available to public, and I, in Outer Limits magazine, I got that okayed. How long ago was that? It was about 5 years ago, maybe.
So
and I've been publishing one of my better unknowns, the whole file with the witness interview. It's the names redacted. I redact anything to where the witness be pestered or bothered by government agencies or anybody else. I keep my witnesses safe. But if I get the okay from them, then I make that's MUFON's transparency. That's my transparency. I want people to know about this stuff. I have enough articles now where I'm going to be gathering them together into a book soon. Hopefully published this year. So I'll add some extraneous material but the book's already written. I mean, you've been publishing it, Chris. So I'll expand some of those cases.
Can I just say,
brilliant cases.
When the book comes out, that'll be another book that I get that I don't read.
Yeah, you haven't read mine yet.
I've looked at it.
I'm reading that book right now. That's the third time I've given you the.
That is my only New Year's resolution, is to actually read the books that I've got.
Yeah. Oh, I have two. Jesse Peak, I've been trying to read his unpublished Galley, and I just have so many things on my, he wants, I'm going to write the foreword for him. I think I've now got enough of the gist of the book that I can write the foreword and not sound like a dweeb. But yeah, I know. So little time, so many books.
I want to know what the Vatican knows about aliens and everything.
Sorry, I needed to put that up.
What Bob say? That's my Bob, by the way. Sorry,
yeah,
Bob.
I guess that. unless you've got a stalker that you don't know about.
I'm going to start bugging her, Bob. I'm going to start bugging her.
He heard what I said earlier, Lala, that you should write your book. Get on with it, girl. Otherwise, we'll all come and see you.
I need help. My ADD kicks my butt sometimes, so I definitely need help.
Yeah, see, plenty of books that I'll never get to read. What more could I want?
I'll make a picture book for you.
Yeah, colouring. Do Audible, because then I can listen to them while I'm at work. That's so much easier for me.
I love Audible, actually.
Yeah.
That's how I read the new Pascagoula book, was on Audible.
Well, that Skinwalker.
I have a hard copy signed. Thank you, Irina. But
cool.
but I read it because I was so busy at the time. I was doing a lot of driving.
Right.
My daughter was in town when it came out, and I was visiting her, and so I just did the Audible. It's wonderful.
Cool. So I've just brought Nathaniel in. So
Earl, Gray Anderson, Chris Evers. Hello, everyone. Amazing.
Hello.
How was everybody doing tonight?
So good. I thought you'd bin me off, mate.
No, actually, strange thing.
Let you off.
I forgot it's midnight your time, right? I thought it was going to be 26 my time.
Did I not send you your... Yes.
Yeah. I feel like an idiot now, so it's my fault. It's my fault. So thank God, because Andy, I have another interview with some producers tomorrow night. So this actually works out perfect.
Oh, cool. Yeah, are you writing a book? Any chance?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He sounds surprised then.
Yeah. Well, honestly, guys,
right?
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. The thing is, early on in my career, I didn't have a publisher. You know what I mean? And I didn't want to be one of those guys that went around and self-published. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just I self-published my first book. You know what I mean? And personally, I just felt like at a certain point, I was like, I need to find a publisher. And yet the content that I'm releasing, you know, is it's different. And you know, so it's interesting. So I'm hoping to find a publisher. That way, once I can release it, it's not just something that Nathaniel Gillis.
Yeah, it's not your mainstream paranormal phenomena. It's a bit off the cuff sort of thing.
Absolutely. So the Skin That Crawls, though, will be about the pathology of possession, not through the lens of Catholicism, right? And I will detail cases that led to actual pregnancy and what we would consider to be the missing fetus syndrome. So it'll destroy the current model that ufology has presented as the hybridization program. Whatever we're dealing with, it does seem to be a tad bit interdimensional. And it's terrifying. So like I said, it's going to be a niche subject matter. And whoever I get with,
you're going to hear the opposite of what I was just talking about. I was just saying how all the hybrids I've met have been these wonderful, artistic, and good people. So they didn't want to take over the world and just wanted to fill the world with beautiful music and artwork and stuff like that. So I don't know.
There's a new wave.
There's as many opinions out there, you know, as people. So but
I'm
I'm probably going to tap
well.
out pretty soon. You guys have almost been on here for 3 hours. Has it been? It's been like 3 hours almost.
Well, brother, it's great to see you again. As
chef de jour here.
I wanted to ask a question real quick. I wanted to ask earlier, but I didn't want to sound like too much of a weirdo. What is the difference of the reptilian and the incubus? Because they kind of do the same thing. I had an experience once like that. And, you know, Bob feels it was reptilian. I have a priest friend that thinks it was an incubus. How do you know? I mean,
I've heard that there are two different forms of reptilians, that there's a draconian and then there's and they are more interstellar than anything, apparently. Although you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm always open to the interdimensional origin of our visitors. I think some are from the stars, some aren't. But I've heard that the Draconians are more warlike, and that they're not always the nicest creatures. But then there's another breed of reptilians that some think they even came from Earth, and they left Earth and then they came back.
Okay.
That's one idea that's out there. Yes, Chris.
I was just going to say incubus is more of a religious term, in that an incubus is supposed to be a male demon that seeks to have a sexual relationship with a female, usually in the hours of darkness while they're asleep, etc. And the reptilians, as far as I'm aware, don't particularly go out and seek that kind of relationship with females.
No.
Yeah, I woke up to that happening, so that's the only reason I even found out, and I didn't know what was going on. I kept it to myself for a few years, really.
Sounds like incubus type behavior. I mean, the people I know that believe they're reptilian, they, like, a lot of them are born with prehensile tails that were cut off in the delivery room. One friend of mine had very, very kind of, I used to call her China doll, because just very smooth features. She was beautiful. Musician, came from not a political family, but a family that was in the judicial system. Very beloved in their area. I'm not going to mention where, because I don't know if she wants the story out. But I used to play guitar for this person in their band, and an amazing songwriter, creative person, worked in film, and just a lovely, wonderful, loving person, and has apparently had UFO experiences all of her life, which I was unaware of until just recently. She sent me one of the best UFO photos I've ever seen that she took.
Wow.
So if that's, and then the other person I know that has a very elaborate story, apparently was a created reptilian, where it was there were birth defects involved in the birth, and apparently the military, the father was in the Navy SEALs, I believe it was, and they gave him the option of, we have this fix for your daughter, but it's this DNA that's not from here. And he believes that she was a created reptilian, and that it was, you know, ET DNA used to fix the, you know, the broken parts of human DNA. A genius, a scientist, always coming up with inventions that, you know, are patented, and just another wonderful creative person and lovely person. You know, just I can't think of somebody I would rather spend time with or talk with. So my experience with the reptilian hybrids is different from what you hear. Barbara Lamb, who's very, very well known as a hypnotic regression worker, worked with, you know, Bud Hopkins and people like that. She had a manifestation of a kind reptilian because she had a misconception. People were coming to her and saying that they were all evil. And she said that it was the gentlest, kindest creature, and that she could read this person. It wasn't like, you know, like the devil acting like it was an angel of light or something. That it was very obvious that this was a benevolent creature. But I think that certain people were able to make, I think that maybe some of that is put up by officialdom to breed you know, horror and terror in us, prejudice, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think there's such a thing as an evil race. You know, we have our Hitlers and our Mahatma Gandhis in humanity. And I imagine that anyone that has free will is going to develop that kind of thing, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, so Nathaniel was on last week and was kind of like mentioned about Incubus, and then the vampire side to it. Like I still cannot remember if it's glimmering or glamoring. But is that still part of the Incubus? Do they do that?
Our classic understanding of the incubi species, if they can be a species, is quite literally what we would consider to be the modern UFO abduction phenomenon. I mean, they would take on the images of former lovers, former husbands, the deceased, anything, and then at the very end of it, they would change the mask into what they really looked like. And this is a way of self-replication that goes all the way back to the late Iron Age. But the whole idea of the incubus, at least to my understanding, was, I mean, once you get to the case studies, it wasn't a real entity. It was almost not a who, it was a how.
Right.
Proceed from here and inseminate here. And it got to a point where even the church authorities could not classify it as demonic because none of the religious amulets worked. None. Furthermore, they were known to have first, in vampirology, harvest their seed they were inseminating women with from the recently deceased men.
Oh my
and
God.
You can actually see, yes. And you can, Israel's doing this now. And so what you can see though is, again, where the legends of vampirology come from, which is taking the excretions and secretions of the human being and using them for something else. But that's why, if we look at if we look at the hybridization program through the modern lens of ufology, of course, but if we look at this as a singular intelligence, possibly that's evolved according to our awareness of it, then we have the intellectual responsibility to include some case studies that aren't all, love and light. I mean, these guys that were in the 16th century, I mean, they were marking their symbols underneath people's eyelids, leaving them to their own demises, to where demonologists were coming in and collecting some of the secretions that these beings were leaving. And it's interesting because this would fall underneath the umbrella of dream demonology, which later on in modernity, we would interpret, okay, these weren't dream demons essentially, but they were inducing their victims into dreamlike states. So you can see how, some people and ancestors essentially would have perceived this phenomenon. But at least Center Story of Amino and Montague Summers classified whatever these beings were as, this is going to be credible. It's the paradox. The phenomenon often places us in a pagan demon. Right? It's just fascinating. But whatever they were dealing with was a lot more like a serial killer. They would mark their victims, and then like with symbols that had occult connections, which this would kind of bleed into why Tim Taylor and Albert Bender and all these other individuals were building earthen altars. What? What? We good?
No,
okay.
So
I thought I did
went
something.
offline for a second.
Okay.
Guys, I'm going to quickly interrupt you all there because it's 12:30 a.m. here.
Yeah, and, I'm going to head out too.
Yeah, I'm going to head off for a couple of hours.
Great to see you guys. Though.
I've got to go cook. I have to cook dinner. I'm chef.
It was nice meeting you, Chris.
You too,
nice
Alan. And please forgive my ignorance of what you did earlier on because I get that much info coming in. It tends to go in there and come out both my ears before I get to read it.
See,
it's always good to hang out with Andy, Chris, and Lala. I'm friends and fans of you all, and it's always my pleasure. And it was good to meet you, Nathaniel. I would love to talk with you some other time. That hybridization, we don't see it anymore. People are not having experiences where their DNA is taken and women aren't having their eggs taken. Because I work with MUFON's ERT, I also, I work very closely with Yvonne Smith in the Ciro group, Les Velez in the Ciro group. Paul Eno worked with us in the ERT, still does. But we don't really see the classic DNA extractions that we used to see. It slowed down, and maybe over the last 4 years, it just kind of came to a standstill, and now we don't see it at all. So whatever was going on seems to have stopped. Mission accomplished, maybe.
I hope so.
Yeah. All right, you guys, I'm going to head out. You have a wonderful.
I'll get your copy to you very soon.
All right, thank you, Chris. See you guys.
Bye.
See you later, El. See you in a bit, Chris.
I was just going to say to Nathaniel, he's just disappeared before I was
going
to go.
I had to switch my hat. I switched my hat. There we go. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, don't forget as well, not only is the incubus, the succubus as well, which is the female version.
Right.
So don't forget to mention that as well. And now I'm going.
All right, brother. Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure, brother.
Catch you at 4 a.m., Andy. See you later.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I'll stay till 8 p.m. So about 20 minutes or so, because I want to hear what Nathaniel has to say.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This is very interesting.
I have to go because I need to eat. See you later, guys.
See you later, Chris.
Have a good one. Yep. So
Oh,
where were we?
right, let's swap us around a bit.
All right, so how long are you doing this for? 24 hours?
Me?
Yeah.
25.
He's like, I don't know at this point.
What are you going to do it for?
I don't know. I'm going for 25 hours.
Well, if I get up and you're on, I'll see if I can hop on. I'll say hi. Hi.
Hello. So that was a message just bringing.
There we go.
Up coffee number 4.
Oh my God, man.
I only have one a day
because
I'm sensitive to caffeine. So if this doesn't work, I don't know what I'm going to do. But we'll see.
Bouncing off the walls or falling asleep, one of the two. But the Ikibai, Succubi, the problem with the demonology is they could never determine whether or not these were separate entities in and of themselves, or if they were one entity that would masquerade as a female to a male, to harvest the seed, and then as a male to a female. And yet some of these case studies weren't even like for instance, if it was a same gender loving person, that entity would manifest as that gender, and then still the insemination would happen, or the secretions would be harvested. So what that lended demonologists to believe, at least in late antiquity, was okay, that this was not essentially a who at all, right? And that it was the modus operandi. It was almost like a program where the phenomenon, I've talked about this on other shows, where the phenomenon will manifest to the senses according to the belief system, or according to the sexuality, according to the preferences of that experiencer. And then it does that in order to navigate around our awarenesses, our instincts. And then at the point that the agenda is fulfilled, whatever the plan may be, pulls the mask back, and that individual realizes, oh my God, not only was this not a religious figure, and I can go down this road too, not only was it not a demon, whatever this intelligence is not playing by any of my rules,
right?
And any of the rules we were led to believe in. So whatever this intelligence is, especially the hybridization program, yes, it's not the classic understanding, because it's not, modern hybridization program, again, it's all splicing DNA, but that's specifically within ufology. Like I said, if you consider other case studies, they paint a completely different picture, and a picture that I think, and I'm going to be talking about this later on in February, I think has a more accurate depiction of what's actually occurring in these case studies.
Yeah. So do you think, so with, like I was saying earlier about the connection to everything, with this, whatever this thing is, do you think that could be what the source is, what Barry and Steve talk about?
100%, absolutely. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And the thing is, these researchers that you're talking about that we're joining, they're very much ahead of the curve. Like honestly, and that's why I'm just thrilled to death to actually join them and meet these people, because they're my heroes. But they're my heroes because I'm very particular about whose research I research. You know, I mean, you've got a lot of people in this field that, you know, they'll get on a TV show and they'll claim something as if it's some kind of prophetic revelation in the field. And it's like, we've known that for 20 years. And you start to see where you're like, wait a minute, you just realized that? Oh my God, right? And, you know, in a way, they are gatekeepers, these individuals out there that are, oh my God, I just discovered this, because they really believe they have the ability to say, okay, well, I'm going to tell you what's worthy of discussing now. And well, if I believe it, then, you know, whatever. And the fact is, we're ahead of the game, and we're starting to ask the questions that deserve to be asked, which is, my friend, is this a singular intelligence that has evolved according to our awareness of it? If it is, just if it is, then we have to start including other case studies from other fields of research.
Yep. Yeah. But I was just going to say, we'd be saying about when people come up with this theory that they claim to be theirs, I think what a lot of people like to do is they want to work it out themselves and find their own way of coming to that conclusion, rather than taking it from somebody else and just copying what they're saying and putting it in your own words.
I understand that. I get that. And yeah, so there is a measure of intellectual laziness to a portion, but on the other hand, you're right. They're wanting to vet it. And, you know, this to a large degree, the field is kind of a business where, you know, okay, yeah, it's great. Well, but it's not as great unless I say it, unless, you know what I mean? And you kind of see that sometimes. It's like, oh, okay, now we're allowed to talk about it, right? Because you talked about it. And that's why, like I said before, it's just nice to be connected to researchers who are like, listen, we're going to bring it up. You know what I mean? We're going to look. We're going to stare at the darkness that's been staring into us, the species. And if people don't like it, that's fine. Because here's the truth of the matter, guys. We don't have answers because we don't have questions at this point. We don't even know, right, the right questions to ask. And I think that's what a lot of this is about. And I'm happy to be along in the ride.
What's the most interesting and creepy thing you've found out so far?
Found out or experienced? Because found out is
both.
Well, there are intelligence that operate like serial killers, that have a predatory nature, that are not all love and light, that do not have. Wait a minute, that's on his part, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to.
All right, cool.
Just got to do something.
You know, because Andy knows me. Like one question and 45 minutes later, I'm like, and then, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, honestly, the problem is this. Okay, and this is what we've been dealing with. Let's say we have a group that researches a phenomenon, and they're the ones that kind of set the standard, and oh my God, this is what we believe in. And if you report that certain thing to us, you only have like a list of 5 or 6 things. And if what you experience falls outside of that blueprint, we're gonna act just like a church or the church does. It doesn't exist, or it shouldn't be included in our research. Well, sure enough, a lot of what I've been researching doesn't fit in that blueprint. But to answer your question, one of these case studies includes an entity that was allegedly, he claimed to have been a formerly human being, and that when he was a human being, he would commit crimes and assaults. And he would not only harm civils into people, his victims, but he would actually restalk his crime scenes, just like a serial killer. And so that's why I say some of these entities do have that pathology. And when they operate like that, this bears mentioning. That's why sometimes it's like, okay, is it really worth investigating? You know what I mean? Like, if there's a really malevolent haunting, okay, yes, we're going to go in, we're going to try to collect data and document anything we can. But at the same time, there is this danger of tripping over it for the phenomenon. And I've done this in my own research, where not even just on a location, but doing like extensive research on case studies, and you get too close to it, and it realizes that, and you pay the price in many ways.
Yeah, I did get a lot of that, so I just had to nip in the other room and get some.
It's all good.
Well, real quick, what did you experience yourself?
So years ago, I was at a restaurant sitting down and reading a book. All right. It's a sports bar, not gonna lie. It's really cool. It's like, it's, you know, like dim lights. I know the family there that owned it and everything. So we're cool. I had my little spot and I'd get in the corner of the room and stuff and I'd read for hours. And so one night I was reading, I got an email. This family had reached out to me thinking they were reaching out to my dad because my dad is a pastor. And so I take the email to my dad. I'm like, wait a minute, you know, like, do you know, you want to pray with them or pray for them? Because that's what they requested. Turns out that they wanted prayer because there was paranormal activity occurring in their house. And my dad was like, that's you. It's like, okay, all right. So I emailed them back the next day, you know, and as I'm emailing them, it's weird. I experienced it, but I cannot explain it to this day. I was in the restaurant on my laptop, but spiritually or consciously, I was walking up the stairs to a second-story house, and I was walking into a room that had an entity in the closet. Weird stuff. Never experienced that prior to or since. But I'm messaging and emailing the sister that is taking care of her brother, who was the husband in this situation. Anyways, I said, I don't know what I'm seeing now, but I'm cornering an entity upstairs in a closet of this house. I described it, the layout. She goes, well, I'm staying in that house right now with the family, and I know exactly what you're talking about. She goes, I was in that closet last night, and there's something in that room. So I get in there, and when I walk in the house, again, I'm just there because I'm thinking, all right, this family needs help with paranormal activity. We'll do an investigation and all that. Well, there was an atheist that met me at the door. Hi, I'm so-and-so. I just want you to know, first of all, he didn't call me Nathaniel. Hey, Nate. I'm like, oh, ooh, you know what I mean? Because, you know, if you don't know me, it's just, oh yeah, Nate. I'm like, no, yeah. It's weird. So, but you know, sometimes people don't realize it and it's cool, but this guy was doing it intentionally. I'm like, oh yeah, who are you? But he was like, you know, I don't believe in spirits. I don't believe in paranormal activity. I don't believe in anything. He goes, matter of fact, I'm just here to support my best friend. So I'm like, all right, you know, nice to meet you and everything. Well, as I'm talking to the family, I notice in the corner of the room by the front door, actually, because the door was in the corner, there was a portion of the carpet that they had recently cut up. And yeah, and I didn't even noticed it, but I didn't put two and two together. I'm thinking, okay, that's weird. But I go through the house and I have the sister with me, and we're walking upstairs. And I'm telling her, I'm like, you know what? I feel something here. I feel something there. And once we got into this room, the only way I can explain it, guys, was like something was so present that I really believed that there was a person hiding from me. Because you walk in, there's a wall, and then you turn, it opens up. So I'm thinking, oh my God, I could feel there's somebody in here and they're hiding. I don't know if they're trying to scare us or what. We get in there, there's nobody at all. Oh. No. So I go and I'm looking and I finally find a closet. I open up the closet. There is a green milk carton full of model trains. And I'm looking at them. I'm thinking, okay, that's kind of weird. I tell the sister, whatever and whoever this is, it's connected to these green model trains. Now, this is going to affect some people's perception and model of demonology and all kinds of stuff. So I'm sorry. It's just the only thing I can say is this happened. And so I said, okay, that's kind of weird. So we go to the other closet and there's a bunch of fishing poles and a tackle box, whatever. So I go downstairs and I'm looking around and I said, okay, I see a blonde woman sitting on a kitchen table. The only thing we could see was just the table. There was no blonde woman. There was no chair to sit on. But I saw a blonde woman smoking a cigarette, listening to a radio. I'm thinking, okay, that's kind of weird. But I instructed the family, don't tell me anything yet. So we go into the kitchen. We sit down with the family. And I notice that the husband has a gash. I mean, like someone just all the way down. All the way down.
Oh.
And then I'm like, okay, that's why his sister's here, right? With the family that help him. And I said, you know, okay, now that I've talked to the sister, what happened? So the husband said that about a year ago, his daughter, who was 13, she went to this new school, and being in a new school, she was trying to find a friend. She found a friend that was 15 years old, 15-year-old. And that this whole time that his daughter was getting closer to this friend, she was kind of pulling away from the family. And some days, and you probably heard me tell the story, Andy, where sometimes, they would have dinner, the daughter wouldn't come down, and sooner it was like, okay, sooner or later, it's like, oh my God, we're losing our little girl. And the only thing we could think of is because she's getting closer to this girl, this 15-year-old girl who was bigger, taller, older, and everything. Mm-hmm. So they sit her down and say, okay, explain to us what's going on. I know it's been kind of a weird change in your life, going into a new school. And but we do want to tell you, you brought your friend to a couple of cookouts, and she seems to be okay. They're like, but there's just something dark about her. And we would just ask you, as your parents and family, just don't hang out with her anymore, because it's given us the heebie-jeebies when she's around. And so, anyways, fast forwarding, they said one night he's like, me and my wife get off of work, second shift, daughter's in bed. We're just drinking beer, watching movies or something. We look out the window, and there's that 15-year-old girl.
Oh.
Staring at them through the window, just looking. And he's like, Nathaniel, he said, I didn't know what to do. He said, I just picked up the phone, and he's like, first of all, make sure all the doors are locked, pulled all the blinds down. And he's like, I called the cops. When the cops got there, she was nowhere to be found. Whatever. He's like, so, a few months go by. And he said, then one night, he said the same scenario. He said, almost. He's like, me and my wife are sitting there watching TV. And next thing we know, my daughter comes downstairs, and he's like, we're thinking, okay, she's going to get a glass of water or use the restroom or get a snack or something. And the door opens. And in comes the 15-year-old. And I'm not mentioning any names here, so, you guys will never know who it is. But she had a mask on, and she had stub-nosed scissors in one hand and a knife in the other. Oh. And he said, by the time she crossed over the threshold, there was a male disembodied guttural voice. It wasn't hers. It found a body, but it was, so it found a body. So it's no longer disembodied, if you will. But he said that her mouth wasn't moving, but this entity was laughing through her. It's kind of like what old exorcists, well, at least not ancient, but old, like Malachi Martin and them would call the body a wind-like instrument. Yeah, and that's what happened. And so this entity was laughing at them without the mouth moving. And then she ended up killing the mother. So when I'm there, I'm getting this information. And as we're talking, you could feel the heat. First of all, was getting hot. Like I was sweating. And it's like, man, this is the wintertime. What's going on here? And you could feel it getting hotter, and the intensity is building. In that entity, you could feel it moving in the room. And I'm going, oh my God. And my EMF reader's going off, and it's present. And if you've never been in a situation like this, the only way I can explain it is, something's about to happen. Either something's going to fly off the counter, or you're going to see manifestation present. So he said, the husband told me, he said, she actually, when when she stabbed me, she broke the tip of the knife on one of my ribs. And he's like, so they went and stitched me up and everything. And he's like, but then it got infected. He's like, they didn't get the tip out. He's like, so that's why they had to reopen me and all this stuff. It was really bad stuff. So anyways, so I'm there, and I said, well, can you tell me a little bit about your wife? He's like, yes. He's like, and I'm telling you, you guys can surmise what you want. I don't understand all of this either. I'm just telling you the story. Yeah. But he said, the husband said, yeah, he said, when I met my wife, she was in a horrible home, like a home situation. Her home life was bad. Her dad would beat her unconscious. And he's like, one night, he's like, when I finally pulled up to the house, he's like, I told her, throw everything in my truck. We're leaving. Yeah. And he's like, for the next decade, I had to put her through therapy, PTSD, like all kinds of stuff. And he said the last thing her dad told her was, I'm going to kill you one day. Now, again, I'm not suggesting, I'm just telling you. Yeah. Weird. And he said, he said, I'm going to kill you one day. And he's like, it's kind of funny. It's not in a hilarious way. It's kind of weird, I guess. He said, because whenever he would get really drunk, he said he was a drug addict, an alcoholic, and a motorcycle gang member, I guess.
Yeah.
And he said that he would get really, really, really high and drunk. He would beat on, the wife and the daughter. And he said that the only way they would get him out of the stupor was to treat him like a child. I said, oh, really? He goes, yeah. Matter of fact, they would take him to the toy store and buy him model trains. He said, matter of fact, when he died, we took all of his stuff and put it upstairs in a room, and those model trains are in the closet.
Wow.
So I did I have it on audio. It's recorded. And so I did the cleansing. And when I did, there was, first of all, you could feel a confrontation.
Yeah.
It was in your face. You could feel it. It was tangible. And when I did the cleansing, the atheist, I remember looking at the atheist, and it was first of all, it was a heat wave. And the father was doing this. It's hot. Get it off of me. It's burning. Yeah. It's burning. And then the atheist was in the fetal position, rocking back and forth. This was nuts. And when we were done, when I was done, it was almost like you took one of those residual light switches and turned it all the way on. Yeah. And the family went around. Anyway, so fast forward. About 2 months later, I get a phone call from the family. The atheist wants to talk to me. I'm like, oh, okay, what's going on, And he's like, well, he goes, Nathaniel goes, look, he goes, first it was Nate. Now it was Nathaniel. So I'm like, oh, okay. All right, buddy, he said, he said, I got the phone book out, and he said, I called every pastor in the city and told them what happened. He said, because I grew up in a family that never believed in any of that. And he's like, I was prepared to just make fun of you. And I was like, well, yeah, it was kind of obvious. So, all right, fast forward again. Like months later, I'm in the same restaurant, same time of the night, in the same seat, because that was my chair, and I was just reading books.
Yeah.
Next to me, and I'm telling the story for the people that haven't heard it, because this gets even weirder. So next to me sits down a couple, a man and a wife. And I know, like, you just get the feeling. The wife's looking over at me, looking at what I'm reading. I'm going, oh no. You know what I mean? So she looks over. Finally, they switch. What are you doing? I'm reading. Well, why'd you come here to read? Because I have ADHD. I'd rather come here to read anywhere else,
Mm-hmm.
And so we gets talking, and she's like, okay, well, when was your last case or investigation? And I didn't give her details. It's just a little bit of hints. She goes, oh, you're Nathaniel Gillis. I was like, oh no. How do you know? You know what I mean? Like, getting worse by the second. No. She's like, yeah, you're Nathaniel Gillis. I said, well, how do you know? She goes, well, I can't tell you. I said, okay. It's about 45 minutes later. I'm making her feel more comfortable, talking to her husband and everything. We're all laughing and stuff. She goes, well, look, now that I'm out of it and I no longer work in that branch, she goes, I can go ahead and tell you. I said, okay. She said, I was the social worker that worked with both minors.
Wow.
She said, the night you did that cleansing, we got a phone call from one of them and said that the entity that was visiting me walked in and said, I no longer have authority. I have to leave.
Oh.
Yes. Weird. Like I said, I can't explain it. I could just tell you exactly what happened. And that freaked me out.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's sad, but I mean, it's amazing.
You don't hear stuff like that every day. That's that's proper out there.
It was game changing for me because it's just like you said, you don't hear of that every day, but it was almost like the entity manipulated both, right?
Yeah.
Because, okay, like we know for a fact that we've seen entities and investigations open doors. You know what I mean? That's like, okay, whatever. But there was some kind of relationship between, I can't open my own door in this situation. It needs to be open for me.
Yeah.
Right. And in addition to that, the 13-year-old was not the violent one, but she was the one who had access to the door. So it played both sides. It's strange.
Yeah. Is your webcam out of focus?
Yeah. Oh well. I gotta head out anyway, but So I want to say thank you for having me on. And
no, thank you for coming on.
Very interesting, actually.
Yeah, you'll have to come on again.
I wish it was working because
Sure.
I wanted to say something creepy that happened. Oh well. Oh, there it is. Okay.
There you're back.
But when I lost my dad a few years ago, when I went to my parents' house, really dark, creepy things happened, and it never happened before. Water boiled up from the floor, boxes piled up on top, so I couldn't get through the doorway. The cat hissed and attacked me like something was near me that it hated. It scared the crap out of me.
Oh.
And then I slept in my mom was physically handicapped. She was very smart. But anyway, I slept on the couch in her bedroom just in case she needed help. And, I slept fine. I called my best friend the next morning and she goes, you called me, but it wasn't your voice on the phone. And I said, what do you mean? And she goes, something was growling in a deep voice that wasn't yours and calling me cuss names and stuff. And I looked at my phone and it did call her, but I didn't call her. And I scared my best friend for a while. It never happened when I left the house because I was losing my mind. It was scaring me so much. But I guess maybe does death bring that on, or grief bring in bed things like that? It just didn't make sense.
Sometimes I had one case where an entity had created an entire situation just to return at a later time and feed off of the trauma. And that's not uncommon.
Dude, the neighbor shot himself in the head, and then a couple months later, my dad died from an accident, and then a couple months later, my mom was murdered. Just weird stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't tell people, but anyway, it was just weird.
That's not.
It's not normal.
No, it's not. It's too much strange stuff in one place, in one small place.
Right. And I lost somebody else that I care for, but that's when the incubus thing happened. After they all passed, that's when it happened.
Right. So just going back with what you just said, Lala, and what Nathaniel just said about it creating its own scenario.
Yep.
Could that then, on a bigger scale, that we are in some sort of simulation, this is being created and we are being controlled? And if that is the source of what everything is coming from, then we don't get a say in anything that goes on, and none of our thoughts are our own anyway.
Yeah, that's the nature of possession, is to be thought for without us knowing it. So the idea, I'm telling you what, just between us and everybody's watching and everybody's else who's going to watch that is, I'm leaning more towards something similar to that, because I think I said it the other day, if not on your show, on another one, where a lot of ufologists are focusing on the technological aspect of them seeding us. Well, let's go to New Mexico and all that. But I'm leaning more towards not just that, but whatever these beings are seeding us with incantations and antiquity. There's no way, in my mind, there's no way the primordial man just decided to write random letters, string them out in the middle of an incantation, right? No way. Again, there's something here where it's not that they exist, just that they exist and we exist, that there's some symbiotic relationship. But in some cases, at least, it does appear to be, okay, here are the keys, unlock the door.
Yeah.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, there's something going on there.
But we're not showing you where the door is.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, and the rules that you think we're going to follow, we're not.
Yeah.
We're just not. You know what I mean? It's, and so we'll let you believe what you want to believe regarding us.
Yeah.
But when we want to, we'll incarnate into something else. And it's like introducing a new player to the game. We don't know what rules this new player plays by. We just don't.
But is it because, sticking to that aspect, because something new comes in, straight away we think, oh, what does that do and how does it work? Rather than thinking, well, it's just the same as the previous one, but looks different.
Yes. Now, someone in the chat, I just read it. Dragon Rebirth, all the same mob, but different mask. Yes. And what's incredible about this is, and I know I talk with my hands a lot, so what's incredible about this is even though these masks are new, they are made from the remnants of older masks.
Yeah.
That's why you see hints of, okay, yeah, well, it's the hybridization program. Okay, that's the newest incarnation, but no different than the incubi phenomenon, right? And so, yes, it will allow us to reinterpret it and repackage it and tie it with a nice little bow. But at the end of the day, that intelligence is the same entity. It's the same phenomenon, and it's just been manipulating us throughout history.
It's changing as we progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I said this the other day on Legit Paranormal, that we can only know the phenomenon to the extent we know ourselves as a species, because it's almost like, yes, it's ahead of us, but it's responding to us as we evolve.
Yeah.
So it's okay, we evolve this way, and then it manifests. Okay, I'll go along with that. It's like,
so then the future of itself doesn't exist until we create the next step.
Yes. Yeah. So this gets back into, like, okay, in early abductions, let's say in the 30s or 40s, 50s. Okay, what are you doing this to us? Well, of course, we're afraid of nuclear war. Okay, why? We were. We were. That was an insecurity, right? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay, we're going to kill the planet. Yeah, you're killing the planet, by the way. You don't need to do that, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, but are you giving us solutions?
Right. Yeah.
It's weird.
Don't know.
All right, I got to make breakfast for dinner.
Sweet.
Oh, yes, please.
This was so nice, and it was really a pleasure to meet you guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Well.
And I would love to come back on again. This was really fun.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely. Yeah. I've stopped booking guests 9 months in advance because that was an absolute nightmare. I'm doing them 2-3 weeks at the most.
Cool. Very cool.
Nice and simple. So I'll be in touch and get you to come back on, and we'll do another panel chat if you want, or you can come on your own. Entirely up to you.
I like this because it's good for my ADD. I love it.
Oh, yeah. I prefer this as well. It's good having guests on individually, because then you get to know that person as a person and not just about the paranormal, but it's also good to do it, I suppose, in a group.
Yeah.
Talk about steaks. I'm just kidding.
And real beer in England.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, I'll be listening, guys, while I'm cooking.
Nice to meet you. Have a good night.
Thank you for coming on. Speak to you again soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's just me and thee for now, mate.
What's going on, brother?
Oh, it's all good. Got 20 hours. I'm a fifth of the way through.
Oh my God. I don't know how you're doing it. I don't know.
I don't know if I can do it.
Do you hear me? I don't know why you're doing it either. I just don't know, my friend. I don't know a lot of things. No,
do you know when you have a thought and you think, oh, that's quite interesting. I wonder if I can do it. And inside I should have been saying, don't
do it.
Just go to sleep. Go to sleep. Forget everything. And I think as well, because it was quite a few months ago when I had the idea and started to organise it. And like I said before, what I thought was going to take about a month or so to organise, 3.5 hours. I'm like, wow, that's ridiculously quick. There's one time I was trying to fill, and because obviously don't want to bring the same type of person on throughout. Obviously, I want it to be a mix of everything. That's why the first group were female paranormal group from down the road from where I'm from, and then it was Earl Grey and the others that you've just met. and then it's you, and then I haven't got a clue who's on after you. Preston, Dennett, and Albert Rosales. You've met Albert. You've been on together before when we did the special. Was it Halloween? Halloween. Fancy dress. Yeah, because he was the.
I was Bruce for Ohio State. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and we lost.
So do something different.
Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. It's kind of funny. Like I said, I had a scheduling conflict. And I was trying to figure out, like, what am I going to do? And then, you know, of course, like the first time I ever did a show with you, I was like late to the party. You know what I mean? So it's cool. Nathaniel Gillison fashion, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, because I contacted you,
right.
What, nearly 2 years ago now?
Yep.
Because I got in contact. I can't remember how I found you. I think it was nickname. She was doing a lot of research for guests and that. And then I was in contact with Michelle Freed, and she sent me a list of the paranormal people of the US. And you was on that list, and I thought, oh, he's coming on soon.
Right.
And then that was it.
Fast forward, now we're going to hang out at the Awakening, my man. It's going to be a blast.
I can. Oh, and I've booked that Monday off work as well. So if I'm late getting back, it's okay.
Yeah, right. I'm hoping that Guinness tastes better there than here. That's what I'm
if you like it watered down, you'll be all right.
That's cool, man.
It's good. We'll sort something.
It's I'll tell you what, you know, these guys have covered everything.
Yeah.
You know that, right? And so I'm like, all right, what? It's like, all right, what am I going to bring to the table? No, but you know, it's going to be fun, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be introducing a lot of new thoughts to it, and you know, it's going to be interesting. I've never been out of the country, so I'm going to take a sleeping pill on this flight. Absolutely, yeah. And then you know where Daphne was from, right? Manchester,
Rochdale.
Absolutely,
the actual place is Rochdale. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to go out there and hang out with Daphne and her brother Simon. If you know Simon.
Yes, I've not seen it for quite a while.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, that's like north of where I'm from, but it's what 20 minutes drive from where I grew up.
Cool.
So it's
I'm pretty much ready. You know, I've got everything set up.
Yeah, without giving anything away, do you know what hotel you're staying at?
I do. It's in the UK. Come to find out. You know what I mean? It's there, and it's
yeah.
You know,
It might be the same. I'm guessing it's going to be the same one because
probably so. It's close by, real close by. So
yeah,
I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited, and I'm gonna cover something that hopefully nobody's touched yet. And you know, I'm still wondering all about. Still wondering about like what I'm going to be doing, like in terms of like this new research, this next step of my research. You know, I'm looking at the potential. I mean, if we look at the phenomenon, it's been presenting as everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is why, okay, when we're questioning the ETH, it's like, all right, sure. I guess we'll go with that today. You know, but if we go with that model, we have to go with everything else they manifested as. Why are they extraterrestrials and not the deer and Edna?
But see, this is a question I was going to ask Earl and to investigate when there's on before. So when we see these greys and whatever, all the stuff related to that, are they not what we know as ghosts or spirits? And that's why they come in and out, not because they're interdimensional, because they're phasing through like a time loop or a time slip.
Yeah, there's something to that. And this is what bugs me about a lot of the modern demonology. They don't go back to the root system of where these legends originated. And there was a split. Like in the 16th century, there was a split. When Catholicism was just trying to understand whether or not they believed Satan was a real entity, in the Levant, in Israel, they were studying consciousness and the linguistic and ontological connection between the demon of the first century and the unclean spirit of the Old Testament. What made it unclean? And this is why, okay, we have evangelical research, and I love them, appreciate them, but it's a lot of it, even though their theology is Protestant, right? Their demonology is Catholic. It's very strange. They don't realize that, and they're going off of stuff that was not very Semitic, and it's not rooted in actual scholarship. This is why when people get into and I'm just going to ramble because we're just talking, I guess. This is why when we're dealing with the Nephilim and the Rephaim, they'll read the Book of Enoch, right? But they won't get the fact that Enoch turned into Metatron. How does a mortal turn into an angel? And this bleeds right back into some of the beliefs within Mesopotamia that were reincorporated to Hebrew consciousness, and that is the idea that there was no fallen angel. That phrase was not in the Holy Bible. That was created to kind of understand what these beings were that were manifesting.
Yeah.
But I can go on, but
but were you saying about the Nephilim? I think it was Barry Fitzgerald's book, Deception of Gods and Men, and I've got it on audio, and I started listening to it the other week, and I didn't know that Nephilim translates pretty much to ant people.
Mm-hmm. Ant people?
Yeah, that's a translation, or the modern day translation.
I'll have to look into that. I haven't heard that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, it's definitely in that book because that's the last book that I've listened to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but
whatever.
So I was just going to say, Neph. Oh, is it Neph and Alim? Two separate words that they put together. And anyway, that's a translation to it.
Yeah, well, the problem is when you're looking at Paleo-Hebrew, they did not have vowels. Vowels weren't added till later on, and so what you have here without the vowels is the Hebrew word for crib death and basically stillbirth.
Right.
But when you look at this entire legend, for instance, in the Ugaritic text, they had what are called malakuma.
Right.
They were deceased ancestors. They also had a concept that archaeologists found in ritual bowls that were called repiumai, deceased ancestors. In other words, it wasn't just that, my uncle died or my father died. It was that when they transitioned into that next stage of evolution and consciousness, they became a malakuma. They became a repiumai. Now, this is why scholars say that in Genesis 6, when the author's writing, it's almost like they're writing to people who already understand what they're talking about, right?
Yeah. Sorry, can I just correct myself? I've got that completely wrong. It's not Nephilim, it's the Anunnaki that's ant people.
I got you.
Sorry, I do
that
apologize.
Makes more sense. I was like,
yeah.
Tired already. No.
There we go, brother. That's the coffee. That's the
So it's the Anunnaki, but apparently the Nephilim created the Anunnaki.
Yeah, these are all. That's one theory. The other theory is that these are all the same entities.
Yeah.
Right. That are perceived by different cultures. And so you have here. Okay, so you have Repiumai. The Repiumai was reincorporated to Hebrew consciousness as the Rephaim.
Yes.
Right, and then your Malakuma became the Malakim in Hebrew. It's plural, which became the angel in the first century. And so what you're seeing here again is that the two concepts. One is that, yes, these are beings that were never human. And yet the origin, the linguistic origin of these concepts was, yes, you're talking about consciousness. This is, matter of fact, for those who are that are following, this is why in the New Testament, when Peter's family thought he died, they're looking through the window, they hear the door knock, and they see Peter, but they think it's his ghost, and they say it's Peter's angel.
Ah.
Right? They let it slip through. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. So this is why, again, anyways, I don't want to go down that rabbit trail, but that's why some of that research is so fascinating to me, especially in Western scholarship. Because in the Middle Eastern mind, it's completely different in some ways.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a couple of questions that Jo hasn't started because she's slacking.
Mm-hmm.
So, right, quick change of subject.
Okay.
So I'll do the one for Jo first. Not that I should, because she needs to wake up a bit. Don't know about me, but she definitely does.
I'm reading some of the comments.
So, what does Nathaniel think of the Miami Mall footage?
I don't.
You know,
I don't think it's real at all. No. The thing is, for God's sake, for one thing, some of the footage isn't even in the right country.
Well, see, this was my argument.
It's like,
right,
There's
no timestamp on and this is what I always say. There's no timestamp on it. It could be from anything, anywhere. It could be a movie, TV show, news from 20 years ago, whatever. So there's no anything, and there's only one channel reporting it.
Yeah.
Normally, like I said to you last week, when over in the US, you've got 20, 25 news channels, and they've all got helicopters. And as soon as something kicks off, they're all up in the air and they're filming it, and it's all being dished out live.
That's a good question. I hope I wasn't too flippant with that. I just
no.
I don't buy into it. You know, I mean, a lot of these guys are obviously CGI. I mean, I can look at it, I'm like, that's CGI. You can see it. I mean, there's no, but I think the more interesting case is the jellyfish UFO. I think that's getting a lot of attention.
Have you seen
Steve's?
I think Steve did.
I loved it. I still have questions, but it makes sense.
Well, Steve and Barry are on in about 11 and a half hours. Actually.
Sweet. Yeah. They're awesome. They're awesome. I can't wait to meet them, you and Paul and everybody else. It's going to be a blast. But,
be cool.
You know, I'm kind of torn, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, I could see it absolutely being I mean, come on. You see the shape and everything? It was like, yeah, that's absolutely it, you know? And plus the pilot saying, yeah, it never really went in the ocean.
Yeah, but see, I'm going to go against you. I'm not convinced.
Yeah.
To be honest, only because
of what? Which side?
The jellyfish one.
That it's real or not real?
No. I'm not saying it's not real, but it's just it's too static. So when it's moving, there's no. You're saying about tentacles and that. There's none of this going on. It's just like, and it's just going across.
Yeah. Did you
That's
see
my downside to it?
I agree. Did you see the testimony by the pilot? Him telling the story. Oh, I'll send it to you if I can find it. But he said yes. Because he said I've looked through these cameras and these lenses like for years and years. He said that is one of these balloons, and he showed the picture of it. And he said every year, he said at the same time of the year, which this was taken, he's like, yeah, he goes, he said it looks the same as all the others we've seen through the years. And I'm thinking, no, but here's the problem we're facing, my friend. If that is true, then now we've got to be like, wait a minute, who released this? And if it is proven as if it's just some, balloon, then we've got to really question these sources.
Yep.
I mean, really question to the point of uncomfortability. It's like, wait a minute. No. What are you really doing? And where are you? Like, are you spreading
misinformation?
Yeah.
Misinformation. That's all it is. It's a distraction from what I keep saying. It's a distraction of what's really going on.
Right.
Because and I'm not going to go too deep into it, but with the Miami Mall thing, it just, like we said last week, a bit coincidental that a certain person who's supposed to be dead, who they think isn't dead, a list of names came out at the same time as this footage was released. So
I could just see like an alien like popping up and be like, all right, where's the Payless at? You know what I mean? Or like, where's Balenciaga? Oh God, where's Sbarro's? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, okay. I mean, but then again, I'm not an alien, and I don't know.
But I've seen what I believe a Nordic in a shopping mall outside McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
I've told you the story. I told when Albert was on last because I'd sent him, I wrote and emailed it to him, but that wasn't some 9-foot smoky black shadowy type cryptid that was going around trying to attack people.
Right. Steal their lunch money and stuff.
Yeah. This was just like out of place.
Yeah. But then again, I'm like conditioned. I was going to say commissioned, but I'm conditioned by like Signs, the movie. I'm like, look,
yeah, Mel
they're
Gibson.
not popping their heads out of like cornrows. So you go do it. You know what I mean? Like cornfields. No, but I don't know. The footage wasn't convincing, and I don't know. I wasn't buying it.
There was just too many. Like there's too many people. With the story that we've been given, there was too many people there for us not to get any real footage of what went on. Yeah, people have come forward and said, "Oh, this happened and that happened," blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But so I was just reading something in the chat. There's like 100,000 people in that shopping mall. Everyone's got a phone. Everyone doing teenagers doing TikTok dancing and all that crap, basically.
Yeah. That made no sense to me.
Why is one photograph? There's not one photo.
No, yeah. People are just like, I mean, if you think about it, it wasn't like some kind of rally with like digital creators. You know, nobody's really getting. A lot of those people didn't even know how to do that, but somebody did. So somebody was like, "Okay, I'll go ahead and do that." You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just it doesn't hold water for me. Personally.
No, it's not. It's not convincing enough. Right. So, I've been asked to tell you about Bench Guy. I don't know if I've mentioned it. So, when I first started doing the channel, I used to go up to a local cemetery, only because it's easy to get to. It's quite a big area. It's not. You've got all like the different sections from the different areas in Northampton, and we've gone on, and there's a lad about mid-20s sat on a bench. Now we had Dominic Zendin come on last week, a couple of weeks ago, and he does the auras. And he can see if it's what he calls an impression. So it's not a human, but there's something there. But they use the word impression, which means like a spirit or a ghost. So I had full communication with him, like I'm talking to you now, sat on the bench, had the phone in his hand, blah, blah, blah. The guy that was with, he said he'd seen him. I went and found him. He said there was no one on the bench. We looked on his phone because he was filming as he walked past, and there's nothing. As he walks past the bench, there's no one sat on the bench. Yet this guy said he was there as he walked past. So I had a full conversation with this guy. I don't know if I've shown you this before. So that's lit up red is his face. But as I'm talking to him like I'm talking to you, he's normal, like pale complexion. Got a strong Dutch accent, mid to like between 24 and 27. Spoke young, but I had a GoPro on a body harness. Now, some people in the chat, because I was doing a live stream, some people could hear him and see him, some couldn't. But when you listen to the audio back from the GoPro, it sounds like an old man in his 70s or 80s.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not creepy at all.
No. And to get it verified that it was non-human, and I had this minute-long conversation with it, just messes my head up a bit. But it was one of those moments where I'm having the conversation, it ends, I move away. As I walk away, reality kicks in as to what's just happened, and it's like shivers head to toe,
right?
And it's like, Oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was like I was in a trance while I was talking to him. It felt normal. I didn't feel threatened. I didn't feel scared. There's no animosity. Nothing like that.
That's the disturbing part, right? One of them.
Yeah, that's the creepy part.
That's weird. Yeah, it's like it looks the part, feels the part, but when you're out of it, you're like, that was not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things, man, where, and I'm just off the cuff and just talking to you. So I say man now. Before I would do an interview, I'm like, all right, no. But I'm just a regular guy, you know. But you know, there have been so many times in the field where, like, for instance, Dr. Barry Taff had a case, and explain this one. Like, oh my God. He went in, and because what happened was there was a couple, a husband and a wife, they were elderly, they had died like 5 or 6 years prior, and the family was taking care of the house. But the neighbors were saying, listen, we're seeing that elderly couple that are deceased getting their mail and like walking their weird stuff, Andy. And so Dr. Barry Taft gets there and they're investigating. He says, you know, he goes, I'm walking in the house. And he says, I look up and there is an older man in like a, I forget what you call it. It's like a collar shirt like this, but it's got checks on it. I forget what it's called. It's not like camouflage, but anyways.
Like a lumberjack.
Flannel. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go, buddy. Yeah, and he was in a flannel shirt, and he's looking at me saying, I am a godly man. And he's like, he's like, man, the guy starts pummeling me.
Oh.
This old guy, and he's looking at him, and this guy's pummeling everything. And he says, next thing you know, he's like, I'm waking up from it and everything, and everybody's holding this guy back. And I look, and my eyes are looking, oh my God, it's not the older man anymore. It's a young man. And in fact, it's the son of the deceased couple that was letting us in. And the son is like, oh, you know, like, what's going on here? Oh my God, what happened to me? Yeah. And so then he's like, you know, he goes, I go in the house and I look on the wall, and he said, there was the picture of the deceased couple. And in it was the old man that I saw assaulting me.
Yeah.
Weird.
Oh my God. It's like the one that's seen the other week. There's a man crossing the road with a dog. And when they got to the other side, it was a woman.
Right.
Strange. I struggle with that one.
Oh, it's real bad. Yeah.
That's the most recent direct encounter that I've had. Probably, 4 months ago. So, I don't know what that was.
Makes no sense, does it? Makes no sense.
All I can tell you is what I seen and how I felt at the time, and that's it.
Right.
That's all I can give you.
I'll tell you what's interesting too. My dad is, you know, he obviously supports me in my research. He loves it. He believes in me. And there are other portions of my family that are like, they think I worship demons or something. But I promise you, it's like, whoa, that's not what I do. But anyways, when my father was a teenager, not even, I think it's like maybe 11 or 12.
Yeah.
He said, man, he goes, I was laying in bed one night, and he said, as I was drifting off asleep, he said, in my closet, he said, I saw my shirt hangers, clothing moving. And he said, and I looked in there, and he said there was an old man in a vest just staring at me from the closet, he said. Yeah. And then he said he got his father. My grandpa was a Marine, and he loved guns. So, you know, my grandpa, all right, heck yeah. I'm just kidding. But anyways, you know what I mean? You come to my house, and he's like, we went in there, and there was nobody in my closet. He's like, but the hangers were moving and stuff. That would freak me out, man.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I'm out of here.
Yeah. That is not quite the same. A guy I used to work with, gone to work in the morning, and there'd been a tremor in Manchester. It's like a crappy earthquake, just a bit of a rumble. That was it. He woke up to his coat hangers shaking in the wardrobe. He thought he was haunted. He was ready for leaving the house, as he was. He proper pooed himself.
No doubt, no doubt. And it's just, well, the thing is, I mean, it's one thing for Hollywood. I've said this before. It's one thing for Hollywood to kind of, you know, John Woo it, right? Come out there and be like, okay, yeah, we're going to create this scenario and we'll capture the visibility and the image of the entity. And it's like, yeah, but can you really emulate and simulate the presence in the room? Heck no. It's something completely different. And I mean, like there was like one time I can remember my youth, well, plenty of times actually, when an entity would manifest, it would be like so profound. Like you could feel it was like it collect its consciousness into one room.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, okay, like this is, I can't see it, but I could feel it looking at me.
Did you ever feel like there's more than one though?
No. I mean, yeah, no, I think that it was one intelligence, and that, not to, you know, keep saying it, but yeah, it was emulating different things. I mean, my God, when I first got in the open house itself, yeah, it was a little girl. And I'm thinking, oh, I got a friend. That's cool, you know. We'll go. There's woods, you know. We can go out play basketball or so. I didn't know, and then turns out she didn't even belong in the neighborhood. Weird.
No, because I like growing up. I was the youngest, so I'd go to bed first. But I just, even as a kid, sometimes I'd get in from school, finish school at 3:30. I'd get in, have my tea. I'd be in bed for 5:30, 6 o'clock. I could hear my friends playing out. I'm like, my mum's like, why are you going to bed? I went, I just want to go to sleep.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go to sleep. Don't know why, but the more I think about that, that was when I was having the things on the wall, the UFO encounter, and then I was laying in bed, and this happened for months, if not years, and I'd be laying in bed, and I'd feel like
I see Andy hair.
Huh?
Somebody said Andy hair, and I'm like, man, I've never seen you without your hat off, buddy.
It's doing my head in.
All right, go ahead with your story, buddy. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Are we going back on soon? And I could feel like these. I don't know what there was. I didn't look. I'd hide under the cover. I'm only like 5, 6, 7 years old, but I could feel the presence of these different things stood around the bed. But the only way, like my mind's eye, it'd be a Frankenstein, a zombie, a Dracula, because even as a little kid, I used to watch all the movies because I didn't get scared as such, but I used to enjoy being scared from like watching like the old House of Horrors, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, all the original Dracula vampire movies. Yeah, like we was saying like the other week. But like Day of the Triffids and the Body Snatchers, all that kind of stuff. The Alfred Hitchcock, The Birds, and all that. So I was brought up watching them. That proper messed up.
Yeah,
but I loved it.
You almost said something else, buddy.
It.
Yeah, Alfred.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, you got me on a bad night. No,
like Children of the Corn and like the original, The Omen.
Awesome. Yeah.
Malachi and was it Malachi and what's the other guy? Can't think of his name. Don't know. I need to watch it again. It's a top movie. I don't know if it's aged well, but it's still a good film. But yeah, I'd feel like there was these different monster characters around the bed. I knew they were there, but I didn't want to look. I could feel where they were stood, and I knew which character was where. But was that a scream mask or the equivalent? I don't know.
No, I heard something similar to that. My friend Shane Searway told me. Creepy. I mean, one of the creepiest stories, and I'll tell another one after this.
Yeah.
But anyways, he told me, he's like, because he does cleansings and stuff. He's an incredible researcher, awesome guy too. And he's a total deal, man. So he was like, man, he goes, Nathaniel, he goes, did I ever tell you why I got in the field? And I said, no. Right.
Just showing them it's real hair.
There you go. Oh yeah. Yeah, because they're getting in the chats a little bit. I'm just kidding. They're awesome, and I love the chat on this show. I love it. But anyways, man, he goes, when I was a kid, he said that he would get sick a lot. And he said one night he got sick, and he said I looked in the corner of the room, and there was this entity just staring at me. He said from that point, he said, I just remember I was floating over my body. And he said, I'm looking around, and he said, I realized that entity is not in the corner of my room anymore. This is nuts. He said, I realized that it's in my body that I'm looking down at. And now he said the entity's looking around, and he said, finally, the entity was looking around, and it was doing like a little, like that weird thing. And then he said, finally, he looked up, and he said, I was staring down into my own eyes.
Oh,
weird.
No.
Yep.
I don't know what I'd do. I don't think I'd want to go back in my own body, to be honest.
Right. That would be weird.
I've got a little thing to tell you and viewers. So I've been doing a lot more meditating lately. I've been doing the meditating more for this to help me get through it and stay awake and stay focused. So I have different techniques depending what mood I'm in. So anyway, the other night I was just thinking about I'll go to sleep and see if I can get a lucid dream. I had that thought in my head when I was going to sleep. Anyway, I went to bed before the missus. I was knackered at that 2 minute late nights. So I thought, I'm going to bed early. I went to bed about 9:30, 10 o'clock. So I got in bed. And that Becky come to bed, but I think she's got a bit of a cough and that, a cold. So I think she coughed. She made a noise, whatever reason, and it kind of like woke me up. But before that, I was at this place. I was talking to two other lads, don't know who they were, and as I start saying something to them, like just a sentence, like one sentence long, as I start talking to them, as I hear Becky, I then feel myself being pulled back, like flying through the air. Do you know, like you see in a cartoon? When like in anime, when they punch them and they see them go, and they stay in that shape. They go across. It was like that. I was being flung backwards at like break speed. I'd started saying the sentence to these two lads who, wherever I was, whether it's dream, whatever, and by the time I got back into my body that quick, the last bit of the sentence, I was saying to Becky, she's like, what are you talking about? I went, it's fine. I just went, fine, don't worry, I'm dreaming. It was a dream. So, okay. It was easier to say that than trying to explain, because she doesn't believe in a lot of this.
Yeah.
But I was definitely somewhere else talking to these people, and then that's happened twice now that I know of.
You know what's weird? Because that reminds me of something. Now, what's strange about this, at least in my life, is growing up in evangelicalism, right? And hearing their aspect of spirituality and their, stories. And then now I'm in this field, right? It's a lot of the same stuff, but it's interpreted differently. It's very weird. Anyways, I heard one story about a missionary who went into deep prayer or deep meditation, and he was in Africa in like the vision. And he's telling this individual, listen, you needed to come to America and all this stuff. And then 10 years later, he's in New York City and he runs into an individual.
Yeah.
This is weird, but it's something very similar. Yeah. The individual says, hey, so-and-so, do you remember me? No. Yeah. You were in my village about 10, 15 years ago, and you told me to come to America to get my education.
Right.
Weird stuff. Yeah.
So that's led me to something new now. So I've had a couple of guests have been on the last couple of months, and when they've come on So we do the pre-chat before we go live on a normal cast. Never met him before. Just chatting through, getting them to come on, sending them links, explaining how the show works, blah, blah, blah. As soon as they come on, it's like, I know you. How do we know each other?
Oh, that's happened to me. Yeah.
I have no idea. But I know that other person, and we just don't know. So is it because we're in the same, doing the same thing? Are we connecting through lucid dream or astral travel?
Right.
And that's it. But the one that I had the other night is like I had a bungee cord coming out of my back, which is the silver cord, and that pulled me straight back to. I felt myself going from that dream and pulled straight back into my body. I felt everything from point A to point B, and then even saying the second part of the sentence to Becky.
You know what? You know what's so cool about that, though, man, is James Frazier. I don't know if I have the book behind me. It might be up there. It's called The Golden Bow. And he said that he's an anthropologist, but he was talking about a discovery that one of his colleagues made, and it was written by a soldier in Mesopotamia.
Yeah.
And this soldier was talking openly about how that they had learned a technique. This is just throwing this out there, guys. You know, it's just for consideration. Yeah. But they had learned a technique that when they were mortally wounded, they would dispossess their body and place their consciousness in someone else. Which is nuts. Like, that is way advanced, you know?
Well, that is what the Greys are supposed to do. They're all cloned. This, basically, all Greys are cloned, and when one gets injured or it crashes a UFO in Roswell or wherever, straight, they just pull their consciousness out of that body and put it straight into the next one.
You can't touch
and
on
that's
that
why they
well,
don't come back for the bodies. I don't know how true it is, but
it makes perfect sense. I mean, this is why, again, the possession as a phenomenon, when it is strictly perceived through a religious, theological lens, it kind of discounts the phenomenon in its entirety, right? It's not just the relocation of consciousness, it's the replication of life.
Yes.
And the way of phrasing it like that, the possibilities there are immense.
But so it's like any of these where it's cryptid spirits goes, if you're having you're communicating with them, then they must have a consciousness to know that you're doing that and to understand what's going on. I'm not talking like a residual or like saying stone tape theory or anything like that. But like with Bench Guy, I had a conversation in now time. Or for me, it was now time. For him, it could have been a different, I don't know. But there's some sort of consciousness there to know and to communicate and interact with what's going on. There has to be. It wouldn't work. It would be completely different.
Right. You were talking to something, and I mean, we really, Andy, it's almost like, yes, we know they can contort. They know they can manipulate our abilities and our consciousness. But where does that leave us as a species? I mean, let's think about it like this, okay? Like, okay, if Jesus were to show up, right? Hey, Nicole.
Hey.
How would we, okay, we'd question him too. Like, bro, you're just another mask. You'd be like, what? So it's like, oh my God. Yeah, it is. It's terrifying.
It is. Hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
You tired to do that?
We are about 10 miles down the rabbit hole, at least. We're just talking about the consciousness of these cryptids and spirits and communication and connection and all that.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah. How do they know what they know? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Betty Luca had a cat that died. She buried it. And then like a few weeks later, a neighborhood kid's walking along the sidewalk, and guess what's with him?
The cat?
The dead cat is walking next to him.
Pet cemetery.
Yeah.
I mean, to the point where like one night, like she kept remembering something. Okay, I shouldn't say it like that. She knew she was supposed to remember something, but couldn't remember it. And so she's going through like memory regression sessions, just, oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? And calls Ray Fowler. Ray Fowler, what? They told me my kids are going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this gets back into, okay, put that to a side for a fleeting moment. When we look at the current evangelical model, like the one I inherited from my youth, they'll say things like, well, they'll pull scriptures out like, and this is not, I'm not targeting, I'm just saying this, playing with different models of it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they'll pull out, okay, the sons of God presented themselves, and God said, you can touch Job, but you just can't kill him. And that means that these beings can't kill you. And yet Malachi Martin, one of the leading exorcists in the Vatican, is looking at a book on top of a little stair there in his study, and a shadow figure comes and kicks the thing out from underneath him. He slams the corner of his temple, or his temple rather, slams his temple on the corner of a desk. That happened. Yeah. And a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that, because I believe, really, I believe this with my whole heart, that introduces doubt into their model, and that they can't have that. And yet the phenomenon is doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It does have full control and manipulation of everything that's going on, regardless of what we think or what we believe is happening or what can happen.
Right.
But it's not giving any clues. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I mean, it's to the point now, guys, where I believe, I forget who it was, but they were asking one of the renowned researchers that are working with the Pentagon. I won't name them, but they said, okay, like, what do you believe some of these men in black are? Do you believe they're from the government? And the individual simply said, no. He's like, well, where are they from? He said, that's the phenomenon.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like the men in black are actually the aliens.
That's the phenomenon. Yeah, like they can literally construct something you can interact with, you can touch, and then turn around and they're gone. Like, it's weird.
So,
like Dan
even though they are all one thing, could they also be everything at the same time? And all I'm doing is just messing my own head up here.
But that's the same thing, thinking that like all people are connected by the collective consciousness. Like if you know something, we could tap into it over here because, you can tap into that collective consciousness if you know how.
Yeah.
Yes. And I've again, going back to my evangelical background, we had a guy named Jonathan Suber, and I mentioned him a lot. And he was bad dude. Grew up in Africa as a missionary's kid, came back to the States, and was like, okay, the American church, North American church, doing everything wrong. We got to fix this. It's really interesting stuff. But he was talking about how he was in the middle of like some kind of sickness, and the doctors were like, look, you're going to die. And he said that he was in bed when his best friend, this is weird as heck, but he said his best friend, like a window in the wall opened up. And he said, I could see things moving on the other side. It's a whole other world. Whole new world. No, but it's moving, you know what I mean?
Beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
No. The night where we were him.
Yeah, right. And he said, next thing you know, he said one leg comes in and it's his best friend. Like literally. And his best friend, it's not really him, but his best friend, his name was Jason Sisko at the time. And Jason, that wasn't Jason Sisko at all. But it looked exactly like him. And he said that then Jason just laid his hand on him. And he's like, man, he goes, my fever broke and everything. And then he said, I must go now. And he said he crawled back into that window and went. So simulation?
Don't know what it is.
Simulation's a whole different rabbit hole.
Oh, I know. I would be like, why don't you DoorDash me some food while you're at it? You know what I mean?
Nice steak.
Some chicken wings, right? Like, what? Thank you for saving my life, but where's my, But yeah, it's wild stuff.
Yeah, we have got a couple of questions. I'm saying got a couple of questions. I've not even looked at them yet. Right, from Margaret Webster. Just before I do that, we have the birthday man himself.
Tommy, what's up, buddy?
No birthdays today.
He's got one tomorrow.
Happy birthday again.
I've got my sister-in-law's 40th tomorrow, so I can't miss that one. I know. And then it's my little girl's birthday not next week, the week after, but that's a Thursday. So we're all right.
So good.
How are we doing, guys?
So good.
I'm good.
How are you feeling, Andy?
Yeah.
It's only 8:54 over here, so
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're doing good, Nicole, aren't we? We're chilling.
5 hours. 5 hours 50 so far.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah. Right. So this is a question for Nathaniel from Margaret Webster, and she's asking, what does she's put Nathan, but we'll let her off. What does Nathaniel think about Lovecraft and his I can't say that. Mythos.
If Lovecraft wasn't initiated, and that you guys know what I'm saying, right? If he was an initiate into the occult, he was connected to somebody who was. And that's number one. I mean, he had too much knowledge that he shouldn't have had. It wasn't just simply, okay, I uncovered something or I'm going to make things up. In addition to that, his concept and philosophy of cosmicism, to my knowledge, at least at this point, is the real philosophy of what this intelligence is. It's not, because somebody asked me this the other day, are they good or evil? They're neither.
No.
And that is the problem that some researchers in our government are trying to understand. How am I going to wrap what somebody said? I was going to call my son Nathaniel, the stupid dad won the bet. Oh, cool. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't want to call him that. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. So here's the deal. Yeah, that's what they're learning. And it's hard for them to wrap their minds around because we're so binary in our thinking. Are they good or bad? Good or bad? Immune. Just, okay, I'm doing this. It's what it is. And so those are the two things that I would kind of illustrate and define H.P. Lovecraft as. He was an initiate. He was not a neophyte into the occult. That's for sure.
Right.
Well, when you talk about, them trying to define good and evil, it's a social construct. So what's good and what's okay here in like the United States might be very different from like another country, this version of good and bad. So what's to define what they see as good and evil in their culture?
Yeah, it's very strange. I mean, yeah, like it's morality, right? Okay, or moral. Well, we're projecting the good and bad on that situation. You know what I mean? But there are cases, especially Ted Rice's, where whatever they were dealing with. Yeah, look up. It's masquerade events. Whatever they were dealing with was like, there was no doubt. I mean, torturing to the point of raising emotions and bringing it back down, then inflicting maximum terror and then bringing it back down. So, anyways, I don't know what I was going to say, but it's really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Got a question from Baby with a Laser, or Darren for short. Use his real name. Andy, Nathaniel, Nicole, Tommy. Top 3 most intriguing cases.
You guys want to go first?
No, because I can't think.
I'll come in late. I'm not sure what we're talking about yet.
Anything.
Me?
Anyone?
All right.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, all right. I'll just go and then because it's already almost 9. So I like the San Pedro haunting case of Dr. Barry Taffs. My case that I had, just because it's something I experienced with that haunting and that murder case, unfortunately. And I would have to say the third would be Betty Lucas, just because there's evidence, at least in my perception, there's evidence of actually not just Betty Lucas, but the remote viewer who I was working with, his son, where the amulets came through the skin to the surface, because that implies that we're dealing with something a lot less alien and more to do with some version of high sorcery.
Yeah.
And that transcends the microcosm of known demonology. It's kind of like 4. It's this many cases. So
yeah. Cool. Right, mine, going to give 1, and it's one that Earl Grey is working on at the minute, is the Hopkinsville goblins.
Yes.
What they're called then.
Awesome story. Awesome. I love it.
He's just, he's actually speaking to, I can't tell too much because I've been told not to, but I can tell you what he's already said. He's talking to the grandson or the granddaughter of the people at the house at the time when it all kicked off, and they were there just blasting it with guns when they called, because they called the sheriff department twice, and then the military turned up. It was all closed off for quite a while. But he said as he was shooting at them, they're just spinning around like they do on foosball.
Right.
You know, the table football where you just spin the players. There's like, as the bullets, they were just going.
I gotta be honest with you, Andy, and everyone. If I experienced that, I would repair myself to the nearest restaurant that had a liquor license. I swear to God, I would. I would be like, "Oh, no way, no way." But anyways, I got to get out of here, buddy. It's 7 to 9, right?
Yes.
We're good. All right.
9 o'clock.
I was thinking it was tomorrow, and I was like, "Oh my God, I screwed up again." So, Tommy, Nicole, Andy, my buddy, all of my friends, chat room, love you guys. I'll see you guys later. All right.
See you in 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. I'll see you guys.
There we go.
Balloons, are we getting out the helium again?
Let's get on the helium.
No, it's just
time. I've just done an 8-hour shift. I'm ready for party time.
It's in my closet.
Because I'm using the iPad, it does gestures. So yeah. Right, we are waiting on Albert Rosales and Preston Dennett.
Cool. Yeah, some people commented on my location changed. I'm in my living room because my husband has the office. It is not my designated podcasting time. He's playing his video games.
I'm in the living room because everyone else is in bed because they're normal.
Late over there.
Can I just say, people are writing in the chat that it's my birthday. It's not my birthday. But thank you anyway. It's my birthday.
No one listens.
But it's my sister-in-law's birthday.
Yeah.
It's her 40th. So shout out to Chloe.
And it's his neighbour's dog's mate's cat's birthday in
Tomorrow.
3 weeks.
There's always birthdays, man.
I know.
Got no money.
A friend of mine's birthday is tomorrow. We will be celebrating at an investigation.
It's my birthday tomorrow as well.
It's tomorrow, Andy. I thought it was next Saturday. Oh, wow.
No, 27th.
Oh, no, it's Friday. I'm losing track of time.
Tomorrow
we're
is
in
Friday for me.
We're in Friday now.
Yeah.
Just.
I got confusing.
Yeah, I'm still in Thursday. I was like, wait, I thought your birthday was on a Saturday.
Yeah, it is. And this is where the hallucinations start kicking in. I've only got 18 hours to go.
How do you feel, man? Do you feel, because you've done quite a shift already, to be honest? It's
Yeah,
5
almost 6 hours.
I've been awake since 7 o'clock this morning. So Becky got up to go to work, and it's like, I can't go back to sleep. I'll get everything ready, make sure everything's working, spare leads, spare microphone, all that kind of stuff. I had to move the monitor so I could sit more at a better angle for when I'm upstairs. Charge the iPad, just make sure I've got, reboot the internet hub, all that kind of stuff. And then, so by the time we did all that, it's like 2:15. And then, can you go to the shop, get some bits? Yeah. Like, don't forget you're cooking dinner. I'm like, you're having a laugh? Really? So I just thought, right, I'll get 2 hours sleep. I'll be fine. So, hoodie on, trackies on, get in bed, hood up, bit of music on. 5 minutes. I've got a bit of OCD. It's like, that's not in the right place. Get out of bed, move the monitor. And I thought, you know what? There's no point. I give up.
I hung out all day. I did my nails, did some school stuff, went to work, set up my little, I have the ring light stand holding my phone right now. And that was that.
Yeah. I do these mad hours every day. This is a normal time for me. Oh, that is cool, man. That's really cool.
Paint them on the eyelids.
Yeah.
Oh. So are you ready for this one? So we have a guest coming on in March. He is a practicing general practitioner of a surgery in North London. And it's where the Enfield poltergeist area, he actually knows a family of people connected to that whole account. And he's coming on.
That's cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm not giving the name away. I've had a good hour conversation with him today as well about what he does and how he does it. And I don't want to give too much away, but
awesome.
You won't think he was a doctor, but he is. And it's just wow.
All right.
Cool. So it was Neil who was on last night. It's Neil Ward. He emailed me and said, blah, 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 get in touch. He does this, he does this. He has, I don't want to give anything away. I don't want to ruin it. So found him on Facebook, sent a friend request. He accepted it. I had a chat and it's like, wow. I was like, wow. It's not what you expect a doctor to be like. So
interesting.
But man. It was good. It was good.
All right.
That sounds like fun.
So I'm getting different types of guests to come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with any of the guests, but
well, there's something wrong with some of the hosts.
Yeah, I've got a lot wrong with me, man.
Saying nothing.
I've got a list.
Right. Let me.
Has there been people watching from the start the whole way through? Has anyone watched it for the whole 6 hours so far? Apart from you,
Just
Andy.
me. Just me.
Because that's impressive, man.
Yeah. Yeah, who's doing the 25-hour with you? Who's hanging out with that all this time?
Massive respect for anyone doing that.
The thing is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it.
You haven't got a choice now, Andy. It's done. You're in it. You're in it, brother.
You know what? Do you know what the good thing is? Because I'm off work, I'm getting paid to do it.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So,
that's beautiful, man. Have you got energy drinks and stuff like that? What have you got for backup?
I've got 4 litres of bubble gum. I've got 2 litres of lemonade. 2 packets of cheese and onion chips, crisps. A bag of Haribo cola bottles.
Oh man, I'm in the wrong place. I've got nothing.
I've got 2 packets of these.
Wow. And Uber Eats ready to go.
It's payday. Uber Eats is going to be on speed dial very, very soon.
Boom.
So yeah, it's all planned.
Love that. That's cool, man.
Yeah. So I'm not thinking about it. I'm just going to keep going and going, and yeah. So there are going to be times where, like earlier on, like, to use the bathroom and to get a drink and all that kind of stuff. But I've not even done not had a break yet.
6 hours, no break?
I've not done I've done it while I was on the computer and I've switched shut all down, come down, set the iPad up. But I left Earl, Chris, and Lila Bright on, so they were just chatting away. So,
wow, man, I've done a 4-hour show before, so you've beaten my record already. I thought 4 hours was quite a long one.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's long.
Who wants to be Albert and who wants to be Preston?
Has everyone turned up so far?
Nothing.
Has everyone turned up?
No, Preston and Albert. But I spoke to him.
Let's get the helium out. Come on. I've still got some in the tank.
I have some.
I used all mine.
In the office.
It's literally just there. I could get it.
At some point, somebody's going to tune in. We're just going to be doing like sock puppets.
That's what we said the other day.
All right. Oh, I've got to tell you this. So last week, me and Tommy were chatting about going on other people's shows and all that kind of stuff. And he'd gone on one particular show. I'm not going to mention the person's name. And they had to go off and do something. And because it's live, Tommy, he goes, I sat there and didn't know what to do. And I said to him, goes, what you need to do, get a glove puppet of like a dog man or a Bigfoot or a ghost and just sit there and just go. And then as you look at it, move your hand away and just just do that and see what reaction you get from the viewers.
Yeah.
I have a Mickey Mouse puppet.
Get
Could
it
do
out.
that.
I don't think I have any cryptid puppets.
So, Preston is here.
Oh, cool.
Excellent. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you for coming on again.
Hey, my pleasure. So sorry I was late.
But no, it's fine. I'm just trying to keep on track and everything. Preston, meet Tommy, Nicole. So Nicole is in New York. Tommy is not at a birthday. He's in South Coast of England. He's normally at someone's birthday.
Very nice.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, my pleasure. Yeah, I got caught on the road. Sorry.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, so thank you. And just want to say a massive thank you for the last stream that you did with the meditation. Everyone absolutely loved it. One of the best ones I've done yet. So thank you and really appreciate it.
That was fun. I still get comments about it. So yeah.
Oh, excellent. Oh, that's good. Any questions for Preston? So, I got one of your books actually the other day.
Really?
Yes. But I'm cheating. I got it on Audible because it's easier. It's easier for me to listen to. And it is Extraterrestrial Visitations.
I love that one. Yeah.
So I'm going to be listening to that when I go to the Minicon in a couple of weeks. So because I'm getting the train up there. So it's like 4-hour free trains over 4 hours. So yeah.
Yeah. I think my favorite chapter in that one is 6 hours on board a UFO.
Ooh.
Oh man, that sounds interesting.
I know.
Oh.
Did you read the audiobooks yourself or did somebody else?
I really wanted to, and then I looked at how hard it is to format all that stuff, and you need to have specific room tone, and it was a little over my skill level. So I hired someone to do it.
You want to get George Mitrovic to do it.
Oh,
he's an Australian guy. He's on in 4 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I love an Australian accent too. So
I think he did he do his own? Someone did their own. I'm sure it was George.
I've got chickens, so they'd be cawing in the background. I've got a giant Great Dane who's luckily not pestering me right now, but
not yet.
Moments away.
It's fine. That's the show on its own. It's got to be. So, so last time you came on, we had a chat afterwards. You said about coming on air. You're going to talk about your own personal paranormal encounters. Is that still okay?
Sure, of course. Yeah.
Excellent. So, do you want to start at the beginning, or the most recent, or the most intriguing, or the weirdest one you've ever had?
Gosh, when I think back, it's amazing to me because I grew up so skeptical of all this stuff and never even believed in it. Even when I had a couple, I just kind of discounted it. I'll never forget being, 9 years old or so, maybe 10 or 11. But I'm sitting there watching television with my older sister. She's 1 year and 4 days older than me. So we were very much like twins.
Yeah.
And there's this game show called Treasure Hunt. I don't know if you guys remember. Well, it's in the
Annika
US,
Rice.
but it involved, someone getting picked out of the audience, picking the right canister of flowers, and going up on stage. And there's like 80 boxes, and one of them has a $100,000 or a $50,000 check in it. Right?
Oh, nice.
So it's just this typical game show. I'm sitting there with my sister. I said, Victoria, see that lady in the audience? They're going to pick her. And they did. And of course, we both just laughed and laughed. And she's like, how did you know? I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's the third canister with the flowers in it. That's the one. She's going to pick that, I bet. And she did. And it was, of course, the one with the flowers in it. And I looked up on stage. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's box. I don't remember which box it was. It was a 78 or something. It was a high number that had the check in it. And she's looking at me, and I'm like, I don't know. And of course, the lady picked the wrong box. There's practically 100 boxes up there.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, the check is actually in the box I chose. And we just rolled on the ground laughing. And I didn't even know the word paranormal at that time, or psychic. But that
Have you ever applied for Deal or No Deal?
No, but I should. I've watched that.
That's what I thought.
I think there's only 20 boxes on that, isn't there?
I don't think you can watch a new one, though.
I don't know. I'd go out early. I'd be like, 10,000, I'm going out. I've seen it.
£5, I'm gone.
It's really disappointing when suddenly you end up with $1 or something.
Yeah. But we've got a new host. It was a guy called Noel Edmonds. Yeah. But it's now a new guy, Stephen Mulhern's doing it, and I can't watch it because it's
not the same.
It's not him. It's not the right person to do it. But
yeah,
they had another one, The Weakest Link, with an English host who was so good, and they tried to redo it, and just no good.
No.
Anne Robinson, is it? Anne Robinson?
That's
it.
That was
The Weakest Link.
Weakest Link.
Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It was a lady. She was very good. She's like, "You are wrong. You are out."
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
You are the weakest link.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I've had a lot of paranormal stuff. It just kind of started ramping up after that. I saw my mother's spirit after she passed away. 2 weeks after she died, I saw her full color apparition.
Wow.
Yeah. And then it took a couple of years, and that's when I started having OBEs.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it went off the charts, the paranormal stuff going on.
So was that happening constantly? And was you living in the same place while all this was going on, or did you move between properties?
No, I was still living in my childhood home.
Yeah.
I'm 5 of 6 kids. Some were moving in and out, because they move out and then they move back in.
Yes.
I'm the only one who never did that. I moved out and I was gone.
Stayed.
But yeah, I was living at home and had just started investigating UFOs. This was back in 1986. I was 21, pretty young. But then I started having out-of-body experiences. And I laughed because my family was having a hard time with me doing the UFO thing. And I'm like, guess what, guys? I'm having out-of-body experiences. They're like, oh, no, you're not. I'm like, no, I am.
Yeah. He's on about another one. Quick, put him in the cupboard.
They thought I had lost my mind. But they found out. Eventually, sooner or later, they found out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I learned how to do it from a book, Robert Monroe's book.
Yes.
Far Journeys, I think, or Out of Body Journeys.
Oh, you taught yourself to do it?
Yeah.
Wow.
How long did that take?
Not as long as you'd think. Really, it took me about 2 months.
Wow.
I started meditating, and I started having really lucid dreams and kind of false awakenings, and it was just getting weird. Like one time, this was just before I had my first OBE, the real one. I woke up and I had fallen asleep on the kitchen floor with my head stuck beneath the cabinet. and I stood up. I'm like, well, how the heck? This could not have happened. How do you fall asleep on the kitchen floor? Your head stuck beneath the cabinet? I was really dizzy. I was kind of out of it. And I stumbled back into my room, laid down in bed, and woke up. And that's a false awakening. That was a dream.
Wow.
But I thought I was awake. It was really an OBE, but I just wasn't quite there yet.
Yeah.
But the first one, I had just, I was going through a hard time with finding out UFOs were real, which, wasn't good news as far as I was concerned, because it flipped my whole world on end. And then my mom passed away, and a lot going on. So I was a little depressed, and I went to lay down one afternoon on my bed. And no sooner had I hit the bed, I was laying on my stomach, and I thought I had stuck my finger in the light socket next to my bed, because my body started vibrating at super high intensity, and not recognizing that that's, quote, the vibratory state, which you want to reach when you're trying to do this stuff.
Yeah.
But I just thought I was being electrocuted. And I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? And then suddenly I popped out and I flew across my room into the hallway and then into the bathroom. And I remember I grabbed the counter and I'm looking in the mirror. There's nothing there. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing it. I'm out of body. It's for real. There is life after death. Anyone can do this. This is crazy. And then I got so excited, I got pulled back into my room and plopped back in my body. I'm like, all right, game's over. I'm devoting as much time as I can to this. So
Were you scared the first time that you actually did it?
No, the third time I thought I died, and I was scared. I was terrified, and I thought I had died. And you get this cold chill that comes over you when that thought hits you. And I dived right back in, and I woke up, and I went 180 degrees back to being excited. But yeah, I started doing it pretty much every single weekend.
Wow.
I'd pop out, I'd be like, yeah, and then whoosh, right back in. Because strong emotion will pull you back in.
Back home. One of them.
That's so interesting.
Sorry. So I was just going to say, I get to the point where I can feel the vibrations, and it's weird because it's inside your body. Yep. So when I've done it before, I've looked at my hand. It feels like your hands, that your whole body's shaking, and it's like it's hard to get a full understanding of it. But I was just saying to Nathaniel Gillis, previous guest, I had a lucid dream the other night where I was stood talking to these two guys, don't know who they were. I started saying, it was in conversation, I started talking, but then I felt myself being pulled back like I had a big cord in my back. And you know when you see anime cartoons where they hit them and they go across the screen? Mm-hmm. It felt like I was doing that, flying backwards. Wow. And I felt it all the way from there till I was back in my body. And as I was back in my body, I finished the conversation off with Becky.
Yeah. Well, that's an OBE.
And she's like,
yeah.
And she's like, what are you talking about? I went, don't worry, it was a dream.
Lucid dreams are OBEs. You're just not fully clicking on it.
I felt the cord pulling me back.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling, isn't it? Took me years to ever even see that cord. Some people never see it.
I didn't see it, but I could feel it.
Yeah, I never saw it for years and years and years till I'm like, why do other people see it and I don't? Finally, I just made a point of it. And
I would have to read that book.
Oh, you should. It's still my favorite. Though I wrote my own. So you might check mine out. It's a little bit more user-friendly.
Oh, I like user-friendly.
Listen to the podcast he did. Was it about 3 months ago?
That sounds maybe 4. I don't know. I can't tell time anymore.
No, I just
one
leads into the other. But he did one where he was talking us through it, and people were saying to me, "Am I going to do it live?" And I'm like, "Well, no, I can't really. Can I? I've got to keep doing the show. So you guys do it, and I can extract the audio from this, so I just saved it onto the PC, and then I was going to put it on my phone, but then I got an iPhone, and it's hard to transfer from Windows to iPhone. So once I find a way of doing it, I'll do it.
Once you get that first one done, you're in. You will not go back because it is so amazing. And then suddenly you start having telepathy. People will be talking to you and they're thinking something else. You're like, oh my God, I can hear what they're thinking.
I don't think I want to know what people are thinking when they talk.
No, mostly you don't. It's not
definitely
always
don't.
good. It's a little disappointing, in fact. But some
It's
people are
interesting.
honest, and it's amazing because they're speaking what they're actually thinking, and you're like, oh, this person is a real person.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's good to know if people are like legit.
Yeah. Oh, it's awesome because, my sister was trying to find a boyfriend. She found this guy, brought him home, and I just knew. I'm like, no, this guy is not good.
Get right.
And I had a dream that he stole someone's wallet. And I'm like, gosh, this is one of those dreams that comes true because you can kind of tell.
Yeah.
You start having precognitive dreams. Wow. And so he's coming over and I'm looking at him and I'm like, do I say anything or don't I? No, I'm not going to say anything. It's her boyfriend. She can deal with it. And he's like, oh, I found a wallet. I'm like, oh God, sure you did. And, I remember in the dream, it was one of those Velcro wallets, green and yellow. He pulls it out. I'm like, oh, dude. I didn't say anything. It's not my place. But
no.
I
knew
he didn't find it.
Yeah. But you saying about that, keep forgetting his first name, Monroe. I've got about 7 audio clips from it was Chris Meek that sent them to me. So it's like the binaural beats. You've got to use it with headphones because you have different tones in like the left and right. I've listened to them a few times. They kind of worked, but not like. But that was when I first started trying it. So
I've tried them.
If we try them now, it might be completely different.
I generally wouldn't recommend it because to me, it's kind of like forcing a flower open by pulling on its petals and which I mean you can do, but it's not blossoming the way it should. Because if you just buckle down on meditation, there's little steps you can do: visualizations, meditations, affirmations, and just really focusing on it. It's all about intending to do it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I've been doing. So the way I relax now before a show, I kind of like meditate like half an hour, 40 minutes before. Pretty much. I probably did about an hour today once I got everything set up and just sat and like focused, ready for all this. And it just, once I do that, I get a feel for what is going on in the show, even before it happens, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I've got a better connection to this than what I would have done 6 months ago.
It's very cool. I love it, because you'll get a feeling of like what's going to be on TV, and then it does, and you're like, oh my God. Well, like that light's about to turn red on me. I know it. Speed up a little bit, and it's yellow when I make it through. That just happened today.
You meditate before the shows?
Me.
Yeah. That's cool. I didn't know that.
Well, I don't meditate. I just get, because normally I'm upstairs and sat in a gaming chair, so it is quite comfy and it reclines. So I sit there, I put the music on, I have different types of music depending on what mood I'm in. I'll just put on, I'll just sit there and I just blank my mind and just focus on, like Preston just said, on the intent of how I want it to go. And I can't do anything about internet connections like the other night, but
yeah, next time focus on the internet.
Yeah, but it's more, like you put into it. It's hard to explain. I know what I do and how I do it, but I can't explain it.
Is it like a manifesting as well? Like I
don't know.
You're making it happen, like how you want it to happen.
I focus on what I'm going to be doing and the guest that's coming on, and because I never write anything down unless it's like links and all that kind of stuff. And I think now I'm at the point where I don't even have to ask the questions as such, because as the guest, or if we're just doing a chat between us, as they're talking, questions will come into my head. Oh, talking about that, and the relevant questions. But it also, not that I wouldn't do this, but it also keeps me focused on what the guest is talking about and understanding of as much as I can. I'm not saying I do understand everything they're saying, because a lot of stuff isn't my thing, but the best understanding that I can get. So that's where the questions come from, and that's why they're more outside the box. And where did it all start? What scares you the most? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I kind of concentrate on that, and what I put into the show, what I think you guys are going to enjoy more than not. If that makes any sense. I don't know. I don't think anything makes any sense.
It does make sense. It makes sense.
It does.
Yeah. So
yeah, going back to what you were saying. Sorry, Andy.
Sorry. It's just more of a focus.
Sorry, man.
Carry on. Sorry.
I was going to say, going back to what you were saying about that vibration. I think I've felt that. I've had that, and I feel my body vibrating. It's such a nice feeling. And then I go into like a sleep paralysis mode, and I sort of get scared and I fight it and I'm out of it. But that vibration is something that someone said recently to me, that I'm actually, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm coming out of my body and I'm sort of getting scared and stopping it. So that's interesting what you're saying about the vibration.
Yeah,
because I've never known what it was.
State, you're there. You're ready to do it. That's the absolute point. At that point, you just let go, or you start visualizing, like running out of your body, or rolling over, or spinning, anything involving movement, and just let go of the fear, because
it's that letting go bit. That's the hardest bit, I think.
Yeah.
No, the fear can be intense. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It can be very scary.
I feel it going through me like
just like let that logical mind go and just go with it.
Yeah.
It's so worth it. I can't recommend it enough. You get to meet all your deceased loved ones, pets too, enlightened masters, and you learn about past lives and just crazy stuff. My brother passed away about a year and some months ago. I thought, well, I'm going to see him at some point. It took about 3 or 4 months. And I popped out. I'm like, okay, let's see if I can find Steven. Because that's what I do. And I'm like, hey, let's go. And you go up these levels. It's kind of hard to describe, but you go through these, I don't know, like barriers or something to get to, quote, the other side. And I came upon him. And he's shorter than me, in real life. But on the other side, he grew like 4 or 5 inches. So he's slightly taller than me, really young. All his hair is back.
Wow.
And he's looking at me in complete surprise. Of course, I'm looking at him in complete surprise. I'm like, Steven, have you seen Mom and Dad? And he's like, no, I haven't seen them yet. I'm like, well, what about Jamie, my other brother? He's like, no, I haven't seen him yet either. I'm like, oh my God. I thought this, I would just assumed that you go directly and see your whole family. But he was having a little bit of a hard time. And he's saying something. I'm like, what? And so finally he comes up and puts his forehead against mine. Says, I have a message from my Suzanne, his wife. So just tell her I love her. And then he told me something so deeply personal. Again, it's embarrassingly personal. I'm not going to say it, but it was about, them being intimate. They're like, oh, Stephen, I can't tell her that. Tell her, she'll know. I'm like, wow. Kidding, okay. And I did, and she laughed her butt off because it's just like Stephen to be a little bit inappropriate.
But it's that personal connection just between them two.
Yeah,
and that's like.
But it's proof, so cool. I mean, when you see your deceased loved ones, it just because we all love each other in our family, and when you lose them, it's the end of the world. Man, it's just so hard to get over.
It's interesting too that he told you to, say something a little inappropriate, because that gives a level of validation. Like, oh yeah, you know what? He would have said that, not like, something that you would come up with.
Exactly. Like, he loves you. You go to a medium and say, oh, I see your relative, and they're happy and they love you, and blah. Yeah. Oh, of course. But yeah, it absolutely knocked her over. It was very, very cool.
Wow.
Every time that I get to do that, it's just, every time I go out of body, it's like the first time. I'm like, oh my God, this is so amazing. Why isn't everyone doing this?
How does time work for you when you're out of body?
It's different. It's hard to describe, but time kind of moves faster on the other side, so you can experience a lot, and then you come back and only a few minutes have gone by. Or you can see the future or the past even. You can go into the past and see the future, and you'll get taken to a past life, for example. That happens quite a bit. But it's different. It's just hard to describe. It's home. It's your home, because here on the physical plane, we love it. We have flowers and trees, and we eat food and watch TV and all this stuff. And then you go there, and the color red is, 100 times more red than it is here. And it's all made of light. So there's this energy coming out of the trees and the flowers. It's just like here, but it's different depending on how high you go. Because there are lower levels, which are very, hellish kind of.
Yeah.
People are unhappy and won't listen to you, and they're caught up in their own pain and anguish, and it's difficult to be around. But mostly you go right up to what I call the garden realms, or the heavenly realms, and it is so amazing. My nephew passed away about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And he's pretty young, comparatively. He was, pushing 40, but had some real problems and, passed on. And that night, I couldn't believe it. I popped out of body, and I'm hurtling down this tunnel like they describe in near-death experiences. I'm like, oh my gosh, because that happened a lot in the beginning, but I kind of got over that, and I could just, boom, I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm going down this tunnel, and I'm seeing other people inside of it. I'm like, oh my gosh, keep going, you're almost there. But I'm busy, so I gotta go. And I pop out, this is so weird, into this huge waiting room where there's all these people, and they're all milling around. It's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, but where you go before you get to the other side. And there's this lady sitting at a desk, and she's the greeter. She greets everyone who's there. You walk up to her, and she's a pretty lady, with a round face, dark eyes, dark hair. And she smiles at me. I'm like, hi, my name's Preston. I don't know if you can help me, but I'm looking for my nephew. His name is James Dennett. Yeah. And she smiles really brightly, and she says, yes, I can help you. Turn around. He's right behind you. Oh my God. So this room, it's just a big room, like a gymnasium. And I turn around, and there's James, who I forgot he's like 6'3", 4. I forgot. Yeah. I don't see him that much. He's lived in Illinois. And I'm like, whoa, James. And whenever anyone passes on, they stand up really straight, and they're just glowing with light. and he looks so good. And broad shoulders, his chest is thrust out, and his eyes are glowing. He's smiling ear to ear. He's like, Preston, I love you. And I grabbed his hands. I'm like, James, I love you too.
Oh, wow.
I wanted to ask him all these questions, right?
Yeah.
He says, Preston, I need to tell you something. I'm like, okay. And he says, I watched that YouTube video you did. I'm like, you did? He's like, yeah, the one with the yellow and green lights, and the kid who saw the UFO. I'm like, oh yeah, I know that one. It's a kid had an implant. He saw Pleiadians, and whole deal. I'm like, yeah, I remember that one. He said, Preston, that was really good, and you don't know, but you're doing really important work, and you need to keep doing it because it's affecting a lot of people, and you need to know this. I'm like, oh my God. And I got so emotional that it pulled me right back. But man, that was the day he died. Not even 24 hours. So I got to call up his wife, his mom, and tell everyone, like, listen, he's fine. He's happy. We've seen him a number of times since then. That dude did well. A lot of people take a while to get there, but he was like, snap, fully okay.
Wow.
Mm.
Yeah, that's where we come from. We're astral projecting down here, really. This is where we're projecting to. So it's kind of a misnomer to call it astral projection. That's where we come from. And we're here for a short time. You guys got to do it. Oh my God.
Yeah. I've talked to people that have passed away and have experienced going to the other side, and they all say the same thing, that they didn't want to come back because it was so amazing. And they were so happy and an amazing place. They didn't want to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, where's the Bigfoot?
Sorry. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't want to come back every time I go there, but they make me. You get pulled back. You can only go out for so long, and then it's like you have a little hourglass, and like, oh, I can feel it. Then zoom, you get pulled back. I mean, you couldn't stay if you wanted.
Oh, see, okay.
I was going to ask if you've ever had trouble getting back when you want to.
No, the trick is staying out. But once you get really good at it, you start to get this feeling like, uh-oh, I better go back now. I mean, one time, because I was wondering, are there planets? What is going on up on the other side? Is it because it's different? There's no planet. There's no stars. It's not like that. They're realms, kind of is the best way of putting it. Little areas where people live.
Yeah.
And so I went up and I was exploring the edge because I'm curious. And it just goes into this weird nothingness. It's hard to describe. It's unformed matter, kind of. It feels real. I mean, you're walking in the grass and there's trees and people are talking, and a lot of it's telepathic, but not always.
I want to go.
You're doing it every night, just so you know.
Preston Dennett hotline. How can I help you?
I've had dreams.
No, go ahead.
No.
I was going to say, I've had dreams where like my granddads have been in the dream, and it's like I can smell them, I can feel them. It's just so real. And I wake up and I'm like, I've just, you're emotional. I've just seen my granddads, and I'm wondering if that is them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because almost everyone will have, after someone passes on, dreams about meeting your loved ones. And that is absolutely 100% real.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can kind of tell the quality of their presence.
I don't think I've ever had one, to be honest. Or if I have, I don't remember. But
you're doing it every night, just so you know. I'd pop out of my body and there would be my brothers and sisters on the other side. I'm like, oh my God, and they're alive, and I'm looking at them like, did you know you're out of body? I said, yeah, we're here in between place or the other side or the dream realm. I'm like, oh, so you understand? He said, well, yeah, kind of. I'm like, okay, then we can talk about this when we go back. And they're like, no. I got to fight with my brother. I'm like, what do you mean? How can you say that we're here out of body and you won't remember? He says, I don't know how to do it. I don't have that ability. I'm like, but I'm doing it. It's not that hard. Oh my gosh, I have to take this. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's always when you go to do something or you're in the middle of something that everybody wants to talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. I'm not commenting because for some reason, I'm not going to name names. While I'm doing a stream, people will decide, tell you what, I'll message him. He's like, what? Clearly, I can see you in the chat. And tonight is different because I do have to keep checking my phone.
That's someone who wants the link. They want the link to the show. Do you have it?
Oh.
Can you pop it in chat?
Can someone do that? Because I'm on my iPad and I've got to come out of there to go into YouTube to come back.
Yeah,
it's a massive pain. Do apologize.
I don't know if I can do it. Let me see. I put it up on Facebook.
Joe will be on it, sure.
Yeah, if she's awake.
She was just in the chat.
That means nothing, Nicole. This is Joe.
She's good.
I'm trying. Can I write in the chat? I don't know if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do we do it?
Can you write? In general.
I can't write, to be honest.
YouTube.
Has this got spell check? I can't even see how I write.
I don't think you have it. Do you have it open on YouTube in a separate window?
No, I'm in StreamYard.
Oh.
Do I have to do?
You gotta like go into YouTube.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Pop
If I
out
go
the
on
chat.
YouTube on my phone,
let me see.
Joe.
I should be able to do it on my phone.
Yeah, Joe, if you go onto the YouTube channel and you go into the URL bar at the top, copy and paste it.
Share.
I know. Oh, I know what I can do, Preston.
I think I've got it. Guys.
You got it.
Oh, an advert. Got an advert playing. There we go. Right. How do I add? Here we go. I'm putting it in the chat right now, guys. Hopefully. I've just put it in the chat, I think. Is that
Right.
what we wanted?
I've just sent it to Preston on Messenger.
All right. I don't see it in chat. So. Oh wait, is there? It is.
Private chat?
I see it.
Sure.
No.
Is it on there now? There we go.
All right.
Just to let you guys know, Albert can't make it. He's had something come up, and he does apologise.
All right. Let's see if that works. Awesome.
Oh, I already put it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
All right. I'm like, why are you calling me? I'm on the show. I'm like, I want the link. I'm like, well, I'm actually okay.
And that's a good reason.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? I've told loads of people, don't phone me. Don't phone me from 8 o'clock tonight till 10 o'clock tomorrow. I'm going to count how many of them actually ring or message.
Everybody in the chat, go text Andy.
I've only told the only 2 people at work that I've told that I'm doing this. One of them's like my manager, so I had to let him know just in case he needs to contact me for anything. I said, don't bother, I'm doing a live stream for days and days and days, so I'll be back. You'll see me on Tuesday. And that's it. So,
how long have you been going at this point?
Nearly 7 hours. I'm nearly a third into it.
Wow. Amazing.
I've done 6.5 more than I thought I was going to do. I know that.
You got like 20 more to go.
No, it's all good. Yeah,
You'll be
don't
having an
bother
out-of-body
phoning me.
experience by the end of it.
Yeah.
But do you know what? I was thinking, I know this is a big thing. It's like mentally and physically challenging. But I think if it goes well, I might do it again.
Yeah.
Someone
Weekly.
please talk me out of it.
Every week. Once a week.
No,
this is fun. I get to do it like your time, but my time. Like you guys are on at 8 o'clock. I'm on at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now we get to be like 8 o'clock at night time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Geez, I did coast to coast every now and then. They're like, okay, it's 3 to 5 a.m. your time. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
Right. I'll do it.
So luckily though, the ones I've done like from California, they record at like 11 o'clock in the morning their time. So it's like 5 p.m. here. So it's like, let's go. I can do that. It's when it's the other way around.
Mm-hmm. When it's the middle of the night.
Yeah. So,
this time is quite normal for me. I'm normally talking to people this time, but not for 24 hours. So that's where it's a challenge.
Yeah, I'm normally waking up at this time, looking for shadow people because it's nearly 3 o'clock, knowing that I need to go to the bathroom, and knowing that I've got to walk across the landing to get from the bedroom to the bathroom and back again without having to fight any entities.
Witching hour.
All right, Dolly made it. She's in chat. Hi, Dolly.
Hello, Dolly.
You don't know what we went through to get you here.
Yeah. 3 phone calls, 4 messages.
It's all good though.
The entire chat was on it. Welcome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone.
Thank you, folks in chat. That's
So
really
good.
nice of you.
Yeah. So, do you want to, for those that don't know, do you want to explain who Dolly is and how she fits in with the Preston Dennett ufologist?
She's become a big part of my life and what I do. She reached out to me about, 2016 to share her experiences with ETs. And didn't tell me much at first, but I wrote her back right away. And as I interviewed her, it became pretty clear to me she was a genuine contactee. Because, there's all these little questions you ask, and there's details, and you get a feeling for when someone's telling the truth. And then she started to send me the real evidence. I mean, she's got photos and corroborating witnesses and medical evidence and a story that's off the charts. And I ended up writing a full-length book about her experiences called Symmetry, a true UFO adventure. We're going to start working on book 2 shortly. But what's really interesting is she was looking for someone and couldn't find anyone that was really a good fit, and went to her ET friends, said, listen, I said I was going to go public, but I don't know if I can because this guy, he's a liar, and this one just in it for the money, and it just wasn't working out. And they said, well, we have this guy in mind. His name, and they gave her my name, and said, look him up. We think he might be a good fit for you. And of course, that worked out really well. But man, because she didn't tell me that right away. That took a year or two of interviewing her. She's like, well, I've got something to tell you. The ETs know about you. They actually recommended you. I'm like, oh my God. Because that happened before with another witness. And I just like, oh yeah, sure. Okay, well, cool, maybe, but I'm not sure if I can believe that. But it happened again with her. And after she did that, some guy from England calls me I don't know him. He doesn't know me. But he was upset because he had had this encounter and the ETs were telling him all these things that really kind of concerned him about the dangers of nuclear proliferation mostly, and forthcoming big changes in our planet and these sort of things. The message they usually give people. Mm-hmm. And he's asking me, have you ever heard of this? I said, well, actually, yeah, I sure have. And I'm like, I basically got his story and then told him, like, yeah, I've heard that part, this. These people have told me this, look up this book. You can. And it's all true. Yeah, that sounds like a real experience to me. I talked to him for about an hour or two, not in a really formal interview way, just more counseling than anything, which is mostly what I do, actually. But afterwards, he's like, thanks so much. I really needed that. So glad I called you. I'm like, I'm glad too. It's always nice to connect. And he's like, I want to tell you. I'm like, okay. He says, my encounter occurred this morning, actually. I'm like, what? Because, that's pretty unusual. People will talk right away.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, this morning. And I said, okay. So they were grays. I'm like, okay, that's pretty common. He says, but they told me to call you. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, they gave me your name. So I guess I'm pretty well known.
Yeah.
That's
some UFOs.
recommendation.
Yeah.
I can't wrap my head around it.
You go for a job, it's like, you want to check my references?
Yeah. They are out of this world, quite literally.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about friends in high places.
Yeah. Outer space. Does that count? But I was just working out then. It was just over a year ago that you and Dolly came on together.
Oh, really?
6th of January last year. You both, because you'd been on a couple of times before that, and then you came on with Dolly.
Yeah, she's so amazing because so many people need hypnosis, or they've got a lot of fear, or they've had maybe 5 experiences. That's generally kind of the average. A bunch of activity when you're really a little kid, ramping up when you're a teenager, and then kind of sporadic from that point on. But she started at age 14, full on, full conscious, no fear, and they taught her how to fly these craft. Put her in the pilot seat, put her through all the medical testing, the reflexes, the psychic testing, because it's all, these ships are flown psychically. They're embodied by an actual entity that you have to communicate with. The ship itself is alive, is what I'm trying to say.
But I remember saying she's got the implant in her hand, which helps. Does that help gain access to the crafts as well? Not just a tracking device, but it's like a key to what's going on.
Yep. Key is the absolute right word, because that's how she describes it. That's what they told her.
Yeah.
Just so interesting, the things she has to say, because we were looking at Egyptian hieroglyphics, and they all have that watch on the Anunnaki, or there's a little watch they all wear, and you can see it in the carvings, and they carry this purse around.
Yes.
And everyone's saying, well, what's in the purse? What's this watch? And Dolly's like, well, I know what that is. Like, okay. So that's the key. That's what's in her hand. But they had it external. And in the pouch is the little energetic ball that they use to fly the craft. And if you talk to other contactees, they describe this. Perhaps not in a whole lot of detail. It all depends on the contactee. But she laid it out in black and white because she's had so many experiences.
Yeah. So, sorry, some people are just asking in the chat about the show that Dolly was on. It was the 6th of January last year. It was the last one that me and Deb did together. And then that's when I started doing this on my own. So I'm sure it's the 6th of January. It's the first, I think it was the first Friday in January. Or the second, I don't know. Yeah, first Friday in January. So yeah.
She's
with you saying, just with you saying about that ball then, because I've had really vivid dreams where I've been on a craft, but everything's blended into it. It's seamless. So you got the seats that go into the floor, that go into the table, that go around to the control panel, into the windows.
Yeah, indeed.
Didn't see any other beings on there. Everything was brilliant white, and I mean brilliant white, like the plastic white, the retro style plastic. And then there's like this. It came up to a table, and then it kind of went flat on top, and there was I remember there was like a ball of light, but I thought it was a lamp.
They don't have lamps.
No. And that's a weird thing, because thinking about it now, there was light inside the craft, but there's no light bulbs anywhere other than this thing in the middle. But there's no, even though it was lit up, there's no light coming from it. If you get like the lamp behind Nicole, you can see the light reflecting on the wall. It wasn't like it was strange, and it was all brilliant white, and I could see all the stars, and I said, we're going to take you to wherever, and then don't really remember much after that. But that was around the same time that I found the implant and all the stuff that was going on with the orb, that I felt I was being observed, and the growling and the shadow people, and yeah, just everything going off at once.
Well, you're starting to tick all the boxes, Andy, so you know.
I know, it's scary. It's
no.
It's not scary. It's more that self-knowing that the more I speak to people like yourself and different guests that come on, and they all add that little bit of confirmation to what I've experienced, and then it's like stitching it all together to make it to what it is.
Yeah,
I think it's that, and I'm not denying it to myself, but I'm kind of like, do I really want to admit that all this went on?
Sooner or later, you're going to get hit with it, because that's usually what happens. People were like, oh my gosh, that happened to me. And I see it with contactees. They're like, oh my gosh, you put up that picture. I have one guy, who I interviewed not too long ago. He's in my latest book. My sister-in-law had these encounters with little blue beings, and she's an artist. And so she drew them, full on color painting of this little blue being. Like Whitley Strieber in that movie, Communion, where the little troll-like being in the hallway. It looks a lot like that. And this guy from Texas calls me up. He's like, that's exactly what I saw. When I saw that, it knocked me over, because that is perfect, down to the little detail. Exactly.
Wow.
And at that point, he couldn't deny it. I mean, he already knew at that point, because he'd had a bunch of experiences. But that's confirmation that sends chills down your spine, and you're like, well, fine, it's real.
Yeah,
Andy, in the chat, Dolly said the walls emit light.
Yeah, there was light, but I didn't see any lights.
Yeah, she said it comes from the walls.
But I didn't see the ceiling. It felt like I was kind of like sat on the floor. I wasn't in a chair. I wasn't on a table or anything like that. I was sat on my bum on the floor, and I'm just looking around, and I know there was other beings there, but I couldn't see them. I wasn't making direct vision with them. But I've only ever had that once.
Well, it certainly sounds like a lot of what I hear from other people.
I think you need regression, don't I?
Yeah, man.
First,
How many times you don't remember?
Just write everything down. That would be the first step.
The thing is, it's strange, because I don't need to write it down. I remember it like it happened 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you write it down, little details, you'll suddenly get a flash of the being. Like, oh my gosh, I do remember seeing a window, or someone else, or a being, or getting pulled up.
Well, I got told. So Jessica Jones asked her to do a remote viewing for me, which she did, and she sent me the data. So I printed it off and I laminated it, because to me that's personal for me, for what I've experienced. And she explained what a lot of it was, and because I just give her the dates, the rough date and the time and the area where it happened, and she was coming back with stuff that I'd never spoke about before then. But there's 3 or 4 things that she said. There's one, I've either had an implant, got an implant, or will be getting an implant. But she said the more you concentrate on the data, you'll be able to see what's gone on, and it's very similar to remote viewing. If you concentrate like in a meditational state, just put your hands over the data, you should get some energy from that and feel what it was that you encountered. As soon as it did that, straight away, this image of a humanoid, I thought, right, okay, that could just be, because I've got quite a strong imagination, that could just be what my mind's thinking. So I left it a couple of days, did it again, exactly the same. And it kind of started to freak me out a little bit, because it was the same, every single time it was the same one. And then when I found a artist's impression of what this thing was, it's like, that is it. There's no doubt, there's no question behind it, there's no 100%. That was a beat. It looks ugly and nasty, but I was told, same thing, don't judge a book by its cover. Just because it looks like that doesn't mean to say it means you any harm. And I don't believe that I was ever harmed or anything negative had come from it. I don't believe I was abducted. I believe I was a contactee rather than.
Thank you. Yeah.
Abduction.
Nice to hear that.
So, that's pretty much it.
Wow.
So, I don't know how deep or what I go with that, and that's why I'm in an area about regression and so forth.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure you even need regression. Just keep doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because regression works, except it's just, I know people who've done it, like it's a bit of a letdown for them.
Yeah.
They don't feel like it's quite the same as fully conscious. Well, it's not. It's a fully conscious memory.
I've been told, sorry, I don't mean to talk over you, but I've also been told that you can get false memories put in regression as well. Because if you're thinking about something else at that time, then you get in false thoughts.
Yeah, and if you get the wrong person that you're working with, who's perhaps fear-based or doesn't know exactly what they're doing, it's difficult to lead a person. Honestly, it's not as easy as you might think, but it can happen. And hypnosis has been studied intensely, and people have shown that yes, false memories can absolutely be implanted.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful, but it works. I know it works because what people recall under hypnosis matches almost exactly what people consciously recall.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how do you explain that?
You can't, can you? Not really. It's just solid.
One lady I interviewed, Geneva is her name. She had the most interesting experience where she had this huge fight with her boyfriend and was really depressed. She's like, that's it, I'm leaving, I'm going out, I'm camping. Hikes out into the mountains of Santa Clarita, California on this little helicopter pad and is doing primal scream therapy, which I've never heard of before, but that's where you just cuss and scream out at the world and say, get all your emotions up by just letting them loose. And she's doing that, and she's like just letting out a stream of bad cussing, which I won't do. But suddenly she sees this light coming towards her, kind of slow. And she's like, huh. She stops and she's looking at it. And it's getting closer and closer. And she's like, oh my gosh, someone called the police. They heard me screaming up here in the mountains. I'm an idiot. It's a helicopter. But she saw it kept coming closer and closer. And then it's right above her and it's not a helicopter. It's making a very low humming noise. It beams her with this beam of light for like a full 3 to 5 minutes. And she's absolutely in complete terror at this point, thinking, well, I'm going to die. I'm going to be abducted. They found me. I don't know who this is. It's got to be ETs. What's going on? The beam of light retracts, and this thing gets closer. It's like a few hundred feet, and she's really scared now. She's going to lose her mind, and it backs off. So she gets less scared, and then it comes closer, and she starts to get scared. And so there's started to interact with her. She's like, who are you? What are you doing? Why are you here? Are you here because, I'm so sad and depressed? This went on. This is such an unusual case. 4 or 5 hours until dawn. She drove there in the middle of the night, and finally it started to get light. And she's like, "Well, are you going to stay here? Are you going to follow me home?" She thought she could actually see a humanoid inside, but she was not quite sure. But it was really beautiful. She said it was scintillating with colors. And as the sun comes up, it darts off. And so she starts having all these dreams about being on board and so forth. And she learns remote viewing, goes to a class to do remote viewing. And they're all students there. And so they give each other targets. So she writes down her name, Geneva, July 1996, Santa Clarita experience, and assigns it a random number and gives it to someone else to remote view. So they have no idea, right, what they're remote viewing. And they came back and they said, well, UFO taken on board, saw you in Mexico. She had this dream that she was taken on board a UFO to a Mexican village following this experience.
Wow.
So this remote viewer just picked it right up. So, I mean, it's such an amazing experience to me because she was so upset and looking for answers. And that's when this UFO showed up. You know, it's a perfect CE5. Like, here we are, you're okay. How would you like a little ride?
Yeah.
It was very cool.
Wow. Right. I'm going to have to go for a quick break because my bladder's going to burst. I will. If you guys want to carry on, I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
You should have a bottle next to you, Andy.
No, I think I might need a few, mate. I've drank a lot of coffee.
You wear diapers, you know, just...
Yeah.
That's dedication. You wear adult diapers for 20
minutes. Next time. Right. I'll be as quick as I can if you guys want to carry on. Perfect. See you in a minute.
All right, now we can all talk smack.
Yeah. That Andy.
Oh, that's what Pat's been doing anyway. That sounds so like therapeutic, though. Just go up somewhere and just scream.
Yeah.
Yeah. After she said that, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, you know, life on Earth.
Yeah.
You need a break.
Sure. I'm trying to think of places that I could do that. It's quite a difficult where you could go where you're completely on your own and just scream. Like around where I am now, there's not many places I could do that. I'm trying to think because it sounds like a good release.
Yeah. Police might come.
Yeah.
You gotta get like a soundproof room, you know, like they have for like bands practicing and stuff.
Yes.
Go in there and scream.
Just yeah.
But then the UFOs can't find you.
Oh, they can find you. There's no place they can't find you. I had one lady who had a contact experience. This is one of the more unusual ones, but it can happen anywhere. She was in this, I think it was the 6th floor of the Marriott Hotel in Woodland Hills, which is super densely populated, and had a gray come right inside the hotel room.
Wow.
Yeah. And another guy in Australia, he was in a hotel room. He said, you know what? I woke up and I was floating outside the hotel room looking in. Like, oh my God.
As long as they leave you alone in the bathroom.
Yeah.
No, there was a guy.
Get Andy right now.
I was just looking at it. I didn't interview this guy, but he was going to a pub. He's in England. Gosh, where was it? I forget. But some little town in England near Cumbria. Really pretty place. At any rate, he's walking towards the pub, and for some reason, he decides he's going to walk through the field. He's like, why am I doing this? This is the long way. The fields are muddy. What is going on? That's your first red flag, because this happens when you're having a UFO encounter. And he's in the middle of this field, and this UFO shows up, and he's looking at it. It's like, that's not a building, because I know this area. So he gets scared, and he's running to the pub. He reaches the street. There's like 4 pubs on there, and this object is right over his head. It's surrounded in greenish mist. He can see it's a craft. It's a couple of 100 feet up. And he stops and he's looking at it and he's trying to calm down. Boom. he wakes up and he's in the bathroom next to the pub, staring at the wall. And someone walks in. He's like, "Oh, excuse me," and he goes into the bathroom because he didn't want to look like he was in there for no reason.
Yeah.
Comes out into the pub, and the guy's like, "Oh, well, you came in just in time because we just had this huge power outage, and you walked in right when it finished." And that was another clue. He ended up going under hypnosis and couldn't recall anything except seeing the craft in better detail, that it was actually a saucer-shaped craft and not just the light. But yeah, they dropped him off in the bathroom.
Yeah. But they just put me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you played musical boxes there.
I don't know why. I don't know why it does that.
Did he know how long that missing time was that he had, roughly, or?
It was at least an hour or so, because it's like looking at the street, and nothing's there. That's one of your first clues. If you're going to a place and you're like, well, gosh, this traffic is dead. Where is everybody? Take a look at the clock and you'll see. Because that's often one lady I interviewed. She was driving with her two friends to Palmdale. And they got there and they're like, gosh, the freeway there's nobody on it. And that just doesn't happen anywhere near LA. It turned out to be 3 a.m. They'd left at 11. So they had like 3-4 hours of missing time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But she remembered it without hypnosis, and so did the other guy. So in the days and weeks that follows. So missing time is pretty much our own fault, by the way. It's not the ETs necessarily doing it. They'll cooperate with you. If you're like having, too much trauma with it and you don't want to remember, they'll facilitate it and be like, okay, you won't remember this.
Yeah.
I've got missing time as well.
Me too. I had a major missing time event and I want to remember. So I'm like, hey, I'm still not sure what happened, honestly.
No.
Wow. I wonder if you ask them to give it back, like the time, the memories.
Yeah, well, I'm working on it. I'm doing the steps I always tell other people: write it down and meditate. Yeah. And I may have recovered it because I've had a lot of UFO dreams. And I'm like, well, that's probably.
If we can, I was just going to say, if we can get the physical time back, I'm going to tell them I've got 10 years missing. Worth a shot. Right, I've got a couple of questions for you, Preston. So the first one is from Chris Evers. He's actually he emailed.
Wow.
Oh. Question for Preston: which schoolyard UFO encounter did he find the most intriguing, most scary, and most compelling?
Well, I think that's a really hard one. I think one of the scariest ones was this poor kid saw a UFO on the playground. Everyone did. This is in, let me think, Georgia. I think it was in Georgia.
Yeah.
And didn't think much of it. But he goes home that night and the Greys show up and they said, don't be afraid, but you need to come with us. And it freaked him out. And he thought that was the end of it. But a year went by and a UFO appeared again. And this time it followed him home from school. And he told his parents, and they're like, yeah, right. UFOs, what are you talking about? And so they they didn't listen. And they wake up the next day, and there's a note on the kitchen table from their son saying, I've withdrawn $500 from the bank. I'm leaving because the ETs are coming for me. And they ended up calling Leonard Stringfield, I think it was, who's a very famous researcher. And Leonard Stringfield's like, yeah, your son called me, actually. I think he did have an encounter. And they're like, well, he's missing. We don't know where he is. Could the ETs have taken him? And he's like, well, I don't know. But they ended up calling the police. There was a whole search. And they found him at Atlanta airport, ready to take a plane. I don't know where he was thinking he was going. But they talked him back and brought Leonard Stringfield over, and he gave him a whole counseling session and let him know, the ETs are not here to hurt you or take you away or anything like this. They're working with people. And basically, but yeah, that poor kid, I feel for him and his parents. That one was a particularly interesting one to me. But I still think, my favorite probably is the Rua Zimbabwe case.
Yes.
1994 UFO lands and 200 kids. Well, not
incredible.
all, but ETs came down and told some kids, you're too technological. There's a good way to use technology and a bad way, and you could do a lot better. And stop chopping down the forests or polluting the oceans. You're going, this could be a bad situation. But there's so many good ones. Oh my gosh. One lady I interviewed, Melody is her name, Melody Korn. She and 5 friends decided that they weren't going to play Foursquare on the playground. They were going to go play hide and seek at the far end. And so they run over there and they look down on the ground and there's these little footprints. I'm like, wow, look at these. Where are they from? And then they look and they see lights in the trees just beyond the border there. There wasn't really a fence, but you're not supposed to go over off school grounds. But they see these lights and they're like, ice cream truck, let's go. Because they're kids. This is elementary school, primary school. And so all 6 of them go running, and it's a UFO, of course. Classic saucer, lights on it, and there's this ET standing right in front of it, and they run right up to it before they even see him. So he's like 10 feet away. And he wasn't a gray. He had a really strong, muscular body, a face that she said almost looked like a gorilla. And she wanted to know, have I ever heard of this? Not exactly, really. But wearing a jumpsuit. And so it's looking at them. They're looking at it. They're lined up in a row. And it's slowly backing up into the craft, not keeping its gaze locked to them. And that's when their teacher, Mrs. Ollendorf, screams bloody murder, grabs the kids like, oh my God, get back into the class right now, and drags them away from it because they wanted to watch. And she rushes them into the classroom, and all the kids in the classroom run to the windows because they can see the UFO through the trees. And she starts pulling the shutters down like, don't look, don't look. And she calls the principal, she calls the other teachers. It's complete pandemonium. And the kids are still looking through the windows. So everyone in the school is ushered into the gymnasium. This is the middle of the school day. And they call the buses and they're sending everyone home. And someone's like, there it goes. Because there's windows high up in the gymnasium.
Yeah.
And someone saw the UFO take off. But yeah, she and her friends still talk about this. This happened in 1966. And it was the talk of the school for weeks. The teachers tried to stop them from talking. Point Pleasant, Missouri. No, wait, Pleasant. Oh, gosh. Somewhere in Missouri. Not Point.
Somewhere pleasant in Missouri.
Yeah.
But yeah,
if it wasn't, it is now.
Right around the same time that that one in Australia happened, Melbourne High School.
Yes.
Westall High School, Melbourne. That's another one of my favorite cases. There's 100 of them. I mean, I can't choose. There's literally 100.
Too many. Too many. Right. Would you guys mind if I eat while we're chatting? Because I need some sugar.
Go for
It's
it.
out of order.
Is that okay?
What would you share?
I can, but
What are you going for? What are you going for? Haribo, yes. Nice, man. Oh,
Cola bottles. I'm sorry, but I just
Like someone in the movie theater wrinkling their
get the
You're gonna
noise out the way.
crash from your sugar high
yeah.
I
in
need
a couple
something.
hours.
Yeah. I ate 9 hours ago last, so
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
it's not too bad.
Yeah. You're doing well, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you made it over the 7-hour mark.
The rest is easy.
Yep. The rest should be so delirious,
Yeah.
So like this.
I know. I'll be phoning Preston up, telling them I'm seeing things and I'm getting beamed up, and I'll be asleep on the sofa.
Yeah.
I'll have to tell you a really scary story to get your heart pumping.
Yes, please.
I've got a few. I know a scary ghost story.
Ooh, I love scary ghost stories.
This one actually isn't mine, but it's a real short one, and I just find it so interesting. It came from Elliot O'Donnell, I think, famous ghost guy. But I'll never forget it because it's just so vivid. This lady checks into a hotel room, and everything's fine. She opens the closet, and there is someone who has committed suicide, hanging. She slams the door closed, rushes down to the front desk and says, "How dare you rent me this room with this guy in it? I mean, did you not even check?" And the guy turned white. He says, and they go up there, and he says, "No, look, there's no one in there." And she's like, "Well, gosh, I know what I saw." And he's like, "You saw it. I'm sorry. Someone just recently committed suicide in that room."
Oh, wow.
That one freaked me out.
True story? Where was this? We're going to go investigate.
This was in England somewhere. Yeah. I'd have to look it up. It's in, I don't know. I just always remembered it.
Yeah.
Man.
Please say it's near Bournemouth.
Yeah. I can go and look. I
think I could probably find it. I know the book. It's just one of those behind me. They're not in order, but I could find it. I'll see if I can.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Right.
I did a bunch of ghost hunting. One guy had a really scary story. He and his sister were living in the house with their mother, and they started hearing knockings on the wall. And Michael is the brother. He was kind of the focus of the haunting. He asked his sister, like, "Do you hear that?" And she's like, "Yeah, ignore it. Trust me, it's not good. This is not a nice thing." She's psychic, she can kind of read things pretty easily. It's like, that's a bad spirit. Don't engage it at all. Just ignore it. But he's like, "Wow, this is so interesting." And he was, spending a lot of time in bed because he had a bone disease.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't get around, and so he's often just laying there in bed, bored. And so he would try to talk to her. He's like, "Who are you? What are you? Can you do it again?" And it would. And then one day he's in the shower, taking a shower, and it had always been on the roof, right? It starts knocking on the shower walls all around him. That freaked him out. And he told his sister, she's like, "I told you, don't do this. Stop it. It's not going to end well." And of course, it didn't end well. He's in his bed one night, and he hears footsteps. And they come up to the door, and the door goes bam, really loud. And he opens it. There's nobody there. He closes it. Happens again. Happened over and over again. And finally, the footsteps come right through the door and come onto his bed and presses him down. And he sees this huge black apparition, like, I don't know, 8 feet tall. And when he told me that, I'm like, dude, that's a demon. Because these demons manifest in exactly that way. They're not your normal, human spirit, waving high or even, growling at you or whatever. They're a black form. And he was pressed down. He couldn't move. He's thrashing. It's not a religious guy, but he somehow dug up the Lord's Prayer. He's like calling to Jesus, and that didn't work. So he called to Buddha, and he's calling to everybody he can think of. And finally, it lifts up. And that was enough for him to, like, I'm not messing around, and it slowly tapered off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I did this whole interview with him. And here's the weirdest thing about it to me is I like to do follow-ups, right? I'll call him back a year or two later and see if it came back or whatever. Because sometimes it does.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "No, it never came back." And I'm like, "Oh gosh," and I'm just rechecking the experience to see if the story changes, because it's always a good idea.
Yeah.
And he described the whole thing, and then he got to the part where he described this black form, and he didn't remember it. He did not remember seeing this apparition at all. Like, I have you on tape, just so you know.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And that really intrigued me because that happened 2 or 3 times with witnesses. They would not remember. Like, I have you on tape. I have you on tape if you want to listen to it.
Yeah.
They usually don't. They're like, no, I don't. It's too scary.
Yeah, do you think it's like a trauma thing where they just block it out?
I don't know. I think maybe because that does happen with trauma.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know that happens with child abuse or assault or war veterans, or they bury it.
Yeah.
So, but they told me, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and you feel like that would be therapeutic enough to where you could at least remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think something interdimensional happens. It's like a dream can slip away from you really easily.
Yeah.
I think that might be part of it. But yeah, maybe it's just the trauma. I don't know. I think that's one of the reasons UFO experiences are so hard to remember, because they beam you down and it's kind of interdimensional. And boom, you're like, well, gosh, did I just... Because people will always say to me, like, it's like waking up out of a dream when I found myself in my house. But they sometimes will remember it and sometimes they don't.
Well, it's about anything. Your mind kind of gets rid of whatever doesn't fit, the narrative or, the given things that you can make sense of.
People can't even see it. Their eyes will go right over it. One lady I interviewed, well, actually, I interviewed all 3 of the people involved. These 2 best friends were like, let me think, I think they were about 12 years old, had gone to the library, Pio Pico Library in Koreatown, LA. And as they're walking in, they're like, what's that light in the sky? Oh, I don't know, just ignore it. They spend an hour or 2 at the library. They come out at exactly 5 minutes to 9, because the library closes at 9 and their mom's going to pick them up. And they want to smoke a cigarette without their mom knowing, or her mom, Dorothy's mom, knowing. Carol is her friend. And so they're smoking a cigarette on the front steps of the library. I went down there to just scout it out. It's a very crowded area. And this star-like object is still up there, and they're looking at it. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's still there. What is that? It drops down, and it's right over the telephone wires across the street. It's a saucer, colored lights, totally silent. The mom pulls up, and they're like, Mom, look, flying saucer. It's like, oh my God. She said, get in the car. We're leaving. And it follows them home. They're 5 minutes from the library, and they rush into the house, and they watch it dart off, and they turn and look at the clock. It's now 10:15. So they're missing an hour. So I interviewed Dorothy first, the little girl, then her friend Carol, who was clearly the target because she's had a lifetime of experiences. And then I interviewed the mom, Dorothy Sr. And she's like, well, I don't believe in UFOs. I'm like, I understand, just tell me what you saw. She's like, well, I really don't believe in them, but it looked like 2 saucers stuck together. I don't believe in UFOs. I'm like, okay. And what happened next? She says, well, it followed us home. At least it looked like it followed us home. It was above the car. I mean, she couldn't deal with it. In every sentence, or third sentence, she would say, I really don't believe in this stuff. It's not true. I don't know what I saw. But I'm like, that's all right. Just describe what you saw. And she did give a good interview. Because some people, they can't. They're just not ready. Like I was too frightened. I didn't look at it. You can trust Leaf, his friend. He wanted to run into the beam of light, but I wouldn't look at it. It was too scary. I was hiding under the house. So it's just, like you said, it's just, if it doesn't fit in your worldview, you're not even going to consider it.
Yeah.
But you should, because they're true. They're out there. Gosh, one guy I interviewed, I don't normally like to interview kids because, they're not adults, but this guy was 17. So I figured, okay, fine.
Yeah.
And he's telling, because he called me up. He's like, I need to talk to somebody. And he was with his group of friends. And he's like, guys, look at that UFO. And they're like, shut up. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. He's like, it's right there. It was 100 feet away over the trees. Silver saucer. He's like, Preston, I could see it. I could see it in detail. His friends couldn't see it. 4 friends and him, they couldn't see it. So they put their faces together. He's like, it's right there. You know, and he's like, you can't see that? I'm like, dude, there's nothing there. What are you talking about? And that's not someone not being able to see it. That's the ETs showing themselves to just one person.
Yeah.
Which they can do. They can absolutely do that.
That messes with my head, how that's possible.
But we've talked about that before with people on the show. Like, do you think that the vibrations have something to do with it if people are, you know, more in tune with different frequencies?
I don't know. I feel like if it's there, you should be able to see it. And even if you're like not, you know, psychic or something. I mean, if it's I don't know. Honestly, I think it's the ET's doing it, because I talked to one guy and he's a great witness, Kevin Kamen, Navy medic, who had a bunkmate on his Navy ship. He's like, dude, I'm a UFO contactee. Did you know that? And Kevin's like, yeah, sure you are. He's like, no, I am. I'll prove it to you. And he's like, sure you will. And so Kevin, or I'll call his roommate Lewis. He didn't want his name used. Lewis comes back a couple of days later and says, they took me to your house. I can describe everything. The shag carpet, there's a milkshake stain on the car you've got. And it was all accurate. So Kevin's like, oh my God, maybe you are. Unless you're CIA or something.
Either way, it's weird.
There's no way that you could know this. It was little details. And so he turns to Lewis and says, all right, if you're really a contactee, I want to meet your little green friends. Just like that. And Lewis says, okay, I'll arrange it. Because he says, they took me to their planet. They take me all the time. I will ask. And so a week or two goes by and Lewis said, okay, they're coming tomorrow. You ready? And Kevin's like, yeah, sure they are. And the next day comes and it's Kevin's lunchtime and Lewis comes in and says, they're outside. It's your lunch break. They're right outside, up on deck. His bunk is like just 100 yards from the deck, real close. So he goes up on deck and there's this huge craft. He's on a 600-foot ship. He says this craft was bigger than the ship. Beautiful, covered with kind of prismatic lights. And of course, he does the first thing anyone should do when you see a UFO is get another witness. And he runs to the mess cook. He's like, Tony, look. He could not get Tony to look. It was as if he wasn't even there.
Oh.
Next thing he knows, he's on board the craft. He's watching the Navy ship. Gets smaller and smaller. He has this long conversation with the ETs. And they told him. And he's like, I'm AWOL. And they're like, no one's going to notice you're gone. He's like, I couldn't get anyone to see it. He says, well, we can choose who we want to see us. You wanted a ride. He's like, are you going to eat me? I'm like, no. You watch too many horror movies. We don't do that. We eat fish and vegetables and this kind of stuff. He asked him all kinds of questions. Is Roswell real? He said, yes. All the governments know about us. We speak all the languages of your planet. They told him all kinds of stuff. They said, when you start exploding nuclear bombs, it started a countdown clock. And all these events are going to happen. And they showed him landslides and hurricanes and tornadoes. And just disaster after disaster.
Yeah.
They even showed him having a bike accident on his motorcycle, which ended up happening. But finally he says, what do you look like? Because the whole time he's afraid to look. He's just staring at the wall. And this is a long story. I'm skipping parts. But he says, what do you look like? And they said, well, we're not little and we're not green. And sometimes people are scared by our appearance. And turn around and you can see. And so he turns around and it freaked him out because they were 15-foot tall praying mantis, bone white, really skinny bodies, eyes the size of basketballs, he said. huge heads. And one walks right up to him, and it's kind of, there's a panel that is over his chest. I mean, he's kind of looking up at it and you can't even see it. And it looks down at him and says, would you, I asked him, are you sure it's 15 feet tall? That's pretty tall. He's like, listen, I did a face-to-face interview with him. He's like, look at me, I'm 6'2". They were more than twice my height, like looking up at a basketball hoop.
Wow.
And one of them looks down at him and says, so would you like to go to our planet? And he said, no. I'm like, why not? He's like, Preston, if you were standing next to this thing, you wouldn't, trust me, you would be freaking out. I'm like, well, maybe you're right. He says, I felt like a bug next to it, like it was going to do experiments on me or something, which it didn't. I mean, he wasn't even physically examined. This was a wholly benevolent encounter. But then it says, okay. And it reached down and it grabbed his shoulder. He got a really good look at its hand, which was kind of claw-like. Yeah, he screamed in terror when it did that. And next thing he knows, he's on his bunk, back on the ship, covered in sweat, hyperventilating, and catching his breath. And Lewis, his bunkmate, whips open the curtain that's surrounding his bunk. They all have curtains. And he's smiling ear to ear, says, so, how did you like your little ride? They were not friends after that.
Wow.
It's one of my
mad.
favorite.
That really is mad.
Yeah. He's a twin brother, and his twin brother also had experiences.
Yeah.
With
That is
Grace,
very interesting.
which was really weird.
I don't like bugs. I don't know if I would do the praying mantis aliens.
They're super smart. I think the fear is really in us. And I think being physically examined or confronted with something that's absolutely, so different. I get it. There's an instant panic response. But if you can overcome that, they are so happy. They will give you a tour of the craft. They'll take up the observation deck. They'll show you Earth far below. That's most common, or a star field.
Yeah.
Good. If you're okay, they'll take you to the moon. That's what they did with Kevin. They actually did that. Took him to the moon. So I thought it was Arizona or a bombing site for war practice. There were all these craters until we came up over the horizon and there was Earth. He says, I nearly crapped my pants. He didn't use that word, but that's what he said. But yeah, that happened to Dolly Saffron, the lady in chat. Something like Symmetry. They took her to Jupiter and then to the moon and landed on the moon. Actually physically landed. I know that sounds crazy, but I tell you, people tell me this. It's not as unusual as you might think.
Yeah. No, I've heard that quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cool. I mean, I would totally do that. I would.
Oh, yeah.
As long as I'm not freaking out, which I think I'd be good. I've had a bunch of sightings, and I do remember being on board.
Yeah.
So.
Cool.
I think it's very cool. I love
I
it.
might deal with the giant bugs to see the moon, though.
15 foot tall.
Trade-off.
One lady, she called me up because she read that in one of my books. And boy, the story she told me, because I saw one 15 foot tall. I'm so glad you described this. I'm like, tell me what happened. You've got to tell me. She's a teacher, really a smart lady, and gave me a full-on written description and an audible interview, which I love because you can really dig deep that way. And she likes to go jogging early in the morning outside her then home in O'Fallon, Illinois. This tiny little town.
Yeah.
O'Fallon. And she leaves her house. She goes on a couple of streets to this avenue called Kyle Avenue. I looked it up on Google, of course, because she's just driving. There's a school there. There's a water tank about. And sure enough, there is. And she's like, I was jogging there with my dog, 4 a.m. or so. And the dog stops and looks ahead, sees something. And she's thinking, well, the deer, a fox, raccoon, because that often happened.
Yeah.
But it wasn't any of those. It was this Giant man on stilts, wearing extenders on his arms, she thought, walking down the middle of the road. It's a pretty busy road, but not at that hour. There's no traffic.
Yeah.
She's looking at it. It's dark, of course. She's about 150 feet away. And it walks right under the street light. Now, when it does that, she can see that it's 15 feet tall because it's right next to the street light. And it's a praying mantis. And it's got 6-foot strides. It's mottled gray. It's got a triangular head, jerky movements. It's walking like this. Its head is down. It's looking back and forth. Apparently it lost something because that was her impression. It's looking for something.
Wow.
And it just, it was booking it down the street, moving fast, and quickly moved out of the light. So I don't know what you guys would do if that happened, but she runs after it. I don't know if I would, but
I would try and get a picture if I could.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't think she carried a camera, but I didn't.
Tommy would ask it when its birthday is.
Yeah, I'll say, have you got any birthdays coming up? Any parties?
Only if it's on a Friday, though.
Yeah, is it a Friday?
Only on a Friday. Can't do it otherwise.
And he's not going to be happy.
Well, you can go to a praying mantis' birthday. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh man,
not a problem with that.
Yeah.
As long as you get an invite.
Yeah.
Yeah, take pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some people who've taken some good photographs. I think my favorite is that police officer, Jeff Greenhaw, from, where was it? Arkansas? He was, some lady called up the sheriff's office. He's a sheriff. And said, there's this UFO. You got to come out here. It's not going away. And so he comes out there, and there's nothing there. And he's driving back, and there's this man in front of his cruiser. It looks like a robot. It's got tinfoil all over its body. He grabs his Polaroid camera and quickly snaps, I think, 5 photographs. You can look this up, Jeff Greenhaw Alien.
Yeah.
And I think it's absolutely legit. He raced after it in his cruiser, and it says it started making bounding leaps, and he could not catch up with it. And it went public, and he lost his job over it.
Oh, wow.
His house burned down. His wife left him. He was driven out of town. I mean, the Men in Black folks were not going to leave this guy alone, or the government. I don't know. I always wonder what happened to him.
Yeah.
But if you look at those pictures, I think they're legit. I really do. They're probably my favorite of all the ET pictures out there. And there's a few.
I'll have to have a look at them this weekend. Yeah. Just give me 1 minute, guys. I've just got to turn the heating down. I'm melting here.
Preston, Dolly said to ask you about the guy you saw in Kansas on the windmill farm.
Oh, gosh. Yes, that was, the weirdest experience I've ever had. I was driving with Dolly, actually. We had just gone to visit my sister in Kansas, my sister and brother-in-law. And we're driving. There's nothing out there. We're driving through this just empty fields. And all that's out there, there's this highway between cities, right? And there's nothing out there. There's no houses. There's nothing but these windmill farms. There's no roads. There's nothing. It's a tiny 2-lane street. And I'm like, gosh, I'm running out of gas. I'm down to now a quarter tank. And because I was expecting there to be a gas station. There was no helpful sign saying, next gas, 50 miles or something. We didn't see that, or I didn't. And we were, I remember looking at the mile marker after this happened, and no other cars were passing us, one or two. I'm like, gosh, I hope our car doesn't break down. It's really hot. And we were right about 30 miles in to no civilization, because I looked at the speedometer when this happened, and I saw someone walking towards us on the road, and we're driving 60, 70 miles an hour, and he's coming towards us. So it happened real fast. But I see him, and it's a Rastafarian guy, black with long dreadlocks, smiling ear to ear and pushing a Subway sandwich cart in 100-degree weather, 50 miles from civilization in either direction. There's no way. There's no way that this man could be here. You would die. You couldn't carry enough food. I suppose you could, but it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I turned to Dolly. I'm like, please tell me you saw that. And she's like, I did. Let's turn around. I'm like, we can't. Are you kidding? We don't have any gas. I can't. If this car breaks down, we're going to be in a real situation. But yeah, we both saw that. So I don't know who that was, but she asked her ET friends, and they said, yeah, that was an ET. They were just showing for you. And I have to believe it because I mean, you would have to have been there to really understand how absolutely crazy this was. Because there's no sidewalk either. This is a very narrow, and the road drops off on either side. It was just the weirdest thing. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it.
No. Oh, strange. Right. Got a couple of questions for you.
Did you get the one that just came in the chat? I can't.
The MIB.
Yeah.
Yeah, should do because they're related. Do them two first.
Yeah, I can't start it because I'm on my phone.
That's fine.
And
do you want to read it? Do you want to read it out then?
Yeah.
There you go.
Keep it up. All right. Question for Preston: are the Men in Black human or like android robots?
You know, I'm leaning towards them not being human. I'm not sure. When I say Men in Black, people will point to Will Smith. Men in Black, that movie. That's not what I'm talking about. Government agents. No, because people conflate those two. Those are secret government agents, the cover-up folks. But the Men in Black are something else. And they show up if a person has physical evidence that's super persuasive. Photographs or an artifact or landing traces, or they're becoming too public. And they'll show up and they'll list details that nobody could know.
Yeah.
And they aren't human in the way that we think of it. They're humanoid, but they talk funny. Their phrasing is off. They're super pale. They're often described driving black Cadillacs and wearing black suits. And these accounts reach way back.
Yeah.
But I don't know what they are. I don't fully understand it. I've got one or two cases personally. One guy I interviewed saw them, and he said their car was driving along a canal. And it was only after he went and looked back. You can't drive along that canal. It's a narrow path. And he saw them in a black Cadillac. So that could be screen memory of some kind. But they could possibly be androids. I don't know what they are, but I know of another case, not mine personally, Constance Clear from Texas interviewed this guy, Andrew, who's having experiences. He's on the craft, and the lady says, we're pretty much done with you. Aren't you happy? And he's like, no, I'm not happy. I'm mad as hell. You scared the bejesus out of me. She's like, oh, well, what do you mean mad? What do you mean hell? And he's like, oh God, you scared me really bad. And he explains fear. And she's like, oh yeah, well, we have a lot of problems with you guys being so scared. And he's like, well, yeah, I can see that. She says, well, we're sorry. We don't mean to. I'm the pilot. I'm the one who flies this ship. But we're really happy that you worked with us. And in exchange, we'd like to give you this artifact. And she showed him this piece of metal, kind of like iron ore. And this turns up in a number of cases. It's really interesting. They'll give you a piece of metal. And she said, we're going to give this to you, and you'll find it and recognize it when the time is right. He's like, okay. And he wakes up one morning shortly after this, and there, of course, it's on his dresser. He's like, oh my God, evidence. And he calls up Constance Clear, the therapist that he's working with. He says, I'm coming over. I want to have a session with you, because she did hypnosis with him. Didn't say anything about the object, but grabbed the object, some of his notes, and is going to her office when he's run off the road by a Men in Black car. And they come right up to him, open the doors. He can't stop them. They said, give us the bar. He's like, no, I'm not giving it to you. And they said, you'll end up in the desert. They took his notes. They took the block. They said, if you keep talking about this, we will rub you out. He's like, I don't care. I'm talking about this. And he did. He went public. That iron bar was never seen, of course, again. But some do get it. Bill Herman, the contactee from South Carolina, did get it.
Yeah.
They showed up, it had little markings and stuff on it. The ETs gave it to him, and it was analyzed even. Turned out to be just normal terrestrial iron. But who knows? I mean, iron is the same on any world.
Yeah. Got a couple more questions for you. So this is from Fred Flintstone. Not the real one, I'm guessing. Do you think the number of UFO sightings is increasing?
No, not recently. It's dropped off a cliff. It's really weird because from 1947 is when it really ramped up huge, coinciding with the atomic age. I mean, we had historical sightings, of course.
Yeah.
Something happened in 47 or thereabouts. We know what happened. It was the atomic explosions. I think a lot of researchers have certainly noticed that. And it just went straight up on this kind of geometric curve upwards all the way to about 2020 or so. I mean, gosh, in 2020, it skyrocketed again during the whole pandemic era. Then dropped off like a cliff. And you can look this up on various sites like MUFON and Newfork. Yeah. I asked Dolly about this, Dolly Saffron. And she's like, well, the truth is our magnetic fields are collapsing. The ETs know this. They can't fly. It's too dangerous. They bugged out. Our sun is on the verge of putting off a CME, a coronal mass ejection. It's going to knock down the grid. This is a big deal. This is the message they're trying to get out, the ETs. I'm like, yeah, they are, because I've heard this from other contactees. Another lady who's in my most recent book heard me talking with Dolly. She's like, I'm so glad you mentioned that because I got that same message. She said, you need to look up this guy, Ben Davidson, who's the solar scientist. I'm like, I know Ben. Of course I know him. But yeah, this is a message they're getting, and this is why sightings have dropped off. I haven't gotten any full-on contactee cases over the last year or two. One was an AI gray, which some are still around. They're AI drones, kind of. But the actual biological beings apparently aren't here right now. So
interesting.
Research it, see if you can verify it. I'd be very interested.
Yeah. Are you okay for... I'm going to do another question, but I'm going to bring one of the next guests on, if that's all right.
Of course.
So this is Gerald. I need to get his name right. I've been calling him Gerald for ages, but it's Gerald and Michael Kopf. So I'll ask, and Jane, right? Full house tonight. So Gerald is Midwest. Michael Kopf does paranormal verses, and Jane is Gerald's partner, who does Chiro sounds. So I'll bring them on in a moment. I just want to ask you this next question. Well, it's more of a statement. So this is from Elaine Ogety. So this is going back to when you doing the astral projection to your past family members. And she's saying, Preston, do they realise that you're just visiting, and that you're guessing that she means that you're not there permanently?
Oh yeah, they sure do, especially if they're your deceased loved ones. But sometimes you're up there and you see people you don't know. And once I was up there, I'm like just trying to verify, and because this was one of the lower realms. This was during the pandemic, and there was a lot of people passing on. And I was curious about these lower realms, and it's not all gardens and flowers, and it's much more urban setting, and kind of like hotels or convention centers is what it looks like. And I'm walking around, and I walk up to this guy. I'm like, "Can I ask you a stupid question?" And he's like, "Sure." I'm like, "Are you dead?" He's like, he gives me this like absolute, "Are you an idiot?" kind of look. It's like, "Of course I am." And I asked a couple of other people. I finally see this kid. He's approachable because some people aren't approachable. And I ask him, "Can I ask you this question? You know, are you dead? Have you died?" And he says, "Yes, all of us have." I'm like, "Oh my God, this is crazy." Finally, I asked one other group, people sitting at a table, group of old ladies, like, "Can I ask you this dumb question? Are you dead?" I'm like, "Yes, of course we are." And stupid me says, "Well, I'm not." And this is a crowded room. Everyone turns and looks at me and gives me this kind of like evil stare. Creeped me out so bad. I'm like, "Bye." I took off. But yeah, I don't know that they always realize that you're, not passed on. But you can see loved ones know, 100%.
Yeah. So, I suppose if you're there with strangers, they're not going to know, because if they can see you and you're in their place, they're going to presume that you are, I suppose.
Yeah, well, that was my experience. Well, not always. May I real quick?
Yeah, of course you can.
I was in my house once because someone told me it was haunted. I'm like, "Gosh, well, that's why my light keeps going on in the fan, and like, this is crazy." So I'm like, "I'm going to search it out. I should be able to do this. Why not?" And I popped out of my body, and I'm looking around, and sure enough, there's this guy there. And I come running up to him. I'm like, "Dude, what's your name?" He's like, "My name is Mac." I'm like, "Mac, I don't know what you're doing in my house, but you got to go to the other side. You're dead. You realize this?" He's like, "Oh, yeah." I'm like, "You got to leave." And he did. And it was 2 weeks later, I'm on the other side in one of those lower realms, but it was very nice. It was like this hotel. And this little kid is looking at me, and I walk up to him, and he's like, "My name's Mac, and I love you." And it was him, but he had age regressed. I'm like, "I love you too." And I moved on. But yeah, you cross people over sometimes to the other side when you do this.
Yeah. Have you ever gone, like when you said asking them were they dead, and they said yeah, and you've told them you're not? Have you ever been tempted to say that you was? Or would you? Just to see what reaction you get?
I haven't thought of that. If you want, I'll try it next time.
Please, if you don't mind.
No, I've never done that. No.
Yeah, would it be a wise move to do? Would it be wise to do that though?
I don't know. I'm not good at lying. People see right through me.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean, but just to see if it changes any of the aspects while you're there.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting. It's always interesting whenever you have an experience, something surprising happens. It's very cool.
Excellent.
We need to pop one more person in so we can do like the Brady Bunch thing.
Jojo. Put Jojo on.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's not done her hair or anything. No, do you want me to bring her on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Remember what you wish for, people. That's all I'm going to say. There you go.
Hey. Jojo.
Now we got a full house.
Everyone, meet everyone.
You need to put Jojo in the middle.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
That's it.
There we go.
What's happening?
Yeah.
You know what's funny about this, though? According to the Brady Bunch, that makes Nicole and Tommy mom and dad.
Joe is Alice.
JoJo's Alice.
I have a confession.
I'm matching with Errol the hair colour.
I have a confession. I've never seen the Brady Bunch.
No.
Neither have
I.
I'm with you, Andy.
I know who they are. I know what it's about, but
It's like the Partridge Family, Andy, except on steroids.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then the intro is this, where they're all in the boxes and they sing the little song.
I've seen that bit.
Should we do the song?
No, Tommy.
Somebody did ask like way earlier in the chat if we were doing a song.
Don't encourage anyone.
Let's
do it. Let's do it.
You know, we are 8 hours in. We might as well do a song.
Somebody who's not on their phone, cue it up so you can play the song.
But you know what? The views have just gone up. It's gone up like 15.
Wow.
So,
that's because they heard we were going to sing.
Yeah.
But we could do the Sesame Street, but that's only 4 people, isn't it? Like one of these kids is doing their own thing. You got to work out which one it is.
So
one of us is not like the other?
I gotta confess to you, Andy. I've never seen Sesame Street.
What?
Oh my!
You are joking, right?
No memory of that show. I know who characters are from the show, but I have no memory of watching the show.
Big Bird.
That will rock, I know.
Joe got it.
Bert and Ernie. The Count.
Yep.
I mean, I know the characters,
Cookie Monster.
but I don't remember ever sitting down and watching the show. Just like you with Brady Bunch. It's like I know who they are. I just never watched the show, I think. As far as I remember.
I probably saw every episode.
You cannot. I don't think we can be friends, Michael. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
I know Bert and Ernie were roommates.
Yeah.
Roommates.
Bert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Oscar lives in a trash can.
Snuffleupagus.
Snuffleupagus is a cryptid, okay? I don't care what anybody says.
Big Bird's best mate, Mr. Snuffleupagus.
Nobody can see him. He disappears.
I will say there is a part of the Muppets I have never seen that I've started seeing on TikTok. And it's when someone says the word phenomenon, also they start.
Phenomena.
No, please don't do this to me. Not now.
I can't
Come on, Andy.
Phenomena.
I cannot believe it.
I will
It's
say
10 past
though,
4 in the morning here in the UK, and you sat here talking about Sesame Street. It's 10 past 4 in the morning. Let's have more serious conversation.
Yeah.
This is serious for 10 past 4.
Yeah, we've got to talk about Blue Peter and Jack and Ori and them, mate. And that's baffled all the Americans.
We'll keep it going. It's only 10 p.m. here. We'll keep you guys going.
yeah, it's 10 p.m. for me.
Yeah, we're still Thursday.
We haven't
But we're time travelers.
Yeah, we're in the future.
I've got to do the school run in 3 hours.
But Andy was throwing me off earlier when he was like, "Oh, my birthday's tomorrow." I'm like, "Wait, today's Thursday."
I don't even know if it is. I don't know if it is my birthday or it's someone who Tommy knows.
Yeah. It could be.
Preston, are you all right to stay for a bit, or do you need to get going?
Well, at some point I'm going to need to get going, but I can stay for a little while.
Yeah, if you want to join in for a while, I'm more than, what's the word?
Apparently we're
It'd be my pleasure for you
cartoons.
It'd be my pleasure for you to stay.
All right. I'm probably going to drop off in about 20 minutes or so because
Yeah, that's cool.
honestly, I do need to sleep. Sorry.
Oh, you're all just
It was really rude of me. I'm so sorry.
Sleep. That's overrated.
No sleep tonight.
You
No
can,
rest theory.
it's like you can sleep when you take your final rest, your final bow.
Sleep when you're dead.
That's right.
Sleep when you're dead.
We got to keep this root train going. Let's go.
I don't know about you, Nicole, but I don't plan on doing a lot of sleeping while I'm dead. I got a list of people to visit.
Just put some sunglasses on, take a little nap. We'll keep going, and
Yeah.
Do a whole weekend at Bernie's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Andy, now's the
Yep.
time to nap. You have a full house here.
Yeah.
Thank God. But do you know what? This part of the sofa is the part where I normally fall asleep.
Oh.
So that it's like a big corner unit thing, and this is the comfiest part for sleeping. So
That's why I'm sitting all the way up here on mine, because this is where I get trapped.
I have
Trapped?
a cushiony chair to sit in.
I remember getting so tired at school. I would learn how to yawn with my mouth closed.
do you know? I have a confession. I've learnt to do that on here.
Yep.
And I promise you, all of you, this is where you all give me dirty looks now, isn't it? It's not because any of you lot are boring, because you're definitely not. It's because I'm up at 6, 7 o'clock, and then I'm working, and then get home and I do all that. No, do some of the house stuff. I was going to say all the house stuff. Yeah. And then I'm prepping for this and getting ready. And when it just everything just starts catching up with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of learnt to do it when I was in meetings at work as well. And I'm sat right at the front. I actually fell asleep in one meeting and started snoring.
Oh no!
I was 19. It's like I didn't even want to be there.
You know what I think it is too? When you're so focused and you forget to breathe, that's when you're yawning.
Yeah.
Like when you're focused, you forget you need the oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that usually for me leads to a coughing fit because all of a sudden I'm like, too much fast.
But yeah, when I eventually yawn, I'll tell you after I've done it.
It's a skill, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's a skill.
It is.
Yeah.
If you see my eyes start watering really hard.
You, Andy.
Yeah.
Say again, Chris.
None of us are going to talk now. We're all going to sit here and watch you, waiting for you to yawn.
He just yawned.
We're gonna take a lottery bets. Okay,
Yeah.
He's gonna yawn by this time. Who's gonna win?
Do you know? I'm surprised I haven't yawned yet. To be honest,
it's too much coffee.
Will wear off.
Earlier.
I've had 4 or 5 coffee. No.
I think you've yawned. I think you've yawned.
What Andy doesn't show us is he's got an IV attached to his arm over there full of coffee.
That's right. Oh, so what have you all been up to then?
Who? All of us?
All of you, yeah. Collectively.
Go around the circle.
Anything exciting? I see Chris has got changed, showing off.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I've taken my my thick woolly jumper type device that I had on because I'm not that far from the central heating, the radiator, and it was getting rather warm in the last session. So I thought I'll swap and put a t-shirt on. But for the last 2 hours, I've just been sorting out conference tickets, putting them in envelopes and so on.
Ooh, very nice. Right, I've got a request from Penny Van for Geralt. I'll get that.
No.
You ready?
The last time I did that, Penny had to go to the bathroom.
Right. Mate, you get him to give you a close up of his zombie eyes face.
we were joking around on our late night, the night out lounge, and I got real close to the screen and said, Benny. Oh, wrong guy. You can even roll them up a little bit if you want.
Oh, the wire.
That's
Penny.
Yeah, that's creepy.
Poor
So,
Penny.
just like this stream, we were going like 5 hours. We started at 11. We're in the early morning, and everybody's acting goofy, and it was a lot of fun.
Cool.
Just don't turn your eyelids inside out. I hate it when people do that.
No. Oh, I tried doing that once.
That's me all the time. They roll their eyelids down, their eyelids up, and you just see nothing but the red, like they didn't have any eyes.
Jojo's like all proud.
If it gets too late, maybe we'll resort to that. I don't know.
Right. Sorry, 1 second. So Brian is asking. It's a couple of hours ago. I don't even know if he's still there. Put the pic up, Andy, please. But I don't know what picture he means.
That was the pick of Benchman. That was Benchman.
Oh, I did that?
Ah,
no, you
where's my
missed it.
shot
And you
glass?
wanted to see it.
Sorry?
Where's my shot glass? Got to do a shot every time you say bench guy.
Not tonight.
Shot of helium.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got a pirate mug if that'll help you, Nicole.
There we go.
Ooh.
Yeah. I nearly said that was a real person. That wasn't even a person.
That's mad.
We have confirmation that that was not a person.
Yeah. There.
Wow.
And when I was talking to him, he didn't have a glowing red face.
Wow.
And we were in chat and we couldn't even see him. Andy was talking to himself.
Nothing near there.
Yeah, I was just saying that's normal, Jojo.
He'll be doing that later.
Yeah.
He has a guest on and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
Well, he'll see guests, but nobody. We won't be able to see anybody.
I can only just see now. Oh. Keep looking at the time and it's not moving quick enough. Stop
looking at it. Yeah. Unplug it.
Enough for you, Andy.
Sorry?
But are we not entertaining enough?
Yes.
I know.
Yes,
I'm kind of feeling insulted right now. He's like, I just come on, and he's all, time is slowing down too slow.
As long as it's not going backwards, that's what's important.
Yeah. This will be the missing time, won't it, Preston? That's what
Yeah,
it'll
they're giving
be.
it back to you right now.
Yeah. them 10 can't speak. Them 10 years that I asked for.
Mm-hmm.
They can take you and put you right back at the same moment. So boom, gone. And then put right back.
Yeah.
You have an hour, 2 hour long experience. But back here on Earth, no time has passed. So be right back. Boom, boom.
Yep.
There.
So any of you newcomers have any what you think might I've got the words, they're not coming out in the right order. Have any of you got what you feel could be missing time?
All the time.
But sleeping doesn't count, Michael.
Oh, I'm not talking about sleeping. I mean, when I was in college, I would be leaving my house, and the next thing I know, 45 minutes have passed, and I'm pulling up to the university. And I have no memory of driving between the house and the university. It's all missing. I'm just grateful that I got there with no car accidents, no bodies underneath the car. But yeah, there's a lot of times that I will drive. I start out, and next thing I know, I'm at the location, and I have no recollection of where the drive time disappeared to.
No, see, I've not had that I know of. It's felt like, Joe, when you daydreaming, it's like, oh, how did it get here? And then kind of work out what's gone on. So, yeah, it's just normal. There's no actual missing time. But I've never had it where I know for definite that it's either gone back or there's a big chunk of it missing.
Yeah, I even made a statement one night where I got to my destination and I said, all right, whoever is taking my body for a spin, please do not get me in an accident or kill anyone. You are free to do it as long as you obey those rules.
I'm guessing they did.
Yeah, I have had no problems.
It's one way to avoid traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is pretty cool.
It's also a little worrisome too, because it's like you just like all of a sudden you open your eyes and you're like, how did I just travel 45 minutes in what feels like 2 minutes? And what happened?
Well, did you get there early then? Earlier than you would have normally?
Actually, sometimes I do, and I thank them for that.
Yeah, because people I've talked to who will, it takes an hour to get to work, and boom, 15 minutes later they're there. Like, well, this can't be. I'm, way early for work. Who does that? You don't get early to work.
Yeah.
No.
Like early to the party is one thing, but early to work, no.
No. Right. So Darren, our baby with a laser's got a question, and if we go clockwise, starting at Gerald, then go Gerald, Nicole, me, Preston, Jane, Michael, Tommy, Chris, then Joe. Is that all right? Do an inward spiral. So here is a question. If you could solve any paranormal mystery, what would you choose?
Let's see. I would have to say probably the Loch Ness Monster.
Ooh,
that's a good one.
Yeah. That guy's been around long enough. We need to find out where he's living.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very cool if it's a plesiosaur. Is that what they call him?
That would be cool.
Plesiosaurus, yeah.
Yeah. That would be amazing.
Yeah, because there are rumors that there's a tunnel from the ocean to the loch, and he just travels through the tunnels underground.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. I've actually been up to Loch Ness and nothing.
It's disappointing.
I saw a report the other day where they're actually contemplating whether somebody saw a baby, a small one now.
Oh,
interesting.
Well,
that would be
sense.
Yeah.
That's going to throw everybody for a loop.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Start seeing two instead of just the one big one now.
Yeah.
3
Yeah,
if
so-
you got the parents.
Oh yeah, there's got to be another one somewhere. Maybe that's from the other side of the loch.
Yeah, do you think it's got anything to do with Aleister Crowley? Or do you think that
I
they're
don't
not connected?
personally.
No.
These things are all around the world, aren't they, as well? They're not just seen at Loch Ness.
Yeah.
There's loads of places where these things could be that they're witnessed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have Charlie over here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it Canada where they have Ogopogo, something like that?
Yeah, British Columbia.
Champ and Lake
Yeah.
Champ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elsie and Lake Elsinore. Tahoe Tessie, Lake Tahoe.
Yes, I've heard of that one.
Yeah, they're real, no doubt. I think the Loch Ness Monster is 100% real. So many people who have seen it.
Yeah, someone just put in the chat, and this is what I was going to say. What if Nessie is all of them, and it travels between Because obviously you have
wow.
rivers that run at the bottom of the oceans and the seas.
Very well could be.
Yeah.
That's an
Well,
interesting
it's
thought.
just like everything else. They talk about cryptids being dimensional. Why couldn't Nessie be dimensional?
I know.
Yeah. Some people say it can walk on land as well. It comes out of the water.
Yeah.
Some people claim that.
Going to someone's birthday on a Friday.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That'd be amazing.
You know I'm going to keep doing this, don't you?
I deserve it, man. I deserve it.
Nicole, what mystery would you unravel?
I don't know if it's really a paranormal mystery, but Atlantis.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
I don't know.
That's paranormal because it's unexplained. That's paranormal.
I guess that has always fascinated me. That the whole ancient civilizations. So I want to know where Atlantis went.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is an area of southwestern Spain between Portugal and Gibraltar, which has been suggested may actually have been Atlantis. Rings within rings can be found in that area. It's an old swampland which is long dried up many, many centuries ago, and that has actually been suggested. But I've also heard it said that in the Atlas Mountains in Morocco, or at least in North Africa anyway, that there is what looks like a formation again of circles within circles, even though Atlantis was never described as being landlocked. It was suggested that that could have been also known as Atlantis at the time. So there's two locations for you to think about, contrary to Santorini, the island, near Greece.
Yeah, the reshot structure in Africa looks like a very promising suggestion.
Well, and a thing too to think about, Chris, is also about that is the water levels were not where they were today.
Yep,
back
absolutely.
then. So
absolutely.
Very well could have been an island in that area that's now dried up and became what we see.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating tale, is Atlantis. It's one that I remember, I think it was in issue 102 of Outer Limits magazine, and that's quite a while ago now. And I'm fast approaching issue number 50, so that I'm hoping to do a bumper issue for that.
Ah, cool. Right, mine would be Inner Earth. I think. Find out what's really going on, if anything. Or is the Earth round or flat?
Round. I was going to say it. I'll go out on a ledge.
Right, I had to put that one out there. Bit of controversy.
I think there's something to the Inner Earth stories. I'm not sure if it's hollow like a gumball, the hollow Earth, but
no,
there's
tunnels and caverns and caves. Yeah,
there's quite a bit of pretty compelling stories.
Yeah,
that stuff going on underground.
Yeah, Preston, what would be your mystery?
Well, I'd say UFOs, but I think we know what those are. Honestly, I think we've got enough evidence to say that at least some are ETs. But what I'd really like to know, because people keep talking about it, is who built the pyramids for real? ETs, or people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They did a good job, and we haven't been able to do it. So that would be so interesting to know if they actually levitated those blocks up, or did they drag them up?
How it was done?
Yeah. I'd love to know that.
That's
Because the Giza pyramid seriously has the longitude and latitude of the speed of light.
Oh,
same number. Yeah, someone told me that. I'm like, shut up. That can't possibly be true, but it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the alignments on that thing are amazing.
Wow, didn't know that.
And the fact that the pyramid is not 4-sided, it's actually 8-sided, they've now figured out, because there's a shadow cast at noon halfway down, and they're like, the only way they could do that is if there's an angle within the side. So each side has actually been figured out to be two sides combined to look like one side. How
So
do
it's like,
you even
like
do that?
1 degree or something?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to go, guys. I've had a long day.
Thank you for stopping on.
Nice to meet you, Preston. Take care.
Nice to meet you, Preston.
Nice to see you again, Preston.
You guys have fun. I will catch you in the morning.
See you later, bud. Take care. Right. Jane, what would be yours?
I was going to say Inner Earth, Hollow Earth, but I'll go ahead and pick Old World, Tartaria structures, buildings, star forts, that era. I mean, what happened there? There's so many cities underneath cities. I mean, there's so many underground cities that we don't know of that, you know, so, and just the old buildings that there's no way we built those in the 1800s when everybody was running around on horses and buggies. And I mean, those buildings are just, they're fascinating to me. So that's my mystery.
Yeah.
Good one too.
Cool. Michael?
I'm trying to think because everyone's pointing out such good ones, and I'm like, what's left?
You've got all the crappy ones at the end.
I know, it's like all the really
wait till he gets to Chris. He's got nothing. Sesame Street.
All right, so I got one that isn't paranormal in nature, but like Nicole's is unexplained.
Yeah.
Antarctica.
Oh, that was mine.
And are there civilizations inside Antarctica
another one.
and UFO bases? And are they connected to the moon? It's like a tube.
Admiral Byrd.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Thomas?
Well, that was my one.
You can.
Now you have to
Your Texas accent, that definitely wasn't you.
There's so many. I believe that Bigfoot is out there, but I would love to, you know,
to know what it is.
Yeah, 100% what it is. Flesh and blood. Is it supernatural? I think it's a mixture of both, to be honest. But I'd love to know the truth. Because Bigfoot is my guy.
And, you know, it's interesting because I did a show earlier this month with James Zubecki, and he's the Columbia River Gorge area, manages a store there. And he actually has reports where the Department of Energy for the United States said we are building super animals to protect our area, so beware if you see a large animal that doesn't look normal, do not engage. And they were like talking about making super crocodiles, super panthers.
Oh, wow.
And so I was talking to him about it, and I was like, are these where cryptids were created? And he goes, very well could be, because they were splicing human and animal DNA to make super guards for the territory, because it was a nuclear base and it was landlocked by not having fresh water, so dolphins couldn't protect it, so they had to create new creatures to protect.
Interesting.
And they actually admitted it. I was like, oh my God, when does the government actually admit it that they're doing stuff they shouldn't be doing?
That makes you wonder about the sightings of the dogman in uniforms here in the U.S.
Yeah. But then as well, you just said about doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. How long have they been doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing?
Well, this came public in World War II time frame, while they were trying to, before the bombs were dropped. So they were developing the uranium for the bombs at this site. So that's why they created them, was to keep Russia and during the Cold War, but the Nazis and the Axis powers from getting that technology.
But also as well, there were dogmen or werewolf type creatures that were seen on no man's land.
Oh yeah.
There's been a lot of reports coming from I think it was the German side.
Yeah. Both well, so here's the interesting thing. The scientist that was did the cryptids in Columbia River Gorge was selected because he created a giant fish, a trout, that was like 3 times as big and was able to reproduce and grow twice as fast as normal. So it was like a good food supply. But then they brought in, when they hired him, they brought in all the scientists from Operation Paperclip to build the cryptids. And so if you're not familiar with Operation Paperclip, that was the nasty Nazi scientists were brought in to the U.S. illegally.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And Christopher?
Well, I've got 2 or 3 things, actually, which I would like to try and get an answer for. But they're all under the UFO umbrella, to be quite honest. Yeah. The first one is a sighting of a Florence, Italy, and I think you've heard me speak about this before, Andy. Back in October 1954, there was a football game, and by that I mean soccer for the American listeners. You know, there was a football game being played between Florentina, which is, I believe, the Florence team from Florence, and their local rivals, which I think were Pistori, something, I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a night game, and nothing untoward occurred during the first half of the game. The first 45 minutes passed away, and they had their half-time break. They came back out, started the second half, and what was variously described as a cigar-shaped object or an egg-shaped object flew over the stadium while the game was being played. It was so unusual that the game it just stopped. Everybody was completely distracted by what was going on. There was supposed to be angel air coming down from this device. Various football players, and one of them was an ex-Italian football player from the 1954 Soccer World Cup. 1952, I think, Soccer World Cup, who witnessed this. And he said it was something that we've never seen before. It was extraterrestrial. Also, there was a crowd watching the game live of 10,000 people in the crowd watching it. It must be one of the biggest witnessed events ever that has, taken place. And the folklore from this story spread and spread and spread. And eventually, a young man in London, England, by the name of David Jones, got to hear about this. He had a knowledge of this this event, and the fact that this this angel air was actually described by some as actually being spiders flying through the atmosphere above the game. And that young man, David Jones, later went on to become known globally as David Bowie. And David Bowie's band was called Spiders from Mars, which is where he got that idea from for the name for his band. So I'd like to find out the truth about all that. And the other one, but one of my others, is my own sighting in 1974, which I've described before on the show, Andy. The flickering light leapfrogging across the sky, completely disappearing on a cloudless evening, and it was above me, it just disappeared, blinked out, and never followed the same pattern across the sky. And I have a third one, which again UFO related, is I'd like to get to the truth of the Calvin photograph, to be quite honest with you. For
American, sorry,
Sorry?
What photograph?
The Calvan photograph. The famous Nick Pope photograph that was alleged to be on the back of the door or the wall of his offices in the MOD buildings in London when he worked there.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a fantastically massive, large, diamond-shaped UFO seen above the moorland over the hills of, I think it was Pitlochry in Scotland. It was a photograph that was said to be the most clearest, best ever photograph of a UFO ever taken, which mysteriously disappeared until about a year ago, maybe just a year and a half ago, when Dr. David Clarke from Sheffield University actually got a copy of that image, and it's now gone public. But we're still looking for the people who took the photograph. We don't know where they are. We have names, but we don't know where they are. So those are my kind of three things, you know. And I'm sorry, it's just UFO, but those kind of things all
That's
kind
fine.
of intrigue me.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, UFOs is your thing, isn't it? That's your...
Yeah, it is basically.
So, yeah. Right, I'm going to bring the next guest on because he's sitting, waiting patiently. He's probably actually calling me every name under the sun, but I can't hear it yet. So I'm going to bring George on. Hello, George.
Hello.
Hello, George.
Hi, George.
Hi,
It's an hour and a half earlier. I know, I was due at 5. I always allow for time stuff-ups. And so, as Joan and Andy knows, I always log in 2 hours earlier.
Well, at least I don't have to phone you this time and wake you and your wife up.
Yes, it's a lot better than 5 a.m. I'll give you that much. So, how much speed are you all on at the moment? And
5 coffees. And the thing, I only drink the coffee pods. I can't drink coffee out of a jar. And I've only got 2 left. And I don't want to have them now because from 8 o'clock in 3 hours' time, there's only going to be me in the house. And we can only get them from like Tesco, which is our main supermarket. And obviously, I can't do that while I'm doing this. So I've got to make them 2 coffees last.
Sure you can. Road trip. Take the show.
You have to do it on your phone.
Take the show on a road trip.
Yeah.
You're all looking well. Nicole, we haven't met yet.
Hi, good to meet you.
You probably won't know that in a few minutes. But
Yeah.
Jojo, you're looking lovely as always. So are you, Gerald?
Thank you.
Jane, I haven't met yet. Michael? Yes, I know Michael. Tommy? Of course I know Tommy. That face is at every it's in every post office in Yorkshire. Side view, front view.
Yeah.
And have you met Chris?
No, I haven't. But he's a friend of mine on Facebook.
Nice to meet you, George.
Good.
No, as I said, you haven't met me yet.
No.
I hope so, anyway. I know I'm an hour and a half early.
It's fine.
And I was just enjoying listening and commenting. And I'm not getting 5.
He's due in at 6. And it's,
No, 5. That's what it worked out.
No, you're 11 hours in front. And we're 20 to 5.
Don't you love time zones?
No,
I do.
No.
Michael and I had that problem trying to sort out what time it was.
I know what time it is in California before I know what time it is here.
Anyway, I'm here now. And I'm quite happy to stay on until whatever time you reckon it's going to be. Darling, put the kettle on. It's going to be a long one.
You want to talk about time zones? I'm a guest on a show that's like an hour and a half ahead of me. Where do they get the half hour?
Yeah, where is that? I've never heard of a half hour.
Yeah, where's that at?
It's some Canadian thing. I think it's like Newfoundland.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the half-hour time zone.
Yeah.
I think you've got 5 time zones in Canada.
Yeah, man.
It is Canada. It's always a little different.
Well, Canadians are either British or American.
I always thought the half-hour time zone was the equivalent to your what you call mountain time.
No.
No, I know. I got told that. I thought it was between Central and PST.
Pacific.
Yeah, and it's like, no, that don't even exist. I'm like, all right, forget it, ignore me, carry on.
You know, and I love that about the American time zones is we have Pacific time zone, which is off the Pacific, Mountain time zone, which is the Rockies, and then we got less creative and went Central, and then we decided the East.
Yeah.
I don't know why we don't have the Atlantic time zone.
Right.
I still call Central Time Texas time because that's pretty much what there is.
Midwest time. Yeah.
You know,
I got Texas time. Sounds better.
We did the New Year's Eve stream, and we went celebrated every countdown from the East Coast all the way to Hawaii, and even the special little time zone counting Alaska and some of the little islands. We were it was like an 8 or 9 hour stream we were on.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long it was.
Wow.
We kept saying Happy New Year, and then an hour later another Happy New Year.
It's like Tommy and his birthdays.
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Poor Tommy.
I know. It's only January.
He's going out on the lash every week.
Not a problem.
Think of my situation. I'm at 1 day ahead of all of you.
Right.
We actually were on a show, and we had a friend that supports the network on it. We would always tease her going, so since you're the resident time traveler, what can you tell us about the future? She'd look at us and go, what do you mean? We go, you're a day ahead of us. You've traveled to the future for us. What's happening tomorrow that we can prepare for today?
I couldn't find the Powerball numbers, so I can't help you.
The thing is, Michael and George are 17 hours between them.
I know.
That messes with my head. Just looking at the screen now and seeing everyone.
It's mad, isn't it?
All different places. It's like me, Tommy, Joe, and Chris. Like normal. I'm going to say normal time.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
And then you lot are just
normal.
It's like you get some tokens, just throw them up in the air wherever they land. That's your time. That's your time. That's your time.
You know what I can't get my head around?
What I could never understand about time, Andy, is we're on Greenwich Mean Time, which is the meridian. All right, that's where it's supposed to be in the meridian.
Yeah, the zero.
The day though changes in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It goes, you can be in Hawaii and it's Tuesday. You go a couple of 100 miles the other direction, back to Japan, and then you're back in the previous day again. Do you know what I mean? It's weird.
But you're not allowed to travel that way.
No, that's right. But then again, remember, time doesn't exist. It's a man-made concept.
Yeah.
It's designed for navigation.
No, it's designed to baffle us all, mate. That's what it's designed for.
No, it's designed to help us navigate around the world and we get hopelessly lost at sea.
Go on, Nicole.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I can't get my mind around the fact that you can leave one place and then be in the past when you get there.
Yeah.
Like when you're flying.
But why are you not allowed to go that way around?
You can go that way.
No.
We fly that way from Australia to the US and everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
We can fly.
You can fly back in time.
I think you need some sleep.
Get that coffee in your Andy.
They don't allow Andy to fly.
I know.
Anyway, that half-hour time zone you got in Texas, what's all that about?
Andy, I know you're getting tired, but remember, when you look at a map, just because there's an edge to the map doesn't mean there's an edge to the world. You can fly that way.
Unless you're a flat earther.
Andy's
It's not an edge.
Yeah. Where's the four corners at?
That's an interesting concept, the four corners.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I like the evidence that somebody put in the chat room that said the Earth is not flat, because if it was, cats would have pushed us all off the edge.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
Well, I vote for the Washington, D.C. be right on the edge where the cats can push them off.
Amen to
Yes,
that.
You've got to keep them somewhere to stay out of a road. After all, it's one of the world's biggest old people's homes.
Yeah, sorry, I've just got to keep checking stuff on the phone.
You know, we were talking about time, and we were doing that New Year's Eve thing, and we were checking them all out across the whole map. And if you're in Russia and you travel 2 miles towards the U.S., there's a Canadian some islands there, and you lose 24 hours. You go 2 miles and you lose 24 hours.
Wow.
The dateline is there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Time is weird.
So here's a fun fact, though, about the dateline. If you were on a ship and you literally could stand in 2 different days at the same time, straddling that line.
But rumor has it, if you do it long enough, you turn into a dog man or a Bigfoot. That's a true story.
You, Andy?
Only if there's a full moon out.
But
so is that why you can't fly west, Andy? Because you stood too long and became a dog man?
Yeah. Oh, you've read my book, haven't you?
What happens if you fly south and north, Andy? Not east and west. Let's go north and south. What happens to you then?
Don't know. You implode.
How did you fly when you came to the U.S.? Did you go all the way around?
You used the portal.
No, I got on the plane at Gatwick and got off at JFK, and
So that's this way.
I just got on the plane and got off the plane.
He took the Underground Railway.
Yeah.
Because
He
flight
doesn't know how he got here.
all trains
He
and
went by
tunnels.
train, and then he got on a boat, and then there was something about an airship or something, and
horseback.
Dropped off. That's all he does.
Then I found a giant cat trying to push people off the edge. Everything.
You're already writing a book. That's your next book right there.
And then I lost half an hour when I nipped to Canada. So yeah. And I got a book that I still haven't read. And that is true. Ain't it, Chris?
What about horseback?
Horseback?
Yeah, did you go riding a horse too?
No.
No?
Might as well go back in time while you're telling the story.
Say again, sorry?
So you might as well travel back in time on your story.
Oh, I've been everywhere else, haven't I? Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. But the thing is, anyway, George doesn't exist because the what's it called? Australia doesn't exist, does it?
What?
And not all people in Australia are actors.
Oh, I've heard
conspiracy theory.
Oh, okay. I was like, where are we going with this?
That's why I can never get past the airport.
Truman Show.
Yeah,
they won't let me out.
Loads of people believe it, that Australia doesn't exist and it's all actors. I think they've been watching too much Neighbours and Home and Away, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Come on
Better
now.
watching Naked and Afraid.
Anything's better than watching Naked and Afraid. That's one thing I can never work out with Americans. This weird prudery. But, you know, every woman on earth that's mature apparently has at least 1 or 2 breasts. Most people have genitalia, as provided originally. Oh no, we must fuzz them out. We must fuzz out everything. I think, what, do they scare babies? I've never seen a baby scared by a breast yet. It usually tries to latch on.
I like the at least one or two.
I know. I'm like, wait a minute.
It's interesting, just bringing up Bigfoot for a moment. And I've said this to a few people who've interviewed me over the years. And I said, this North American naivete, not counting Canada. Canada's a planet of its own. And that is one of the most common reports I get in my thousands and thousands of Bigfoot reports. And I have written more on Bigfoot than anyone else on Earth. I don't care what they say. And the most common sighting is Randy and Andy. They've been out driving for the night. They end up in the woods, and they might have had a few beers. They might not have, but they had to stop and, as the Americans say, relieve themselves. And of course, in England and Australia, it's a totally different meaning. But if they're good friends, that's up to them. But next second, somebody 8 foot tall, hairy, with red eyes, is exceptionally pissed off and starts throwing things and yelling and attempting to get rid of them and annoy them mercilessly. Unfortunately, what pisses off a lot of Bigfoot people with me is that it's Anthropology 101. It's standard ape behavior. When you piss on their territory, relieve yourself on their territory, they get very upset. You try doing it at the zoo. And I said, we've never noticed that. And I said, you've interviewed millions of people. You've got no idea. No, well, we don't it's the most obvious bloody thing in all the Bigfoot literature, apart from the second part, which is this. Randy, and not Andy, Randy and Cheryl are in a car in the deep woods, obviously studying for their SATs. The next second, there's a big hairy hominid staring through the window. They also seem to be attracted by the smell of it. And my God, that's Anthropology 101 again. A big, hairy relative. But a lot of people don't like me for that. They want it to be a Wendigo. And a lot of them might be. But the weirdest ones, when you get down to it, are the UFOs from October 5 times in 1954 in France during the great airship flap that was mentioned by Chris. He did the Florence sighting, which was late October, early November 1954, out of hundreds of sightings. And there are funny little sightings of UFOs coming down, hatch, latch or whatever, ramp comes down, and who comes out? No, it's not a Bigfoot. It's only 4.5 foot tall, with big eyes and covered in hair. It's a little foot. But the funny thing is, by 1968, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, and other places, 7 years before Star Wars, same thing happened. UFO arrives, ramp comes down, and 7.5 foot big hairy creature comes wandering out. Is it a pet going out for a walk? Is it the pilot coming out to relieve themselves? I don't know. Obvious things. I hunt for the obvious. I don't hunt for the obscure. Because unlike most researchers, I don't think of a theme and then try and validate it. I look at data and see what comes out of the data, because it's the data that's speaking to us. And that's how we work with all of us. Data is the key, or data as a lot of the pommies call it. Oh, to the American audience, Pommy is a prisoner of Mother England. It was brought up in the early colonial days when the human jetsam and flotsam of Mother England were thrown here. And that's just a little thing I thought I'd mention.
What
this
kind of
strange
eyesight
prudery with
Can they see through steamed up windows?
Yes. It wasn't you looking through the steamed up windows. I mean, if I was busy studying for my SATs and you suddenly looked through the window, I could suddenly think, oh dear, it's a Bigfoot. I was about to say another word starting with
You,
bullshit.
I know. I nearly had to kick you out then, John.
Yes, but this is a family program. And I didn't want to upset anyone. We're all adults. We're all big people. Even if we've got no idea how to be one. I've never been one before.
Sorry, I'm just checking through the chat as well.
I sent you a couple videos, Andy. If you have time tonight, we can go through those and see what the panel thinks of them.
I have.
I don't know if you can bring them up or not. I sent them in Messenger to you.
I've got them, but at the moment I'm using the iPad. So I can't do it just yet. That's why I couldn't reply, because I'm having to use my phone.
Okay.
But in 3 hours' time, I'll be going back upstairs on the desktop. I can do it then. If you want me to put them on after, is that okay?
That's fine. I don't care. I just thought if you could bring them up while I was here, I'd tell you all about them or what was going on while it was happening.
Right. Sorry.
You got to get
because
back
I'm on the
to
iPad.
hours and come explain them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to stay on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 11 o'clock here. Usually we're up till 3 or 4 in the morning.
I actually have to get going because I am going to have a very late night tomorrow night at my investigation. So I got to go plug all my stuff in.
I've got the school run in 2 hours. So I'm not getting a lot of sleep tonight.
And another
Right.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have arrived so early.
Well, George, we'll just wait for all of them to pop out, George, and me and you will run the show.
Wouldn't be the first time. Andy needs to go to the chemist and get some no-dos.
I need to go to the bathroom again.
You need a bucket.
Coffee doesn't.
Take the phone with you.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, the downstairs toilet is just the other side of this wall, so it's not too bad.
Well, I hope you got a door.
No, just up the wall. Marking my territory is what I'm doing.
Hey, watch out, the Bigfoot doesn't go after you.
I'm going to stay.
Please mark your own territory first.
Yeah. I'm all right for a few minutes.
I hope so. You're a big boy now.
Yes. Right.
I'm going to have to
So,
shoot, guys.
who's going? Tommy and
I'm
Nicole.
going.
I've
See
got to
you,
go.
Tommy.
Right.
See you later,
Nice
guys.
to meet
Tommy.
you.
Great week. Nice to meet you.
Bye, guys.
Good luck.
Bye.
Tommy, you're
Yes,
here
sir.
a week on Friday, aren't you? A week
Yes.
today.
Yeah, man. No birthday parties that I know
Happy
of.
birthday.
Happy
You're here
birthday.
on Wednesday. Perfect. Right. Thank you
See
for
later,
coming
guys.
on.
Have a good one.
If I
Cheers.
wake up early enough, I'll get on in the morning. But I wouldn't count
Awesome.
on that. But I'll try.
Yeah.
Take care,
It's all
guys.
good.
See you later, guys.
Right. Take
Bye.
care.
Have a
See you
good
soon.
one.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 And then there was
And now
7.
there were 5. Yeah, 7.
Yeah. That's right. I only said 4.
10 little Indians.
I'm not
There
being
were there
dopey.
7.
Sorry, I draw my line. I'm not being dopey. 7
You
doors.
Say
never are.
nothing, Joe. Nothing.
You never are.
Yeah, that brings back memories hearing that little Indians comment.
Are you allowed to say it?
10 little Indians picking up sticks.
Yep.
I vaguely remember that.
I remember lots of things, but they're all banned now.
Yeah, we'll leave that there.
The joy of being nearly 70.
Right. So, has anyone got any? We know Chris has, but anyone got any projects coming up that they can talk about?
Well, it's not a project, but I have Paranormal Versus will be premiering season 2 next month. Kel and Matt have gotten to feeling better, so we are ready to launch.
Cool. Yeah, Matt was in the chat earlier. Yeah, because I know he's not been very well, has he?
No, it was unfortunate because we had a really cool lineup set up to launch. And unfortunately, Andy was too busy to launch this season.
He was?
You launched our first. You were our first guest on season 1.
You were, yeah.
Was there?
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
Everything at the moment, everything's a blur. I'm sorry.
No, so yeah, I was like, that's why I was teasing you, going, yeah, that's why season 2 couldn't launch, is Andy wasn't available.
Right, got ya. Gerald, Jane, have you got anything coming up?
Well, it's going to be in the spring for. I mean, we have our shows every week, obviously, with the guests, you know. But in the spring, we have this new 360 camera that we're going to take out and go to some trails and some spots that maybe people aren't familiar with in our area. So the viewers at home should be able to take their tablets or their phones or whatever and turn it and be able to see all 360 all the way around us in case we miss something or don't see it while we're going. They'll be able to see it live.
Excellent.
Cool. We just need to get through winter.
Yes.
It comes and goes.
Yeah.
Well, do anyone fancy a bit of a storm? Got really bad rain and very windy outside. I chose my words carefully then.
Not here.
Not here either.
Here, I think it's what? How warm is it today at the moment, darling?
It's showing off now.
It's 40.
Is George ahead of us? Is it Saturday for George?
Yeah, it's 40 degrees at the moment here. But it's a cool change.
That's
40
you're in the future.
Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
He's
it's his summer. It's our winter.
It's middle of summer.
4 p.m. for George.
Yeah. And it's about 4:30 a.m. there for you. 4 a.m. there for you.
Yeah. So he's 11 hours in front.
I finally had my revenge on that 5 a.m. phone call.
Been waiting 2 years for that.
Yeah, and it's 40 degrees outside, which is God knows what in Fahrenheit. 105.
Well, Illinois, we just went through a cold snap. We had 11 inches of snow, and now today it's 40 degrees.
That is melting fast.
Fahrenheit, not Celsius.
So you guys are lucky. We had the snow, then it became rain, and then it warmed up to like just over freezing to start another week of rain.
Oh my!
Nice.
Yeah.
That's why I prefer it here.
Yeah.
Mind you, Madam hates it over 30 degrees. So.
Well, we're still not sure Australia exists. I've never been there, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm running the show.
It's just George in his library.
I always in trouble getting to the airport, but oh well.
I like
there is no airport in Australia.
Oh,
there is.
You've
got.
It is.
Is it Erinsborough International?
What?
Erinsborough International Airport.
No, not down south.
Airport up.
Isn't that what Neighbours Erinsborough? Somewhere?
Oh, Erinsburg. I don't know. I watched half of some of Neighbours in a cafe years ago and thought, what is this crap? The commies love it.
Yeah.
And bloody Home and Away, for God's sake. This week's episode of Home and Away. While the dengue fever epidemic is lasting throughout the peninsula, the caravan park is beset by a tribe of hooties. At the same time, the cyclone is getting closer. Will they survive the attack by the strange and mysterious monster that has appeared out of the sea? Stay tuned for the next exciting episode of Da Dee 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 Dee.
Sounds
that's
like
every
episode
afternoon.
of Doctor Who.
No, that's just Home and Away, which is still very popular in England.
Yeah, it's on Channel 5, I believe.
Yeah. You can have it back if you want.
we'll definitely send
paying
it
you back for everyone you sent here. All the £10 poms that came here. We paid £10 to come here, and this is all we get. Well, the Australian way of looking at it is, well, F off.
Fair
For
enough.
£10, you got a lot of good value. Free trip to Australia.
Yeah, if you made
Right.
it alive.
Yeah, a lot of people never made it, and a lot of people didn't ask for it. It's always been a free trip to Australia.
Yeah. Chris, you any projects coming up?
Yeah, I've got several coming up, mate, as you know.
Yes.
Next issue of the magazine's due out from tomorrow. 95 pages of various reports. Got a nice report of a 7-foot-tall alien allegedly attempting to abduct a young Peruvian girl in the Andes Mountains. We've got the case that El Grey mentioned earlier. This fireball orb UFO, whatever you want to call it, following this 11-year-old lad home. So I've been concentrating on getting that finished. I've been organising conference speakers, and for our next conference, which is September 14th, as you know, Andy, I've just confirmed Peter Robbins will be coming over to the UK to speak. We've got several British speakers who probably won't mean anything to the guests, maybe Jojo and yourself, but you know, I'll be doing a little bit of a talk. Jason Gleaves will be doing a talk. Paul Askoff, who you've got on here in about 3 or so hours, he'll be coming on to talk. Who else have we got? I can't remember. I'm getting to that stage.
Randall?
Graham Randall's he's coming to speak.
Randall.
He's coming along. And who else is there? I can't remember. I've got 6 who I've publicly announced at the moment. And I'm trying to work on one particular individual who actually gave a big clue away last weekend, actually, live on radio. And that's all I'll say. That might give you a clue as to who he is. I'm just waiting for him to confirm that he can attend. But I do know he wants to come along because he's never met Peter Robbins and they've been communicating with each other for about 20 years. So that hopefully will come to fruition. And again, it's just I'm working on my second book at the moment, which is about unidentified submerged objects. But by that title, I'm not just referring to UFO stroke flying under the water. I'm talking about lost cities, different events, you know, that have been experienced in the Atlantic, in Asian waters, you know, in the Pacific, even things that have been experienced in lakes like Lake Baikal and things like that, and alleged underwater bases, like for example Puffin Island near Wales, off Catalina Islands in the Channel Islands in America, you know, with this alleged base there. So I'm trying to put all this kind of information together. So those are the kind of things that I'm working on at the moment.
Cool. Excellent. Joe?
She's typing.
Yes. Any projects coming up?
I'm trying to check that as well. I haven't got nothing going on. Just
checking. You never know.
Joe and I'm just a mod.
Could be a bit of a dark horse, having all these side things going on.
Hey, somebody got a mod. Elaine got kicked out of chat, so I helped her get back in. The dogs keep laying against the plug and knocking my whole computer off on her.
I'm glad it's all going to plan.
Can I say one thing? I just want to say a big thank you to all those UKers out there in chat that have been with us this whole night, and they're still there.
I know.
So thank you all, guys.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yes, thank you. So
I think we got 13 from our channel coming over. Well, 14 now.
Hey, Lala.
Yeah, quite a few.
Well, come over.
Hey, Lala's back. It's 11:11 here in our time.
Yeah, 5.
11
p.m.
I must be time
My
traveling
son
because
will
I
be
have
getting up for work in a
11:12.
minute.
I'm a minute ahead.
Do you know what? 9 hours in, and I've not had a break. I've been to the bathroom twice and to get a drink and that, but I've not actually done a break.
You've done very, very well.
Yep,
And
you're doing good, Andy.
You'll get the elephant star.
Yeah, but he's not telling everybody. He's got a cup that he's been using.
No, not that bad.
You almost look like you're wide awake.
Yeah.
In body, but not in spirit.
He looks better now than when he started.
You'll eventually get to the stage, such as a good friend of mine. He can do a 48 to 72 hour session.
What?
Oh, wow.
Yep. I won't give you his name on air because that would take away everything from here. But it's taken him years to get to that stage where he can do that with guests from everywhere, 48 to 72 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. But I know Gerald, and Jane, you do long streams as well, don't you?
Yeah, we've been known as our Night Owl Lounge is late night on Wednesdays.
I
We've
the name
been
of
known to do 5 to 6 hours because we'll have people from the US, time in, and they go out, and pretty soon people in the UK start waking up and they're with us in the morning. And I mean, just when we're getting ready to think, okay, everybody's leaving, a new crowd pops in.
Another way.
Right. We just keep on going.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that I know the numbers did drop for about 20 minutes, but then they shot straight back up. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting that, so thank you. And it's just been a constant level all the way through, other than that little bit.
Excellent.
So
we noticed that on our long streams too, that it almost looks like the same number hovers all the time. Then when you go back to look at it, you see people drop off and the new ones come in, and they drop off and they come in. So it stays constant all night long.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's good. I'm sound bad. I'm going to say I'm actually enjoying this. It's what I mean is I'm not as tired as what I thought I was going to get at this point.
No, but you will be.
You've done really well, Bob.
Yeah. When I go to bed tonight, I don't have to get up till about. So even that long, about 10:30. I've got an haircut at 11 o'clock. Might have to cancel it.
Till you're 4 hours into sleep, and all of a sudden you wake wide up. Like,
yeah. And I won't know who I am, where I am, or anything.
No, mate, you'll get them zombie eyes. You'll get them zombie eyes, mate. That's what'll happen.
Yeah, your sugar levels will have crashed. Your sugar levels will have crashed completely. Keep the sugar up and keep the carbohydrates up to bond with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got.
Otherwise, you just burn yourself out.
I've got crisps and biscuits down there, so
maybe you'll astral travel tonight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you figured that one out yet, Andy?
Yeah, getting there. I've done it twice.
Yeah, so far this program.
Yeah. So, but I know I'm somewhere different because I feel it when I'm getting pulled back. It's not just something I remember. I actually feel it happening at the time.
So how far have you gone?
I don't know where I was, but I know I was talking to people, and then it's like a big elastic cord that pulls you back. And that was on what day are we on? Who am I?
Well, you're still on Thursday, mate. Everybody else is on Friday now.
I thought it was Wednesday. Monday night, Tuesday morning. So, but like I said earlier,
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oops. What was that?
Down or something.
Oops.
That's the Alexa. No. It's round the other side of the room.
Don't whisper to her. She hears you.
I know.
The first time it knows all.
The first time our car spoke to us, we freaked out completely. We're driving along in a suburb we didn't know. We were talking about a medical centre, and next second the car said, I don't know of a medical centre around here. We'd never heard the car speak before. Then it offered us a service station to go to, and we're just sitting there going, shh, shh, don't say a thing. She want to talk to you. We hadn't quite worked out who was doing the talking. Bloody sat navs.
Strange.
They were used to it. It starts talking and we just shut up. I don't understand you. Shut up. I don't understand what you want. It's like being married.
Yeah.
You need to start asking it questions about Skynet and stuff like that and see what kind of answers you get.
No, I couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, you might be getting the wrong answers then. You might have helicopters start following you.
They do. Except they can't make it to Australia.
That's because it don't exist.
They never figured out how to fly west yet.
Yeah. And you,
Yeah,
you
they don't
can't
fly
turn
back.
right when you get there. You can only go left.
You go out to the outback and you're never seen again. Quite often that happens.
Right, I've got some questions for you.
Such as, are you all sane?
How did you know?
Yeah, I was reading the feed. Yeah.
Right, so it's same question, but it's two questions, but from the same person, so I'm going to put them both up. So it's from Ogety, Elaine. She wants to know, here's a question. Do you think that the weather is affected by UFO activity, or is it vice versa?
I know they like to hide behind
allegedly the Roswell incident occurred because it was hit by lightning. So I would say it was vice versa.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a general answer. That's more a specific answer for one of the 7 apparent crashes at Roswell within 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
That's the interesting thing when you record data. You find all the most amazing other things that go on with it. But generally, I don't think a thing that's coming through from another dimension, because I regard the concept of time and space travel as absurd, would be that much affected unless it assumes its physical form, as Chris said, once it's here. I mean, I've got reports of UFOs thundering out of the heavens, and there was one in Massachusetts, 1966, I think, but crashed through the back of a billboard and then took off again. And I liken it to, and I discussed it with Earl Grey a while ago, and that was, I said, I think it's somebody's kids who stole mum and dad's UFO. They weren't quite used to going in between dimensions, and next second it's holy mother of God, we're about to crash into something, which they do. Because we've got to remember, all civilizations are like us. They have kids, they have problems, they got parents, they got home life. Yeah. What makes them suddenly superior and wonderful? You know, they're moody, they can attack you, they can bless you, they can heal you.
Yeah.
They can invite you along. They can perform home surgery on you. Lots of different things. You've got a multitude of beings in a multiverse, all traveling through it. And there are a hell of a lot of them. You know, we can't have everyone on Earth having the same hallucination.
No.
Mind you, schizophrenia has been found to be induced by electromagnetic waves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. You know, reality and electromagnetism.
Yeah.
But that's just, I thought I'd throw 2 shillings into there.
That's fine.
Yeah, I can't answer that because it depends. Are there weather wars taking effect, or is it the natural weather? Because if it's weather wars, then it's somebody's causing the weather, so could affect the UFOs entering.
Could be, but
I'll play devil's advocate and say, are there weather wars? Or have we been led to believe that there are weather wars? Always remember, everything can be camouflaged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But slightly off topic, but still on the same trail. Did you know that NASA own the patent to creating another sun?
Yep.
And they have the ability to do it. And considering NASA can't even get another rocket to the moon because they can't remember how to do it, but they can create another life-saving power source.
I'm sure they'll find a Commodore 64 somewhere. Because that's how they powered it last time. The Commodore 64.
Yeah, so they own the patent, and apparently they've got the ability to do it.
NASA has a whole lot more tech than they say they do.
Oh, of course they do. All right, Joe. You having a fight with the pot, guys?
The cat just jumped on me. I'm like, shit myself.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong with our government agencies creating another sun? I mean, they had such good luck with CERN and all the other projects they've been doing.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Tatooine. It works for them.
For who, sorry?
Tatooine, Star Wars.
Oh.
Michael, I hate to tell you this. Actually, Tatooine exists in Algeria. That's where it was filmed, that part.
It was.
There you go.
In Algeria, and I believe Return of the Jedi was filmed in Mexico.
Yeah, there's an English company that wants to do a remake of Return of the Jedi. They're going to call it the Return of the Cheddar.
Why does it always come back to cheese?
Yes,
Everything
it always
comes
does.
back to cheese.
Yes, it always does.
It's because the government's got a lot of surplus of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Government cheese, come on.
Right, I'm going to go for a quick break, but I'm going to put a question up for you guys. I'm only going to be 2 minutes.
All right.
So this is from Baby with a Laser, and he's asking, question to you all. I know you all might be sick of telling or think everyone has heard them, but for those that haven't, what made you all believers? And do it in any order. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
And then we never saw him again.
Yeah,
We might let him come back.
The government got him. They finally snapped him. And then there
Joe,
was
get rid of
six.
him. Jojo, get rid of him.
Jojo, you have control. Yeah,
You are
get rid of
boss
him.
now.
I shall do this show.
I would have to
Sorry
say
about
that growing up, I believed in Bigfoot. I got Bigfoot books, in the Scholastic Reader in grade school, and then watching all the sci-fi movies now as an adult puts me right in the right time frame to see stuff moving in the sky and people's experiences and Bigfoot and Dogman. It just seems like it's been a whole journey for me.
Do you want me to go next?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
What made me a believer was my two sightings. One that I had in 1974, in the city of Kingston upon Hull here in East Yorkshire. Flashing light moving across the sky, but it kind of leapfrogged backwards and forward across itself. Early evening, about 4 p.m. It was already dark. It was February. And it leaped from position 1 to position 3, back to position 2, forward to position 4, and it kind of leapfrogged across the sky like that till it got more or less above where I was. I jumped up and shouted to my friends, "Look, guys, there's a UFO in the sky," only because I'd watched Jerry Anderson's UFO TV show, and it just blinked out, completely disappeared. No clouds in the sky. We'd been very lucky with the weather, and that intrigued me. So I started reading books by various authors about the Warminster thing, in Great Britain, books by Major Donald Kehoe from the US, and so on and so forth. And then my second sighting was back in the mid-1990s when I run the Hull UFO Society, and a ball of light came down the southern bank of the River Humber, split into two and went in two separate directions. And that was it. That's what's made me a believer, what I've actually seen with my own eyes. Who's next?
Jojo?
I haven't had no experience with cryptids or UFOs. Mine's all been spiritual. But when my dad come and sat on my bed in the night, he died during the day and he come and sat on my bed that night. That's when I believed in all the spiritual things. And a lot's happened since then with that. But I believe, because I believe you good people that have had experiences. So, sorry, no cryptids, no UFOs.
Has everyone answered?
No.
Jane hasn't.
That's me, Todd.
I guess I follow JoJo's great story. I don't know how I can top that. For me, what made me a believer was pretty much I was born into it. And when I was 2, I had an experience that I vaguely remembered but learned more about later. And I've seen UFOs. I think I've even seen a UFO battle in space, and I haven't come across cryptids yet, but I'm not saying I won't come across them. But yeah, I pretty much have always been in the paranormal.
Yeah. Jay?
Well, I pretty much grew up with my mom believing in UFOs, Bigfoot, Loch Ness, all that, and just always been fascinated in it. When I got older, I started seeing lights in the sky, and especially since, Gerald and I got married 20 years ago, it's been maybe the last 6-7 years that we're really starting to see the lights in the sky, and we got night vision. We're going all over the place, aren't we? Got night vision binoculars. Now we see orbs, and we've had Sasquatch experience. Never seen one, but we've sensed they're around. I've heard the whoops and the whistles and strange noises, and just feel their presence. And so I guess it's not really a believing. It's what we've experienced. It's a knowing now that we know that they're out there. We just know they do exist. I just don't know exactly what everything is.
Yeah. Yeah. Even though I've had quite a few encounters, I've kind of just always known that it's a thing, that it's there. I think, like what Joe said, even though she's not really had anything happen, it's real. And I think that's what I'd be like if no encounters. I'd still, it's there. It's just being in the right place at the right time for you to have that experience.
Right.
But it just, I pretty much always said, it's not paranormal, it's normal. It's more normal than what people actually realise. It's probably more normal than normal.
I'll throw in my 2 bobs worth now.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe, the phenomenon, I've had a radio program years ago I was a guest on, and the subject was relatives and beloveds who appear within 48 hours of decease. It's very, very common.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Enjoy it and cherish for memory. It happens to a lot of people, but most people, unfortunately, don't like talking about it. Like they don't like talking about most things, and as Andy says, they're actually quite common, possibly ridiculously common. I mean, if I want validation of research, look behind me. Look at, I have no idea. There's another 2 walls of books. They go to 9 feet.
Yeah.
Of data. From sightings, from encounters. You know, what happened? I remember when I was 9 or 10, I think. I can't remember most of my childhood. It's just the way my brain is. And I remember I'd fallen in love with another girl at primary school, or a girl at primary school, and I had this big book by somebody, Hans Holzer, I think, had written it, the Compendium of Magic. It was black with a pentagram on the front, and I burned some blue candles, hoping that she would be my love. The funny thing was, early that morning, I had gone to bed, big remote country house, middle of nowhere, old weatherboard dump really, but we called it a big remote country house in Australia out in the bush. And I had to go outside. I had to open the French doors to the backyard. And the sky was blazing red, like the frontispieces of those ancient books that are all swirling red and purple. And that freaked me out to a degree, but not to the degree that I came face to face, I believe, with a creature that was the same height as me, but I can't remember details of. I wasn't sure whether it was a demon or a UFO naut. And it gets confusing if you read Desmond Leslie's work from the early 60s. He first brought up the concept that demons and UFO people were the same. That one was a translation of old mythology, but in the new guise. And that's one thing that's fascinated me about ufology. As it progressed through the years, and I've got data on UFO sightings back to the 1600s. I think one of the oldest ones is this person is in, I can't remember which county of England, and his horse rears and everything covered by these lanes, you could barely get past. And he said a flying wheel came down the road, and it was being driven by a big hairy bear with glazing eyes. Okay, that has to be the oldest Bigfoot in a UFO sighting I've ever come across. Are we, when we're having our sightings, our adventures, our encounters, translating everything into forms we understand, to make them logical, to make them possible for us to cope with? So religious people see the Virgin Mary, and hunters see Bigfoot, and other people see the Nordics or the Galactics, Wolfon from Venus, who has so many mentions in ufology. He might have his own book soon. Tall, blonde, blue-eyed, 6.5 foot tall. The planet Ummo, UMMO. I think it's been mentioned 10 different times on every continent on Earth, bar Antarctica and possibly Australia. And how UFOs are always one step ahead in technology, or the perceived technology of the time. It got very confusing in 1897 in the great, actually 1896 to 1897 airship flap, because they worked out that none of the things they saw could fly. You can't have airships with a propeller on the front and a propeller on the rear. It'd be like a push me, pull you. Which way would it go? It was like the observers were bringing forward what they believed the future would be. So by the 40s, we got ghost rockets all over the place. And now we've got triangles. I mean, which is which? That's just me putting my things forward. But basically, all this data couldn't have been just produced because somebody felt like it one day.
No.
And the sightings I use always leave physical trace evidence or independently witnessed. So it reduces it only to several 100,000. Like if you see the big red books near the top there, in the middle.
Can't see nothing.
Yeah, I know you can't. You need some no-dos.
Is that your impersonation of Gerolandi?
Yeah, that's 7,000 pages. That's 7,000 pages and 22 volumes I published last year. A History of Strange Phenomena from 1600 to 1999. Now I've got to do another set because I found more. So, yes, I believe and I don't believe.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to deny or condemn because I can't. There's too much data. There are too many people having physical evidence. There's too much evidence of one of the most common themes I know of in ufology, for instance, photoactinic burns to people.
Yeah.
Clear conjunctivitis to people. We have a heat source, a light heat source that does do damage. It doesn't just appear because it felt like it one day. You know, maybe one or two crashed into a random orb, but not when it's the same description of the event at the same time. Anyway, that's my 2 bobs worth.
Yeah. Chris, you're the UFO guy in this. I don't know.
I'm ever so sorry. I was in the middle of a conversation with Lala on Messenger on Facebook. She's asking if she can come back in again. I'll just saying, just responding to her. So I didn't quite get that. If it was a question for me, my apologies for that, George. If that was aimed directly at me.
No, just in general, but just for you being the ufology guy. That was all.
Well,
I've got to go, guys.
Just quick
my son's
before you
up for work in a minute.
Yeah, if Lila wants to come back in, she can come back in.
Can I tell her yes?
Yeah, of course.
Bye,
Yeah,
Jojo.
she's listening. Come back in. You got the link.
See you,
Same
Jojo.
link.
Bye, Jojo.
See you a bit, Joe.
Bye, Jojo.
I'm just
No, that's
typing
not
back to you
Lala.
guys.
No. Who was that?
That's not mine. Mine sounds like the demons from hell.
Well, I'm downstairs on my own. I
I
hope.
have dogs, so
Should have been.
I don't know.
It'll sound like a cat to me, but
Oh, it's this
Maybe
one.
it's James.
It's right here.
it might be that. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a big cat.
Oh yeah, he's big.
Is that a
He's
Maine
a big
Coon?
boy.
I think
Get around.
if I got you right, George, I think what you were saying was, there is tons and tons and tons of evidence which goes back millennia for various sightings and, proof, as it were, in one form or another, that we are being visited and we have been visited for a long, long time. That I agree 100% with you there. And whether or not we'll ever get an answer from those in control of the situation, allegedly in control, re things like disclosure, I don't think we ever will. NASA can go back, at least as we discussed earlier on, to 1947 to investigate sightings in the recent, programs that they sent out on YouTube. They're saying they don't have the information to investigate. Well, it's all bull. They have got the information. They've had it for decades, if not longer, if not 100 years. We definitely know that there's evidence going back to at least 1947, which is 70 plus years. So, yeah, forgive me if I didn't get the right question from you there, but we've definitely got a lot of information that proves these things are going on.
I'll add something, if you don't mind. My first huge book, and Andy knows I've written a few, it was a small 1,700-page one, 1800 to 1977, started in 1972, well before all of you were born. And I started at 1800, because then they couldn't say it was a plane.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, no planes. It was a balloon. No, I'm terribly sorry. There might have been 5 over 50 years in North America. No, it's not a balloon. And there are already thousands of sightings of strange creatures and weird airships and gargoyles and you name it. Because everyone's in my books. I don't limit it to UFOs. You've got everybody in there.
Yeah. I mentioned in my Facebook, George, which is advertised behind me, forgive me, there's a sighting from Japan in the year 1215 of a priest who was allegedly going to be beheaded when a large silver moon-like object appeared in the sky. This was during daytime, and it was so unusual that the priest was actually spared his life because of this sighting. So, I mean, that, again, goes back to many, many years before the 1770s, and the Montgolfier brothers, kind of perfected hot air ballooning, or at least got hot air balloons up in the air, So,
those things were still very rare in their day. They could not be a common excuse. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And, I've got huge number of books on meteors, meteorites, comets, you name it. I've got a huge library on comets and meteors that belonged to William Corliss. I don't know if you know William Corliss, Corliss, one of the probably the greatest researcher on strange phenomena and strange geology and strange cosmology. His work was beautiful. I managed to meet his son a year after he died, and he was my hero from the first time I bought one of his books when I was 14.
Yeah,
they did have books then. Gutenberg had just invented it, and his son allowed me to get that section of the library on cosmic phenomena when it was being broken up, and I'm so honoured to have it. It's a super specialised library from probably the best researcher in the world for this sort of subject, because I run those things alongside that data on meteorites and the rest of it alongside when these aerial luminous objects are apparently there, and quite often there's no meteors unless you're looking early November. That's a tricky period because that's a major meteor shower every year, but you still got 11 other months hang on, what's this thing that's appearing here? Not necessarily coming down. The weird part is when they go back up. They're not meant to go back up. Nothing's meant to go back up. And that's why I started my research at 1800, just for that section, so that almost every excuse was gone.
I have a question. So when we're seeing these crafts going back up, are they doing it to trick us into thinking they're going off planet, and then they're going up, and then when there's no one around or in an isolated area, they then go back into where they actually came from?
Could be, might not be. If you've got a totally black background, there's nothing to refer to it. Something disappearing into a point could still look like it's going up.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Here's the wormhole, as I prefer to call them, and
is it 5 miles that we can see to the horizon? Like if you're looking straight out, we can see 5 miles. There is no straight out.
We're on a round planet.
Yeah. So as it's a curve, is it? It's either 3 or 5 mile. Might be 5 kilometers.
Might be. But I'm not sure.
I think it's 4.
But if we see it going out to that point, then it is going to look like it's going up-ish.
But it still has to go over the horizon.
Yeah.
And if that cat's going to push it over, it's stuffed.
Well, Jane's cat could do it. You've seen the size of it. It's massive.
Yeah.
That'll have you for lunch, George.
What's that?
But yeah, how do we know they're not going, tricking us, and then coming back and then going into the oceans or the cave systems or any other entrance?
There are lots of undersea areas where reports of UFOs coming up and down are. Look at Bass Strait between Tasmania, and you think Australia's remote. You try Tasmania. It's a strange little island at the bottom of Australia. They don't circumcise them there. They cut off the sixth finger. It's an odd place, Tasmania. And, the most famous report of a kidnapping or loss or disappearance was Frederick Valentich, early 70s, if I remember rightly. Problem with my research library on the computer, it takes 8 minutes to load. So I can't answer anything. It's really annoying. And I've got a 7 terabyte computer sitting in front of me. That's the size of the hard drive. But it still takes 8 minutes to open the damn thing.
Amazing. I've just
so much on it.
I've just Googled that for you, Andy. On a clear day, the furthest you can see on a straight line, exactly at the elevation as the point of the Earth you are specifically at sea level, is about 7.5 miles.
Right. I wasn't too far out. So yeah, even 7.5 miles is still 7.5 miles, isn't it? Don't know where I was going with that.
But if the Earth were flat, you would be continuous.
Yes.
7.5 miles is allowing for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but so if it goes out, could it still look like it's going up?
No, then it would continue going up. There's up and down. We'll have to explain this to you one day.
No, I know. I know what I mean, but I can't explain it.
Neither can we, Andy.
No. Maybe I don't know what I mean and just... Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. It can still disappear over the horizon.
Yeah.
And land on Earth, or continue straight out.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll get to a specific area where it can come back into the Earth, whether it's through sea.
That's over 7.5 miles away. It can do whatever it wants after 7.5 miles.
Yeah.
The only things we'll be seeing it are satellites.
So, question then: do you believe UFOs are not of Earth, or not human made? No, there's a bit of a difference, but
are they reverse engineered prior UFOs? Are they UFOs belonging to hidden civilizations on Earth or under the sea? Are they human UFOs that have gone out into space and time and come back? That's the theory being used these days.
But are they reverse engineered, or did we design them in the first place and they're using that as a scapegoat as to not have to explain what's really going on?
A smoke screen.
Yeah.
Could be. I've got quite a few reports of reverse engineering.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that if anyone was reverse engineering, they would have put it on the market after chucking a patent on it to make as much money as they can out of it. It's human nature. Not going to let anything like that go. I want to corner the world air market. I look at a lot of things as a devout capitalist. You don't let a good opportunity to make money pass you by. They're good questions, Andy.
But then, has anyone...
Sorry, Andy. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, has anyone got the patent for UFO design?
Yes, I think there is a patent for a UFO design. Don't forget, I can't remember the name of the company now, but there was a saucer allegedly designed in Canada. And I'm sure you know of it, George, and our American friends do. But, I can't remember the name of the company. But there was a saucer which was designed, and it was in Canada, and it was in the 1950s. but they scrapped it because they found it impractical and they couldn't use it at that particular time.
It's a bit like the Bell; it couldn't fly.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You can have a patent, but you still got to build the technology, have a metallurgy, or whatever you're going to make the thing out of. It has to be strong enough to support at least one or two beings inside it, and it's got to be cost effective.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
But then you've got the jetpacks, which fit over the arms. Obviously, it's got a backpack as well. But the ones that the sleeves, you control it all from, like, I suppose, steering mechanism inside the arm, inside the sleeve. Now that's not going to be that heavy if they're able to lift it up and hold it, and then jet about all over.
Yeah, well, jetpack technology has been around since the late 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Avro car that I was speaking of.
That's right.
Aircraft with the same basic shape as a frisbee. The upper surface on the disc being fairly curved, and the bottom much less so. That was one device that was pushed forward.
There have been a few.
Yeah.
Well, the recent Peruvian attacks, they say they had jetpacks flying around.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Who believes they were mining with jetpacks?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Right. The first jetpack I recall was Sean Connery taking off in Thunderball with a jetpack.
Yes.
Yeah, but a jetpack isn't a UFO.
It's true.
I mean, what is a UFO? It's an unidentified flying object, or
which, if it's a jetpack, it's a
whatever they want to call it these days. I'll stick to UFO.
The first person to see somebody with a jetpack might be unidentified.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, somebody pointed out. Yeah. Somebody pointed out. I was going to say, someone pointed out to me though, when we identify it as a UFO, doesn't it no longer become it's no longer unidentifiable? So what do we call it then?
An FO.
Identified.
Yeah, but be careful with FO jokes. We're all going to get crude here.
That brings up my latest pet peeve with Arrow, which the only things it puts out are the things that's identified. It doesn't put out evidence of weird stuff. It's useless.
But that's why we've got to continue doing our research. That's why we've got to continue going forward with, in my case, publishing lots of books. I've got 120 plus books. It's probably more than that now anyway.
It's a lot, George, a lot.
Yeah.
He does like 200 a day.
I know.
Well, actually, you would have noticed I haven't published a book for about 5 months.
Oh, how many have you got waiting?
You're late. Do one a month.
It's a vacation.
One. I've got one that is going to blow the ass off the political powers and religious powers and the power brokers on this planet, including the green deceivers, of what is actually happening here and what they're trying to cover. And it's as well researched as all my other books, which is incredibly well researched. As I said, I only use data.
See what George isn't telling us, he has 6 clones off camera writing right now.
No, I don't even use AI. It's only myself, 2 screens, and a computer that takes 8 minutes to open.
8 minutes?
I used to have one like that, George, it was Windows 95.
Windows 95 was different. I'd turn it on upstairs, go downstairs, make the coffee, pour the coffee, get a snack, walk up the steps, drink the coffee while I'm waiting to load. This is because my main file on it is so goddamn big. This thing's a multiple terabyte computer.
Wow.
It's like a rocket. It cost thousands of dollars. And it's still too slow to open this thing immediately.
This
Hello, Nigel. How are you?
Hello. Good morning.
Hello, Lala.
Wow.
Science Bob.
Hi. Hey, George.
I know you from Facebook.
Hi, George. This is the first time we've ever heard each other's voice together, I think. But
yes,
I know who you are, of course.
Welcome to the soaking wet and very windy northwest of England. Oh, heck.
And what else is new?
The southeast.
Yes, Andy, Tom,
it has been rather interesting the last sort of 48 hours. Yeah. I'm beginning to think I was caught up in something. We think we had we were warned we might have tornado watch, which is a bit unusual in the UK. And then we had absolutely torrential rain. I mean, it was about 80 millimeters of rain in some spots, and flooding, and you name it, we've had it. So I'm just expecting an invasion from Mars, and I just about have everything unexpected all at the same time.
Yes, Andy was telling me he's looking forward to the warm rain of summer soon.
What's that?
The warm rain.
I don't know what that
instead of a cold rain.
Actually,
it comes down from the sky. It's wet.
Oh yeah.
You don't try to understand
It's the one thing we get for 1 day a year in England. You blink and miss it, and then you're straight into autumn. No, it's not. But we'll get one eventually, I suppose. We English get rather rather philosophical about it. If we get a summer, it's going to either be early or late. I was reading yesterday night, it was 28 degrees in southern Spain yesterday in January.
It's 40 degrees at my place.
Oh, well, yeah, well, fair enough.
Showing off.
I was
showing off
pictures
in a place
of your
that don't even exist.
Of your home place, George, if you didn't mind this. I've been very nosy in doing my research.
It's Sydney in Australia.
Yeah, do you come from Wagga Wagga? Is that right?
Wagga Wagga originally,
Wagga
long time ago.
My pronunciation, yeah.
It means place of many falling drunks.
New South Wales, yeah. Just
yes.
The east of Canberra, a few miles.
Yes, but I haven't lived there for years.
Yeah, I tell you what, a very, very picturesque place. I was a bit surprised, to be honest with you. Very green, and I shouldn't say that, but I mean I'm generalising about Australia. But one expects when you say Australia, you expect sort of deserts and arid land, and up in the Northwest Territory, with the jungle a bit. But it's quite English looking. And
some parts are.
Yeah, it was very.
We lived in what's called the Southern Highlands a few years ago. Yeah. And it's very English, very green, English trees, English houses, pretentious people who are convicts who wanted to be English.
I'm into history as well, George, and I like architecture. And I was looking at a church here. It looks Victorian, but it's a very nice church for a replica English church. Beautiful. Very nice.
In Wagga?
I'm rattling on, but it's 5 o'clock in the morning in here.
You're allowed to. We've all been doing that.
How else
Hello, Derek.
How you doing? All right. You brought up church.
Hi, Derek.
Healing
places.
How we doing?
Every now and then we need to be quiet and let Andy talk so he doesn't go to sleep.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Dad? All right.
All right, thank you.
Oh, it's really good, my friend. I'm so
can't believe we got up this time in the morning, but yeah, that's what we do, isn't it?
I thought it was not to bed yet, Derek.
You haven't?
Oh yeah, Sue's here. My wife Sue's here. She says hi, Derek, as well, because we all met up at Manchester.
Hi there. All right.
Derek, you think it's early? The first time Andy ever interviewed me, as I said, I'm in Australia, there was a phone call and my wife came in to the bedroom and said, there are people on the computer who want to interview you now. That was the first time we chatted. 2.5 hours later, we finished chatting.
Ah, well.
That was great.
Yeah, that was.
That's the things we do for this subject, isn't it? We believe in our subject. We believe in what we do. Yeah. So it means getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's what we do, isn't it? It's what we do.
Promote our subject. I was saying to somebody the other day that the reason I write and publish and research books is when the computers die and the internet carks it, to use a lovely old term, there'll still be books of mine in thrift shops somewhere.
Yeah.
And that means the knowledge I've saved in them from what I've researched will still be there for other people, because we can't let the knowledge all of us combined have get lost. We can't let people constantly say it's wrong, it's bad, we're not going to print that because we shouldn't be doing it. or there's some religious or political reason. We have to publish. We have to get it out there. I don't sell many books. I just write the damn things. I'm addicted to it and researching them.
I'm just wondering, actually, George, if I was to write down all the knowledge I've accumulated over the last 58 years and put it into a book, probably get a record for the world's smallest book, I assume. It'll be about the size of a postage stamp and an inch thick.
I doubt that, Nigel.
Saying, I know nothing, therefore I'm a ufologist. We all assume that we know the answers, but in fact...
Everything you know is unidentified.
Yes, because once it's identified, it's an FO.
There you go, Chris.
I published one in 58 years, so that's not bad. I'm breaking my own record now. You remind me, George, of my other good friend, Nick Redfern, because Nick's an avid sort of writer and publisher. He publishes Lord knows, I think he's up to his 30 or 40 books now. I mean, he lived in America, moved over to America, and he sort of publishes about 2 or 3 books a year. And
he's a slow writer, is he? Oh.
I look at it now. I'm getting on a bit. And I look at a computer. I used to do magazine articles a lot, and magazine articles, you had a deadline, and that was it. You got out, and being freelancer, you had to get it on time. But I look at a book. Now I'm getting older. I look at it. I say, "Oh, book 40,000, 50,000 words. One day I'm going to do it." Now, for the last year, I've been promising I'm going to do autobiography. No, you'd think if one thing I could talk about would be my own self, but can I heck? I keep looking at the blank keyboard and the blank screen, and I keep thinking, I've got to do this book. And you get about 2 pages into the introduction or the beginning of chapter 1, and somebody comes along, the dog runs away, or a kettle blows up, or some other domestic crisis, and before you know it, you're back to gone again. Somebody's turned the computer off, and half your stuff you forgot to save. So it's that's just the life of the writer. I like it. I still love creating, but it's when it's getting there. That's the painful bit. It's nice to see it finished. But I know what you mean. Though I envy people like yourself who can sort of have the determination to get on and get it done and push it out there. I remember
George can write a book while out shopping.
Sometimes
before he gets back home and puts his groceries away.
While I was writing that set of red books up on the top shelf, second top shelf in the back, last year I wrote 4 or 5 other books in between because I got bored with writing the big ones.
I co-wrote that one with John Downs of the CFZ. John was my boss when I was working for the Centre for Fortean Zoology, and we had a UFO wave, and John and I decided to set it down on ink. Well, it's paper. It's John's idea, really, and he sort of said to me, "Go forth and do the research, young man," because he calls me a truffle hound. I love spending time in libraries, and so I spent a year in the library hibernating and searching out old newspaper records. I mean, we sort of combined all sorts of crazy ideas about let's read a book. I mean, it sort of wandered. It wandered off the original subject, and we had all sorts of UFOs combined with ghosts, combined with historical locations, combined with areas of high strangeness. You name it, it was all coming together, which is why I now, after all these years of being an avid ufologist, and starting off in extraterrestrial mode and working my way down into black technologies and all the other bits and pieces and going through these different phases, I now come to the conclusion that all paranormal, 98% of paranormal and supernatural events are linked. And they are linked by one common denominator, and that is that they're interdimensional. I sincerely believe that they're either natural or made by another intelligence. I don't know, by our intelligence, but in a different dimension. I honestly do believe. And the reason I say that is because I can explain quite logically all the paranormal and supernatural events if I use a dimensional solution to the problem. If I've got a craft that's going interdimensionally from one dimension to another, it will suddenly appear, reappear. It will appear to be doing crazy angles because the laws of physics in our dimension don't apply to it. So you can say the same about ghosts. When we die, we don't die; we just pass into another dimension. And so, when we're seeing with ghosts, it's a dimensional portal, and therefore 3 people. Say there's 5 in the room. 3 people can see it. The other 2 have no experience of it whatsoever. It's because maybe some people's minds are more tuned to this sort of dimensional warping than others. It's just still, I'm getting it together in my head. Maybe I'm going crazy in my old age. Probably am, but that's the way I'm looking at it now. That dimension is the key. Interdimensional travel is the key. It's a key to a lot of this. It's not a myth. It's not paranormal in the sense that it's something mystic or it's a natural event that we've yet to explain. And I think there is a natural solution to these things. I think they're part of nature. It's just nature we don't understand yet. And when we get to that stage where we do understand it, well, in a way, a lot of us will go away then because there's no mystery to solve anymore. But it's just part of learning experience. It's part of the human learning experience. I'm sure of it. There you are. That's my tuppenny bit. I've got off my soapbox now. Let the rest of people speak. Sorry, mate.
That's fine. It's fine.
Right, guys.
Welcome, Derek.
Yeah, hi, Derek. And
How you doing? All right.
And I'm going to disappear, Andy, for a couple of hours. All right, I'll be back at 8 o'clock, mate.
Yeah, that's cool.
Take care,
right,
Chris.
Guys. Nice to meet you all.
Before you go,
Lovely to meet you. Look after
Chris,
yourselves.
before you go,
and
you've got the
may
link.
the cosmic gods bless you all.
You've got the second link, haven't you?
Bye-bye, guys. Nice to see you all.
Live long and
Chris.
prosper, Chris. Right.
Chris, you've got the second link.
Yes.
Cool.
I'm ahead of you, mate. Go back to sleep. You're okay.
Oh. So, Derek, what's your take on what Nigel was just saying?
I agree with Nigel, actually. I mean, bear in mind, I not just UFOs, I do spiritualism as well. I sit in circle every week, and I see involved with healing. I'm a Reiki healer as well. All these things that shouldn't exist do exist. And like Nigel says, the only thing I can say is I do believe it's dimensional. For example, if there's a UFO incident, the military get there very quick, too quick.
Yeah.
It's like they're all geared up waiting for something to happen, and they're in the next village. Everyone seems to think, or as they all say, oh yeah, it must be from a base up the road. Rubbish. No chance. They get there too quick. Miles too quick.
Derek. It's nice you've got some mutual agreement in the field of ufology. My God, there's a first. Just something. That's a rare event.
we are the same age, Nigel. As it happens.
Well, yeah. I think. Do you know? I was thinking the other day when I knew I was coming on here, and I thought I need to talk about how I got started, and I was writing a book as well. I'm thinking about. Do you know I was 8 years old? So we were looking 1965 when I had my first encounter and alleged abduction. 1965. So that's going back a little bit. I started thinking about UFOs and collecting UFO books when I was 8 years old. But in those days, of course, you get much in the way of English books. They were all American, mushy paperbacks, with the strange yellow borders. They should have had a real awful sort of smell by them. I don't know much. It must be about the paper they use or something. And there were all these strange places in America that I'd never heard of. I got an American map put up on a wall and started pinning all these locations out and trying to figure out even then if there was a pattern or to the sightings, and it was just took off from there. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? How long ago 50 years seems to be now. That's
a long time, Nigel.
It seems, but it's flown by. I've loved every minute of it. I've loved every minute of my involvement in ufology and in paranormal. Generally, I love ghosts. I've done ghost hunting. Cryptozoology is another favorite hobby of mine. Fell into cryptozoology by accident, and I was totally enthralled with the idea of not strange animals per se, but animals appearing in the wrong place, out of location.
Yeah, out of place.
And I've been crocodile hunting in the Midlands. Yeah, crocodiles in the Midlands, just outside Birmingham, and a big gravel quarry, flooded quarry.
Wow.
And some mustard beads around it, and there were reports of a crocodile there, and of course the kids used it as a swimming pool. So a panic set in. ITV's Good Morning program set up their camp there, and they were there talking to the locals about what are you going to do when this crocodile appears, and idiots were going out on small boats and trying to tempt this thing out from the reeds if it was there. So I went with John and a guy called Richard Freeman, who's a trained zoologist, but he used to be a big animal keeper in a zoo, Dudley, and used to be the chief reptile keeper. So, his idea of fun scrubbing the back of 20-foot crocs. And we went out, and the idea was, crazy as it sounds, we were going to capture, if possible, this croc. He was going to bind up with gaffer tape, and apparently they open up the eyelids and you keep a light shining it. I don't understand because I'm not a zoologist. And it would sort of keeps them still in some sort of trance. Jump him into the back of my 7-seater, and Dudley said we're going to take it. So I'm going to drive a 7-seater with a bound up grappling croc in the back.
Seatbelt on.
Yeah, well, more than that, I'm probably going to drive through the window while perching outside. So it didn't work. We found the nest. We tracked it a couple of times on sonar. A brave guy called. Oh crikey! I can't remember his name. He jumped into an 8-foot inflatable raft, and we pulled him across a rope, across this lake, while he had dangling a sonar, a little sonar off the side, looking for the signature, and he got a few pings on it, and that's as far as we ever got to finding that. So that was the famous croc hunt, and then I went chasing snakes up on Cannock Chase, which was interesting. With African corn snakes. And it turned out to be a reputable or unreputable dealer, exotic pet dealer. And rather than get caught, he just released all his animals into the wild. Nice chap. So that's why we were having crocodiles escaping and snakes and all sorts of things, terrapins. You name it, we were getting really quite strange sort of requests. I've just seen an otter going past a drain while I was driving along, and there's this otter swimming along a drain. Okay, that's not too much. And then there's terrapins. I saw a couple of terrapins swimming up the canal. That's unusual. Yeah, okay. And then I saw a grass snake, a yellow corn snake, American corn snake. Now that is unusual. Been in the middle of Cannock Chase. That was highly unusual. That's cryptozoology. I love it. I just love it. They are avid amateur. That's got suicidal tendencies about driving crocs around. And that's me. That's me.
Can I just say I'm never going to Birmingham again? If people are trying to get them in an SUV and take it on a day trip with some terrapins.
The craziest things you agreed to in this job. That's what I like about it. How about you, George? You've been in it a fair time too. I mean, yourself. It doesn't seem like it's a job, although I've done it for a job now for nearly 30 years, but it doesn't seem like it. To me, it's just... No. I hate the word expert. I hate the word expert. I hate the idea. And what's the other one? Lecture. Yeah, you're going to give a lecture. No, I'm going to give a talk.
Yeah.
You're going to inform. Well, hopefully, a bit of information. But I'm there to entertain. If people come out and say, "I enjoyed that. That's a bit of fun," that to me is success. I don't go there to preach to people on high from a soapbox about what is and isn't right. I don't go with any set idea saying this is what UFOs are. If I knew what UFOs are, well, one, the mystery would be over, and two, I'd be extremely wealthy, living in a nice big house in Beverly Hills. You know, I don't know what they are any more than anyone else does. We all take
But we keep
educated
looking.
guesses. Yeah, we do. We do.
We keep looking. Actually, I want to cut in now. Because I normally like hogging the conversation. And as Andy knows, we're all discussing the interdimension. That is a common theme with ufology, some aspects of cryptozoology, lots of ologies, lots of funologies, as I said, books full of them behind me. And it's amazing after you've done, and I'm no expert either, I've been called one of the greatest collators on earth on some podcasts recently, which I don't mind because most of the time they just don't want to talk to me. And it's a funny thing. I started researching this stuff when I was in my teens. And what I used to do was pre-computer. I used to write down, as I went through books by Wilkins, Surratt, you name it. They're all on these shelves here. My memory's not as good as it used to be. It's not great at retrieval anymore. My wife says I've got too much jammed into it. And what I would do is I would write the geographical place and the phenomenon from A to Z in these old printer's trays until I had stacks of paper all over the place, and I'd put them together and I'd find this also happened at the same place, and this happened at the same place, maybe not at the same time. And why have I got this great mass for this area and nothing else? But then find this area's suddenly got a great mass of sightings. You know, it's not just because the Surrey puma's hungry and it's headed west or north, or got rid of its stripes and gone black. What is it about phenomena I was discovering that they often happened at the same time, in the same place, but with different phenomena? And I thought, I don't know if there's a pattern to this or not. And I thought, it's ridiculous. Here's this hill, sitting here, and they're seeing the Virgin Mary in a tree here. Why they like trees, I've got no idea, but they like trees in caves. They're the usual marionite ones in blue. Other side of the hill, we've got a mob of vegans or whatever, and they're seeing a Nordic or Orthon from Venus, who I've mentioned before, suddenly appear. 6 foot tall, long blonde hair, and I've met Orthon a few times with that name in quite a few different reports, and I'm sure they weren't talking to each other. And on the other side of the hill, in the same area, you got hunters seeing Bigfoot or a strange creature. And, you know, by this stage, like I was discussing a book earlier I wrote, my first one I ever published, or 1,700 pages of it, which was strange and weird phenomena from 1800 to 1977. It started in 1972. I finished it in 2012. And I found there's a pattern to it all. I thought, hang on, there shouldn't be a pattern to this. It should all be random. There should be nothing to it. It's all hallucinations, imaginations, or just people bullshitting, to use an old Australian term. Except there were patterns. Whoops, I can never stand this damn thing in a right.
Oh,
there it is.
Stop.
Yeah, right there.
Where my fingers are is North America. The blank bit's the Atlantic. The right hand, well, the other bit, the skinny bit, is Western Europe, the British Isles, and that is 1800 to 1977, and the beautiful thing was, it's covered in sine waves. Sine waves are mathematically repetitive. That's why they're sine waves. And I thought, this is a weird sort of thing. Why are we seeing apparent repetitive patterns to so-called anomalous phenomena, irrespective, UFO, Bigfoot, whatever? And so I was put in touch, and this is 1991. I was put in touch with a physicist, and with the computers of the day, which were equivalent to a Commodore 64, he analysed my data from 177 years. And we deduced and worked out that there were periods of occurrences of sine waves starting at 515 years and going down that roughly matched the orbits of the major planets. Well, that's a weird sort of thing to get out of totally non-existent phenomena, if you want to reduce it to its
George
basic.
Mitrovic, astrologist.
No. There's nothing. You can't tell fortunes with it, Gerald.
that tallies perfectly well in George with my experience, my first experience of the area High Strangeness. I love that saying. It was then on East Devon. That's what the book was about. It started out with this UFO wave when I researched, like yourself, going back into history. We'd had a major UFO wave there and strange occurrences as well with crypto and mutilated whales, but that's a different story. And going right back to ghosts and whether it all increased, strange animals. Every 10 years, on the dot, every 10 years. This happened in 97, 87, 77, right the way back to 1907 was the first UFO sighting off Exmouth that I found a trace of, and that was in the just post the mystery airships over the UK, which was the early 1900s. This was
1909.
Yeah, it was roughly tied into that, and but that was a daytime sighting of a cigar-shaped craft off the coast there in Exmouth. We've had mermaids there every 10 years. Mermaid was caught in the 1800s and another caught in the 1700s. We've had men flying off the beach in the early 1900s, flapping their arms, and in front of several hundred witnesses, seen to fly across the estuary onto the beach on about a quarter of a mile, half a mile across, in broad daylight, which is really wacky. I mean, there's some real wacky stuff, but it was every 10 years. And like you say, it's all tied into this. When you say different times of sine waves, you said different time periods. I wonder if you've got one for 10 years, every 10 years, because you have that probably time.
They go right down, but what happened was with the computers of the day, we're talking 1990s.
Yeah.
We couldn't go down to small periods. Our smallest was 85 years.
Oh, right.
Because the rest became static. But
There's
actually,
Men in
a
Black.
little.
I mean, the Men in Black one I found from 1907.
Yeah.
Men in Black with a sighting in Britain, of northern Britain, in 1907. I mean, that's crazy. Everyone thinks Men in Black started in the 1940s. It did not. It did not. I've got a front page report of this thing, a press report with 2 or 3 reliable witnesses, and the Men in Black approaching rapidly in a black automobile. Now, that's rare in itself in those days. Asking if there's a flying shape, flying object seen over the river, estuary river, and northeast, which was then occurring. Then they asked, they were directed to the Coast Watch Department or something of the Coast Guards, and then they jumped back into their car and quote unquote drove rapidly away. Unquote. Well, I mean, we don't know what rapid counts in 1907, about 10 miles an hour.
2 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, it is a classic MIB report. There's no way.
Were they described as Asiatic?
Yeah.
George, let me
one
ask
of the weirdnesses.
George, let me ask you a question. Did your physicist do Fourier analysis on your time series?
No, he didn't do it. He did a reversed exponential projection over the entire period to flatten out the curve.
Okay, I got that. Okay, so look, if you take your shorter period sinusoids, let's say you have 3 or 4 of them of different frequencies, and you add them up and plot them out, it's going to look like noise. So, but a Fourier analysis will show you clearly the 4 different sinusoids.
Well, our sinuses, not sinuses, mind you, they are stuffed. Our sine waves, they get up my sinuses. The top ones are pretty clear with the periodicity and the major planets being relatively the same.
Yep.
Remembering that major planets are merely large magnetos generating electromagnetic waves, so they're all influencing things as they go. But an interesting side discovery, which I didn't publish until 2012, and this is 1891, 1892, there was one curve we call the Persephone curve. It's 515 astronomical units from the Earth. An astronomical unit, for those who don't know, is the distance of the Earth to the Sun. 3 months ago, Japanese astronomers deduced that at the edge of the Oort cloud, they found a planet at 515 astronomical units. The thing is, how did my data of anomalous phenomena is able to verify the existence of a planet? Are a lot of our phenomena fueled by the actual planetary radiation as the planets move into different locations? It's not actually astrology, it's astronomy.
Yep. I was joking about astrology.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I wish I could do it. Mind you, I don't know why not. I'm a Gemini with Aquarius ascendant, the Virgo moon, but I think that just makes me particularly fussy.
So the orbits of planets, of course, they're ellipses, but the tick mark time clock is a circle, and so your sinusoid is like it's the motion around a circle is the sinusoid, and how many circles per minute or year or whatever is this frequency you're talking about. This is interesting, George.
That was the largest one. The 515-year one.
Wow.
Then it went down to smaller ones. This was, oh God, I hate these reverse things. I must do a screen show one day, except I've got no idea how to do it.
Yeah, that has about double the frequency of the other one.
Yeah, and that one has, and then we go down to, I think this is the Saturn frequency. No. Yeah, Saturn.
Yep, that's about 6 times the frequency of the first.
Here's Neptune.
Hey, Andy. Me and Jane's going to take off, and thank you for having us.
Yeah.
So, to me, the main discovery was them.
Yeah,
because they're not supposed to exist.
Sorry, John. I'll give you a shout in a bit, Carol.
Yeah.
Great to see you, Gerald.
See you, Gerald.
Okay, mate.
Yeah.
See you, Jane. Go feed those chooks. Actually,
you guys.
Live long and prosper.
Nice meeting y'all.
Live long and prosper.
Oops, let me get it on there.
Trekkies of the world unite. Yeah, you know.
All right, love you all. See you
Take
later.
care, guys.
Bye.
Thank you soon.
Thank you, Andy.
Bye,
See you in a bit.
Jane.
Cheers, Jane. Cheers, G.
George, while you're on about areas of high strangeness and sine waves and what have you, query, why is it that every area of high strangeness always contains rock, either rock bed or rock gravel, with a high content of quartz? And that quartz has usually running water or still water running subsurface, and also we'll call them earth energy lines. I hate the word ley, but I'll say it for now, ley lines running across it, and it causes severe magnetic disruption to radio broadcasts, to radio control frequencies. It always seems to synchronate with quartz and running water in these areas, and I think they're connected. What about you? Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, quartz produces piezoelectricity.
Yeah.
Or piezo, if you want to look at it the other way. You start running water across it, you're starting to generate an electric current.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And if you squeeze it, it'll produce a voltage. It'll produce a voltage. And if you put it in the right kind of circuit, it'll make a sinusoid. That's how crystal radios used to work. Is this piezoelectric effect, and it made a sinusoid.
So imagine with my data and my theory of planets being gigantic versions of sinusoid creators, because you've got a molten metal core and an outer shell creating an electromagnetic field.
A dynamo.
You've got dynamos all over the place. So it's a minor dynamo. It's like the thing that my generation used to have, and I'm actually older than you, Nigel, but we used to put on the back wheel of our bicycles so we could power the headlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
even I remember them.
One of my favorite things to do. One of my favorite things to do.
We used to have little chrome ones that went onto the front wheel with a little wheel and there's a little dynamo there. And
you just flick it over
the edge of the tire, and you used to run along when the tire went. You had your electric lights, which was great till you stopped in the car with the back of you because you had no rear light on.
Don't know why I'm laughing at that.
Yeah, memories. But yeah, it's. I just thought, see. You see how George, different types of research in this business, how they seem to blend together.
Everything is made of energy, Nigel.
The
whole multiverse is energy.
Yeah.
Well, E equals MC squared tells you that.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're getting there, George. I think it's a question of just tying the different clues together to make one unified theory. Oh God, no! I better not say unified theory.
I've already worked that out.
Got delusion of grandeur. Yeah. No, I honestly do believe though. You're right. It's all connected. It's just
everything is connected.
Yeah.
But none of them exist without the observer.
Yeah.
Correct.
There is no phenomena with no observer.
There's no particle without an observer.
Yes. Why is there life after death? Because there is no such thing as a final death. It's just going in from one dimension to another.
Yeah. An interesting thing, Nigel, and others. I'm sorry we're hogging the show, Derek and Michael.
Seconds.
And Lala. And that is, if you believe in quantum physics, atoms produce a circular field. If you believe in standard physics, they form a straight line. If you're looking at the electromagnetic structure, it's the observer that creates the phenomena in a lot of cases. And why? I worked out over the years that the fifth state of matter, and Science Bob might like this, and I'd love to chat with him some other day on Facebook or somewhere about this. We
will, George.
Send me a friend request and I'll fill it in later. I can't do this and that at the same time. And
too busy writing books.
Yeah. And I'm going to give my understanding. I'm not a bright person, so I've got to be very simple in how I do things. There are 5 states of matter. And everyone says there are 3 states of matter, you silly old fart. They're solid. Atoms aren't doing anything. They're just sitting there, basically. And then they get a bit agitated. So we've got liquids. They get very agitated, and then they become gas. And you're saying, well, that's the 3 of them. What are you talking about? You've got 2 more. And then there's a phrase that I used to call it a quasar vacuum, where it comes out, no, the phase is plasma. It's a part before what I used to believe was the quasar vacuum. The plasma is where the electromagnetic bonds of the electrons and subatomic structures are dispersed. They are vibrating so fast they are retreating from themselves. And a lot of time, for years, some people, probably 10 people, because not many people knew about the quasar vacuum. I'd be right there, wouldn't I, Bob?
Yep.
I thought it was the quasar vacuum that was the 5th state of matter, and then I realised over the years, couldn't be, because it generates so much heat. It might go through a dimension that would destroy everything, including the observer. Therefore, there would be no phenomenon being recorded. And then I threw in a wild card, and it was the 5th state of matter is harmonic resonance. Everything is harmonizing so well, it's recreating itself. And the one who's recreating it is the observer. The observer creates the phenomenon according to their own belief system, so they don't go stark raving mad. And the beauty of these things, or whatever they were, that graph I showed you, these are all interlapping and interwoven harmonics. So though some people might not think a harmonic is a force, you run into a good harmonic, it will knock you over. You can lift things, you can do anything. So to me, it's still a force, it's still a state of matter. So that's how I've come up with the concept of harmonic resonance. And that way it provides, going through the multi-dimensions, through the wormholes, the material for people to create the phenomena around them. Or if I want to get paranoid, material for those on the other side of the wormhole to disguise themselves as something totally ridiculous or strange on the other side, so they want to believe the observer. And not believing the observer is a common theme of everything we're discussing. What better camouflage do you have? I'm going to be a big hairy hominoid in the woods and I'm going to scare the crap out of this person. He's going to run into his parents and say, I just saw a big hairy animal in the woods, and they're going to say, Jed, you're drinking too much. Just calm down. Or I saw a thing come down from the sky and tried to beam me up and insert things. And I wasn't at a gay bar.
Well, that's the story
you got to have a laugh about this stuff.
In other words, that accounts for how come we've had Bigfoot sightings on the edge of a football field in the middle of a council estate. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, there's Bigfoot wandering around, across a council estate, in the middle of a council estate football ground in broad daylight.
Yeah, but we should use his real term, Nigel, which is woodwoes.
Woodrows?
They're woodwoses.
Woodwoes. It's like the ache man. It's the English
version. It's an English, a
Bigfoot.
British version. The woodwoes.
Oh,
Wild
okay.
man.
I'm learning all the time here. Yeah, carry on, John. That's fair enough, mate. I know.
No, I keep hogging Derek.
It's all right, because I want to bring
You're right. I'm learning a lot here, I tell you. I'm well impressed.
George, with you saying that, I want to bring Derek on now because he does a lot at Rendlesham.
Yes.
And he was there, was it about a month ago you was there doing the filming with Alex?
Yeah,
and ITV?
I've done quite a lot. I've done one about with the ITVX about a month ago, and then a couple of months before that with ITV again. But yeah, quite a lot. And I've done some other documentary stuff there as well.
Yeah, because did you say there's some new evidence or new accounts that have come out?
Yes, I've been involved with. I'm a healer as well. For those who don't know, I do Reiki healing, and I found a high energy spot in Rendlesham Forest, a bit like we say about crystal, that boosted your energy.
Yeah.
What I found was this particular spot, when you stand on it, it draws out the negative energies and it replenishes you like positive energies. Now, I have taken a lot of people to this particular spot in the forest. One of these people was a carer come along, for instance, pushing a lady in a wheelchair. This is the level I'm dealing at, people in wheelchairs that can't get any help anywhere. And this African lady happened to be a carer. And she said, can I join in? I said, yes. So she stood in a line with us, and I've got the people with the wheelchairs. Now, what I learnt was the people had to put their feet on the ground, like be grounded.
Yeah.
I'd done the healing, and it's not me doing the healing, by the way. I just asked, I go to Source and ask the Source or UAPs, or I actually go to the universe, say, universe, will you help these people? And that's basically how I do it. And set me intentions like you do with Reiki. The only reason I'm Reiki qualified is because I need a certificate to heal people at the forest, or anywhere for that matter. How I hit on this particular spot was, and it's quite interesting, is because we've got a few technical people here, a lot more technical than me. I'm just basic Derek, basically. We used to do tours of Rendlesham Forest, these UFOs hotspots, usually the ones that people didn't know about. And we'd get people in wheelchairs on crutches want to join in. And what would happen was we'd take them to the first spot, and because you're in the middle of a woods, people would get the wheelchairs, one thing and another, and these people suddenly started walking. Now, this wasn't just one or two, this was large numbers of people. And then these people were sort of, cool, we'll try and walk a bit further. And then it got to the stage, these people were saying, we've not walked this far in years. And they felt a lot healthier I wouldn't say they're totally cured, but for that day, they were doing stuff they hadn't been able to do before. So we knew we'd hit on something. Then I also knew that obviously in this particular case, this particular one spot, there was at least 2 UFO landings at this spot in 1977 and 1979, and possibly 1980 as well. It wasn't, there's been a lot of UFO stuff there. And also another little thing I learned was every year these birds migrate to this little tiny bit of the forest every year. They fly from South Africa or somewhere, thousands of miles to the UK, to Venetian Forest, and that's where they set their nests up and migrate to every year. Now, Venetian Forest is a big forest, yet these birds go to one little spot, which happened to be a UFO landing site and a high energy spot.
Yeah.
Well, a year and a half ago, roughly a year and a half ago, the last couple that I took there for healing was 2 people. The lady had multiple sclerosis and a husband, and I took them along to this particular spot. They couldn't get any help. The woman had got worse and worse, and the husband said, "Derek, can you help?" So we went to this bit in the forest, and when we got to this particular spot, just started doing my intentions and trying and got our feet on the ground, and the Army helicopter comes over and was filming. And the Army, I've tried to bluff my way through this one, because you try doing healing when you've got a helicopter above your head, it's nightmare.
Yeah.
But what happened was, I ignored the helicopter. They're just training, because they do training there, And the lady said, who's sitting in the wheelchair looking upwards, said, "Oh, look, no, they're filming, look, they're filming us." And they were filming out the helicopter what I was doing there. Well, from that point, I knew we was going to have a problem, which we did. A week after that, I had a friend of mine who's a medium said, "Derek, we've got to have a medium circle. We've got some messages. Some people want to talk to you." Now, I'm what I class as a fledgling medium. What being by that is, sometimes I can get straight in connected. Most of the time, I can't. It goes over my head. I miss signs, and I'm pretty lousy at it, if I'm perfectly honest, but never mind. now and then, it kicks in. Well, we had a circle, and Spirit come through and said that I was going to be shut down doing healing in that spot. But then said, "You don't have to worry. There's other places you can do it, basically anywhere." Well, we done after that day, that lady in the wheelchair, I see her about 2 months ago in my local spiritual church. She's a medium, and she was not in a wheelchair. In fact, I was shocked to see her not in a wheelchair. I'm not saying she's totally cured, but she wasn't in a wheelchair. She stood up on stage doing platform for an hour. Now, she couldn't even hardly walk a year before that. Do you know what I mean? She just couldn't. Yeah. So, and obviously it worked. The last time
I know what spiritual healing is. I utilized natural healing spot, and I believe I'm here today because something told me to go to a particular place after I'd had my cancer, and I was given 5 years to live, 20% chance of living 5 years after the operation, and I'm still here 30 odd years later because I went to this particular place and somehow managed to climb Glastonbury Tor. God knows how.
Oh, wow.
Walk. And I was 3 months after a major cancer op, and I had 3,000 stitches up in front. And I managed to walk up Glastonbury Tor when I couldn't even manage it before the op. And stood there for 2 hours. I immediately felt like someone was putting 240 bolts through me, and I literally nearly ran down the hill, drove home, and from that day on, my weight, which hadn't been put on, was coming on by the pound. I started eating like a horse where I had any appetite, and here I am 30 odd years later, and I think with 5 grandchildren, I suddenly think that, I sincerely believe that Glastonbury Tor, the energy that's there, cured me. It cured me. I can't explain it. I don't know why, but I just know.
No.
So yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Derek, about energy and.
Well, that's right. I mean, I can't. The only way I can prove what I say is by the fact that the people that come to my talks. I go doing these talks and presentations on UFOs and the healing. From my point of view, it's just to get the word out that, you know, I'm nothing special. Why can I take people to certain places and do this? And it's not me actually doing the healing. I call things through to do the healing.
Yeah, I'll have to go there again, I think, because I'm now, unfortunately, I'm losing my eyesight, which is a bit of a pain in the backside.
Sorry.
But happens. I've got cataracts in both the eyes, and it's I didn't know I had them until about 2 months ago, and then I got COPD on top of it, and all the usual rubbish that comes with old age. And I've got I think I'm due a trip to Glastonbury tour again. Isn't it crazy? You know, I've got all these medical science stuff, and all I want to do is go straight back. I'm drawn back to the tour again.
Can I mention something, gentlemen? Just a quick thing. I've got a very thin little ancient book lurking in there somewhere. I was trying to find it the other day on Glastonbury. And the thing is, it describes the Glastonbury Zodiac with Glastonbury Tour at the centre, where several thousand years ago, with higher sea levels, the landforms appeared the same as the zodiacal figures. And you're right, at the centre, at the mound, at a major power complex there, because mounds bring the power up from the earth, the piezoelectric energy. So the best spot for Nigel Venn was right at the top of it at that time. Not necessarily every time. I've told people you can sit in the tombs of the Great Pyramids for the rest of your life. You get bored shitless. It's not on anymore. It's moved.
Yeah. The bottom of the tour, you've got Chalice Wells, haven't you? At the bottom of the tour, you've got Chalice Wells healing place.
Yes.
So you're right. I mean, I go to Glastonbury quite a lot actually.
Yeah.
But and I do get a Chalice Wells. The tour, be honest with you, Nigel, I can't climb the tour. I only get halfway up.
I'm like you. I very much go. I couldn't. It was just amazing that, you know, a place that I'd have walked up very slowly, but even when I was sort of fully fit and working, I would be huffing and puffing because of my fags, you know. By the time I got halfway up, I mean, I literally just came out of the car. I was on crutches. I didn't take my crutches. But something just said, if you get out of the car and go up that hill, boom. And next thing I know, I'm at the top of the hill. And I'm thinking, oh, there, beep, 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 did I manage this? You know, and I was sort of, and there's a seat there where the ruin of the church is at the top. There's a seat now you can actually sit. And I sat there just looking out over this beautiful scenery. I don't know how long.
No.
I've got no idea how long, hours. Just sat there because I felt so good. I just didn't want to move. And I just felt totally, I came down, it was like someone had plugged me into a battery charger, you know, from a flat battery to a full one. I just came down and thought, wow, that's great. And it's, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, but the old story Arthurian legends. I mean, it's the Isle of Babylon. And you can understand, you know, when he was dying, the ladies of the lake took King Arthur back to Avalon, where, you know, to be healed of his wounds. It was, who knows? I don't know, but you can only speak from personal experience, can't you?
Actually, no, you just mentioned King Arthur, right?
Yeah.
And you probably know this, and for those who don't know, in Glastonbury there's the Abbey, yeah?
Yeah.
In this Abbey, there's a plaque on the ground where they'd found the remains of the two skeletons. What's supposed to be King Arthur and presumably Guinevere, I don't know. And they think it was King Arthur. What they don't tell you on the plaque is that skeleton was 9 foot tall.
Yeah.
9 foot tall giant.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it, Derek? Makes you wonder.
It does make you wonder. So King Arthur, I mean, I often wonder what makes a king. But exactly in the Abbey there, like I say, you see the plaque where they say that was King Arthur's remains were found. But what they don't tell you there is the fact that skeleton was 9 foot tall.
Yeah. I had heard that, actually, Derek. To be honest with you, you know I'm a West Countryman. You know, that's my birthplace. And when they say, everyone says where she came from. She came, you know, Guinevere came from, I can't remember the name because it's early in the morning. her homeland. And now if you go to Land's End, right down the bottom tip of Cornwall, on the Atlantic Ocean, they say that when the actual weather's rough, and boy, does it get rough down there with the southwesterly coming in, you can actually hear the sunken bells of her homelands from the church bells ringing.
Yeah.
Underneath the sea. It's the most craziest place. I mean, I'm luckier. I was born in probably the most paranormal place in England. So I call the Southwest the paranormal peninsula, because within that sort of peninsula, anything from sort of Salisbury downwards, you're looking every type of paranormal, supernatural, folk legend thing that could get all condensed in, and it's this mixture of Celtic and Old English and Anglo and even a little bit Danish, with the Danes. But people say they didn't come that far down. They did. And Roman. You got such a mixture of history in this one condensed area. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful. Thank you, love.
Oh, real quick, I'm going to go to bed now. It's 2 a.m., close to 2 a.m. But it was very nice talking and seeing all you guys listening.
Thank you for coming on.
Lovely to meet you.
It was very nice to meet you. Really quick, with your COPD, I suggest, in my opinion, looking up a supplement called NAC.
Right.
It's helped me with I have really bad asthma. My neighbor had COPD.
Yeah.
The supplement really, really helped clear out everything, helped breathing. So just look it up.
I will.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I'm always willing to take opinions and advice. So thank you.
Yeah,
sure. Always keep an open mind on sort of things. Thank you. I will. Thank you very much.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
All right. Live long and prosper. There we go.
I'm checking out as well because it is 1 a.m. for me, and I just came off of another show. So I am tired.
Look at them all bailing.
God, you're going to have Andy and the three codgers.
Don't leave me.
No, it's all good.
Oh.
Well, I've only got 14 hours to go.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, you told me I was coming on tomorrow, so you're not going to be alone the whole time.
You're doing well, Andy. You're doing well. You're looking still pretty well awake there, mate. Considering how long
well,
you've been on.
this section's ending in about an hour's time.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to go back upstairs, back on the desktop in the studio, and then we're going to do part 2 because I'm doing just under 12 hours, 2 12-hour and 1 hour, because YouTube archive it once you're at the 12-hour mark.
Right.
So we've got about an hour, 40 minutes left. I need to end this at 1:45 to give me a chance to go up, swap everything over, and get set up on that.
Yeah.
So,
boy, I'm glad I've retired. I never thought I'd say I'm glad that I'm 66 years old. Boy, I'm glad I'm 66 now. Why? Yeah, what? Why? I mean, why? Sue says why because she, Sue, 20-year-old in an older person's body. It's not fair. And when you got a wife that runs around like the 20-year-old, I'm envious. I'm very envious.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to losing what eyesight I got left. I'm not looking forward to that much because that means I can't do so much sky watching, and that's the thing I love the best. And I'm getting nagged by the wife. Go and have your operation done because I've got to put in for it. And I'm scared.
Yeah, my dad had cataracts. He had one eye done, and it took about 2-3 weeks for it to settle.
Yeah. You've got to wait. I think it's about a few months. I know. Yeah, see, can you hear it?
There you go. Make him go.
My wife had her cataracts done.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago.
I've no rational excuse.
And she couldn't believe it. She finally got her vision back. She had one eye. They do one eye, as you know, and then the other eye, as long as things don't stuff up with her first eye. And she found she was married to this old fella. She hadn't seen for years because she was blind as a bat beforehand.
You know, Andy, you know, Stu and I work as a team. Right? You know, we investigate. Stu just said to me, only problem with that is you'll see what the bank balance is. Charming. What a delight. 40 odd years of this I put up with now. There you go. No, it's we work as a good team. Yeah. I'm like yourself, George. I'm a research guy. More than I love investigating, but I'm a research guy. I've got
research is very important.
Sensitivity of a nail, and a dull nail at that. But Sue's a natural born clairvoyant and clairaudient. She's a medium. She's seen depart people since she was a kid. She used to play with them. She was a kid. To her, they're as solid as you and I. And it's great to have that combination of a nosy journalist and a medium who is down to earth and doesn't necessarily believe everything she sees, where I'm a bit gullible, perhaps. You know, and it's nice. It works out as a great partnership. I wish we'd done it years ago, because when you get the combination of the two working together, when you go into an investigation, that is the best, because you know each other so well. I can't tell Sue what to do. She says to me, I'll say to her, "Oh, I think we'll go over there." "No, you won't. You go here." Why? Because that's. "Oh, look, there's somebody stood there. Hi, there's a man stood there, and he's saying you should have come and seen him a long time ago." I've had things like this happen. We'll go somewhere where Sue hates history. I love history. So Sue says to me, "Don't tell me anything about the place before we get there. I don't want to know."
That's what I'm like.
All right, I won't, you know. So I know the background history. Sue will go there and she'll say, "Oh, strange looking place, this." Now, remember, she's not into history. So she'll say to me, "Oh, it's got timber work." And I'll say, "Oh, was it?" And I'm trying to drag out the information without putting in any clues, you know. So I'm staying neutral and saying, "Oh, what sort of dress is he in? What sort of costume are you wearing?" Well, and she says, "Oh, it's got a long sleeves, or it's got a ruffled coat, or we got one in our bedroom here, ghost, in our bathroom. He's got this long sort of 18th century double tiered jacket coat with these two arm covers, and he hates women. Apparently, absolutely hates women, and he hates the idea of women being in his farmhouse, because this is on the footpad of an older farmhouse. These two houses together were built in 1939 when they demolished a farmhouse. And so that ties in nicely with why it would be. She's always a farmer. He used to live here. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, she knew no history of the place. It's I love it.
I also had the cook.
Oh yeah, and you had the cook in the kitchen telling her how to cook. She's had the kid, one kid. It's like a glimpse into history. It's like carrying around your own visor and back into time. I love it. I love it. And it backs up all the research and all your ideas. It's either proves or disproves it. You know, we've had gone into places that I thought were allegedly this, that, and the other, and it turns out said, "No, it isn't. It's not that at all." Where you get that idea from? It's been recorded as that. I never had that. This bloke saying it's a load of rubbish. He lived here. He's telling me exactly what it was. That was there. This was here. Yeah, and it's. Yeah, all right. I'm getting told off now. She's getting embarrassed. All right. But no, it's the way it goes, you know. And I think if everyone could work together instead of trying to work separate streams, the more people we can get working as a team and using our own talents together, wouldn't life be great? Wouldn't we get a lot of sensational results? I think if we had the more people we get of different talent working in the one place or the one area, I think we would have such a egos. That's the trouble. Egos and money. That's been the curse of our profession. I've known great people with very big egos. I've known people who ought to be egotistical and aren't, people who don't believe in themselves. You know, it's either they've got too much or none at all. And you say, well, you know, if you can't believe in yourself, how do you expect others to believe in you?
Yeah,
you know, you got to have a certain amount of self-belief, and unfortunately, some people have got 100,000% of self-belief and think that everyone else is an idiot who are up to their standard in life. You know, I've dealt with people like that too.
Why we're all on it? Can I just ask a question before we lose anybody else? I've got a lady who got in touch with me a year ago. She's a Reiki healer. Now, somehow she wasn't UFOs, nothing like that. And she had a strange encounter in a house. Now, this lady's quite well known. I won't say her name on here because it's not my place to, but she was the first person to get Reiki healing into hospitals in this country, in the UK. Okay. Yeah, she's been on TV. She's, I say, quite famous. She's wrote a few books. Anyway, she was doing Reiki. And then just over a year ago, she had a strange being appear in a house. And afterwards, it's like she's been upgraded. Then she started doing healing, all right? Reiki healing, like she would normally do, in a uniform in the hospital. And people have started levitating.
Yeah, I remember you saying.
Now, she's never released the footage on this, so you might be interested, Andy, because we're going to release it. We're doing a charity event in 3 months in March.
Yeah.
And now we've got permission off the people's families to release the footage, which she's going to do. Where it's near Leiston, it's a place called Darsham, near Rendlesham, where we're doing this event, charity event for her healing thing that she does. But what I'm getting at is when these people levitate, they're not they're laying on a bed. They don't just go up like you'd think.
Yeah.
The arms, the front end go up first, like they're reaching up into wherever, and then the legs go up. Now, bear in mind, these people can't move. Yeah, so all of a sudden the front end's lifted up, then the legs start lifting up, and they've started floating, literally levitating. Now, she got some footage of this, and after she'd done that, that was captured on camera. And bear in mind, she couldn't release it because these people at this moment in time were still alive. Yeah, these are near-death people that she's basically been doing. And then she had a friend of hers come round, a policewoman, and she was doing not levitating, she was doing some healing on her. And the woman took off and was literally on the ceiling, literally. Wow. And this woman was screaming, like panicking. So this Angie, who was doing the healing, said, look, no, this is just normal. It's normal, trying to bluff her way through it, basically. And she got so frightened of what was happening, she asked around for someone to speak to. And a load of strange things happened. She went to various mediums, shall I say, and said, who should I speak to about this? And someone gave her my name. And they just said, well, Derek lives in Felixstowe. We don't know more about him. Apart from being in Felixstowe. Well, so she had seen my partner Penny doing platform mediumship. So she rung up Penny and said, do you know this person? And Penny said, well, yeah, he's my partner. So I got in touch with her. And a few weeks ago, along with Alex Lovelock, I got we had the TV crew come to Rendlesham, and there's ITVX, and I asked her if she'd like to come along with Alex Lovelock and a few others. I asked her to come along to get on TV. People that don't normally get on TV get the chance to be on TV. No, as it turns out, when you're filming for the news, it's a bloody nightmare. For edited stuff, 5 hours of filming ends up with about 30 seconds on TV. That's reality. Yeah. And then they get it all mixed up. You know, somebody walking past gets more airtime than what you do, and they're just walking past. It's, you know,
that's about right. That's about right.
If David Beckham's got a new haircut, then they give him half an hour. Or Kim Kardashian's wearing this ridiculous looking dress. They have her on saying how beautiful she looks. You think, what the? Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
I like Rendlesham. Talking about Rendlesham, I spent I'm not going to name drop because it's not. I don't like name dropping, but I did spend an afternoon through just being in the right place at the wrong time, if you like. I was helping to organise the first beer weekends down in the southwest for John, and one of our talkers was Larry Warren. And
well,
Larry,
I'll quickly tell you
and I
something
spent the
about
whole
Larry.
afternoon keeping Larry Warren entertained, and I had a terrific conversation with him about.
Let me tell you this. I'd done some healing when one of the TV crews at Venetian Forest,
Yeah.
They asked me if I would do some healing on Larry Warren, who was there, all right, along with a French journalist. Yeah, this only a few months ago, I might add.
Yeah.
There's a Canadian film crew come over, so they said, "Can you?" They don't interview me first, then we walk around the forest. And this is ridiculous, but at 12 o'clock at night, pitch black, pouring with rain. All right, they said, "Can you do some healing on Larry?" I said, "Well, I can't take you to the normal spot I would take you because it's the army, the military, and the forestry have closed it off, which they have. That particular spot while I was doing it. But as it happened, I'd already found a spot in the car park, the little car park that you've been in.
Yeah,
there's a Highnessy spot there as well. It's if you imagine from where my spot was, the other side of the runway. If you imagine triangle shape, that line comes straight through the car park, right?
Yeah.
So I got my little. I use for dowsing. I use not a plumb bob. You know what I mean? I use a little pendulum to do. I can't because of this my left hand. I can't use dowsing rod, so I have to think when I do it. So I use a pendulum, and I found a spot. I thought this is it. Larry Warren was there. We opened up the back of the car to let a bit of light out. 12 o'clock at night, hammering away. TV crew there. They wanted to film me doing some healing on Larry. Well, so I've got Larry standing there. I've done all the intentions, and I've got an artifact that I use. A 2,000-year-old iron Roman spearhead is what I use as an artifact.
Yeah.
I hand it to Larry, done my intentions, done what he would normally do. And then all of a sudden, Larry says to the film crew, "Stop! Can you stop filming for a minute? This is a personal thing." And I thought, what have you done that for? But the moment he said that, now this is really strange. In that split second, I was looking down at my higher self. I was looking down on everybody. Just for that split second, right? I remember thinking I felt like a giant. I'm actually looking down on them now. This never happened before. I'm looking down thinking, shit, what's happened? I thought I died, to be honest with you, because I was looking down on them. You know what I mean? And I've never had that before. Anyway, and then within a couple of seconds, I was back again, talking to Larry, facing doing the healing bit. So after we'd done the healing, I said to Larry, which he felt I might add, he went pure white, well, he felt it. I said, why did you tell the TV crew, the film crew, to stop filming? He said, I don't know. He just come in my head to tell them to stop filming. Right. But he honestly didn't know. He didn't know.
There's a lot of rubbish being talked about Larry Warren.
There is.
You've got to really spend a lot of time with the guy.
I know Larry very well. Larry stayed at my house, Nigel. I do know him very well.
Well, then you know what I'm saying is true, don't you, Derek?
Yeah.
He is. There's a lot more layers to Larry than what people made out. It's like I found the guy particularly pleasant. I had a really, really good afternoon's conversation with the guy, and from the rubbish I've been hearing since, somebody gets me damn annoyed, to be honest with you.
Well, what we got to understand is with Venetian, like anywhere else, there is a narrative, and that narrative is follow this narrative. Most of the narrative is bollocks. I can tell you, Area 1 landing site, where I was doing the healing, was the main landing site. You will not see it on any program to do with Venetian Forest. Yeah, they guide you the other side of the forest, they guide you here, guide you there, wherever. Yeah. I know that spot, Brenda Butler and Peter Parrish got radiation burns from that spot years ago.
Yeah.
In fact, Brenda's dog died because of radiation in that spot. So I know he's right. And I've also got a picture of a golden being in that spot. And it's actually, I don't know what it is or what it is, but it's a golden being in that spot.
And it's an area of high interest because High Strangeness, because it has a history of strange goings on. It has ancient monuments. It has forts. It has all the prerequisites.
I'll tell you what, I've got to tell you, do you know what's going on at the moment?
Being an area of high strangeness, it is.
It is. And do you know the latest is, Nigel, you listen to this, the latest thing that we've noticed over the last couple of years is futuristic vehicles turning up there. Now, I've got some friends who are down from Glastonbury, stand near Renisham, and they went to Renisham yesterday, just example. Yeah. And I've seen these strange cars there, right? Fancy BMWs. They're like futuristic cars. And now we've done this about a year ago. We checked the number plates of some of these cars, and they do not show up. You know, you can check the car's tax remoted, yeah. On the government sites, none of these number plates come up. Yeah. They do not exist according to the national computer, right? Like one of the number plates was a fancy BMW. I've never seen one before in my life. They had, you know, you got double O's. This was 007 was part of the number plate. Things like that. Blacked out windows. You've got fancy Range Rovers or Range Rover types that aren't Range Rovers, but they're fancy type. And they've all got blacked out windows. And over the last, especially over the last year, these fancy cars, futuristic cars, shall I say, are driving around Renisham. Now, I'm not the only person to see it. My friends from Glastonbury contacted me last night and said, there's some strange looking cars going around there. And they said, with blacked out windows. And they said, when we pulled up to in the little car park there, they said we had a type of, we thought was a BMW, but it was a fancy thing, turn up with blacked out windows. Then we had a Range Rover pull up, and the people just staring, they wound the window down, just staring at us. And they said the funny thing was, when they opened the windows of the car, all this, what appeared to be smoke come out, right? But they weren't smoking. They said they wound the window down, and these strange looking people in dark glasses in the dark, right? In the dark, wearing dark glasses. Yeah. Just wearing the window down, all this sort of smoke was coming out the windows. And they said they really got freaked out, but to the point they got frightened. Now, I wasn't at the fire, only going what they told me, but we've seen this. I've seen this for myself. That's the latest thing that we've seen going on there, these fancy cars.
Well, I haven't heard of that one before. That's the new phenomenon I've heard of.
Right now. But I'll tell you something that I've learned listening to George. George has said some stuff that really caught me attention, and that was with the sine wave, the sign, as you call it, sine waves. I've learned quite a lot actually for George, because it makes what I heard George say makes a lot of sense. Me and Nigel, like, we're old farts, and we've gone about this our own way, right?
Thanks.
I'm older than both of you.
But I will just say, George, I was well impressed with listening to what you had to say there, because that makes so much sense, right? What you were saying, and it really, really did. Now, I don't know you. I've not from Adam. I've not heard you before, but I would say I was impressed with what you had to say. Me and Nigel, we've known one another for years, so we sort of covered the same area over time.
I just have to add something quickly.
Yeah,
I know Andy wants to start doing the changeovers soon. Remember, in Men in Black sightings, it was always a brand new looking car, even if the road was mud. And even if it was raining, it was always brand new.
Brand new, it's always shiny, always
shiny, but not a recognisable breed, though you'd think it was a Cadillac or a Lincoln.
So, are we saying
really?
that MIBs are interdimensional travellers? Time travellers?
Well, there's two things. I've got two questions. One you've more or less just answered about the vehicles. The other one was the lady with this who's doing the healing. Yeah. Both of you guys say, because this is what I think I'm right in saying, that spiritual people, not all spiritual people, but a lot of people have been upgraded where something is helping them, like the lady doing the healing where people are levitating. It's come out of the blue. She needs to talk to somebody about it. It happened to be me, boys, as it happened. Now, we've got footage of this and we've got witnesses to this. It isn't just a one-off occasion. This is happening quite a lot. And also, there's a new sort of healing called podcast healing that a lot of people are doing. Do you know what I mean? So I just wonder what you guys got to say about that.
hallucinating. I'm seeing psychic balloons floating up there. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm learning all the time. Yeah, Christ, you're never too old to learn. I think, you know, this out of body thing. Yeah, you said it happens near death. I've had it in DE, right? You know, I came out of my body when I died. Clinically died a week after the op, and I looked down at myself, and you get this weird sensation where you're stood on a balcony. No religious experience. It was a purely, totally 1 second I'm in my body, choking for breath because I choked to death, and the next minute I'm looking down at myself, still at this sort of industrial L-shaped balcony, right down at a good height because I'm sort of like this tall in the bed, and the doctors and nurses are around doing their thing. And I could hear what they were saying, and the doctor's saying, "Oh, I can't get him to breathe. He can't breathe. Quick, could do this, do that," and all these medicines are being passed around. And then she said, "No, and then she said, oh, the brain activity's is still there. Some brain activity still there or something." And I said, they were talking about someone else. There was no panic. I was more interested. I was fascinated. I was literally just fascinated listening to my own death. Can you actually believe that? And it
I
was
can, because I've been there, Nigel. I'm like you. I had a stroke and nearly died.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing. You think, how did I survive that?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, that mine was that quick. I didn't get sucked back in or drawn back in. It was literally 1 second I'm there, looking, next minute I'm on, and I'm starting to breathe again. And then managed to get me breathing. And that was post-operative congestion got me. And it was the craziest, stupidest. And if that's what death is like, I ain't scared of it anymore. That's one thing it has taught me. I'm not scared of it. I'm not the least bit worried about it. So I know now what it's like.
Do you think that average people, a lot of us, have been upgraded? By that, I mean doing strange things or having more knowledge.
It could be because there's more awareness.
Yeah.
Like programs like this, people are becoming aware of a lot of different things they weren't before. The internet is happily saying we're going through an upgrade.
Yeah.
To a new period.
I think there's a heck of a lot more interest and time, because with the isolation that we had with the virus, people couldn't work, they couldn't mix, they couldn't go to pubs, they couldn't go out in the evening. And so they started watching the sky. And people had the least bit of interest. They found a new habit. They took up astrophotography. They took up astronomy. And people just sometimes just stood in their backyard looking, we rediscovered nature a bit. And people had more time on their hands. Could that be the reason? I don't know. I mean, it's a good question, Derek. It's a good question. Lord, I don't know. I haven't got an answer to that one. I haven't, honest to goodness. I wish I did, but I haven't.
We'll just have to wait and find out.
Just some of the people that I'm involved with, whether it be a lot of spiritual mediums, UFO people, but a lot of people seem to have more abilities or better at their abilities, especially spiritual mediums. They've gone from one level to through the roof. Not all of them, but majority of them have gone both through the roof.
I'll ask my resident medium. Hang on a minute. Did you find that? Has your medium improved or got better? Your sensation you get? No, she can't do it to order. It just suddenly happens to her, and she hasn't had a recent experience to sort of judge it on.
Let me tell you something happened to me during lockdown. Right now, I'm a hit or miss. I class as a fledgling medium. Yeah, I sit in a circle every week and have for years.
Mm-hmm.
During that lockdown, I am doing some work on a little wooden shack thing that I bought my penny, 8-sided summer house, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I forgot myself. You're working on it, putting it together, painting it, doing the woodwork. And I forgot myself. It's like being when a medium gets into a cabinet. Yeah, you're in a cabinet, and for those you I presume you don't understand about how mediumships work.
Yeah,
you're in a cabinet, and basically the spirits all guided round you, shall I say? Easy explanation. Anyway, I'm doing this woodwork in this little shed thing, right? And I asked the universe a question, and now every now and then I can click on and lock on. on this particular day, for some reason, I locked on and I'm hearing a conversation. Now, this is an off-world conversation. A young lad has gone into a store somewhere and said to the storeman, you know, with his list for the supplies he wanted for presumably that week or month, whatever. And the storeman says, "Oh, we haven't got all of this." So the young lad said, what do you mean we haven't got all of it? He said, well, look, this food we haven't got, that food we haven't got. The young lad said, "But we grow our own food here. What's the problem?" So the storeman says, it was an older fella, said, "Look," he said, we grow a lot of supplies here, but we can't get everything. Majority of our stuff comes from Earth, all right?" So the young lad said, "Well, I'm human. Oh, why can't we just ask them on Earth for more supplies?" The storeman said, "There's a virus on Earth at the moment which is causing problems, and that's why the overlords, whoever the overlords are behaving strangely." And while I'm listening to this conversation, like I'm talking to you people here, that are that clear. So anyway, the young lad says to Storm, "Well, we'll just ask. We ask humans for more supplies." So that someone said, "Listen, if those on Earth knew we existed and are living here with the overlords, they will turn their weapons on us." He said, "At the moment, all on Earth, their weapons are put at each other." He said, "If they knew we exist, they now have the technology to attack us." And he said, "Make no mistake, those on Earth will do just that. They will turn on us. Doesn't matter if we're human or not. It's the overlords aren't human. That's how I know it was an off-world thing." Now, I don't know if this thing was a spacecraft, if it's on the moon, the Mars. I've no idea. All I know was it's an off-world conversation. Yeah. And this happened during the lockdown. And also, the storm was explaining to the young lad about, he said, "I'm from Earth." He said, "You're human, but you was born here," wherever here is, yeah? He said, "Those on Earth, majority do not know we exist, but we do get a lot of supplies from there. And until this virus business is sorted out, we can't get food like we used to." Well, that was during the COVID, 2021?
Yeah.
So up to that
I'm
point.
going to be rude.
Yeah.
I have to go.
Oh, dear.
I'm getting eyes from across.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, we've got 5 minutes left.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm going to thank you all.
That's
One
right.
second. The TV's just turned itself on.
Oh, yeah, I'm only
What
reading
did you let in,
that.
Derek?
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to you again, George, at some stage, because I think what you've had to say was brilliant. But quickly, the fact is, there is something that has been getting food from this planet. Now, I thought it was just me. I thought I've heard this conversation for whatever reason. And the other day, a program popped up on the internet where a military guy was saying that he would come off a ship, helicoptered into a certain area, him and his small group, to back up what they thought was their own troops, which turned out to be a UFO being loaded up with supplies from this planet, and it was in Indonesia.
That's right. An American guy, the American Marine guy.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Now, what he said matched up with what I've been listening to, that the UFOs are coming to this planet, getting their supplies, and naffing off again.
Yeah.
So where are these supplies?
You never know.
When you say, "Oh, I'm human," you're human, but you weren't born here. No, they're on about human. They're on about hybrids. I mean, about being aliens and extraterrestrials experimenting with hybrid human embryos. Oh, crikey. God, I was reading that, 30 years ago? 30
Des
years
and
ago.
Leslie wrote about it.
Yeah.
Changelings.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to go.
I don't know who's going, who isn't going. If you're going,
I'm
George,
going.
Nice.
All right, then take care then, George. Take care.
Great meeting you all.
And you.
Right, Andy, thank you. Hang in there. Have a kip for 20 minutes or something.
I've got to swap everything
Live
over.
long and prosper. Okay. Bye-bye, gentlemen.
Bye then. Take care.
Andy,
Take
how
care.
do I get out of here?
You sound like President Biden.
Right, I am going to have to end this.
What's happening here? I'm lost, Andy. Excuse me a minute, but I thought I was scheduled to finish at 8.
You are, but I need to switch over to the other computer.
Am I getting out of school early, teacher?
So people are getting up, so I've got to end this and then go upstairs.
Right.
Yeah.
So I have to end this one a few minutes earlier.
Yes,
So
all
what
right.
happens then? I go and switch on to link 2, yeah?
Yeah, so you're on that in a couple of hours?
Yeah. 12 till 2 slot, I think.
Right, yeah. I'll see you at 12 then.
Okay.
Is that
I'm
okay?
going to be evaporated into the nether region soon then. But that's okay. Hey, look, Andy, you're doing a marvellous job, mate. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
You are, Ed. You did a brilliant job.
Oh,
cheers.
Yeah.
That means I can go and make a cup of coffee now, then, does it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can chill now for the rest of the day. But Derek, are you all right to be on standby if people don't turn up this afternoon? Or are you
of
busy?
course you can. Yeah.
If I just drop you a message, is that all right?
Yeah, just drop us a message. I've got a few bits to do, but if I'm about, I'll do it. It's not a problem.
Yeah, nice one.
Not a problem.
Right. Thank you.
That's all right.
I know this is ending a few minutes earlier, but I've just got to get everything upstairs and get set up, and that's going to take like 10-15 minutes to sort out.
Yeah.
So
it's
I
been
do
a pleasure.
apologise.
It's been a pleasure. I've enjoyed that.
No.
Good
Yes.
gas. Nothing like it.
It's
Well,
nice talking to old friends again, isn't it?
I'll speak to you in a bit anyway, so thank you.
Thank you.
All
Nice
right,
to
then.
meet you again, Derek.
And you, Nigel. Always good to speak to you.
Sue says goodbye, both of you.
Yeah.
Soon.
Take care. Speak to you soon.
care.
Speak to you soon.
How do I
Bye.
get out
Bye.
here?
Bye.
Let's
Bye.
go
Bye.
out. I don't know how to get out now myself. How do I
I'll
get out?
do it. There we go.
Yeah.
If I need to, I'll drop you a message in a bit and then just go from there.
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect.
No
It just
problem.
gives me an extra few minutes to get started, and
Yeah, no, you're fine. Honestly, you're doing a brilliant job. I don't know how you're doing it.
I just want to get changed into something that feels clean as well. I know I've not done anything, but you know when you just sat in the same clothes, it's one of them.
Oh yeah, I do actually. Well, at least I can have a cup of coffee now and a fag. I've got my fag rolled. I've been waiting. I hold it for 2 hours.
Right. Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
And you. And if you need me, just message me. All right.
And if not, I'll see you on Sunday because you're on with Alex, aren't you?
Yes,
On the
I am.
lounge.
Also, I was telling you about. I need to share this with you. I'll send you a link to this. Is there any way? Have a read of this. 23rd of March. There's some stuff that I need to speak to you about that's going on.
Oh.
In Dalsham, this charity event we're doing. Besides the woman levitating, and that we've got a quantum physics doctor there as well doing a talk. I'm on, and we've got my missus and Paul Bannister both doing mediumship there, all over the course of a day. But
Right, I'll give you a cut. If I don't speak to you later,
Yeah.
I'll give you a bell tomorrow.
All right, nice
Yeah?
one.
All right.
All right, nice one. Thanks, Andy.
All right. Cheers,
All
Derek.
right, speak
Speak to you soon, mate.
All right.
Take
Bye.
care.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right. So that is it for part 1. I am still holding up. I'm still quite awake, considering. This is the end of this section because, like I said before, if we go into the 12-hour mark, YouTube archive it. So I just want it to be there. So if you want to go back and watch any of it, and I've set it up so it gets put into chapters, so it should be easy to find. So I'm going to end this one now, get some breakfast, quick change, and then jump on the computer and I'll be ready to go. So if any of you want to, well, hopefully you'll come on the part 2. That's going to be starting at dead on 8 o'clock. So in exactly 30 minutes from now. So thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully I'll see you soon. And coffees, I've only had one more since we spoke last. So see you in half an hour. Take care everyone. Thank you, and see you then. This mouse is so slow. Cheers. See you in a minute. Bye bye.